In the sky, a colossal gate leading to the demon realm suddenly opened. The special combined attack squad was ordered to recheck their gear and combat positions. While other warriors discussed anxiously, one secretly wished to join the renowned Flying Tiger sect. Hearing the taunts about his rank, So Kangrim still sat silently alone with his sword. He thought to himself that if the Flying Tiger sect only recruited based on rank, he wouldn't be here. 5 years ago, on Awakening Day, everyone's abilities were determined by their fate at birth. So Kangrim considered the concept of fate to be nonsense, just as someone touched his shoulder. Startled, he turned around and heard the person ask if he belonged to the Flying Tiger sect. An enthusiastic rookie struck up a conversation, confessing that this was his first extermination mission and he was very nervous. The person also expressed excitement about fighting alongside a Flying Tiger sect member, making So Kangrim secretly think this must be a newcomer. Suddenly, another group called the rookie back. Someone in the group hastily warned him to be careful, because the person he had just spoken to was So Kangrim. The rookie froze upon hearing the name, glancing fearfully towards So Kangrim. He panicked intensely, realizing he had accidentally made eye contact with that terrifying figure. Unconcerned, So Kangrim rummaged through his bag. He was already too familiar with such reactions. He recalled the malicious rumors about him, that he was a comrade killer, bringing misfortune to anyone who accompanied him. So Kangrim immediately activated his fate window. His first ability was fate detection, allowing him to view others' fates and notification windows. His second ability, fate stealing, could extract a portion of a deceased person's fate, but it would increase his karma. He bitterly admitted he possessed a calamitous ability, and his own misfortune had implicated his past comrades. Fate was divided into 5 different ranks. Among them, the highest rank was divine, followed in order by dragon, spirit, human, and finally, insect. Each of these ranks was further divided into 3 tiers. Kangrim considered himself the lowest of the low. He belonged to insect rank 3. He thought he wasn't strong enough to kill another awakened one, and his own abilities had too many limitations. Sitting alone, he was lost in thought, believing he had never killed anyone or stolen fate from the deceased. Kangrim gritted his teeth, blaming himself for being annoyed with a situation that had always been this way. Suddenly, Yu Harang appeared and asked why Kangrim was sitting alone, startling him. Yu Harang cheerfully invited him to the dinner party after the mission. This person belonged to Divine Rank 3 of the Flying Tiger sect. Zhang Taehun, Spirit Rank 2, also arrived and said that Kangrim had been absent last time, so he had to go this time. Kangrim refused, saying he didn't want to go because people from other sects would look down on him anyway. Yu Harang worriedly asked if someone was bullying him. The person adamantly declared they would beat anyone who bullied him, but Kangrim merely sighed and reminded them that he was 10 years older. Yu Harang pouted in response that even so, he was still weaker than them. Zhang Taehun and Yu Harang pleaded together, arguing that since the whole group was here, he couldn't escape. Kangrim turned back, seriously calling both their names. Kang Do-hyun, Human Rank 2, interjected, reminding them that the mission was about to begin and everyone should return to their positions. Zhang Taehun obeyed, pulling Yu Harang away while the latter still shouted, reminding Kangrim not to forget the party. An announcement blared from the loudspeaker, declaring the special Demon Domain extermination mission officially started and instructing teams to carry out their assigned tasks. Standing in the crowd, Kangrim swallowed nervously. Immediately after, a colossal blue energy surge erupted before everyone, opening the entrance to the battlefield. A dark-haired warrior stood at the back, secretly determined to clear out any remaining demons so as not to cause trouble for the sect. Kangrim stood firm, his entire body radiating blue energy, his hand gripping the sword hilt with resolute eyes. From within the energy gate, high-level demons began to pour out, and the order was given for the front lines to advance while the rear lines secured the entrance. Zhang Taehun and Kang Do-hyun led the charge into battle, unleashing energy attacks. A colossal wolf-like demon let out a sky-shattering roar. Kang Do-hyun used glowing talismans to fight against the demons. Meanwhile, Zhang Taehun punched the ground forcefully, creating a violent energy shockwave. A light blue-haired warrior rode on the back of a beast, using a sword to cut down smaller demons. A voice announced that the smaller demons had been summoned, and ordered the rear support teams to prepare for battle. A purple-skinned demon with many fierce eyes charged forward. Standing with other warriors on the rear line, Kangrim drew his sword while the front line was ordered to bypass the low-level demons. A swarm of small, goblin-like demons with glowing red eyes emerged from the shadows. The bloodshot eyes of a larger demon gleamed with malice. Kangrim sprang into action, swinging his sword in a horizontal slash across a goblin demon. He continued fighting, using his sword to block the attack of a large, green-skinned demon. A demon's blood splattered onto thorny branches after the attack. After a period of fighting, Kangram panted, realizing the number of demons was greater than expected, and the dense demonic aura was making it hard for him to breathe. Kangram realized he should retreat as a demon lunged from behind. He swung his sword, cutting down the demon, but was clearly exhausted. Immediately, another swarm of demons with glowing red eyes began to gather. Kangram was knocked to the ground by a demon and quickly surrounded by the horde. Lying helpless, he desperately prayed for help. Suddenly, a dazzling green light erupted from a sword, astonishing Kangram. A woman wearing an eye patch appeared, summoning gigantic, thorny branches that bound the demons tightly. As he stood up, Kangram and the other hunters realized it was the sect master of the Flying Tiger sect, who had arrived to reinforce the rear guard. Kangram looked towards her and silently offered his thanks. The woman, Shin Sua, a divine Tier 3 master, waved back. Unexpectedly, the ground began to shake violently. Shin Sua was also startled by an earth-shattering roar. The other hunters wondered in confusion if the boss monster had appeared earlier than expected. A colossal monster with terrifying jaws roared. It was Bulgasari, the area's boss, which had suddenly appeared, and the fire attribute hunters were ordered to advance. The boss monster's glowing red eyes shone with ferocity. At that very moment, a gigantic slash of light struck Bulgasari's head. The boss monster was split in half, and its body began to disintegrate. The aftershocks from the attack made the nearby hunters cough violently in the dust. When the dust settled, the monster's blood splattered, revealing the silhouette of a mysterious figure standing above. A silver-haired warrior descended, radiating a blue aura, and asked where Seo Kangram was. The other hunters froze, swallowing in fear at the pressure from the newcomer. Amidst the panicked crowd, questions arose about the stranger's identity. Kangram was startled, wondering why the woman who had single-handedly defeated the boss was looking for him. The warrior raised her sword, and a gigantic dragon-shaped energy enveloped her. She closed her eyes, seemingly making a decision, then uttered, "Forget it." Immediately after, she swung her sword in a terrifying slash, obliterating the remaining monster's corpse. Too shocked by the sight, a hunter dropped his weapon. Kangram's eyes widened, filled with horror at the unimaginable power. With a cold, blood-stained face, the woman thought that if she killed everyone, she would find So Kangram. From his hiding spot, Kangram decided to use his fate scrutiny ability to examine her. The information panel appeared, revealing her name as Bakeyong, Divine Tier 1, and that her fate was protected. Kangram was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, as he had never seen anyone reach that tier. Bakeyong's ability was also revealed. Return, the power to go back to the past with intact memories. Kangram was confused, wondering who Bakeyong was, and intended to go down to talk, believing she was there for him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, ordering him not to go down and to stay put. Kangram realized it was the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique and decided not to interfere. Shin Sua stepped out onto a thorny branch, confronting Bakeyong and asking what she wanted, only to be asked in return if she was So Kangram. Shin Sua resolutely protected her member, declaring that Bakeyong could speak with her instead. Bakeyong closed her eyes again, once more saying, "No, forget it." Bakeyong unleashed a powerful slash towards Shin Sua. She coldly thought that if she killed everyone, So Kangram would surely be among them. With glowing eyes, Bakeyong declared she could not forgive anyone who stood in her way. In response, Shin Sua angrily swung her sword and charged to attack. Meanwhile, in the back, Kangram struggled to cut through the branches holding him captive. Realizing he was the true target, he gasped, telling himself he had to escape before it was too late. Kangram frantically stabbed his sword into the invisible barrier and yelled, demanding Sua release him. Witnessing the scene, the other hunters fled in terror, screaming that Bakeyong was a murderer. Amidst the battlefield, Bakeyong's and Shin Sua's swords clashed fiercely. Bakeyong offered a condition. She would spare the others if Shin Sua handed over So Kangram, but Shin Sua resolutely refused, asserting that she would not let her harm any member of the sect. With superior strength, Bakeyong delivered an overwhelming blow that sent Shin Sua flying. The Flying Tiger sect master was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Severely wounded, Shin Sua coughed up a mouthful of blood. She could only lie there, closing her eyes and enduring the agonizing pain. Ignoring Shin Sua, Bakeyong raised her sword, aiming at the other panicked Flying Tiger sect members. Her gaze swept over them, cold and ruthless. Bakeyong lunged and unleashed a spinning slash at Kangram, sending blood splattering. Immediately after, she single-handedly confronted many other members, moving like a phantom amidst the battle. Kang Do-hyun watched in horror as Bakeyong's sword blade neared his face, barely able to brace himself. With a flash of her sword, Bakeyong attacked Kang Do-hyun, making him cry out in pain. She landed lightly after delivering the blow. Jang Taehoon roared in anger and lunged, throwing a direct punch at Bakeyong. However, she easily blocked his attack with one hand. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Kangrim and the other members desperately pounded on the energy wall. Bakeyong walked away coldly, ignoring the cries for help from those trapped behind her. With bloodied hands, Kangrim was determined to escape at all costs. As Bakeyong roared from outside, searching for him, Kangrim punched the barrier with all his might, creating a crack. He continued to slash at the crack with his sword, telling himself just a little more. Finally, with a loud shout, Kangrim broke through the barrier. He immediately rushed out of the shattered barrier. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground in a pool of blood. Kangrim struggled to push himself up, his hand still gripping his sword. He stared wide-eyed in horror at the tragic scene before him. Bakeyong stood tall amidst a sea of corpses of flying tiger sect members. Kangrim was stunned, his face revealing utter despair. Bakeyong casually stepped over the scattered bodies. He painfully watched his comrades, including sect master Shin Sua, lying motionless on the ground. Kangrim knelt in the pool of blood. Realizing he was too late, he burst into tears of regret, bitterly thinking that everything could have ended if she had just killed him. Bakeyong approached the kneeling Kangrim, while he blamed himself, believing everyone died due to his weakness. She swung her sword, confirming his identity as Seo Kangrim. Suddenly, thorny branches erupted from the ground, blocking Bakeyong's path. Shinsua rushed from behind, shouting at Bakeyong not to touch. Her sect members and their two swords clashed fiercely. Despite her injuries, Shinsua managed to block the attack, not understanding why Bakeyong was doing this. Bakeyong coldly explained that if she killed Seo Kangrim, then everyone else could have survived, and then she stabbed Shinsua through the chest. With the blade in her body, Shinsua gripped it with her hand and declared it was a leader's duty to protect all sect members, simultaneously unleashing a surge of green energy. Kangrim was stunned by the sect master's final energy burst. As Shinsua's body collapsed, she used her last ounce of consciousness to tell Kangrim that the barrier was broken and to run. Overwhelmed by horror, Kangrim realized he was about to die. He desperately thought he couldn't defeat her and wondered why, even though he was the target, others had to die. Looking at the sect master's body, he couldn't understand why Sua was the one who died. A system notification appeared, confirming the deaths within range and asking if he wanted to use the fate-stealing ability. With glowing eyes and a tear rolling down his cheek, Kangrim made his decision. The ability activated, a massive magic circle absorbing the fates of 421 deceased individuals, accompanied by a warning of accumulating karma. He gritted his teeth, resolute in his choice. Enveloped in a powerful aura, Kangrim decided to steal the fates of all 421 people. The system began scanning for stealable fates, while Kangrim painfully thought of the countless lives lost. Although the system announced that his low magic tier only allowed for one item extraction, Kangrim still blamed himself, believing it was all due to an ordinary person like him. As the fates were randomly extracted, Kangrim's magical power surged, and he received a series of new abilities, simultaneously recalling the bitter words that death always followed him. He continued to absorb abilities and resistance stats, but memories of those who had treated him well flooded back, making him feel unworthy. Trembling in despair, Kangrim believed that his own terrible fate had killed everyone. As a new ability was absorbed, Kangrim's desperate gaze turned cold. The system confirmed he had successfully stolen the fates of 421 people, and at that very moment, Bakeyong declared it was time for him to die. Shouting that it was all Bakeyong's fault, Kangrim furiously lunged to attack her. Bakeyong was stunned by his sudden and fierce attack. The two swords clashed, creating an energy explosion as they both lunged at each other with incredible speed. With fiery eyes, Kangrim vowed not to let things end this way. Determined to get his revenge before dying, Kangrim activated the Swordmaster ability. Immediately after, the Eagle Eye ability activated, helping him analyze Bakeyong's every movement. Activating the Reflexes ability, Kangrim charged forward at dizzying speed. He unleashed a powerful slash towards Bakeyong, but she managed to block it in time. To increase his strength, Kangrim continued to activate the indestructible Diamond and Hardening abilities. Despite being hit, the Pain Resistance ability immediately activated, helping him stand firm. Using aerial steps, Kangrim flew into the air, dodging the energy projectiles Bakeyong launched at him. From above, he channeled power into his sword with the 1,000-pound drop ability, preparing for a finishing blow. Kangrim realized Bakeyong's back was completely exposed. Bakeyong coldly gathered icy energy in her hand. Immediately, she activated her Ice Pillar summoning ability, creating colossal ice pillars. The attack made Kangrim cough up blood, severely wounding him. He was thrown to the ground in agony. Kangrim despairingly realized that despite acquiring countless abilities, he didn't know how to use them. He blamed himself, thinking his body and weapons couldn't utilize the automatically activated abilities. Watching Bakeyong hover above, Kangrim bitterly thought he still couldn't get revenge, even after stealing the fates of 421 people. He struggled to dodge the incoming rain of sharp ice. Kangrim gnashed his teeth in fury, wishing he knew how to use these fates. But then, a thought flashed through his mind, as he realized there was one ability he was very familiar with. An ice shard unexpectedly pierced his leg. Despite the pain, Kangrim immediately grabbed the ice shard embedded in him. His eyes gleamed with determination as he suppressed a gasp. Bakeyong approached, declaring that resistance was futile and Seo Kangrim must die. With a roar, Kangrim yanked the ice shard from his leg. Holding the ice shard like a weapon, he knew he had years of experience with it. Kangrim plunged the ice shard into the ground, asserting that he knew very well how to use this ability. The leaf tree seed technique ability activated, creating thorny branches that attacked Bakeyong. Taken by surprise, Bakeyong swung her sword, blocking the attack from the branches. While dodging, she realized Kangrim was using more skills than before. Bakeyong dodged, astonished to realize So Kangrim was not only a swordsman but also proficient in magic. However, she quickly regained her composure, swinging her sword to cut down the incoming branches. She moved nimbly amidst the chaotic barrage of attacks. Bakeyong was confident that with his current strength, Seo Kangrim wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Both decided to charge at each other in a life-or-death confrontation. Seo Kangrim put all his strength into thrusting the ice weapon in his hand forward. In that instant, the ice weapon pierced Bakeyong's chest, leaving her stunned. But at the same time, Seo Kangrim was also struck by Bakeyong's sword, and both their blood splattered. Bakeyong's sword-wielding hands began to tremble from the fatal wound. Despite being severely wounded, So Kangrim still wore a satisfied smile on his blood-soaked face. He believed he had killed his enemy and successfully exacted his revenge. Bakeyong collapsed into a pool of blood, while Seo Kangrim, exhausted, fell backward. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, telling himself he had killed Bakeyong. He coughed up blood, feeling that everything had finally ended. Another violent cough sent blood spewing from his mouth. The regeneration ability automatically activated, but Seo Kangrim used his will to suppress it. He smiled bitterly, wondering what meaning there was in being healed now. The desolate battlefield scene appeared, and he realized nothing had changed. Now was just like then. Memories flooded back, taking him to his childhood when someone once spoke of his fate. A fortune teller had prophesied that his fate was filled with death, his parents would die young, and misfortune would cling to him his entire life. In his recollection, Kangrim bitterly admitted the prophecy was true as his parents died when he was young. He recalled his life, fraught with trouble and violence. Kangrim reflected on how everyone around him met with misfortune, believing his destiny was to be weak and miserable. Yet, there were those who accepted him, and then, because of him, they all died. Painful memories of his comrades falling in the cold snow rushed back. Back in reality, Kangrim tormented himself, thinking that if he had died the moment Bakeyong appeared, everyone else could have survived. In his utter despair, he cried out, wishing he could turn back time. Suddenly, Kangrim froze as a notification panel appeared, displaying the return ability, Divine Rank 1. He realized the fate-stealing ability had activated, allowing him to seize the return power. Kangrim decided to use it, even though he didn't know what moment he would return to. He just needed to go back before Bakeyong arrived. With a glimmer of hope, Kangrim mustered his last ounce of strength to activate the ability. He slammed his hand down, initiating the time reversal process. Kangrim found himself kneeling in an unfamiliar room, the ticking of a clock echoing. He looked around blankly, utterly bewildered by the sudden change. The surroundings were a clean, quiet living room or office. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Kangrim. A visitor pushed the door open and said they had come for a fortune reading. Kangrim turned to look towards the open door. His hands trembled as he realized what moment he had returned to. Seo Kangrim slumped his head onto the table, stunned as he realized he had returned to the past. A familiar voice rang out. Shin Sua asked with concern, making Kangrim confirm in shock that he had truly returned. A man sitting next to Sua explained that they were on a blind date and wanted Kangrim to check their compatibility. Shin Sua silently observed, seeming uncomfortable with the situation. Kangrim stared at Sua, with only one thought in his mind. She still wasn't wearing an eye patch. He realized he had returned before the tragedy occurred, and secretly resolved not to let it happen again. Kangrim pushed a piece of paper and a pen towards them, asking for their personal information for a fortune-telling. As Sua started writing, Kangrim perceptively noticed her unhappy expression. He suddenly remembered Sua had once told him about a terrible blind date with a weird guy, and decided he had to warn her. Kangrim stood up, declaring he would reveal their compatibility. He began his analysis, saying that the man belonged to the metal element, while Sua belonged to the wood element. According to divination, this relationship was called metal overcoming wood. Kangrim cheerfully explained that they were two opposing forces, like an axe chopping wood, and had the worst compatibility ever. Both Shin Sua and the man accompanying her were stunned by the blunt pronouncement. Unexpectedly, Sua smiled in relief, saying it seemed they had no destiny together and had to accept it. The man angrily stood up, claiming this was a joke and demanding to see the manager. Kangrim just smirked, casually replying that the manager was at the cashier's counter. When the man tried to drag Sua away and called Kangrim a fraud, she pushed his hand away and decided to stay, trusting the fortune-teller's abilities. Humiliated, he turned to threaten that Sua would regret it and would never find anyone as good as him. Shin Sua coldly retorted that she had no interest in dating him and dismissed him. The blind date turned beet red with anger. He yelled one last remark, then slammed the door and left. Shin Sua calmly watched as his angry footsteps faded away. She turned back to tell Seo Kangrim that she thought fortune-tellers only told clients what they wanted to hear. Kangrim admitted that was the usual practice and apologized for the past. Impressed, Shin Sua offered to have her fortune told, and Kangrim cheerfully agreed. But just then, Kangrim suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A blinding flash of light suddenly flared from above. The room shook violently, throwing both of them to the floor. A system notification rang out, stating that stats were being calculated based on each person's fate. Kangrim clutched his head. Though he had anticipated this pain, he was still overwhelmed and cried out. Shin Sua reacted extremely quickly. She slammed the table and yelled for Kangrim to hide underneath. As she grabbed his hand, Kangrim suddenly remembered how Sua had always rescued him in the past. He told himself to snap out of it, because he had returned here to change the future. The tremor subsided, leaving an eerie silence, and Shin Sua cautiously looked around. She watched Kangrim stand up and confusedly wondered about the strange notification regarding fate and stats. Seeing Kangrim about to leave, she quickly called out to him, but he only thought that it was better if she wasn't involved with him. Kangrim didn't look back. He opened the door and stepped out. He glanced around, his mind frantically searching for something he could use as a weapon. His gaze landed on an object. He silently cheered for finding what he needed. Just then, Shin Sua caught up, grabbed his shoulder, and questioned what he was doing. Seo Kangrim grabbed Shin Sua's hand, urgently insisting that they had to leave. He pulled her along the corridor while Shin Sua confusedly asked him to wait a moment. Both suddenly stopped when they heard a piercing scream echoing from ahead. A panicked man rushed past, shouting a warning to everyone to flee from the monsters. Immediately after, the man was attacked by a swarm of small white creatures. He screamed in despair. A hideous monster sank its teeth into the victim's arm. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Shin Sua intended to rush to the rescue. However, Seo Kangrim was a step faster. He pushed her behind him and drew a sharp blade. He swung his blade, severing a thorny, branch-like creature that had just appeared. After defeating the monster, Seo Kangrim confidently thought that he had known they would come. A notification panel appeared, identifying the insects as silkworms of insect tier 3, a species that consumed both plants and humans. Seo Kangrim shouted loudly, demanding everyone quickly get out, then charged into battle. He moved like lightning, continuously cutting down the silkworms swarming the corridor. Grabbing the last monster, he declared it was the last of the swarm. But then new screams rang out, making him realize that monsters had also appeared on the other side. He turned back and yelled loudly, urging everyone to find weapons to defend themselves, because these monsters weren't strong at all. Seo Kangrim suddenly fell silent, his gaze stopping in surprise. He saw Shin Sua and the others had already armed themselves with items like fire extinguishers. Shin Sua smiled brightly, agreeing that they were quite weak, and showing off that she also had a weapon. Seo Kangrim chuckled, thinking it was amusing that someone who once easily defeated dragon-tier monsters was now proud of catching a small worm. After clearing out the monsters, Seo Kangrim informed the survivors that the stairs were safe and urged them to leave quickly. As the civilians rushed past, profusely thanking him, he quietly sheathed his dagger. Seizing the moment while no one was around, Kangrim decided to collect some spirit pearls from the monster corpses. He managed to gather a handful of spirit pearls. Though they were from low-level monsters, there was a large quantity. Suddenly, Shin Sua called out to him from behind, wondering why he wasn't evacuating with everyone else. Kangrim calmly put the spirit pearls into his pocket and asked her in return why she had stayed. Shin Sua asserted that she couldn't abandon him, admitting that he stayed out of concern for strangers. Kangrim secretly thought she was as loyal as ever, but still warned that dangers might still lurk nearby. He cut Shin Sua off, stating that it was time for her to know the truth. With a resolute gaze, So Kangrim declared that he had something important to tell her. Shinsua curiously asked what it was. He abruptly revealed her name was Shinsua, and her rank was Divine Rank 3, leaving her utterly stunned. Kangrim continued, saying her attribute was wood and she possessed the leaf tree seed technique, and immediately an information window appeared before her. When asked, Shinsua confirmed in astonishment that her fate window had appeared, and indeed displayed the skill's name. Kangrim explained that after the strange announcement earlier, they had awakened superpowers. He was secretly relieved that Shinsua had now awakened and wouldn't die easily, while she felt power surging within her. Afterward, Kangrim suggested they both go down the stairs together. On the way, Shinsua curiously asked about his fate, but he replied that it was best not to reveal it to others. Shinsua seemed to understand, while Kangrim secretly realized his fate was still the same as 5 years ago, and all the abilities he had stolen in his previous life had vanished. His information panel appeared, confirming his insect rank 3 along with the 2 abilities, Fate Scrutiny and Fate Theft, but he knew there was one difference. Kangrim realized a large amount of karma had accumulated from stealing the fates of 421 people, and he knew this was very dangerous. He told himself that karma was generated from evil deeds like murder, or using specific abilities. When too much karma accumulated, one would have to cross a terrifying threshold. As Shinsua walked ahead, Kangrim recalled that those who had crossed that threshold all suffered extreme agony. Suddenly, he sensed someone's presence nearby. At the end of the hallway, a person tightly wrapped in a cocoon was desperately calling for help. A close-up showed the person was extremely panicked and unable to move. Shinsua rushed forward to rescue them, but Kangrim yelled to stop her, sensing something amiss. Instantly, a giant silkworm monster burst out from behind the cocoon, targeting Shinsua. Kangrim lunged in front of her, slaying the monster with a single knife strike. After the danger was dealt with, Shinsua anxiously asked about the condition of the person in the cocoon. Kangrim said the easiest way to check was to activate his Fate Theft ability. The system confirmed a deceased person within range, and he coldly announced that the victim had not survived. He discovered the person possessed the flame manipulation ability, and regretted that they had died before awakening it. Kangrim decided to claim that ability for himself, accepting a small amount of karma as a penalty. He told himself he needed this power, and clenched his burning hand to absorb it. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and Shinsua immediately ran towards it, while Kangrim carried the cocooned corpse. Green monster blood splattered from a hidden corner right in front of them. They encountered a blue-haired warrior gleefully smashing the heads of monsters, remarking that this was just an easy tutorial. The blue-haired warrior, having just crushed a monster, yelled out, demanding to face the boss. Suddenly, the person froze, sensing someone's presence. Spotting So Kangrim and Shinsua, the person commented that there were still survivors. Approaching them, the person called them his side characters, leaving Shinsua secretly bewildered. The person smiled amiably, and introduced himself as Dako-jun. Kangrim secretly realized Dako-jun also began his journey here. Then he introduced himself as well. Dako-jun turned to Shinsua, smiling as he called her the heroine, and asked for her name. Though a bit bewildered, Shinsua still stated her name. Dako-jun asserted that now that teammates had been found, the story would soon begin, leaving Shinsua puzzled. Dako-jun explained that every story has a formula, while information about his divine rank delusion ability appeared. Kangrim recalled that in the future, Dako-jun would become one of the 5 strongest sect masters. He couldn't believe Dako-jun was so strong even before truly awakening his power. Dako-jun continued his discourse on character development formulas, such as the group fighting a boss together or receiving assistance. Then the person hinted at the possibility of awakening power through a teammate's sacrifice, making Kangrim secretly think that this former novelist was truly insane. Their conversation was cut short by a blood-curdling scream from afar. A panicked man ran towards them, screaming for help because of a monster. Right behind him, the insect rank 1 giant silkworm was roaring in pursuit. The man suddenly tripped right in front of the charging monster. He only managed a desperate cry as the colossal monster bore down on him. Shinsua watched in horror as the bloody scene unfolded before her eyes. The colossal monster was devouring its unfortunate victim. Amidst that scene, Dako-jun calmly remarked that this was probably the boss of the opening act. While Jang Tae-hoon yelled that they had to run, So Kangrim summoned flames in his hand. Without hesitation, Kangrim charged straight towards the monster. He unleashed a fiery attack that struck it, making Dako-jun excitedly cheer. When Dako-jun asked if it could be killed, Kangrim decisively replied no. He explained that with their current strength, they couldn't defeat the monster writhing in flames. Kangrim decided to attack again while the monster roared in pain. Provoked, the giant silkworm furiously charged towards the group. Kangram immediately turned back and loudly urged everyone to quickly flee. He ran while using fire to hold back the monster, secretly realizing his attacks were ineffective. The group ran frantically down the long corridor, with the giant monster close behind. Kangram was thrown backward by an explosion as he tried to block the monster's path. Shinsuwa frantically screamed his name in despair. She quickly spotted an exit and hastily pointed the way for everyone. Jun grabbed Shinsua's hand, pulling her along and urging her not to stop, even as she resisted. Kangram stood alone, directly facing the ferocious monster. Suddenly, a voice called out Kangram's name as he was enveloped in a strange aura. Kangram faced the bloodthirsty giant silkworm alone. Seeing the monster turn away, Kangram shouted his name, demanding its attention. He immediately launched a fireball at it, roaring for it to look at him. However, Kangram was sent flying by a powerful blow, realizing he could only try to buy time. From afar, Jun's thanks and Shinsua's protests echoed as they ran towards the exit. Despite the danger, Kangram stood up, telling himself he had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. But he was quickly knocked down again, realizing his strength was too weak. The giant monster lunged forward, opening its toothy maw towards Kangram, who lay on the floor. An idea struck Kangram, and he threw a fireball directly into its mouth, hoping an internal attack would be effective. The giant silkworm shrieked in pain and recoiled, but the wound wasn't enough to bring it down. Its red eyes flashed with fury, its rage intensifying. Kangram desperately watched the monster, still standing tall before him, unsure what to do next. Just then, Shinsua unexpectedly returned with wooden planks in her hands, shouting for him to run. The monster immediately detached smaller silkworms from its body, sending them surging towards Shinsua. One of them quickly wrapped around her, making her cry out in pain. Kangram quickly shouted, telling Shinsua to use the leaf tree seed technique on the wooden planks. Shinsua snapped awake, realizing she could infuse plant energy into the wood. She commanded the wooden planks to grow, causing sharp green branches to sprout from them. Focusing all her strength, Shinsua yelled, transforming them into gigantic weapons. The sharp wooden stakes shot forward, slamming into the giant silkworm with terrifying force. Shinsua was stunned, while Kangram looked back at the result of the attack. She hastily pulled Kangram's hand, urgently telling him to leave quickly. But a gruesome sound echoed, making Shinsua realize something was terribly wrong. The smaller silkworms tore through the wooden stakes, easily breaking free from their temporary prison. The giant silkworm roared in anger, completely freed from its restraint. Shinsua collapsed in despair, believing it was all over, while Kangram stood up, summoning flames in his hand. He suddenly realized something important as he looked at the burning wooden planks. Wood catches fire. A surge of light enveloped Shinsua as the system announced their fates were intertwining, and her fate was revitalizing him. Immediately, the flames on the wooden pieces erupted into a fierce inferno, engulfing the screaming monster. Power surged, and Kangram received a notification that his flame manipulation ability had temporarily evolved to Insect Tier 1, and he understood the logic of fate in combat. He felt a new source of energy coursing through his body. Based on the principle that wood feeds fire, the flames completely annihilated the giant silkworm, and the system began calculating his achievements. Shinsua cheered happily, seeing that they had won, while Kangram collapsed behind her, exhausted. She ran over anxiously to check on him, but he only gave a weak smile. While the system reported an additional reward for defeating a stronger opponent, Shinsua helped Kangram, who was suffering from anemia due to overexertion, down the stairs she believed led to a safe exit. He reached for the door, thinking they could finally escape. But just before he touched it, Kangram abruptly pulled Shinsua back, much to her surprise. The door opened, revealing an unusually dark and empty space. Both were astonished to find themselves on a balcony suspended within a colossal structure, and Shinsua wondered where they were. Kangram looked out at the strange space around them, realizing that although this building was in the middle of the city, its interior space had been completely distorted. Kangram realized they were in a waiting hall with a confidential reporting pillar, and he hadn't expected the first floor to connect to this place. A notification appeared, stating that this pillar was a triple dragon tier item, capable of healing humans and repelling monsters. Suddenly, the door behind them vanished, startling Shinsua into a panic. She anxiously asked what to do, but Kangram reassured her that they could rest because there were no monsters here. Unexpectedly, Jang Tae-hun appeared and asked in astonishment why the two of them were still alive. Shinsua immediately showed anger at Jang Tae-hun's question. Meanwhile, Jun found it strange that the female-led, Sua, had abandoned him. Shinsua immediately pointed at Jun's face, scolding him that if they were talking about fictional characters, He was the minor villain who betrayed his friends to save himself. Jun was completely stunned by her accusation. He clutched his head in panic, unable to accept being a minor villain, even if Sua's words made sense. Kangrim noticed Jun's state seemed even worse than before, and intended to approach him with Shin Sua. Just then, a beam of light enveloped Jun and many others, teleporting them to the hall in astonishment. Another injured survivor looked at his bloodied arm, astonished as it was healed by a green light. Others in the hall fell into a panic, screaming as they realized their phones had no signal, and they were trapped. Suddenly, all the lights in the hall flickered on, drawing the crowd's attention, including Kangrim and Shin Sua, towards the stage. A masked figure with red-orange hair stood on the stage, stating that all members in this area were now present. The figure placed a hand on their chest and introduced themselves as Nabi, from the Central Branch Office of the Fate Protection Bureau. Looking down at the confused crowd, Nabi began to make an announcement. Nabi announced that from now on, they would be managing everyone present, their eyes behind the mask glowing with a blue light. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Shinsua wondered what the Fate Protection Bureau was. The crowd of survivors immediately protested vehemently, shouting that this was a kidnapping and demanding to be released. Amidst the chaos, So Kangrim quietly realized this was the true beginning, after a failed lifetime. He clenched his fists, determined that this time would be different, and he had to become as strong as possible. Jun yelled at the crowd, calling them side characters, while So Kangrim secretly admitted that person's words weren't wrong. He continued to ponder, acknowledging that being chosen to be here was a privilege. Nabi asked everyone to calm down and said she would show them what was happening outside. After Nabi's snap, a large screen displayed live footage of a giant monster wreaking havoc on Seoul. Nabi explained that an anomalous space called the Demon Realm had appeared, and monsters were pouring out from it. She revealed that the Fate Protection Bureau had anticipated this and awakened some people years ago. On the screen were agents, envoys of the Bureau, using their abilities to fight monsters. They had been preparing for this day for a very long time. Nabi declared that those present were summoned because they possessed the greatest potential and would be helped by the Bureau to awaken. She offered a golden card, saying that everyone could leave but should check their abilities first. Nabi used a lighter to burn the card and said they might change their minds after seeing it. The card burst into flames, displaying So Kangrim's ability information. Insect Rank 3. Fire Attribute. Immediately after, three-dimensional screens appeared before everyone, causing a stir about their ability ranks. So Kangrim realized this wasn't Nabi's ability, but he couldn't use Fate Scrutiny because she wore a mask. Nabi declared that everyone had seen their abilities and should regard them as superpowers and magic. She explained that those who had awakened could use these powers to subdue the monsters. Nabi explained their mission was to raid the Demon Realm, but warned it was an extremely dangerous task. She emphasized that they might lose their lives in the process. Before the worried murmurs of the crowd, Nabi stated that training was equally dangerous and offered another option: protection. However, she flatly declared that those who chose protection would be stripped of their abilities, because those who don't fight don't need them. After clapping her hands, Nabi gave everyone exactly 1 hour to make their decision. A flying platform appeared, and she instructed everyone to go to the second floor for guidebooks. Then those who decided to join the training would return to the first floor. Nabi also pointed out the exit on the third floor for those who wished to leave, but warned they would permanently lose their fate window. With that, she flew high on the platform and bid everyone farewell. An hour later, Nabi returned, checked her watch, and declared it was time, assuming that those who remained had all agreed to participate. A gigantic door emitting an ethereal blue light suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall, introduced as the first gate. Meanwhile, So Kangrim and the Flying Tiger Sect members silently sat in the rows of seats, calmly observing. Nabi explained that they would enter in groups of 3 and would return to this hall if they completed the mission. She continued to present that each room had different requirements, and the first room allowed multiple retries. However, if they left before succeeding, all progress would be wiped clean, and they would have to start over from the beginning. Nabi announced that each person would be given an item box and must receive it before entering the room. She also stated that they could use recovery items or return to the hall to have a totem pole heal their wounds. Standing before everyone, Nabi reiterated that the Fate Protection Bureau was not responsible for their deaths, but would do its best for their survival. Finally, she bowed, wished them good luck, and vanished in a flash of blue light. The entire hall fell silent, as all who remained sat waiting, preparing for the upcoming challenge. Amidst the silence, someone raised a hand and spoke up, asking for permission. Someone in orange sportswear excitedly shouted for teammates, introducing himself as a Soul Rank 1. The scene became chaotic as everyone rushed to find groups, while Seo Kangrim quietly walked away. Shouts about ranks echoed throughout the hall as everyone tried to show their worth. Seo Kangrim secretly thought this place was no different from a labor market. Just then, someone called his name from behind. A girl with long brown hair whom he had once saved approached and hesitantly offered her thanks. She explained that she was grateful for him saving her life in the building earlier. Seeing that neither of them had a group yet, the girl immediately suggested something. She smiled kindly, extended her hand, and invited Seo Kangrim to form a team with her. Suddenly, another familiar voice spoke up, calling out Kangrim's name. Seo Kangrim turned around and was stunned when he recognized the newcomer. It was Shin Sua, looking at him with a slightly bewildered expression, and she wasn't wearing her usual eye patch. The other girl's thanks unexpectedly plunged Seo Kangrim into thought. He couldn't believe someone was grateful to him. Painful memories flooded back, with the bitter belief that if he had died, everyone else could have survived. A sense of guilt enveloped Seo Kangrim as he recalled the past tragedy he always blamed himself for. Noticing his complexion, Shin Sua worriedly asked if he was still feeling unwell. Clutching his head, Seo Kangrim brushed off her concern and asserted that he was fine. He coldly turned his back and walked away, saying he couldn't team up with her. Seo Kangrim's eyes gleamed with steely determination, ready to face the challenge alone. Seo Kangrim decisively refused, stating that he preferred to act alone. Hearing this, Shin Sua looked disappointed, secretly thinking that they had worked very well together. Nevertheless, she still said goodbye and acknowledged that any team would be lucky to have him. Then, Shin Sua quietly clenched her fist, her eyes shining with determination. As Kangrim turned his back and walked away, she quickly called after him, hoping they could still help each other even if they weren't on the same team. He only replied curtly before continuing to leave. Afterwards, everyone was directed to the item collection area, each person receiving a box. Kangrim opened his box, and a green light immediately emitted from within. The items included an insect tier 1 training sword and various recovery potions. Equipping the new sword, Kangrim secretly assessed that being provided with expensive potions was an advantage of this training session. Suddenly, a silver-haired man called out his name loudly and told him to wait. The man cheerfully approached, declaring that Kangrim couldn't abandon his only teammate. Kangrim was stunned because this had never happened in his previous life, and he decided to pretend not to hear. However, the silver-haired man quickly caught up and grabbed Kangrim's shoulder. The man confidently pointed at both of them, asserting they were the protagonists of this story, and suggested they enter the first chamber together. Kangrim shook his head in refusal, but the other man reassured him that he wouldn't be a burden like other supporting characters. That man was Dako Jun, someone who always considered himself a powerful protagonist and categorized others by their roles in his story. Kangrim recalled that in his previous life, Dako Jun had treated him like an unknown nobody, and guessed that now he must have misunderstood his strength. He considered that while having a strong teammate was advantageous, he still had to keep Shin Sua away from him, but he was unsure about Dako Jun's case. So Kangrim secretly thought that Dako Jun's fate didn't matter, while Dako Jun urged him to make a decision. After a moment of thought, So Kangrim accepted the offer to team up, surprising and delighting Dako Jun. Dako Jun excitedly ran off to get his items, brushing past Shin Sua, who was standing and observing. When he returned, Dako Jun intimately put his arm around Shin Sua's shoulder and started talking about the items they received. He asked why Shin Sua was looking at him like that. While she clearly showed discomfort, Dako Jun reminded her of what she once said, that she wasn't the female protagonist, making Shin Sua fall silent. Just then, Shin Sua called Seo Kangrim's name and ran towards him, announcing that she had finished getting her items and was ready to go. A quest portal appeared, emitting light and exuding death energy along with the aura of steel spirits. The system confirmed that Seo Kangrim and Dako Jun had entered the Knife Mountain Chamber. A map appeared, explaining that each chamber connected to a maximum of 4 paths, filled with monsters, traps, and safe zones, with the goal of finding the exit. The mission in the Knife Mountain Chamber officially began, and Dako Jun excitedly urged them both to advance. Seo Kangrim wondered if the structure here was similar to his previous life, and deduced that he already knew the path to take. Dako Jun curiously asked about the monsters and traps they were about to face. Just as he said he was looking forward to it, a sharp blade suddenly shot up from the floor. Seo Kangrim reacted extremely quickly, pulling Dako Jun down to the ground, saving him from the trap by a hair's breadth. Instead of being scared, Dako Jun appeared incredibly excited by this classic-style trap. He mumbled that he liked such old-fashioned things as he stood up, but Seo Kangrim walked straight ahead, leaving Dako Jun sitting on the floor, calling after him. The stone corridor before them was lit by blazing torches. As they delved deeper into the corridor, Dako Jun assumed Kangrim must be lucky for not encountering any traps, but Kangrim claimed to be quite unlucky. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed ahead, and Kangrim asked Dako Jun if he had allocated his skills yet. From the darkness, a swarm of insect Tier 3 skeleton spirits with blazing blue eyes rushed out. Dako Jun remarked that they seemed stronger than the previous monsters. Perhaps because this was now an official stage. He confidently suggested cooperation, but a flame erupted from Seo Kangrim's direction before he could finish his sentence. Seo Kangrim, without a word, swung his hand, launching a giant fireball towards the crowd. The explosion incinerated a portion of the skeleton swarm, stunning them for a moment. Seo Kangrim drew his sword, coldly telling Dako Jun to get lost if he kept spouting nonsense. He leaped over his teammate, charging straight into the middle of the monster swarm. Seo Kangrim plunged his sword into the ground to use as a pivot. Then, he used his foot to crush the skull of one skeleton while slashing another. Seeing this, Dako Jun also rushed into the fight and shouted that he couldn't let Seo Kangrim do everything. The two coordinated well, together slicing apart a skeleton spirit that was leaping out from a chest. Dako Jun laughed loudly with excitement, fully enjoying the battle. After clearing the room, Dako Jun kicked a skull and lamented that every room had monsters. He turned to Seo Kangrim and said that things were getting boring, then asked if he was tired. Dako Jun sheathed his sword, casually revealing that he had learned martial arts in case he was transmigrated into a novel. Seo Kangrim only replied skeptically, but Dako Jun said he had a question he'd wanted to ask him for a long time. Suddenly, Dako Jun leaned in close and whispered into Seo Kangrim's ear a shocking question. Had he returned to the past, taken over this body, or reincarnated? At the shocking question, Seo Kangrim froze with a stiff expression. He growled at Dako Jun to get lost if he was going to talk nonsense, but the other man only laughed and asserted that he had guessed correctly. Annoyed, Seo Kangrim pushed Dako Jun forward, demanding he lead the way. But Dako Jun still continued to say that Seo Kangrim knew he was special. Dako Jun pointed out that Seo Kangrim's calmness, quick adaptability, and complete lack of fear towards monsters were undeniable proof. Cornered, Seo Kangrim had no choice but to fabricate a reason, claiming he was used to these things because he had seen many ghosts and demons as a child. Dako Jun looked thoughtful, pretended to believe him, and was curious about Seo Kangrim's childhood. As Dako Jun was about to ask more, Seo Kangrim lost patience and shoved him hard from behind. Suddenly, the stone floor beneath Dako Jun's feet collapsed, sending him plummeting straight into a trap. In a panic, Dako Jun screamed Seo Kangrim's name. From the edge of the pit, Seo Kangrim urgently yelled, urging Dako Jun to run immediately. Obeying, Dako Jun landed and began to sprint frantically along the corridor below. He was soon cornered as the corridor ended in an abyss, and the exit behind him was blocked by rubble. Looking down into the deep chasm, Dako Jun desperately called Seo Kangrim's name once more. However, he suddenly calmed down and strangely muttered that perhaps Seo Kangrim wasn't the protagonist. Dako Jun sat down at the edge of the abyss, lamenting that he had always liked regression stories and now he didn't know where the plot was headed. Just then, Seo Kangrim plunged down from above, slicing through the falling rocks. He decisively drew his sword mid-air. The blade scraped against the stone wall, creating sparks and slowing his descent. Finally, Seo Kangrim used the wall as a foothold and landed safely right in front of a dungeon gate. The system announced that Seo Kangrim had entered a secret area. A warning appeared, stating that the monsters here were stronger than those in regular areas. The exit was open, but Kangrim was informed that if he turned back, the secret path would close permanently. When offered a rescue, he firmly refused, as he had intentionally come here. Kangrim realized he would gain more experience than expected, as a swarm of skeleton spirits charged towards him. He thought that he had only arrived here thanks to Dako Jun, but this time, he would monopolize all the benefits. With that thought, Seo Kangrim immediately unleashed a powerful fireball. The attack violently collided with a skeleton's shield, shattering its defenses. He swept across the battlefield, constantly earning achievement points with every strike. Using the points he had just earned, Kangrim quickly upgraded his strength to level 5. Standing amidst the pile of bones, he noticed that leveling up in the early stages was much easier. His status window appeared, showing Kangrim's stats had significantly increased, with his strength reaching level 5. He secretly wondered how much stronger Dako Jun had become, since everyone started at level 1. Kangrim mused about the difference in growth speed, as insect and spirit ranks leveled up very slowly. Meanwhile, divine ranks could level up almost instantly with the same amount of experience. He recalled that in his previous life, Dako Jun had taken 3 days to become the first to complete this challenge. This time, Kangrim was determined to be the first to claim the completion reward and discover his objective. He reached out his hand, telling himself that he had to finish everything today. Turning around, So Kangrim stepped forward, ready to face the dungeon boss. Seo Kangrim entered the new area, noticing that the path lined with blood-stained blades carried a completely different atmosphere. He shivered, thinking to himself that this was truly the feeling of the Knife Mountain chamber. Immediately, Kangrim had to dash to dodge blades flying from all directions, while simultaneously summoning flames in his hand. Two streams of sword energy, one red and one blue, clashed, signaling the enemy's appearance. Two martial arts, masters of the Knife Mountain, human rank 3, appeared with a special mechanic. They had to be defeated simultaneously. Kangrim recognized the enemies, and felt that facing them directly brought a completely different sensation. He gritted his teeth, telling himself not to be afraid of this pressure. Believing he could win if he stuck to his plan, Kangrim took a defensive stance as the shadow of a demon loomed beside him. The image of the martial arts master swinging his sword flashed in Kangrim's determined eyes. He swiftly dodged a full-force attack from one of the two monsters. The monster roared in pain as Kangrim's blue flames scorched it. Even though he fell, Kangrim was still satisfied that he had attracted their attention, though he hadn't expected them to find him first. He realized that because they had the gold attribute, his fire-based attacks were extremely effective. Kangrim was confident that he could use this strategy to buy a little more time, but then he was stunned to see the other martial arts master suddenly slash his comrade. Witnessing them kill each other to heal their wounds, Kangrim was aghast as he realized their grotesque recovery mechanism. Understanding that direct combat was futile, he used his achievement points to increase his speed and dashed away. Despite countless blades cutting into him, Kangrim gritted his teeth and endured, telling himself that he was almost there. He raced through the stone corridor, leaving behind the piles of skeletons of those who had failed before. Suddenly, So Kangrim slipped while moving. He lost his balance and tumbled forward in surprise. Kangrim fell face down onto the ground, right in front of a preset trap. As a rope tightened around him, Kangrim immediately used his fire ability to destroy it. Escaping the trap, he looked up and saw a martial arts master of the Knife Mountain emerge from the shattered gate. Kangrim roared as the system announced that the enemy was recovering. Realizing he could even hear the wind, he immediately dashed away at maximum speed. Kangrim swiftly glided through the stone corridor, leaving the enemy behind. The red martial arts master angrily stomped his foot and charged in pursuit. At the same time, a shriek echoed as the remaining martial arts master also began to recover. The blue martial arts master stood up, its entire body enveloped in a surge of regenerative energy. Having recovered, it roared incomprehensibly at the situation. As soon as Kangrim's power was raised to level 7, he immediately dodged a lightning-fast attack. Seizing the opening, he unleashed a devastating punch to the blue martial arts master's chest. With a resounding shout, Kangrim put all his strength into pushing the enemy backward. He pushed the blue martial arts master to crash into its partner, eliminating both at once. After defeating the stronger opponents, Kangrim was informed that he would receive an additional reward. He asserted that he would clear this stage after entering the boss room, but first, he needed to do one thing. Kangrim sat down, beginning to examine the gigantic skeleton lying in the grand hall. Seo Kangrim wondered if he could steal the fate of a human-tier monster, then activated his ability. Pink energy surged from his hand as the fate-stealing ability was activated. The system confirmed 2 deaths within range as a complex magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Kangrim smiled triumphantly, delighted to have confirmed that he could steal the fate of human-tier monsters. He recalled his previous life, when he couldn't use this ability due to a lack of mana. In the past, he had helplessly apologized to his former teammates after failing to steal fate because the target had been dead for too long. Back then, with his insect tier rank, he could only use the ability if the target died right before his eyes. But then a question popped into his head. Was it possible to steal the fate of a human tier monster? Something he hadn't even dared to try before, which had horrified his teammates. The system announced that he had stolen a portion of power and the Soul Tier 3 Unsheath ability. Kangrim immediately drew a sword to test it, performing a few skillful swings. He was satisfied to realize the sword in his hand now felt weightless. However, a warning from the system appeared, stating that he had accumulated a large amount of karma. Kangrim reassured himself that it was fine, as stealing from monsters accumulated less karma than stealing from humans. He clenched his fist, determined that this power was worth any misfortune he had to bear. As he walked, he pondered those who accumulated too much karma would have to cross a boundary and suffer a tragic fate. Standing before the next gate, he wondered how far he was from that boundary. An announcement echoed, confirming that Seo Kangrim had completed the first mission alone as he pushed the door open. Outside, Kang Do-hyun and other members of the Flying Tiger Gate exclaimed in surprise upon seeing that he had cleared the stage. Shin Soa and the other members of the Flying Tiger Gate were stunned, unable to believe that Seo Kangrim had cleared the stage alone. Suddenly, an excited cheer calling Seo Kangrim's name startled him. The one who had just shouted was Doko Jun, who joyfully leaped towards Kangrim and called him a teammate. Kangrim quickly dodged, coldly stating that he was not Doko Jun's teammate and not to trust him. Their conversation was interrupted by a masked person in a suit, who called Seo Kangrim's name. It was An Nabi, who had come to congratulate Kangrim on completing the stage and wanted to speak with him privately. Afterward, in a private room in the intern dormitory, Kangrim realized the glowing item bag in his hand was the reward An Nabi had given him. He was determined to keep this rare item, as he recalled the person who had owned it in the past. Despite worrying about attracting the attention of the Fate Protection Bureau, Kangrim still used the bonus reward, a special Wi-Fi password. As soon as he connected to the network, he saw news of a 5.8 magnitude earthquake causing severe damage. He scrolled through forums and saw people discussing a video related to the Fate Protection Bureau. The video was an official announcement from Seonmoon Yongyo, the team leader of Seoul Team, one of the bureau. As Seonmoon Yongyo was speaking, Kangrim's Fate Scrutiny ability was unexpectedly activated. However, he immediately received a warning that this person's fate was protected, making him suspect they had used an item. In the video, Seonmoon Yongyo continued to reassure that the bureau would protect everyone's future. The announcement concluded with a smile and a call for the public to trust them. Kangrim lay on his bed, silently pondering the call to trust the Fate Protection Bureau. He knew well that the bureau consisted only of the most elite and exceptional among the awakened. Kangrim mused that all the bureau's envoys wore masks to conceal their identities. He suddenly recalled the image of Bakeyong removing her mask. She appeared with silver hair and an icy aura, still holding the mask in her hand. Kangrim was startled to realize that if Bakeyong was an envoy of the bureau, then that would explain why no one knew of her existence despite her immense power. However, he sat on his bed, admitting that he still couldn't be sure of anything. Meanwhile, in an office, a file for Seoul Team 2 was slammed onto a desk in anger. A blonde man, known by the alias Princess, the team leader, angrily questioned why the mission had been completed earlier than expected. He couldn't believe that someone at only Insect Tier 3 could complete the mission, including the secret area, in just one day. Princess furiously called Ju Sung-tae's name, holding the planner responsible for this. He ordered Ju Sung-tae to write a report and remove the trap Seo Kangrim had used, then sent the rest to clear out monsters before dismissing the meeting. Ju Sung-tae remained alone in the dark meeting room, sighing wearily. He couldn't believe Kangrim had lured the monsters into a trap like that. He worried Kangrim might use a similar trick to clear the second chamber in just one day. Ju Sung-tae panicked at the thought of headquarters discovering that the one who completed the mission so quickly was merely an Insect Tier 3 individual. In the first floor cafeteria, someone asked Kangrim if he planned to enter the second chamber today. A silver-haired, red-streaked young man reminded him of their bet, confident he would finish before Kangrim even had a chance to try. Kangrim coldly told him to mind his own business and asserted they weren't teammates until the bet was over. He quietly turned away, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the students, thanking Shin Sua for saving them. Her classmates excitedly chatted with Shin Sua, and she optimistically believed they would succeed next time. Seo Kangrim observed from afar, thinking to himself that Shin Sua seemed to be doing well. As he turned away, he thought to himself that he didn't like overly kind protagonists, leaving the person he had just bet with, staring after him in bewilderment. In the cafeteria, Shin Sua asked to sit at a table with another male student, and was immediately granted permission. Kangrim overheard a conversation about someone's hands being small and cute. He suddenly looked surprised as he recognized something familiar. The male student suggested comparing hands for an easier comparison, making Kangrim realize it was the exact line this person had used in his previous life. Everyone at the table happily compared hands, and the male student pointed out a girl's smaller hand. He continued to show off his palm reading skills, and another girl in the group confirmed his words were true. Shin Sua could only secretly sigh at her tablemate's flirtatious remarks. The male student offered to read Shin Sua's palm, but she politely declined. He still insisted, saying it was a rare opportunity, and reached out to take her hand. Just as Shin Sua was feeling awkward, another hand blocked the male student's arm. The one who intervened was Kangrim, and he stared intently at the male student while Shin Sua looked bewildered. The male student immediately changed his demeanor, flashing a bright smile. He then turned to ask Kangrim if he wanted his palm read, but only received a curt reply. Kangrim ignored him, turning directly to Shin Sua to say he needed to speak with her. He asked if she could spare him a moment. Shin Sua looked up at him with a bewildered expression. So Kangrim led Shinsua away, saying he wanted to talk in the empty waiting room, and she agreed. On the way, several fellow students cheerfully waved at Kangrim. They even thanked him for letting them use his Wi-Fi. Kangrim began to reminisce. After clearing the Knife Mountain stage alone, he had shared his Wi-Fi password, which was his reward. He thought this had improved people's impression of him, but he himself was unaccustomed to such friendliness. Kangrim's face darkened as he sank into unpleasant memories of the past. He recalled his previous life, when his teammates began to shun him, and one person declared they wouldn't join the team if he was on it. At that time, Kangrim had to voluntarily leave, wondering if it was because his rank was too low. He walked away in isolation, while his former teammates whispered behind his back. Only one person, Cheon Gunam, approached him to talk and ask questions when he saw Kangrim walking alone again. Kangrim remembered Cheon Gunam as the only one who didn't shun him, patting his shoulder and telling him to be careful. That person even cheerfully high-fived Kangrim after a mission. However, during that high-five, a yellow energy current flashed from Cheon Gunam's hand. Kangrim bitterly realized he couldn't have imagined Cheon Gunam use that method to secretly read his abilities. Afterward, rumors began to spread that he could steal fate from the dead and had almost killed a teammate. A team member even warned others to stay away from Kangrim, implying he had tried to kill them to steal their fate. Those terrifying rumors left the other teammates utterly panicked. When Kangrim confronted Cheon Gunam for breaking his promise, the latter merely feigned innocent ignorance. Cheon Gunam smirked, challenging Kangrim to provide proof for his accusation. Kangrim was stunned, finally realizing the true face of the one who had betrayed him. Cheon Gunam smirked, admitting that his ability to read others' powers was true and revealing his sole Tier 3 palmistry ability. Lost in thought, Kangrim bitterly realized Cheon Gunam was the only one who could have known about his abilities. Back in the present, Kangrim seriously warned Shinsua that it was Cheon Gunam's ability and advised her never to let him touch her palm. Shinsua scoffed, suddenly understanding why another student had tried to hold her hand earlier. After finishing his warning, Kangrim said goodbye and turned to leave, but Shinsua called him back. Kangrim turned back, confused, and Shinsua announced that she had also cleared the Knife Mountain room. She excitedly suggested they team up to clear the second room together. Kangrim coldly refused, saying it would be very difficult, which surprised Shinsua. Shinsua, perplexed, asked why he refused. Kangrim bluntly remarked that at this moment, her skills were lacking. Shinsua was stunned by his harsh assessment. She protested, claiming she wasn't that weak, but Kangrim explained that her abilities would be weakened in the next room because it had a fire attribute. Kangrim analyzed that the energy of iron would disrupt her fate, and even the first room with a metal attribute was incompatible, rendering her techniques largely ineffective. He asserted that she surely understood what he was saying, and Shinsua thoughtfully admitted she would be at a disadvantage. When Kangrim asked if she understood, Shinsua replied that she somewhat understood. Just as Kangrim was about to leave, Shinsua called his name and gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Kangrim paused for a step at her action. He continued walking, wondering inwardly why she still treated him so kindly. He silently thought about her kindness even after he had treated her coldly, and clenched his fist. The image of Shinsua smiling brightly, radiating a warm light, appeared in Kangrim's mind. Meanwhile, Shinsua was pondering Kangrim's puzzling actions. She recalled his blunt refusal, that he preferred to work alone. She also remembered that he had refused her, but then teamed up with Dako Jun. At the time, she simply thought he wanted to keep his distance from everyone. However, he then unexpectedly warned her about Cheon Gunam with genuine concern. Then he refused her again with a completely different reason, leaving her utterly confused. Shinsua wondered why he was so honest, and suddenly realized he might have been worried about her. In another development at the academy, Cheon Gunam called out to Kangrim. He asked if Kangrim intended to enter the second training room with Sua. Kangrim coldly replied that he would go alone. As Kangrim walked away, he secretly resolved not to let Cheon Gunam ruin him again, and to find a way to eliminate him. Suddenly, Cheon Gunam called him back and offered to team up with Kangrim. He confidently boasted that he was Dragon Tier and would be a useful teammate. Kangrim silently called him a liar, then turned back to ask about his abilities while activating Fate Scrutiny. Cheon Gunam demonstrated his ability to create water bullets, while the information window revealed his true rank was only Human Tier 1. After reviewing, Kangrim unexpectedly agreed to team up and urged them to go immediately, surprising Cheon Gunam. Cheon Gunam was overjoyed, saying he would go, prepare, and return right away. Kangrim quietly watched his back as he hurried away. He silently thanked Cheon Gunam for proactively approaching him first. Immediately after, the gate leading to the second training ground, Boiling Water Room, opened. confirming Seokangrim and Cheongunam's entry together. Upon entering, Cheongunam gasped in astonishment at the hellish landscape. The system announced that both had entered the boiling water chamber, a place of only lava and burning rocks. Cheongunam believed Seokangrim agreed to team up because he possessed the water attribute. Kangrim evaded the topic, asking Cheongunam if he had checked the conditions to clear this place. He secretly wondered how ice could exist in such a scorching hot place. Cheongunam complained about the heat, then created a sphere of water to cool himself. He confidently declared that with their combined efforts, they would quickly complete the mission. Suddenly, Kangrim swung his sword behind him, startling Cheongunam. The sword draw ability activated, striking a hidden enemy. A splash of fresh red blood erupted from the lightning-fast slash. Cheongunam was horrified to realize that what had just been destroyed was a frog-shaped monster. Kangrim warned that the monsters had appeared earlier than expected and were swarming in. From beneath the lava flow, a large swarm of fire frogs emerged, terrifying Cheongunam. An information panel appeared, introducing the fire frog species. Insect rank 3. Cheongunam quickly regained his confidence, declaring that these frogs were no match for him. He immediately fired water bullets, attacking the charging swarm of monsters. The powerful jets of water easily pierced through the fire frogs. Cheongunam cheered triumphantly, proud that his ability was working wonderfully here. He excitedly said that they just needed to find the ice crystal to leave this place immediately, and Kangrim agreed. However, Kangrim already knew its location and secretly smiled, calculating how to deal with Cheongunam. Cheongunam was surprised to see Seokangrim smiling. He smugly assumed Seokangrim must be very happy to be accompanied by him. However, Cheongunam quickly grew tired after defeating a fire frog. He felt dizzy from using too much magic power and realized the number of monsters here was much greater than before. While Seokangrim easily cut down the monsters, Cheongunam decided he also had to draw his sword and fight. Yet, he struggled when facing a fire frog head-on. The monster suddenly inflated, sending Cheongunam flying far away. Seokangrim merely stood coldly, watching Cheongunam struggle on the ground, screaming for help. At Cheongunam's pleas, Seokangrim only sighed softly. He coldly stated that if Cheongunam couldn't keep up, he should return to the hall. Seokangrim confidently declared that he alone was enough to handle everything. Left behind, Cheongunam sat on the ground, saying he just needed a moment to rest, and Seokangrim indifferently allowed it. Watching Seokangrim's retreating back, Cheongunam secretly cursed him as an arrogant bastard. He bitterly thought about his true purpose, which was to test Seokangrim's abilities, but the plan failed because Kangrim had bandaged his hand. Cheongunam admitted he couldn't gauge Seokangrim's strength and was certain he was hiding something. He resolved to uncover that secret at all costs. While resting and planning his next move, the ground beneath Cheongunam suddenly shook violently. He was so startled that he dropped his sword. Immediately after, a strong force from beneath the ground hurled Cheongunam into the air. A colossal stone monster emerged, roaring, causing Cheongunam to panic and scream Seokangrim's name. Just as Cheongunam was in danger, a brilliant slash descended. Seokangrim landed, cleaving in half the head of the colossal stone monster that had just attacked Cheongunam. Having narrowly escaped death, Cheongunam panted, blaming himself for his lack of vigilance. Kangrim coldly called Cheongunam's name while standing on the monster's corpse. He reminded him that this was the second time he had saved Cheongunam's life. Then, Kangrim finished off a remaining fire frog and suggested they leave before more monsters appeared, astonishing Cheongunam. Outwardly, Cheongunam feigned agreement, but inwardly, he was furious, believing Kangrim was showing off. He secretly thought the frogs earlier were nothing, clenching his fists in resentment as he watched Kangrim's retreating back. Cheongunam gritted his teeth in determination, vowing to show Kangrim his true strength once his magic power recovered. Suddenly, Kangrim turned back and asked if Cheongunam had anything to say. Caught off guard, Cheongunam could only force a laugh to dismiss the matter. As they walked along a lava cliff, Kangrim suddenly pointed down and said he saw something. Kangrim realized it might be the ice crystal, the quest item. Indeed, a large sparkling ice sphere lay on a rock outcrop amidst the sea of fire. Cheongunam cheered joyfully, believing that simply bringing it back would complete the mission. He realized there was only one crystal, which meant they would both tie for first place. But Cheongunam didn't want to share the credit, as people would then think he needed Kangrim's help to clear this stage. Just as Kangrim was about to say something, Cheongunam suddenly darted past him. He leaped off the cliff, determined to claim the ice crystal for himself. With an ambitious expression, Cheongunam told himself that he would be the sole victor. He imagined the rewards awaiting him. He envisioned both glory and gazes filled with admiration and respect. With rising greed, Cheongunam shouted that everything would be his, as he rushed towards the ice crystal. He was determined to be the first to complete this stage. But when his hand touched it, the object strangely softened. Cheongunam was stunned to realize it wasn't a crystal, but a sack of fire frog eggs, insect tier 3. Immediately, a hideous fire frog emerged from the lava and roared. Following it was an entire swarm of fire frogs rushing out from the lava lake. Cheongunam screamed in panic as the monsters attacked him and knocked him off the cliff. From above, Sokangrim looked down coldly and said that it was the price for those who tried to stab others in the back. Surrounded by the fire frogs, Cheongunam screamed in despair, both begging Kangrim for his life and cursing him. Afterwards, Kangrim dragged Cheongunam's unconscious body deep inside the boiling water crystal cave. He picked up the real ice crystal, an item of soul tier 3 capable of enhancing water attributes. Sitting down next to Cheongunam, Kangrim summoned the shop window. He thought back to his previous life, when he hadn't known about the existence of the shop or spirit orbs. But this time, thanks to the spirit orbs obtained from defeating the insects, he was able to access the shop. Kangrim chose to buy an item called the Wish Jar. He realized he didn't have enough money, so he had to exchange achievement points to buy the Wish Jar, an item of Soul Tier 1. Understanding that this item required sincerity, meaning valuable offerings to function, he placed the ice crystal inside. Kangrim clasped his hands in prayer, focusing on the ice crystal of Soul Tier 3 that he had just placed inside. Seo Kangrim prayed to the Wish Jar, wishing to obtain an item of Soul Tier 1. He believed that since both the offering and the wish were of the same soul tier, his desire could come true, and the jar began to glow. Kangrim watched in surprise the dazzling light emanating from the item. However, the result he received was only a jar of insect nectar, insect tier 3, leaving him speechless with disappointment. Undeterred, Kangrim began to break the fake ice crystals in the room with his sword. He decided to compensate for quality with quantity, continuing to gather materials until he achieved what he wanted. Meanwhile, Cheongunam, who had been left behind, angrily spat out a broken tooth. He furiously cursed Seo Kangrim for daring to abandon him. Stumbling through the lava land, Cheongunam swore to find Kangrim for revenge. While muttering threats, he suddenly discovered a glowing blue object. Initially thinking it was an egg, Cheongunam was stunned to realize it wasn't an egg. Before him, a colossal stone gate carved with demonic figures was slowly opening. He cheered in delight as the system announced he was the first to complete the boiling water room. The other students immediately gathered around, marveling at Cheongunam's astonishing achievement. Cheongunam triumphantly held up his spoils, basking in the admiration he had always craved. While smugly thinking he was better than Kangrim, he was shocked to realize Kangrim had already been waiting outside. Cheongunam approached to confront Kangrim, making him turn around in surprise. He growled, asking why he had been abandoned, and Kangrim looked confused. As Kangrim tried to explain, an employee ran up looking for Cheongunam, causing him to flash a smug smile. Cheongunam happily ran off to claim his glory, leaving Kangrim sitting alone on the bench. Cheongunam feigned generosity, offering to make amends and extended his hand to shake Seo Kangrim's. Seo Kangrim seemed surprised by this sudden offer. The moment their hands touched, Cheongunam's palm reading ability activated. Cheongunam reassured Kangrim not to be afraid as he began to read his fate. He gloated at being the first to complete the mission and felt satisfied as he examined Kangrim's fate window. Cheongunam was stunned to discover Kangrim was only insect tier 3. He couldn't believe he had struggled so much, all for someone he considered useless. Meanwhile, Seo Kangrim looked up as he heard footsteps approaching. He flashed a confident smile, seemingly having anticipated everything. Kangrim thought to himself he had obtained this item just in time, a fate-protecting talisman capable of concealing information. He recalled that after using the crystal to get the talisman, he had planted the ice crystals inside the fire frogs' bellies for Cheongunam to find. In the waiting hall, Cheongunam was explaining to an employee how he had found the ice crystal. Sitting nearby, Bakeyong mused. Even Kangrim had returned in a battered state, yet Cheongunam had completed the mission in just one day. After their conversation ended, Bakeyong cheerfully called out to Cheongunam, and he responded in a friendly manner. Bakeyong expressed his admiration, while Cheongunam secretly realized the person opposite him was a divine tier character. Bakeyong dejectedly admitted that he had failed to conquer that room, and also noticed Seo Kangrim seemed weaker than he had thought. Cheongunam badmouthed Kangrim to Bakeyong, fabricating a story that he was just a weak insect tier and had run away when encountering monsters. Convinced, Bakeyong smiled and said that Cheongunam was more deserving of being the protagonist than Kangrim. This praise made Cheongunam extremely smug. He agreed and suggested they talk more. From a distance, Kangrim glanced at the two of them, and a notification appeared stating that the fates of Dakojun and Cheongunam were intertwining. Kangrim observed from afar, noticing Cheongunam's fate was being filled with misfortune due to his interaction with Dakojun. He smiled contentedly, believing Dakojun would take care of Cheongunam himself, and everything was proceeding according to plan. Meanwhile, Seoul Team 2 of the Fate Protection Bureau held an emergency meeting in a tense atmosphere. Princess, the captain, questioned An Nabi about Cheongunam's rank, and it was confirmed he was only human tier. Upon learning Seo Kangrim was also in the mission room, Ju Sungtae flinched, secretly thinking, "It's him again." Princess frowned, sensing something was amiss, when Cheongunam was said to have completed the mission alone. An Nabi reported Cheongunam's strange account of finding a fire frog that had swallowed an ice crystal. She explained that this shouldn't have been possible as they had placed a totem pole to prevent monsters from accessing the cave. However, An Nabi stated that the totem pole had been broken, allowing the monsters to consume all the ice crystals. Hearing about this serious security breach, Princess trembled with rage. He vented his anger on Ju Sungtae, who had planned the mission, but Sungtae frantically insisted he had checked everything thoroughly. Ju Sungtae tried to excuse it by saying, perhaps the students were too talented, but that only further infuriated the captain. Princess slammed his hand on the table, cutting off his subordinate's explanation. He menacingly asked Ju Sungtae if he could take responsibility for his words. Princess pressed on, sarcastically asking if they should proceed into the third room just because Sungtae's plan was perfect and the students were talented. When asked if he dared to take responsibility if all the students lost their lives, Ju Sungtae could only bow his head in silence. Princess pondered the third room, which was the true demon realm, and entering it without sufficient strength meant certain death. He gritted his teeth, determined that they needed to make the students stronger before letting them proceed. Princess ordered them to keep an eye on Seo Kangrim, and at the same time, Kangrim seemed to sense something unusual. Standing before the third door, Kangrim and the other students received a notification that its opening had been postponed indefinitely. A few days later, Seo Kangrim was getting food in the cafeteria. Meanwhile, two other students were discussing, one wondering if the information Cheongunam provided was accurate, or if he was just lying. The other initially dismissed it, but then admitted it was strange that those who cleared the stage later were not close to Gunam. That person recalled that even Dakojun and Seo Kangrim, who had once teamed up with Gunam, completed the mission a long time after him. Both were disheartened that those people no longer worked together, and wondered if they should continue exploring. Sitting nearby, Kangrim secretly smiled, knowing his plan had succeeded. Gunam had spread misinformation and been abandoned by Dakojun. Suddenly, a ding sound rang out as a notification appeared before him. It was a summons from emissary An Nabi, requesting everyone to be present in the hall at 6 p.m., making Kangrim realize the crucial moment had arrived. In the hall, An Nabi stood before a colossal magic gate, greeting the gathered crowd of students. That person announced that they had summoned everyone to speak about the third room. An Nabi declared that starting today, everyone would be granted access to that room while talismans flew around. The students cheered excitedly at the sudden announcement. An Nabi explained that they would be entering the true demon realm, not a training area prepared by the Fate Protection Bureau. Kangrim and the other students, including Yu Harang, nodded upon hearing that they would all level up together. That person warned that the environment in the demon realm was extremely harsh, and they would face much stronger monsters. Furthermore, the gods would be watching them battle those creatures. An Nabi advised everyone to check their updated manuals, and not to respond immediately if they heard the voices of divine beings, causing the students to check their devices in surprise. After giving the final instructions, that person said that was all the advice they could offer. With a face full of worry, An Nabi secretly hoped. That person's final warning, hoping they wouldn't die, made the students swallow in silence, the atmosphere growing tense. A confused student wondered about the meaning of the manager's warning. Amidst the chattering crowd, Seo Kangrim was quietly contemplating when a student stealthily approached him. That person suddenly greeted him loudly, and Kangrim immediately recognized it was Bomb. Immediately after, someone identical to Bomb appeared, and both were delighted that Kangrim was one of the rare few who could tell them apart. Kangrim secretly recalled that in his previous life, these twins were among the few who didn't shun him. He explained that, despite being twins, their fates were entirely different, while the two sisters were still arguing about their hairstyles. Using his ability, Kangrim saw Yoon Bomb's fate, Dragon Clan Tier 1 with the perfect accuracy skill. He continued to scrutinize the other, Yoon Gyul, also Dragon Clan Tier 1 but possessing the one-shot skill. Kangrim's expression suddenly darkened. He feared the tragedy of the past would repeat. He recalled that Yoon Gyul had died in the third room, and the system also warned of the white tiger killing aura in that person's fate. To change the future, Kangram interrupted their argument and invited Gyul to the third room with him. Gyul happily agreed, teasing that he didn't want to go with Bomb, which stunned his twin sister. Kangram smiled reassuringly that he would go with both of them, secretly determined to save Gyul this time. The group pushed the door together, entering the next training area. It was the third training room, the Ice Room, with a mission to hunt 10 types of monsters within 14 days. Before them was a vast valley submerged in ice and snow. Kangram felt annoyed when the system announced that the area's water energy would weaken his fate and reduce his stats by 10%. As soon as he stepped in, he shivered from the bone-chilling cold of the ice room. The two siblings also found it difficult, as their visibility was limited by the blizzard while preparing for the monster hunting mission. Suddenly, two horned white rabbits appeared, making the two siblings exclaim that they were too adorable to harm. Suddenly, the gentle rabbit's eyes flashed blood red with killing intent. It transformed into a hideous monster with sharp fangs and let out a savage roar. However, Kangram quickly took down two insect Tier 1 eyehorn rabbit monsters, realizing they were much weaker than they appeared. After the battle, the group rested, but the Yoon siblings complained that the shop interface was too difficult to use and lacked item filters. Yoon Gyul curiously leaned in and asked why Kangram could find items so easily, and he awkwardly replied that it was like a video game he used to play. Yoon Gyul immediately asked Kangram to help him find a bow and arrow set. Soon after, all three were fully equipped with new weapons, Yoon Bomb with a pistol and Yoon Gyul with his bow and arrow set. Kangram immediately tested his strength, using his fire ability to blow away a swarm of monsters. He smiled as he watched the two siblings happily compete to see who could take down more monsters. Kangram recalled that Yoon Bomb used to be a professional shooter, while Yoon Gyul was a member of the national archery team. It was precisely because they were using familiar weapons that the two could coordinate their monster hunt with astonishing effectiveness. He recalled his previous life, when Yoon Bomb had become a top sniper. Kangram believed that if Gyul had lived, he would have achieved similar feats, and both would have been even more successful, fighting side by side. Because in the past, after her brother's death, Yoon Bomb had completely changed and never smiled again. She threw herself into monster hunting as a way to avenge Gyul's death. Thanks to this, Bomb quickly grew stronger and was recruited by the Waterfruit sect. But to Kangram, she was no different from a soulless living corpse at that time. Back in reality, Kangram asserted that both had good fates and didn't need to experience tragedy to become strong. He resolved to save Gyul for Bomb's sake, and then introduced them both to Shin-Sua so they could join the Flying Tiger sect. Kangram imagined a bright future where Shin-Sua happily welcomed the siblings into the sect. Kangram mused that if he succeeded, he could also save the Flying Tiger sect members whom Yoon Bomb had killed in the past. Returning to reality, he decided that simply keeping an eye on Yoon Gyul would be enough. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, startling Kangram. He turned back in surprise and realized Yoon Gyul had vanished without a trace. Both Kangram and Yoon Bomb immediately ran frantically to search, repeatedly calling out Gyul's name. Kangram shouted in extreme worry. Yoon Bomb was also extremely panicked. Then she suddenly heard screaming from afar. Although Kangram heard nothing, Bomb insisted and pointed in the direction of the sound. Immediately after, Yoon Gyul's voice rang out, calling their names. They found Gyul in a sinkhole with someone else, and Bomb promised to get them out. Kangram then slid down into the pit and asked about the situation. Gyul replied that he was fine, but the other person was not. Kangram recognized who the injured person was. He called out Gunam's name in surprise, startling Cheon Gunam, who was being supported by Gyul. Cheon Gunam cursed inwardly, unexpectedly finding that Gyul's companion was none other than So Kangram. Kangram calmly approached and asked Gunam if he needed help. Cheon Gunam immediately shouted, angrily refusing Kangram's help. Kangram then turned to the bewildered Yoon Bomb and said they should leave. Yoon Gyul hurriedly explained that Gunam's leg was paralyzed from a monster's attack. Kangram glanced at him and casually said that Gunam had only been gored by an eyehorn rabbit's horn and would heal on his own. When Gyal wondered if it was the weakest monster, Cheon Gunam trembled with anger and humiliation, gritting his teeth and cursing Kangram. In the pit, Cheon Gunam angrily punched the ground hard, thinking that Kangram would pay for his actions. Looking down from above, Kangram coldly thought that the wicked must be punished. Cheon Gunam looked up in surprise when he saw someone flying down, offering help. Meanwhile, Kangram and the twins walked through the snowy forest, deciding to return to the hall before nightfall. Yoon Bomb asked if Kangram would join them again tomorrow, and he replied that there was no need to rush. Kangram agreed to stay with the siblings until the mission was complete, making Yoon Bomb joyfully cheer that they would be the first to clear the challenge. Suddenly, Kangrim stopped short when he heard a scream from afar. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing a familiar voice. Kangrim immediately told the twins to go ahead, saying he had forgotten something and would be right back. Elsewhere, Yu Harong's group was surrounded by a pack of giant ice wolves. The monsters bared their fangs and growled, looking incredibly ferocious. Yu Harong drew his sword, trying to calm the panicked students behind him. He gritted his teeth, prepared to face a difficult battle. Yu Harong shouted for everyone to fall back, simultaneously activating his tree leaf seed technique to block an attacking wolf. He swung his sword to parry the pounce of another wolf. As the leaf skill protected the group, Yu Harong charged forward to attack, and a panicked voice from afar shouted, "Suwa!" Yu Harong was determined to eliminate as many wolves as possible, so the entire team could return alive. However, a wolf seized the opportunity, lunged forward, and sank its teeth into his shoulder. In pain and despair, Yu Harong wished there was one more person who could help them fight. Just then, a fiery hand appeared, and Kangrim's flame manipulation ability was upgraded to Insect Tier 2. In the nick of time, So Kangrim appeared, swinging a fiery sword strike that sliced apart an ice wolf to Yu Harong's astonishment. He quickly plunged into the pack of wolves, his fiery sword strikes sweeping away the enemies in the blink of an eye. When the battle ended, Yu Harong smiled in relief and thanked So Kangrim, who was silently turning his back and walking away. So Kangrim only remained silent, his face cold and expressionless under the falling snow. Back in the main hall, his voice rang out, questioning his teammates who were being treated, asking why they hadn't fled. The students, including Zhang Taehun, all looked confused and awkward at the sudden question. So Kangrim continued, asserting that they all knew well they were at a disadvantage in the battle. He told Yu Harong directly that if they couldn't win, they should flee, because they were perfectly capable of doing so. His pride stung, Yu Harong retorted, claiming that this time, So Kangrim had merely been lucky. So Kangrim then painted a grim scenario where Yu Harong was severely wounded because no one came to save him. He recalled memories of tragic deaths in the past, emphasizing that experiencing it once was enough. The image of a teammate impaled appeared, proving his words that such a death was more than enough. With an angry gaze, So Kangrim growled, asking if Yu Harong wanted to die to protect others, and asserted that only the strong could do so. Telling Yu Harong to remember that, So Kangrim turned his back and left. He walked away and issued a final warning that if they let their guard down, the only outcome would be death. The other students murmured amongst themselves, not understanding why So Kangrim was so harsh, and thinking his words were unreasonable. Meanwhile, Yu Harong pondered deeply, seemingly having understood something. Yu Harong chuckled and explained to his friends that So Kangrim was just worried, and that he had still come to save them anyway. Yu Harong wondered to himself why So Kangrim always had to play the villain, then whispered that he was actually a very kind person. As Kangrim was about to leave, Yu Harong called out to him from behind. He thanked Kangrim for his concern, but he only replied coldly and turned away. Meanwhile, in another area, Kangrim had eliminated 10 types of monsters and completed the Ice Room's mission. The twins, Yoongyol and Yoonbom, had also just completed their mission, and were surprised to see that someone had gone ahead of them. Seeing Kangrim, they asked if he was planning to leave, but he replied that he would stay until they were both finished. The twins cheered happily, while Kangrim secretly thought that this was precisely why he had come alone. His true goal was the hidden reward obtained by hunting all 11 types of monsters. While the twins were happily hunting, Kangrim felt uneasy because things were progressing faster than in his previous life, and decided to activate Fate Scrutiny. His ability detected a white tiger's killing intent nearby, making him wonder if anyone else besides Gyul carried this fate. The vision showed Cheongunam's fate being filled with misfortune due to a terrible clash with someone. Kangrim recalled the past and asserted that he didn't want to be involved with that traitor ever again. He even conceived the cruel idea of eliminating Cheongunam right now to prevent future trouble. Putting that thought aside for a moment, Kangrim told the twins that he would go check a nearby hill where a white tiger was hiding. He believed that the two siblings would be safe as long as they stayed together. However, on his way, he was stopped by the person who had challenged him earlier, who was looking for him to settle a score. That person created an ice crystal in his hand and said he had come to repay a debt. With a sinister smile, he declared he would return all the humiliation that Kangrim had caused. Kangrim was lightly wounded and astonished by his opponent's power, while the other confidently asserted his abilities. The challenger flew into the air, releasing a massive surge of energy, and proclaimed himself the protagonist who could hear the voice of God. Cheongunam ordered Kangrim to prepare, creating a sharp ice crystal. He launched a barrage of massive ice shards, declaring it the power of a god, while Kangrim parried with his sword, silently confirming his suspicions. Kangrim recalled Nabi's words, that gods would also observe battles like this. Realizing his opponent was possessed by a god, Kangrim immediately activated his Fate Scrutiny ability. The system window revealed the enemy's true identity as Cheon Gunam, a shaman collaborating with the god Lesser Guest of Pestilence, making him smug about being chosen. Those chosen by gods, and who collaborate with them, are called shamans. When possessed by a god, a person gains immense power, and Cheon Gunam was reveling in that authority. Kangrim realized this god was merely a low-tier entity named Cheolwan, and was confident he could handle it, simultaneously unleashing fiery magic power from his sword. Cheon Gunam's ability was revealed to be smallpox, capable of infecting opponents upon impact. Kangrim frowned, silently thinking this was an incredibly troublesome ability. Deciding to weaken his opponent's magic power first, Kangrim unleashed a massive fiery slash, but Cheon Gunam claimed fleeing was useless. The flames from Kangrim's attack quickly incinerated the entire snowy forest. Cheon Gunam screamed that divine retribution would pursue Kangrim to the very end. Immediately after, a herd of massive, red-eyed snow pigs charged out of the forest to attack Kangrim. Blocked by the snow pigs, Kangrim had to leap to dodge while Cheon Gunam angrily yelled, demanding he stop. Cheon Gunam furiously cursed the snow pigs for obstructing his path. A giant snow pig, much larger than the others, suddenly appeared and let out a terrifying roar. Kangrim couldn't react in time and was sent flying, spitting blood from his injuries. The giant snow pig trampled everything, even its own kind, while a mysterious voice remarked that the god-possessed individual was not strong at all. The mysterious individual with glowing red eyes emerged from beneath the ground, chuckling, and saying that was truly Cheolwan's style. Lying prostrate on the ground, So Kangrim roared in anger at the mysterious voice, mocking his opponent's weakness. Another voice replied, right away, as a sword unexpectedly pierced someone's shoulder, making them scream in pain. It turned out the defeated individual was Cheon Gunam, pinned firmly to the ground by So Kangrim's own sword, while Gunam desperately cried for help. Kangrim coldly called Gunam's name, then twisted his sword, inflicting more pain on his enemy. He looked down at his opponent and asked if his revenge was complete, reminding him that Gunam had known this outcome by clinging to him. Hearing his name called, Kangrim turned and saw Yunbom frantically running towards him from a distance. He decisively pulled his sword from Cheon Gunam and said that he was lucky. Kangrim sheathed his sword, warning that he wouldn't hold back next time, then turned to scold the twins. Yunbom and Yun Gaol ran over. She hastily reported that something was wrong while Cheon Gunam staggered away. With a horrified expression, Yunbom gasped that a herd of snow pigs had suddenly appeared. She grabbed Kangrim's shirt, desperately reporting that Gyeol had been swept away by them and disappeared, leaving Kangrim stunned. The fortune-teller's prophecy from years ago about a fate riddled with death echoed in Kangrim's mind once more. Memories of whispers that anyone on his team would meet misfortune flooded back. He sank into guilt, believing he brought death to everyone, while Yunbom anxiously shook him awake. Haunted by negative thoughts, Kangrim blamed himself and doubted his ability to save people. Shaking off his torment, Kangrim decisively declared he would go find Gyeol, surprising Yunbom. He immediately dashed off across the snow, leaving Yunbom hastily calling for him to wait. As he ran, Kangrim ordered Yunbom to return to the main hall alone. However, Yunbom didn't listen. She chased after him and grabbed his arm, insisting she would go with him. She screamed in fear that if he went alone, he would also be in danger, making Kangrim halt in frustration. With tear-filled eyes, Yunbom reminded Kangrim of his promise that they would always be together. She desperately clung to Kangrim, wondering how she could leave when her brother was in danger. Kangrim conceded, but stipulated that Yunbom must leave if the situation became too dangerous, and she reluctantly agreed. Together, they ventured into the snowy mountains, Kangrim silently praying for Yungaol's safety. As they went deeper, Yunbom noticed a strange silence. No monsters appeared. Kangrim explained that the absence of low-tier monsters was a sign they were in the territory of a formidable predator. Hearing a strange sound, Kangrim immediately pulled Yunbom's hand to find cover. Hiding behind a rock, both watched in horror as a massive, hairy creature lumbered past. The monster was identified as a Yeti, Soul Tier 3, an aggressive creature that only sought strong opponents. Kangrim was stunned as he recognized the enemy they faced. His eyes widened in horror as he saw the Yeti carrying an unconscious Yun Gyeol on its shoulder. In a fit of rage, Yunbom drew her gun, her eyes blazing, intending to recklessly attack the monster. The Yeti seemed to sense something and turned its head. Kangrim acted quickly, pulling Yunbom down and covering her mouth to avoid detection while she struggled fiercely. He held her tight, telling her to wait while he activated his fate-stealing ability to assess the situation. His ability confirmed that within the scanned area, no one had died. Kangrim breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly realized that a direct confrontation now would only further endanger Yoon-gyul. He surmised that the Yeti was taking Gyul back to its lair, and also warned of the nearby presence of snow pigs. Kangrim decided they would wait for the right moment, emphasizing that the best course of action was to avoid direct combat with the Yeti. The Yeti approached an area with two massive nests, seemingly its dwelling. Kangrim handed Yoonbom a flare gun, telling her to use it to lure the Yeti away after it put Gyul down, then run straight to the entrance of the demon realm. He emphasized that she only needed to run, not engage in combat, and he would seize that opportunity to save Gyul. Kangrim trusted Yoonbom's speed, believing she was fast enough to escape and was in a more advantageous position. Then he jumped down the cliff. The Yeti placed the unconscious Yoon-gyul into its nest. Immediately, a flare exploded in the sky, attracting the monster's attention. Agitated, the Yeti roared furiously towards the light. Yoonbom began to run, successfully luring the Yeti to chase after her. Seizing the opportunity, Kangrim quickly approached Yoon-gyul, who lay on the blood-soaked ground. He tried to wake Yoonbom's brother, but he remained unconscious and was breathing with difficulty. Kangrim realized he couldn't give Gyul medicine in this state. He decided he had to get him back to the main hall as quickly as possible and carried Gyul on his shoulder. Suddenly, Kangrim sensed something unusual and looked up with a tense expression. A second Yeti appeared, blocking his path, stunning Kangrim as he hadn't expected its existence. The monster let out a menacing roar, crushing a rock in its hand. It charged straight towards Kangrim, making him curse his bad luck to himself. Kangrim activated his flame manipulation ability, creating a fiery vortex around his feet. He used the propulsion from the flames to dodge the Yeti's giant stomp. By a hair's breadth, Kangrim glided past the monster's attack. Suddenly, his ear twitched as he heard another sound approaching. The first Yeti had returned, cornering Kangrim and Yoon-gyul in a pincer movement. Trapped in a pincer movement, so Kangrim faced two Yetis charging to attack. With a tense but determined expression, he prepared for the inevitable battle. Still carrying Yoon-gyul on his back, Kangrim agilely dodged the swing of one monster's arm. He decided he would hunt them anyway, then placed his hand on the ground. After gently setting Yoon-gyul down, Kangrim created a ring of fire to protect the injured boy. He stood guard in front of the ring of fire, reassuring Gyul to try and endure. With flames blazing on his sword, Kangrim declared he would kill all the monsters before leaving. In response to his challenge, both Yetis let out an angry roar. One stomped its foot heavily on the ground, but Kangrim calmly stood his ground. He carefully observed the movements of his two giant foes. A confident smile appeared on Kangrim's lips as he came up with a plan. He charged straight towards the two monsters, rushing forward with incredible speed. Thanks to his agility level increasing to 18, Kangrim glided and dodged between the two Yetis with ease. He just managed to jump away before a devastating punch landed where he had been. The other Yeti also threw a similar punch, but Kangrim had already launched himself into the air. He landed lightly on the back of one of the monsters. Using it as a springboard, Kangrim spun in the air, swinging his blazing sword. The Yeti swung its arm to attack, but only swished through the air as Kangrim flew past it. Flipping in mid-air, Kangrim delivered a powerful sword strike to the monster's head. Kangrim jumped onto the Yeti's back, swinging his flaming sword down, causing the ice surface to crack open. The monster roared in pain, then shattered, falling straight into the newly formed abyss. A system notification appeared, confirming he had successfully defeated the Soul Tier 3 Yeti. Kangrim sighed in relief, thinking to himself that his plan to exploit the demon realm's easily collapsing terrain had worked. He recalled the moment Yoon-gyul fell into the crevice, and just then, Yu Harang called out from a distance. Looking at the remaining Yeti struggling below, Kangrim believed it couldn't escape either. But the monster unexpectedly punched through the ice wall, and the violent tremor threw Kangrim off. Overwhelmed by its strength, Kangrim gritted his teeth in frustration. Just as he was about to fall, a giant branch unexpectedly emerged from the abyss and caught him. Kangrim looked up in astonishment, realizing someone else was standing on the branch. Yu Harang had arrived. He scolded Kangrim for his carelessness, and was glad he had arrived in time. Kangrim smiled, thanking his teammate for the help. Yu Harang said that Yoonbom was the one who had shown him their location. Instead of climbing up, Kangrim asked Yu Harang to take him down to check something. Yu Harang immediately descended, rushing to where Yoon-gyul lay unconscious, and frantically calling his name. Yoon-gyul's eyes were still tightly shut, with traces of blood on his head. Standing beside them, Kangrim feared they had arrived too late. He bitterly wondered if predetermined fate was truly unchangeable, while Yu Harang looked at him worriedly. Suddenly, Yu Harang let out a soft gasp as if he had just discovered something. On the cold snow, Yoon Geul slowly regained consciousness, groggily calling out Bom's name. He was stunned to realize where he was as Yoon Bom and Yu Harong rushed over. Seo Kangrim was overjoyed when a notification appeared, confirming that Yoon Geul no longer carried the white tiger killing aura. Immediately after, another system window announced that his own predetermined fate had also changed. Kangrim's fate was transforming, and his rank was upgraded from Insect Tier 3 to Insect Tier 2. His status window appeared, detailing his new rank and upgraded abilities. Yoon Bom, astonished that an innate rank could change, embraced Kangrim in tears, thanking him for saving Gyul. She couldn't hold back her grateful tears and continued to sob. Kangrim gently wiped Yoon Bom's tears, comforting her. While Kangrim decided to set aside his complex thoughts, Yu Harong tended to Yoon Gyul, who was complaining that the medicine was too bitter. Kangrim smiled affectionately, patted Gyul's head, and affirmed that the most important thing was that he was still alive. Elsewhere, Cheongunam, severely injured, staggered through a snowstorm. He collapsed to the ground, desperately wondering what he should do now. In a fit of rage, Cheongunam cursed his god as a fraud who only spread disease. A cold notification appeared, stating that the plague's small guest had terminated their contract, leaving Cheongunam stunned as he called out Cheolwan's name in vain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and despair on the icy ground. Just then, Dako Jun unexpectedly appeared before him. Cheongunam hastily pleaded for help, fabricating a story that Seo Kangrim had attacked him, forcing him to flee. He frantically tried to convince Dako Jun that Kangrim was the villain, and that they should join forces to eliminate him since they were once comrades. Dako Jun scoffed at Cheongunam, saying that a true protagonist wouldn't be so pathetic. With a weary sigh, Dako Jun concluded that Cheongunam was not the protagonist he had mistakenly believed him to be. Cheongunam desperately clung to Dako Jun's leg, begging, but was told that if he were a protagonist, he should resolve it himself. Cheongunam was utterly stunned by such coldness. In a panic, Cheongunam admitted he wasn't the protagonist, and continued to plead. But Dako Jun only retorted sarcastically. Dako Jun curled his lip in a sneer, wondering why he should help such a mediocre individual. Turning his back decisively, Dako Jun abandoned Cheongunam, who was screaming in despair. Cheongunam's cries echoed through the desolate snowy mountains as the other figure walked away. In a hazy memory, Seo Kangrim swung his sword, fighting horned monsters. He unleashed a single slash that wiped out an entire horde of monsters in the blink of an eye. The memory shifted, as Yoon Geol and Yoon Bom happily reported to Kangrim that they had cleared the battlefield. Yoon Bom took all the credit, causing Yoon Geol to retort irritably that she had only provided support from the rear. Kangrim smiled gently, quietly observing the sisters' endearing argument. Suddenly, his smile vanished as he sensed a deadly danger approaching. Kangrim shouted and lunged, pushing the twins to the ground, narrowly dodging a massive energy slash. A mysterious silver-haired female warrior appeared, and when Yoon Geol asked for her identity, she only spoke Seo Kangrim's name. With a cold, blood-stained face, Bakeyong offered to spare the others if they handed over Kangrim. Yoon Bom and Yoon Geol immediately refused, raising their weapons, ready to fight to protect their comrade. A horrifying vision struck, showing Kangrim impaled by a demonic hand, collapsing while desperately shouting the sisters' names. In the nightmare, a monstrous demonic hand seized Seo Kangrim and commanded him to approach. The hand squeezed his face tightly, plunging him into terror. The vision shifted to a bloody battlefield, where all his Flying Tiger sect comrades had fallen. Yoon Geol's body lay on the ground, his voice echoing an accusation that Kangrim's presence had brought them death. Ghostly voices continued to torment Kangrim, questioning why he hadn't saved them and regretting letting them join the sect. A haunting whisper resonated, demanding that Kangrim never forget this sight. The image of a deceased Yu Harang appeared, and the voice accused Kangrim of killing them all. The nightmare dissipated as the sound of running water echoed, bringing him back to reality. Kangrim awoke with a start, looked in the mirror, and sighed in relief, realizing it was only a dream. Nevertheless, he trembled, bracing his hands on the sink, vowing never to let that tragedy occur. He wondered if the dream was a warning about him growing too close to the twins. Just then, system windows appeared, confirming that his and the Yoon sisters' fates were becoming increasingly intertwined. Kangrim splashed water on his face, determined to keep his distance from them to protect them. Suddenly, Yoon Geul peeked out from behind the door, anxiously asking if Kangrim hated them. As Kangrim opened the door to leave, he saw both sisters waiting, and heard them say that Shin Sua was also arriving soon. They happily recounted growing closer to Sua and invited him to join them, but Kangrim politely declined, suggesting another time. He coldly closed the door, leaving the bewildered twins in the hallway. Yoon sadly asked if Kangrim was intentionally distancing himself from them, but Yoon believed he surely had his own reasons. As the sisters descended the stairs, Shin Sua was already waiting below. Shin Sua decided that if nothing else could be done, they would go to the fourth room themselves. All three stepped into a new space, a dense and verdant forest. Yoon and Yoon happily breathed in the fresh air of the forest. Suddenly, Shin Sua warned them both to be careful, because something was approaching. A sharp object swiftly shot through the tree leaves. The object grazed Shin Sua's cheek, leaving a cut, making her realize this forest was very dangerous. A system notification appeared, stating that the Sword Forest Chamber was an endless demonic forest. The object that attacked them was a leaf as sharp as a dagger, with a crystal-like appearance. Shin Sua reviewed the mission, which required collecting 1,000 spirit seeds, and decided they should scout the area first. Yoon reminded Yoon not to wander off alone, citing Kangrim's instruction that they must always stay together. Shin Sua felt a pang of sadness, thinking how good it would be if Kangrim were with them. She recalled Kangrim's harsh words, that they could only protect others when they themselves were strong enough. Shin Sua smiled, believing that despite his blunt speech, Kangrim actually had a warm heart. Suddenly, Yoon pointed ahead and said there was something over there. The boy rushed off, despite Shin Sua yelling at him to stop. Yoon abruptly stopped with a bewildered expression, followed immediately by a horrific crack and the sight of fresh blood splattering. Back in his room, Seo Kangrim was startled when the egg he was holding suddenly cracked. The egg opened a mouth full of sharp teeth and began to chew ravenously, while the system confirmed it was an unknown egg. Kangrim recalled that this egg was a reward after hunting 11 types of monsters and defeating a yeti, and the creature that hatched would depend on its food. Seo Kangrim activated his fate-stealing ability. The system announced that he had successfully stolen combat instinct and the water element. Kangrim decided to change his attribute to water. As his attribute changed, he unlocked the water counter's fire effect. Kangrim's diminished stats immediately returned to normal, and his status card updated his new element to water. Returning to the lounge, Kangrim fed the unknown egg, while planning to buy weapons, and switch back to the fire attribute for the next area. Then, he stepped into a portal, and was informed that he had arrived at the Sword Forest Chamber. Meanwhile, the observing mysterious entities remarked that even though he was just a rookie, watching Kangrim's growth was quite interesting. Kangrim immediately sensed their presence, assuming they were low-ranking gods, and decided to adjust his communication settings. He opened a control panel to disconnect from the gods, surprising them as he showed no fear. However, Kangrim's attempt failed due to insufficient spiritual power. Amused by his audacity, a god asked if Kangrim wished to be possessed. A system notification confirmed that the guardian of the Sword Forest had offered to possess him. Kangrim realized this was the land god of this demon realm, and calmly opened the shop window. An explanation appeared, stating that a land god was a deity governing a specific area. Being possessed by a land god would allow a person to become the strongest in that demon realm. However, this power was only temporary, and would be useless upon leaving the deity's domain. Understanding the issue, Kangrim decided to purchase another item, a demon realm map. Holding the map scroll, he was confident that he had everything he needed to find his own way. Kangrim looked at the demon realm map, which currently only showed a general outline, and one marked entrance, but it would update as he explored further. The system announced that there were multiple entrances to the demon realm, making Kangrim wonder if he was heading to the fourth area. The system explained that students were divided into multiple areas to raid together, and Kangrim's entrance had been changed to Area 2 entrance. While Kangrim deduced that the Bureau was controlling the number of people to make them confront each other, the guardian of the Sword Forest spoke up, offering to possess him to help. Despite the god's voice still echoing, Kangrim decisively shouted, refusing the offer. Immediately after, the system announced that another god, the Master of All Fire, was using an item to send him an emphatic message. An image of the Master of All Fire appeared, advising Kangrim to accept the other god's offer. Kangrim felt honored that a god would try to persuade someone of his insect rank 2 status. However, he still decided to refuse, ignoring the Master of All Fire's persuasive messages fading behind him. Suddenly, a giant sickle mantis lunged out from the forest. Kangrim, without hesitation, swung his sword and cut the monster in half. He extracted a spirit orb from its corpse and realized he needed to collect 1,000 insect rank orbs. A guide panel appeared, stating that he could hunt 334 sickle mantises or just 100 human rank small spirits would suffice. Recalling how in his previous life he could only hunt mantises, Kangrim was confident that this time he wouldn't have to. He decided to go deeper into the forest to find small spirits, as each one was equivalent to 10 spirit orbs. But as he advanced, He abruptly stopped when he discovered traces of a trap and scattered blood. Before his eyes was a horrifying sight. Numerous massacred mantis corpses lay strewn across the ground. Kangrim broke out in a cold sweat, fearing that the masked murderers he knew had appeared. He remembered how in his previous life, in this very place, he had been attacked by such a person, and was coincidentally saved by Shinsua. In Kangrim's memory, a demon-masked assailant swung a weapon, attacking Shinsua. That attack had caused her to lose an eye, to the horror of young Kangrim. Back in the present, Kangrim rushed through the demon realm, recalling that those individuals had escaped, and wondering if his teammates were safe. He speculated that the bloodstains he found might belong to one of them. Upon arriving, Kangrim was stunned to see Yoon Gyeol lying unconscious on the ground, while Doko Jun and other students were kneeling. Doko Jun was holding a potion, bending over the injured Yoon Gyeol. The sight of Yoon Gyeol, lying there with a pained expression, brought back his extreme panic. Misunderstanding the situation, Kangrim furiously drew his sword and charged. Doko Jun looked up, frantically shouting for Kangrim to stay away from Gyeol. Meanwhile, in the control room, Princess asked about the whereabouts of the missing student, Cheon Gunam, and was informed there was still no news. Princess coldly suggested that Cheon Gunam was likely dead, despite having once placed high hopes on him. Nabi worriedly proposed searching for the missing student. However, Princess refused, citing that they were not allowed to interfere with events in the demon realm. Nabi could only bow her head sadly, as Princess reiterated that all students had signed waivers of responsibility. Suddenly, Princess sprang to his feet, announcing that a team from Team 1's sector had cleared the next room. He slammed the table, determined that his team must be the first among the even-numbered teams to achieve it. Seeing Nabi distraught, Ju Sungtae approached and reminded her that she needed to be tougher, as they had anticipated casualties. Nabi replied that she was preoccupied with another matter. She recalled checking the list of students from other sectors and discovering something. In a flashback, Nabi reviewed a note about someone who had been arrested as a serial killer and sentenced to life imprisonment. She was horrified to realize that one of the students was that very murderer. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, So Kangrim angrily shouted, demanding a group of strangers stay away from Yoon Gyeol. He pointed his sword at a student attempting to mediate and activated his fate scrutiny ability. That student, Nam Yoo-jun, hastily held up a vial of medicine and explained that they were trying to treat Gyeol. Following their comrade's command, the other students also lowered their weapons in unison. Yoon Gyeol lay on the ground, breathing heavily in pain. Kangrim confirmed through the system that Yoon Gyeol had indeed been poisoned and needed an antidote immediately. Even so, he still didn't trust them, and told himself he had to get Yoon Gyeol out of there. Just then, Yoonbom and her teammates ran over, calling Kangrim's name. Yoonbom hastily shouted that the other group were not enemies. Still wary, Kangrim demanded an explanation for what was happening. Ju Hyung, one of Yoonbom's teammates, stepped forward and took responsibility for explaining everything. She confessed that Yoon Gyeol had accidentally stumbled into a trap her team had set to catch monsters. Ju Hyung added that they had brought him here for treatment, and that she had just gone to disarm the other traps. Kangrim suddenly recalled that the past murderer also used poison and traps, and noted that Ju Hyung was the strongest in this group. However, his suspicion shifted to Nam Yoo-jun and his suspicious recluse ability. Kangrim pondered but then dismissed the possibility of Nam Yoo-jun being his old enemy, because he was too weak. As Yoon Gyeol began to regain consciousness, Kangrim decided that since he couldn't identify the culprit yet, he would have to be wary of all of them. When the temporary treatment concluded, Kangrim firmly declared that he would take Yoon Gyeol with him. On the way, Kangrim carried Yoon Gyeol on his back, and secretly decided to keep his distance from the students from Sector 4. As night fell, the group set up camp and lit a fire for warmth in the forest. Sleeping outdoors for the first time, Yoonbom appeared anxious and clung tightly to Ju Hyung. Yoon Gyeol immediately teased his sister for being a coward, reminding her that this place was teeming with monsters. While Yoonbom was still hesitating, Kangrim quietly tossed a small object into the fire. The strange object sizzled, emitting a plume of thick black smoke. Kangrim explained it was longevity incense that repelled monsters, which he had bought at a store. Both Yoonbom and Yoon Gyeol expressed admiration, praising Kangrim for being both strong and knowledgeable. Seizing the opportunity, Yoonbom unexpectedly offered to become Kangrim's disciple. The sudden offer left Kangrim completely stunned, unsure how to respond. Yoon Gyeol immediately cut in, vying to be the disciple and asserting he would be better, which angered Yoonbom for being interrupted. The twins began a childish quarrel, while Kangrim could only smile, watching the chaos unfold before him. He tried to intervene, saying that he had no intention of taking on any students. But suddenly, Kangrim froze, his gaze sharpening as if he had sensed something amiss. Seeing him abruptly stand up, Ju Hyeryoung anxiously called his name. Kangrim turned away and coldly stated that it was too noisy here. He decided he would go sleep somewhere else, and told everyone not to wait for him. The three teammates could only stare blankly as Kangrim's figure disappeared into the night, their faces filled with disappointment. Alone in the darkness, So Kangrim questioned his actions, recalling his vow to keep his distance from them. He figured he had other things to do. As the unknown egg in his hand began to bite at its tether, Kangrim understood it was hungry and offered it a leafy branch to eat. However, the egg flatly refused the offering, spitting out the branch with annoyance. It went on a hunger strike and demanded meat, making Kangrim frustrated as he tried to force the branch into its mouth, only to see its growth status increase negligibly. Meanwhile, from high up in a tree, Kangrim secretly observed the campsite, listening to his teammates wonder why he had returned. They assumed he was worried about them and called him a tsundere, the type who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, which made him determined to turn off his communicator. With a sigh, Kangrim heard them continue to chatter that he was just playing hard to get. Down at the camp, Yoonbom was loudly scolding Yoongyul for being too careless, but he just snapped back, telling his sister to stop nagging. Kangrim smiled as he listened to the siblings' noisy quarrel. This scene reminded him of his days at the Flying Tiger Gate, when he and Yu Harang also frequently teased each other. Shinsua would simply smile, quietly watching them like an older sister. That was their daily life, a memory of old teammates always happily together. Back in reality, Kangrim mused that even if he wasn't in the Flying Tiger sect this time, his life would still be just as boisterous. He felt a bittersweet sensation as he observed the warm and pleasant scene of his new teammates. Suddenly, Kangrim froze, detecting a strange sweet scent in the air. A giant wolf with sharp fangs was panting, sniffing that scent. An entire pack of black wolves with glowing red eyes was silently surrounding the campsite. Immediately, Kangrim dropped to the ground right next to the campfire, startling Yoongyul. A female student flinched at the sound, calling Kangrim's name in surprise. From her perspective, Kangrim had his back turned, swinging his sword through the air and asking if they were looking for something. He turned back, mistakenly calling her Sua, and asking if everyone had left in his absence. Then, Kangrim bent down to pick up a strangely glowing peach from the ground. He looked at the peach in his hand, and an information panel appeared, stating it was a monster peach, used to attract monsters. Kangrim realized that many such peaches were scattered everywhere, and deduced that this was a deliberate act by the killer. He suspected the culprit was a student with the recluse ability, while the other female student mentioned Dako Jun had just been there. Another companion confirmed that Dako Jun, a student from a different area, had been there about an hour ago. Another female student irritably recounted that Dako Jun had been constantly staring at their group. Kangrim wondered if Dako Jun was the killer, simultaneously picturing him panicking because he didn't want to become a minor villain. He turned to warn the group that a pile of monster-attracting fruit was scattered nearby. Two female students looked horrified, unable to believe that someone would intentionally push them towards death. Kangrim stood guard with Yoon-gil, asserting that while he wasn't sure who it was, he knew one thing for certain. With a resolute gaze, he warned that they also had to be wary of humans. As Kangrim prepared to clear away the peaches, a mysterious creature with glowing red eyes silently watched him from the shadows. Kangrim suddenly turned, sensing a presence that had just flickered and vanished. He stared into the empty space in the forest, seeing no one. Elsewhere, a strange silver-haired swordsman swung his blade decisively, sending blood splattering. The blood-stained face of the man showed boredom as he mused that everything was truly dull. The silver-haired swordsman walked along the bloody path, thinking to himself that this storyline was tedious, without any worthy opponents or goals. With his face still stained with blood, he looked up at the sky and wondered what his role in this story was. Meanwhile, an acquaintance of Kangrim was also pondering his astonishing strength after witnessing him defeat the Yeti. The person mumbled Seo Kangrim's name, trying to make sense of the situation. He recalled that even though he was the first to clear the ice room, Kangrim had not only defeated a boss he hadn't encountered but also saved another person. Elsewhere, Chon Gunam was also deep in thought, wondering why such a powerful person would intentionally lose to him in the boiling water room. He suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. Perhaps Kangrim himself had orchestrated his and the other person's meeting. Returning to the silver-haired swordsman, he put forth a theory that Kangrim was a regressor, knew everything in advance, and was trying to eliminate him to monopolize the rewards. His eyes gleamed as he believed that theory explained everything. With renewed determination, he dashed off, vowing to find Kangrim. Meanwhile, Kangrim was examining a map in the forest. The system announced he had explored 35% of the area. He continued to move, carefully surveying the area according to the map in his hand. His two accompanying gods urged Kangrim to hunt for soul seeds, but he brushed them off and questioned them about the one who had set the trap with the monster peaches. Kangrim rolled up the map with a cold expression, ignoring the two gods who were awkwardly denying everything. As he continued his search, the two gods grew curious about his objective, but it was a secret. Thanks to his intense focus, a notification appeared, stating that Kangrim's senses had been upgraded to level 25. Immediately after, with his sharpened senses, he suddenly detected the strong smell of human blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Kangrim activated his fate-stealing ability. The ability began scanning for deaths within range, leading him directly to where his acquaintance lay, slumped in a pool of blood. Co. Kangrim's amber eyes flashed with fury. He swung his blazing sword, charging straight ahead. Their weapons clashed fiercely as Kangrim confronted Nam Yujun. Pushed back, Nam Yujun taunted Kangrim, but he merely called him a murderer with a cold tone. A blazing fireball was pressed directly against his opponent's mask. Kangrim pressed the fireball against Nam Yujun's lion mask, causing it to crack, while he asked in astonishment how Kangrim knew the truth. With blood on his face, Kangrim asserted that someone like Nam Yujun couldn't leave witnesses. Nam Yujun attacked frantically, revealing his impulsive homicide ability, which allowed him to absorb his victim's stats. Kangrim was stunned to realize that Nam Yujun's stats had doubled since he last saw him. Parrying the attack, Kangrim angrily pressed Nam Yujun, asking how many people he had killed. Nam Yujun flashed a delighted smile, asking in return if he looked like he had killed many people. Kangrim was disgusted by his proud demeanor, questioning why hunting monsters wasn't enough. Nam Yujun casually admitted that monster hunting was also fun, and he had originally intended to behave properly. He explained that his god had bestowed this ability upon him, and he was compelled to kill people if he wanted to use it. Kangrim gripped the hilt of his sword as Nam Yujun justified that it would be a waste not to use that ability. Nam Yujun asked in surprise why Kangrim was angry, while he looked at him with eyes filled with fury. Using his invisibility ability, Nam Yujun challenged that if Kangrim had a similar power, he would do the exact same thing. He vanished completely, leaving Kangrim alone in the forest. Kangrim tightened his grip on his sword, silently affirming that Nam Yujun was completely wrong. Kangrim told himself that even if he couldn't see Nam Yujun, he could still feel his dense killing intent. Immediately, he swung his sword, blocking the surprise attack, and asked his opponent if he truly thought he could escape. Nam Yujun revealed himself, impressed by Kangrim's abilities. He excitedly shouted that killing Kangrim would be very interesting, then charged into attack. Kangrim parried the sword strike, while Nam Yujun wondered how much stronger he would become after absorbing his power. Realizing he would lose if things continued this way, Kangrim decided to use a new ability. He recalled stealing the combat instinct ability from the defeated Yeti. The ability activated, and Kangrim's eyes turned glowing red. Nam Yujun was startled when the system announced that his opponent was stronger. Urged by combat instinct, Kangrim charged towards the stunned Nam Yujun. With a crazed smile, Kangrim admitted that Nam Yujun was quite strong. Nam Yujun hesitated, frantically asking why Kangrim's aura had changed so suddenly. Kangrim thought it would be great to kill someone stronger than himself, then swung his sword to attack. Nam Yujun hastily raised his sword, blocking the strike in the nick of time. Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Kangrim unleashed a punch enveloped in fire. The punch landed directly on Nam Yujun's face, making him scream in pain, while Kangrim laughed with delight. He continued his attack, slashing a deep sword strike into Nam Yujun's chest. Severely wounded, Nam Yujun screamed in horror, not understanding why. Kangrim hadn't dodged his attacks at all. Just then, a white-haired man suddenly appeared, called Kangrim's name, and declared he had come to help, causing him to stop. Under the influence of combat instinct, Kangrim's eyes flashed red as he turned to his new target. In his distorted vision, he sensed an incredible surge of power from the man who had just arrived. Kangrim smirked, realizing this man was even stronger than his previous opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight forward, swinging his sword to attack. Suddenly, a silver-haired swordsman appeared and blocked Kangrim's path, wondering if this was a mistaken attack on a teammate. Their swords clashed as the strange swordsman hesitated, unsure what to do. Realizing Kangrim had lost control due to some kind of power, he decided to put down his sword. He declared he would help Kangrim regain his senses, then delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. Kangrim was sent flying backward, while in the distance, Nam Yujun staggered to his feet. The silver-haired swordsman smiled confidently after having taken down Kangrim. Meanwhile, Nam Yujun hastily fled, and the white-haired man observed from afar, commenting that the villain should be allowed to escape for the sake of the plot. The silver-haired swordsman approached, nudged Kangrim with his foot, and asked if he was okay. Kangrim drank a recovery potion, while the swordsman asserted that they were now teammates. However, Kangrim coldly brushed him off, telling him to find someone else. The silver-haired swordsman replied that he liked Kangrim, because everyone else was just a boring side character. He explained that they had no unique characteristics or stories. Saying that, he threw the sword back to Kangrim and offered to become a main character alongside him. Kangrim caught the sword, looking annoyed by the other man's strange offer. In another forest, Nam Yu-jun was frantically fleeing. He realized he had to eliminate the witnesses, but was desperate because both of them were too strong. Hiding in the bushes, Nam Yu-jun heard the calls of other students. He was determined that he just needed to become stronger. A group of students rejoiced when they saw someone they thought was Nam Yu-jun waving from afar. Soon after, the real Nam Yu-jun rushed out of the forest, frantically fabricating a story that he had just discovered a murder. He suddenly collapsed, causing the others to call his name in worry. A student with a healing ability rushed over, offering to help. Nam Yu-jun looked up with a sinister smile, secretly thanking them for their naivety. He acted ruthlessly, and blood splattered everywhere in the forest. The corpse of a student fell to the ground after the lightning-fast attack. Standing among the corpses, Nam Yu-jun activated his impulsive homicide ability, stealing 10% of the victim's stats. The god, fear of the living and dead, was pleased and bestowed upon him the blade necklace item. Feeling his power increase by 10%, Nam Yu-jun was astonished by his new power. He was confident that he could now definitely kill Kangrim, and thanked the god Nachal. Suddenly, a raindrop fell on his face. The rain poured down on the forest, and the system announced that water energy was increasing in the area. Nam Yu-jun was annoyed when the rain affected his fate, and caused his stats to decrease by 10%. However, his guardian god reassured him that Kangrim also possessed the fire attribute, so he must also have been weakened. Amidst the rumbling thunder and lightning, Nam Yu-jun decided he had to find Kangrim before the rain got heavier. Seo Kangrim suddenly appeared, unleashing a powerful sword strike imbued with water energy towards Nam Yu-jun. Overwhelmed by the surprise attack, Nam Yu-jun was sent flying into a puddle. Standing in the pouring rain, Seo Kangrim muttered that only one tree remained. Nam Yu-jun immediately lunged to attack, but Seo Kangrim easily parried his blow. Both their swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Nam Yu-jun was stunned by his opponent's undiminished strength. Seo Kangrim laughed loudly, asking him what had happened. He glanced at his sword with a serious expression. Then he calmly remarked that Nam Yu-jun had grown weaker. Both continued to fight fiercely under the curtain of rain. Nam Yu-jun angrily roared that if he had known Kangrim was so weak, he wouldn't have needed to kill so many people. He mocked Kangrim as an easy target and asked where his comrades had gone. In response, Seo Kangrim merely offered a meaningful smile when asked if he wanted to die. That confident smile confused Nam Yu-jun, who pressed him, asking why he was smiling. A blue energy current began to emanate from Seo Kangrim's sword hilt. He easily blocked Nam Yu-jun's attack to his astonishment. Seo Kangrim's attribute had been converted to the water element. Immediately, his diminished stats returned to normal. The water energy in the area increased, boosting Seo Kangrim's stats by 10%, while simultaneously reducing Nam Yu-jun's stats by 20%. Nam Yu-jun stumbled back, horrified, as he had expected Kangrim to also be weakened. He screamed in despair, questioning why this was happening when his god had said Kangrim also belonged to the fire element. Seo Kangrim calmly looked at him, asking if Nachal had told him such things, as a tree behind them was struck and broken by lightning. During the struggle, the god Nachal advised Nam Yu-jun not to be deceived. Nachal further asserted that even with attribute restrictions, Nam Yu-jun was still stronger, causing him to smirk and wonder if it was true. In response to that confidence, Seo Kangrim merely offered a meaningful sneer. Nam Yu-jun roared that even if he didn't understand how his opponent changed elements, he would still charge to attack. However, Seo Kangrim easily blocked his slash with his bare hand, shattering the energy enveloping the sword. Seo Kangrim's gaze remained cold and completely in control of the situation. Despite being overwhelmed, Nam Yu-jun still screamed that he was stronger as one of Seo Kangrim's blows struck him. As a result, he was sent flying, crashing hard onto the wet ground. Refusing to accept defeat, Nam Yu-jun immediately stood up and charged back to attack. He successfully closed in, held his sword to Seo Kangrim's neck, and declared that the fun was over, but his opponent wouldn't be alone. With a crazed smile, Nam Yu-jun threatened to find and deal with even Seo Kangrim's comrades, but immediately, he froze in pain as Seo Kangrim was a step faster, stabbing a sharp object into his stomach. Black blood spurted from the wound as the object pierced Nam Yu-jun. Seo Kangrim held him tightly, coldly stating that he wasn't going anywhere, leaving Nam Yu-jun stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. He fell backward, horrified to realize that what had stabbed him was just a branch. Seo Kangrim explained that it wasn't an ordinary branch, as it began to emit a purple energy current. Utterly desperate, Namujun collapsed to the ground, begging the god Nachal to save his life. But Seo Kangrim declared that it was too late. At the same time, the system announced that Nachal had temporarily cut off communication with Namujun. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky in the rain, as Namujun's pool of black blood spread on the ground. Seo Kangrim calmly stood in the puddle, speaking as if he still had something to say. Amidst the rain, Seo Kangrim revealed he possessed an ability that could only be used when someone died, simultaneously activating Steel Fate. He recalled himself wielding weapons and slaughtering in the demon realm. Kangrim thought to himself that he had gained more than expected from that trip. One of the spoils was the 7-branched lightning blade, a dragon-tier weapon. To obtain it, he had to scour the entire demon realm, searching for the divine tree. He even cut down all other trees in the area. Afterwards, he carefully installed a lightning rod on the treetop to create the unique weapon. In addition, he had also acquired Namujun's recluse ability, and his rank was once again elevated. However, stealing fate always came with a price. Suddenly, Kangrim staggered and clutched his head in pain. He heard the voices of the victims echoing, lamenting that he was the one who had killed them. Just then, rustling from the bushes signaled someone approaching. A strange, silver-haired swordsman appeared and called Kangrim's name with surprise. The man questioned why Kangrim was killing the weak and asked about Namujun, but Kangrim coldly retorted, asking why he wasn't guarding Sector 4. In a flashback, Kangrim had once angrily pointed his sword at this swordsman, blaming him for letting the murderer escape. In response, the swordsman smiled and offered to help Kangrim catch the culprit in exchange for his trust. Back in the present, Kangrim secretly calculated that he had anticipated this and could use the swordsman as a contingency plan. Kangrim sheathed his weapon and ordered the man to obey him. Contrary to expectations, the swordsman appeared extremely excited and happily agreed immediately. Kangrim asked him to take out the map, which secretly astonished the swordsman, who guessed that Kangrim was a regressor thanks to the gossiping gods. Seo Kangrim pointed at the map, assigning the swordsman the task of ambushing a nearby gate to block the target's escape route. The swordsman explained that since he hadn't received any news for several days, he had come to check if Kangrim had captured the target. Kangrim replied that he hadn't found the person either, and decided to focus on completing the mission, assuming the target might have already left the demon realm. The swordsman didn't believe him, smirked, and accused Kangrim of perhaps having killed the target himself. He even pointed at Kangrim's new sword and necklace, suspecting they were spoils of war after killing someone. Kangrim pushed the other's hand away, irritably explaining that the necklace was a gift from a god, and he bought a new sword because his old one broke, telling the other not to jump to conclusions. Kangrim asserted that he truly didn't know what had happened, and the swordsman seemed to accept that answer. However, the swordsman continued to be ambiguous, assuming that if Kangrim had indeed killed the target, he could tell him, as he always stood by Kangrim's side. Kangrim only responded with silence to the swordsman's enthusiastic offer. Kangrim coldly turned away, denying it once more, and telling the other to stop acting as if they were friends. The swordsman stood up, saying that he would also go collect some spirit orbs then. Waving goodbye, he announced that it seemed Shin Sua was the first to complete this mission, and offered his congratulations. Kangrim paused, and a system panel appeared, showing that he had collected 1,000 spirit orbs. His hand, covered in monster fluid, held the last spirit orb, officially completing the mission in the Sword Forest. Back at the academy, Yoon Gyaul and Yoon Bom, along with another student, were standing on the stairs, shouting for Kangrim to accept them as disciples. Kangrim calmly took a sip of his drink and replied with a single word: no. The twins were not discouraged, pleading that they wouldn't disappoint him, and even mentioning that they had been possessed by gods, wondering if it was because they were too weak. Hearing the word god, Kangrim showed surprise, and immediately activated his fate scrutiny ability. Yunbom explained that she was possessed by the goddess of the hunt and moon, while Yoon Gyeol was possessed by the sun-bearing bow god, making Kangrim realize they were Artemis and Apollo. So Kangrim remarked that the twins' names suited their gods well, causing one of them to ask if he would accept them as disciples. However, Kangrim coldly replied that instead of asking him, they should go ask their gods. The twins looked disappointed, then curiously asked which god had possessed Kangrim. When Kangrim replied that no god had, they knelt in surprise and asked why. He smiled and explained simply that no god had offered. Yunbom excitedly suggested that Kangrim should cooperate with Zeus, the father of gods and men. She continued to explain that there was a resonance effect among those possessed by gods from the same faction, but Yoon Gyeol quickly covered his sister's mouth. Yoon Gyeol awkwardly changed the subject, asking if Kangrim was like Shinsua, who also wasn't interested in being possessed by a god. Kangrim confirmed that he currently had no such intention, and at the same time, firmly refused to become their mentor. Yunbom blinked hesitantly, wondering if she had misjudged him. In her thoughts, Kangrim appeared full of mystery, making her wonder if there was a reason he didn't want to be possessed by a god. Kangrim sighed, repeating that he had no skills to teach them. Just then, a creaking door sound echoed, drawing the twins' attention. A man dressed as a priest was suddenly thrown violently into the room and collapsed onto the floor. Yunbom recognized where the man came from in surprise as Kangrim stood up. She confirmed he was from the first room, while the man lay motionless on the floor. Kangrim approached to check on him, and the man weakly thanked him. He asked the priest if he was still having trouble defeating monsters, and received an affirmative answer. The priest sighed, confessing that he was still very afraid of them. The priest collapsed in despair, blaming himself for being a pathetic awakener who couldn't kill monsters, while Seo Kangrim observed, thinking this was the perfect moment. With the familiar business smile from his fortune-teller days, Kangrim extended his hand and offered to help the priest with this raid. The priest was stunned, quickly grabbing Kangrim's hand and asking again with extreme skepticism. Seeing this, the Yun twins also eagerly asked to join, but Kangrim laid out the condition that he would consider teaching them if they hunted on their own and followed his instructions. As the twins happily ran off, Kangrim merely thought to himself that he was only considering it, while the priest worriedly asked if he minded, feeling like a burden. Kangrim immediately reassured him that he was no burden, and at the same time, decided to follow the method Dako Jun had used in his previous life. With his amber eyes shining brightly, Kangrim affirmed that they should help each other. Deeply moved by Kangrim's words, the priest named Johann Richter, a dragon rank healer, could only utter his name in emotion. Kangrim smiled, asking if they should go immediately, already eyeing Johann's healing hand ability in his mind. Elsewhere, someone remarked that their superior seemed very happy today. Princess, the leader of Team 2, explained that his good mood was because their students had completed the Sword Forest first, much faster than Team 1. He smiled contentedly, deeming it good news, and pressed a button on the machine. But then Princess was suddenly startled by someone's appearance, crushing the cup in his hand. The newcomer was Seonmoon Yonggyo, the leader of Team 1, who had come to congratulate Team 2 on their achievement. Seonmoon Yonggyo smiled, saying that this meant Team 1 and Team 2 would soon face off against each other. Immediately after, that person proposed a bet, which team's students would be the first to clear the most difficult room. Princess narrowed his eyes, listening intently to the challenge. Seonmoon Yonggyo confidently asked directly, would it be his students or mine? Princess accepted the challenge and asked about the stakes, and Seonmoon Yonggyo suggested that the loser would have to grant one wish to the winner. Seonmoon Yonggyo provocatively smirked, asking if his opponent was already scared. Princess angrily shouted that his team would surely win, and there was nothing to fear, then decisively accepted Seonmoon Yonggyo's challenge. Satisfied with the outcome, Seonmoon Yonggyo said he was very excited, then waved goodbye and left. When the door closed, Princess sat opposite two of his team members, Ju Sung-tae and An Nabi. Princess turned, a determined smile on his face, and declared to his two worried teammates that they must win at all costs. He secretly thought that he would need to resort to special measures to ensure victory. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Seo Kangrim filled Johann Richter's box with the last spirit orbs to complete the mission. Johann stared in astonishment as the Sword Forest mission completion notification appeared. He knelt, profusely thanking Kangrim, unable to believe they had accomplished it in just 2 days. Kangrim also acknowledged Johann's efforts, who had used his abilities to heal his wounds. Ashamed of his weakness, Johann slumped down and blamed himself for being useless, but Kangrim asserted that his help was more than enough. Kangrim patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying that everyone just needed to fulfill their role, and Johann's value simply hadn't been recognized by others yet. Deeply moved by the encouragement, Johann looked up at Kangrim with admiration, while Kangrim suggested they prepare for the 5th room. Standing before the next gate, Johann showed Kangrim a message from An Nabi, and Kangrim warned that this challenge would not be easy. The notification stated that the 5th door had opened to a demon realm, which would be longer than previous areas and required thorough preparation. Kangrim decided they would depart the next morning, and Johann eagerly arranged to meet him in front of the totem pole. The two walked together into a new land. Seo Kangrim and Johann Richter advanced into the next area, a strange beach with a colossal swirling wall of water behind it. Johann was overwhelmed by the magnificent scenery before his eyes. Johann Richter exclaimed in awe at the beauty of the demon realm, unable to believe his eyes. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that they had entered the tongue-tearing room. The room's special conditions were listed, Rewards depended on difficulty, the shop was unavailable, and they could not leave until the mission was complete. Seo Kangrim recalled how he had suffered in his previous life due to the third condition, while an obscured mission requirement appeared in his hand. Johan was confused by the secret mission and speculated that the room's name meant they had to expose someone's secrets. Kangrim merely smirked, refuting Johan's deduction. He explained chillingly that the name was literal, their tongues would actually be torn out. Afterward, Johan watched in amazement as Kangrim quickly set up a tent and lit a campfire. Johan breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had bought camping supplies before entering, so they wouldn't need to return to the waiting lounge. Kangrim said he would scout the surroundings and threw a monster-repelling incense pellet into the fire. As he walked, he secretly thought that at least they had a safe shelter. Kangrim headed towards a river, his next objective being to find food. He discovered an orchard that looked incredibly artificial, as if deliberately arranged by someone. Kangrim noticed the orchard was guarded by fierce, dog-like monsters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another group of students was arguing whether to risk taking the fruit, as they were on the verge of starvation. A man with a scar on his cheek angrily dismissed the suggestion to ask Shinsua for help, preferring death over begging her. In a flashback, the man recalled an awkward moment beside Shinsua, his pride not allowing him to ask for help from someone who had rejected him. The memory of Shinsua coldly stating she wasn't interested in dating him reignited his anger. Returning to reality, the man decided to cast everything aside, urging his teammates to eliminate the monsters and take the fruit while they still had strength. Sangwon was questioned by his teammates about buying weapons but not fighting, to which he replied that he had hired them to do it. At Sangwon's command, two teammates charged to attack the fierce guard dogs. One of the two easily took down a monster and remarked that they were weaker than they looked. After eliminating all the dogs, Sangwon asked again to ensure none were left. He ordered his teammates to quickly pick the fruit before more monsters appeared, and one immediately volunteered to climb the tree. While his teammate cheered as he climbed the tree, Sangwon stood watching below and suddenly felt something was wrong. He bent down to look at the corpse of a dog monster and wondered why it was so emaciated. A mysterious voice echoed, explaining that these fruits had an owner, and anyone who stole them would have their tongue torn out. Sangwon bewilderedly wondered about the owner the voice had just mentioned. The voice, recognized as Kangrim's, called Sangwon's name and warned him to run before it was too late. From the shadows, an ape-like monster with glowing red eyes and a grotesque grin appeared. An entire pack of red ape monsters swarmed out, the true guardians of the orchard. Sangwon screamed in panic, ordering his teammates to scatter and flee. The group of three was fiercely pursued by the pack of red apes through the forest. Sangwon's two teammates ran ahead, abandoning him behind. Abandoned, Sangwon desperately screamed for his teammates to come back and protect him. But it was in vain. He was caught by a red ape, cursing those who had abandoned him. The monster was about to strike when it suddenly froze, turning its head in another direction. Sangwon fell to the ground, astonished to see the red ape impaled through the chest from behind by a sword. Seo Kangrim secretly thought that Sangwon had a destiny of always being helped by others. He smiled and told Sangwon that he was quite lucky, but should be more careful in the future. Sangwon was stunned to recognize Seo Kangrim, recalling a past moment when Kangrim had declared that he also had a fate of self-destruction. Instead of gratitude, Sangwon sprang up, angrily shouting that he hadn't asked Kangrim for help. He yelled, believing this action couldn't erase the humiliation Kangrim had inflicted upon him that day. Kangrim coldly replied not to worry, because even if Sangwon knelt and begged, he wouldn't help. As Sangwon was about to curse, a mysterious cut suddenly appeared on his neck. Kangrim swept past, calling Choi Sangwon by name and asking why he wasn't running away. Sangwon's two teammates then ran over, feigning worry and apologizing for leaving him behind. One of them said Sangwon survived, thanks to Kangrim, which only infuriated him further. Sangwon gritted his teeth, silently vowing to get revenge on Seo Kangrim. Meanwhile, Kangrim turned to face the pack of red ape monsters, swinging a fiery sword strike that took down two of them. He calmly faced another monster charging to attack. With a blazing slash, Kangrim easily destroyed it. After clearing out the entire monster pack, Kangrim thought it was a good time to feed the egg. The unknown egg showed its craving as it looked at the nearby monster corpses. However, Kangrim stuffed a green fruit into its mouth, making the egg burst into tears. He sighed, holding the sad egg while eating a similar fruit himself. Back at the campsite, Johann Richter asked Kangrim if they were roasting the monster from earlier and received confirmation. So Kangrim smiled and asked Johann Richter if he remembered when he had asked for help before, and Johann readily agreed. Kangrim offered Johann a piece of roasted monster meat that looked delicious, but immediately after, Kangrim unexpectedly ate the entire piece of meat himself, making Johann scream in horror. Kangrim explained that all monsters in the demon realm were poisonous, which utterly terrified Johann. Immediately, Kangrim began coughing up blood and spewing black liquid from his ears, urgently asking Johann to heal him. Johann hastily activated his healing hand ability, gave Kangrim a bottle of magic recovery tea, and entrusted his life to him. While being healed, Kangrim seemed to hallucinate, waving at someone across the river, making Johann struggle to hold him back. Johann frantically tried to stop him, continuously using his healing ability. Suddenly, Kangrim calmed down and said the poison no longer affected him, leaving Johann bewildered. Kangrim declared he needed to eat raw meat and held out a slimy monster part, making Johann scream in terror. After multiple activations of Healing Hand, a notification appeared, stating Kangrim had acquired the poison resistance ability. Kangrim rejoiced that his plan had succeeded, while Johann trembled beside him from exhaustion and fear. As Kangrim was about to praise him, Johann Richter collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Kangrim sat beside his sleeping teammate, silently thanking him for his hard work, while Johann still mumbled in his sleep. He told himself that acquiring this Insect Tier 3 poison resistance ability took longer than expected. Kangrim secretly thought it was fortunate he had fed Johann items that restored magic power. Otherwise, he would have fainted from blood loss long ago. Afterward, he shook the deeply sleeping Johann to wake him up. Kangrim knew that Johann had worked very hard and wanted to let him rest, but he glanced outside, realizing their circumstances wouldn't allow them that luxury. Suddenly, a scream rang out as Seo Kangrim stabbed his sword into an attacker, making a watching teammate frantically call his name. However, Kangrim maintained a calm expression, secretly thinking that he had known they would come. A chaotic scene erupted as someone announced they were under attack. Kangrim turned back to reassure Johann Richter, telling him to stay in the tent and call for help if in danger, and Johann tiredly agreed. Stepping outside, Kangrim faced a group of 4 unfamiliar students, wondering if they were from Area 1. The leader, a Soul Tier 3 individual, arrogantly demanded Kangrim hand over his food, while his accomplices added that they were just bandits. Kangrim sneered, retorting that stealing their only means of survival was no different from murder, while recalling his intense conflict with Area 1 from his previous life. When Kangrim challenged him by asking what would happen if he refused, the leader immediately drew his weapon. The entire bandit group charged to attack, declaring they would take what they wanted by force. Kangrim easily dodged a slash from the charging enemy. Immediately, he closed in and grabbed the leader's head. Without hesitation, Kangrim slammed his face into the ground. However, he felt there was something strange about this. While taking down another one, Kangrim deduced that given their ranks, stealing food was utterly illogical. He wondered if their true purpose was simply to provoke conflict with students from other areas. A bandit was terrified as he parried Kangrim's fiery sword strike, realizing their opponent was much stronger than they had imagined. He screamed in panic that they needed to retreat to report to their boss, information that caught Kangrim's attention. Seeing them about to flee, Kangrim flicked a small object enveloped in flames towards them. The object exploded violently, creating a massive blast and engulfing the area in smoke and dust. Inside the tent, Johann Richter flinched at the sound of clashing metal from outside. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out, making him frantically wonder what was happening. Too worried about Kangrim, Johann intended to rush out to help. He suddenly remembered Kangrim's earlier instruction, telling him to stay in the tent no matter what. Johann looked down at his hands, sadly realizing Kangrim's reason for giving such instructions was his own helplessness. He bitterly admitted that he would only be a burden if he went out. Even so, Johann still wondered if merely hiding here was truly the right thing to do. Suddenly, a hand lifted the tent flap. Johann looked up in surprise at the newcomer. Kangrim stood there, coughing from the smoke, and reassured him that he was fine, explaining that the enemies had fled after throwing smoke bombs. When Johann asked why they were attacked, Kangrim revealed that they only wanted to steal their food. Kangrim warned that conflicts between zones, even killings, were inevitable, terrifying Johann. Feeling guilty, Johann wondered if things would have been better if he hadn't come along. He slumped, believing he was hindering Kangrim and that completing the training with someone else's help was meaningless. Hearing this, Kangrim suddenly recalled Nabi's words about those who lacked the will to fight, and his gaze turned stern. He immediately placed a hand on Johann's shoulder and called the priest's name. Kangrim looked directly into Johann's eyes and reiterated that everyone simply hadn't realized his true worth yet. He explained that while people might easily receive healing now, things would be different once the training ended. Clutching Johann's collar, Kangrim emphasized that was when the real battle would begin. Seo Kangrim asserted that one day everyone would regret losing a healer like Johann Richter, making Johann confusedly correct him that he had left on his own. Kangrim assigned him a role, stating that he would handle the fighting so Johann could fully focus on healing others. He smiled confidently, assuring him that even if his own fate wasn't good, Johann would certainly save many people in the future. At Kangrim's question of whether he still wanted to give up, Johann looked up with eyes full of hope, wondering if he could truly save others. With burning determination, Johann knelt and declared that he would never give up again. When Kangrim offered that he needed help, Johann immediately agreed decisively. Kangrim then revealed that he still needed Johann because tomorrow he would continue to eat more poison, leaving the priest utterly bewildered. 3 days later, at another campsite in the forest, Yun Bom and Yun Gyul happily returned, calling out to Shin Sua, who turned to ask about the results of their item search. Yun Bom disappointedly reported that they hadn't found anything, while Yun Gyul irritably claimed that the other students were too weak and useless. Yun Bom immediately protested, arguing that everyone was trying to help each other, but Gyul exposed that she was thinking the same thing. After a moment of silence, Yun Bom admitted that everything was indeed much easier with Kangrim by their side. She recalled in a flashback that they had learned a great deal from him. Yun Bom guessed that Kangrim had probably advanced much further than them, and Sua concluded that the group had to do their best until he completed the first rooms with Johann. When asked about when Kangrim would arrive, Sua speculated it might be today, when suddenly a panicked voice echoed from outside. A sudden rustling and commotion erupted, putting Sua and the twins on alert. A hand abruptly yanked the tent flap open, and a familiar voice greeted Sua. Shin Sua looked up, stunned and astonished by the uninvited guest. A male student with gray-blue hair appeared at the entrance, smiling and asking if Kangrim was there. Shin Sua realized her judgment had been wrong. She angrily questioned how the strange student had entered the booby-trapped camp, but he casually replied that he had disarmed them. When asked his reason for being there, the gray-blue-haired man said he had come to find Kangrim. He explained that he thought Kangrim would be there because the gods were talking about him, but Shinsoa denied having met Kangrim. The man suggested eliminating the superfluous ones to lure Kangrim out, causing the Yoon twins to angrily protest, but he merely regarded them as side characters. He shrugged and chuckled, clarifying that he was referring to the useless things outside. At this negative attitude, Shinsoa stepped forward to shield the twins and questioned him. To explain, the man tossed her a passion fruit, revealing that he had completed the Blade Elimination Room mission. Shinsua stared at the fruit, irritably stating that she already had enough. Realizing she knew about the mission, he cheerfully offered to join their group, astonishing Shinsua. As he was explaining his reasons, an arrow suddenly whizzed past his face. Yoon Gyul, with his bow drawn, flatly rejected the offer, while Yoon Bom tried to restrain her brother. Undeterred, the strange student exuded killing intent, declaring he would use force to persuade them. Suddenly, green liquid splattered onto a hand. With glowing eyes and surging energy, Shinsua crushed the passion fruit and warned him to behave properly. The man provocatively licked the liquid from his hand, asking if she intended to teach him a lesson. The atmosphere grew tense as both placed their hands on their sword hilts. The gray-blue-haired student acted first, drawing his twin swords and lunging towards Shinsua. He laughed excitedly, declaring that she would be a much more interesting opponent than a child. While Yunbom tried to calm everyone, the confrontation between Shinsua and the gray-blue-haired student was about to erupt. Suddenly, another student ran over to inform Shinsua that someone was cooking monster meat nearby. Shinsua and Yunbom were both surprised by the news of the monster cooking. The gray-blue-haired student smiled with interest, feeling lucky to be there and curious about their location. In a nearby forest, So Kangrim was cooking a large pot of soup over a campfire. He figured that after 10 days, the other teams would have run out of their provisions. The only remaining food source in this area was the fruits in the orchard, or poisonous plants and monsters like these. Kangrim was confident that the other students were craving a decent meal, and he knew they could earn about 100 spirit pearls daily. Soon after, the gray-blue-haired student and Shinsua ran over, joyfully calling out Kangrim's name. Kangrim calmly greeted Sua, but she immediately yelled at him not to eat that. Shinsua explained that most things in the demon realm were poisonous. However, Kangrim assured them that he had removed the poison by adding an antidote. He scooped a bowl of hot soup and offered it to a still skeptical Shinsua. However, the gray-blue-haired student quickly took the bowl of soup and thanked Kangrim. Kangrim then held out his hand, announcing that a bowl of soup cost 1,000 spirit pearls. The gray-blue-haired student complained about the price but still paid, while Shinsua also wanted a bowl, and was quoted only 200 spirit pearls by Kangrim. The gray-blue-haired student was stunned by the unfairness, but Kangrim simply replied that the price was decided by the chef and there were no refunds. Shinsua was delighted to buy the soup with rice at a bargain price, while her companion remained confused. Meanwhile, The other students were also savoring Kangrim's soup heartily. Co Kangrim asked the newly arrived group of students if they were looking for mid-tier items or higher. A brown-haired female student confirmed it and asked for Kangrim's help. Kangrim turned to ask Dako Jun, who explained that the mission wasn't going smoothly because someone was obstructing them, but he believed teaming up with Kangrim would solve the problem. Dako Jun suggested this was faster than looking after side characters, which angered his female teammate, who reminded him that they needed to cooperate. Kangrim smiled, advised them to work together, and invited Dako Jun to join the camp to form a search team, teasing that they weren't characters in his novel. Hearing this, both Dako Jun and his female teammate became extremely excited, shouting in unison that they wanted to work with Kangrim. At the temporary campsite, the group gathered to discuss. The brown-haired female student explained that they couldn't stand alone against the people from Area 1, who were always determined to obstruct them. She added that that group always caused trouble whenever they encountered each other. Hearing this, Kangrim mused that he should investigate the situation in Area 1. He turned to tell Johann Richter that he couldn't take the monk with him, and asked him to stay at the camp. Johann was about to object, not wanting Kangrim to go alone, but Kangrim explained that he wouldn't be able to focus on fighting if Johann accompanied him. Dako Jun's female teammate happily agreed to look after Johann, causing the monk to bow his head in disappointment. Kangrim reassured Johann that staying at the camp would be safer, and he would have more opportunities to use his abilities, leaving Johann no choice but to agree. While Johann was still worried, Kangrim interrupted and asserted that he would be fine alone. Johann told Kangrim to inform him if anything happened, and Kangrim nodded in agreement before leaving. Advancing alone, deeper into the forest filled with monster corpses, Kangrim told himself that these monsters were too weak and he needed to go further. Finally, he found some green fruits, took a bite, and thought they were almost there. Suddenly, a notification appeared about his senses sharpening, and Kangrim was startled to feel a powerful energy surge approaching. Kangrim was startled to realize a presence had closed in right beside him. He quickly retreated, still holding the fruit he had just found. Drawing his knife, he wondered how the enemy could have approached without his knowledge. A giant red monkey monster roared, while a notification showed that the recluse ability had been activated by someone else. The monster appeared confused when it couldn't find its target. It looked around, searching for traces of the intruder in vain. Suddenly, Nam Yu-jun emerged from invisibility right behind the monster, raising his sword, ready to attack. At the same time, a blazing golden flame erupted from another direction. The monster was astonished to be caught between two sudden attacks. Nam Yu-jun delivered a powerful slash to the monster's back. Kangrim charged forward with incredible speed, musing about the benefits of possessing a good item. He delivered the finishing blow to the monster, realizing that this move was too powerful to use on the people from Area 1. Standing on the monster's corpse, Kangrim faced Nam Yu-jun and considered his next move. Mission accomplished. He received the heavenly scent fruit item and a reward for overcoming the challenge. Kangrim decided to prioritize increasing his poison resistance, so he sat down and ate the fruit he had just received, to Nam Yu-jun's astonishment. The system announced that his magic experience and poison resistance had increased slightly. Nam Yu-jun secretly understood why the Fate Protection Bureau had chosen this place as a training ground. Watching Kangrim grimacing as he continued to eat, Nam Yu-jun wondered how much he intended to consume and felt nauseous on his behalf. Finally, a notification appeared stating that Kangrim's poison resistance ability had been upgraded to Insect Rank 1. After finishing, Kangrim immediately spat it out due to the terrible taste of the fruit. His sudden appearance on the tree branch startled a group of unfamiliar students, and their leader recognized him. Facing the group, Kangrim asked how they knew his name, but a member brushed it off, saying it wasn't important. The group's leader suggested Kangrim meet their boss, but he coldly replied that they had no right to decide. From a distance, Nam Yu-jun observed and realized this was the group that had ambushed him, secretly thinking that Kangrim would never agree to go with them. Contrary to Nam Yu-jun's prediction, Kangrim unexpectedly agreed and jumped down, leaving Nam Yu-jun utterly stunned. The group of students led Kangrim to their encampment, a vast area with many tents. As he went deeper inside, Kangrim secretly assessed that their numbers were double his group's. Kangrim's presence attracted attention and whispers from other students in the camp, but they didn't seem wary. He was asked to enter a large tent in the center, and he immediately pushed aside the tent flap and stepped inside. Inside, a muscular man was cleaning a large spear and looked up to ask if he was Co Kangrim. Kangrim cautiously asked for the man's identity in return. The man introduced himself as Hong Dae-hoon from Area 1. Hong Dae-hoon smiled in greeting, and an info panel confirmed him as a Soul Rank 1 student with the gold attribute. Kangrim was astonished to see his opponent's weapon was the Sky Spear, a Dragon Rank 3 item, and wondered how he had acquired it so early. Now, he understood why Area 1 had always led in his previous life, and directly asked Hong Dae-hoon what he wanted. Hong Dae-hoon's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous glint. He roared that Kangrim was rude, then powerfully swung the spear towards him. However, the sharp spearhead stopped right in front of Kangrim, just an inch away. Seeing Kangrim unfazed, Hong Dae-hoon lowered his voice, showing a hint of interest. Hong Dae-hoon demanded that Seo Kangrim cooperate with him. Kangrim casually pushed the weapon's tip aside. He asked if that was why he had been brought here, then scoffed that Hong Dae-hoon still hadn't figured out the advanced conditions of the stage. Confidently declaring he would be the first to clear this stage, Kangrim turned to leave on his own. Immediately, a member of Hong Dae-hoon's group drew a sword and blocked his path. Hong Dae-hoon warned that there was a misunderstanding, because Kangrim had lost his right to choose the moment he arrived. He continued to threaten that if Kangrim didn't cooperate, then he would have to kill him right here. Unafraid, Kangrim held out a wooden card and warned that things would get troublesome if he made a move. Hong Dae-hoon was stunned as he recognized the item. It was Princess Token of Vengeance. If the owner was killed, the murderer would become Captain Princess Target, making Kangrim wonder what would happen if he killed Hong Dae-hoon. Hong Dae-hoon suddenly realized Princess held the same rank as Captain Seonmoon Youngyo, who had promised him a reward if he cleared the stage first. He sighed, lowered his weapon, and asked if Kangrim had also received a message, making Kangrim notice the word also. Kangrim recalled the message he had received from Princess, challenging him to be the first to clear the blade-cutting room at the highest difficulty. The message also promised a temporary item and additional rewards, leading Kangrim to deduce that Hong Dae-hoon must have received his weapon from the Area 1 captain. Understanding that the captains were competing with each other, Kangrim watched Hong Dae-hoon turn and shout loudly to get the group's attention. He loudly declared that no one was allowed to kill Seo Kangrim. Hong Dae-hoon explained that Kangrim possessed a strange item, and if anyone accidentally killed him, that person would also die. Seo Kangrim calmly requested to leave. However, Hong Dae-hoon roared, ordering his subordinates to beat Kangrim within an inch of his life. Hearing the order, the entire bandit group from Area 1 charged forward simultaneously. Kangrim merely smirked, declaring that if he could be caught so easily, he wouldn't have come here. He swiftly dodged the attacks and countered with a kick to a bandit's stomach. Immediately after, Kangrim grabbed another bandit and powerfully slammed him down. He activated his recluse ability. His body flashed and then vanished right before the group's eyes. The bandits cried out in panic. One of them hastily ordered his comrades to form a circle, but Kangrim appeared right behind him and knocked him out. He drew his sword, charging into the enemy's chaotic formation, while Hong Dae-hoon yelled for them to regroup. While invisible, Kangrim assessed that it was too late for them. He quietly dropped a strange object onto the blood-soaked ground. While the bandits were still confused by a sweet scent, Kangrim used fire to ignite a nearby pyre. The flames erupted fiercely, causing extreme chaos as the bandit group screamed about the fire and the monsters, while Kangrim realized everything was orchestrated by the Fate Protection Bureau. He gritted his teeth as he understood the bitter truth. Kangrim concluded that all these schemes were just for rewards. He was determined not to let past tragedies repeat for such a selfish reason, and began to devise a plan. A large quantity of glowing blue fruits spilled out from his pouch. Then, Kangrim stood atop the pile of loot, loudly attracting the attention of another group of students, and announced the presence of people from other areas. A female student with a ponytail surprisingly asked about the ambush plan Kangrim had just revealed. Kangrim made an offer, holding out a heavenly sent fruit, and promised to give it to them to complete the mid-level mission. The other students murmured, not believing he would give it away for free after making them pay 200 spirit pearls for food. They happily took the fruits and thanked Kangrim as he urged them to leave quickly. As Kangrim turned his back, the female student with the ponytail called out to him. She asked if he intended to clear the intermediate difficulty stage, and wondered why he cared, knowing Sua would never risk herself for outsiders. The girl continued to ponder, believing Kangrim wasn't a member of this camp, and only wished he would take everyone away. Watching his retreating back, she was stunned to hear Kangrim's thoughts echo, asserting that in this life, he was not her comrade. After parting ways with the group of students, Kangrim returned alone to the garden where the heavenly sent fruits grew. He recalled his previous encounter with the monster here. In his recollection, the red ape monster had appeared abruptly. Kangrim deduced that monsters from the demon realm couldn't simply appear from thin air. They must have a dwelling place, just as the Yeti had its lair, and he wondered where they came from as he passed the monster's corpse. Finally, he discovered a secret entrance streaked with blood between two large tree trunks. Kangrim reached into the dark passage, wondering how they could have entered here, then suddenly felt something. He lost his balance and slipped into the tunnel, realizing it was much larger than it appeared. As he slid down, Kangrim summoned a flame in his hand to illuminate the path. He landed and placed his hand on a strange surface, like rippling water. Looking up, Kangrim was utterly stunned by the astonishing sight before his eyes. Seo Kangrim marveled at a magnificent landscape he had never known existed. He wondered if the monster's dwelling place could truly be this beautiful. Kangrim realized that the monsters only used this place as a passage, and didn't fight here. He concluded that this was the most dangerous place in the entire demon realm. Standing before a cave entrance, Kangrim wondered if the monsters were deep inside. As he picked a myriad scent fruit, he received a notification that he had cleared the blade removal room on high difficulty. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden explosion occurred, startling Kangrim. The smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, revealing approaching figures. Hong Dae-hoon appeared with his gang, smirking as he thanked Kangrim for leading them the way. Kangrim questioned if they had been following him, and Hong Dae-hoon casually admitted it. He revealed that along the way, they had found another female student. Kangrim was completely stunned by the sight. Taken by surprise, he dropped the precious fruit to the ground. Facing the entire group, Kangrim declared that he didn't need to give them anything. He stomped on a plant underfoot to show his resolve. Then, Kangrim challenged the group to come and take the fruit themselves if they wanted it. Hong Dae-hoon sneered, ordering his subordinates to retrieve the fruit while he kept Kangrim occupied. Carrying the unconscious female student on his shoulder, Hong Dae-hoon led the group charging forward. The gang members excitedly shouted that they could finally escape this room, while also asking Hong Dae-hoon about splitting the rewards. Hong Dae-hoon aimed his weapon at Seo Kangrim, ordering him to hand over Yoon-gyeol, but Kangrim demanded he lower his weapon first. Suddenly, Kangrim threw Yoon-gyeol to the ground and challenged Hong Dae-hoon to come and take him. Hong Dae-hoon smirked, raising his weapon over the motionless Gyeol and asking if Kangrim had the guts. Kangrim casually agreed, then threw a small object forward. Hong Dae-hoon was surprised by Kangrim's easy surrender. Seizing that moment, Kangrim rushed to Yoon-gyeol's side and called his name. He quickly forced Gyeol's mouth open and poured something inside. When Hong Dae-hoon angrily questioned him, Kangrim replied that it was an antidote. Before Hong Dae-hoon could retort that he hadn't poisoned anyone, he was interrupted by the screams of his subordinates. Horrified, he turned around, witnessing his entire gang falling from the sky to the ground. A gang member writhed on the ground, trembling and complaining that his vision was blurring, and he felt dizzy. Immediately after, Hong Dae-hoon himself coughed up blood, roaring and asking Kangrim what he had done, while a notification appeared, stating he had been poisoned by the scent of the myriad scent fruit. With a triumphant smile, Kangrim revealed that they were finally feeling the effects of the poison. A wave of toxic gas spread from the giant tree, and Hong Dae-hoon, stunned, wondered about the poison's effects. Feeling the poisonous veins spreading across his body, Hong Dae-hoon wondered why Kangrim was unaffected, and if he had known this beforehand. He suddenly remembered the moment Kangrim gave Gyeol the medicine, and bitterly realized that Kangrim had known everything. Enraged, Hong Dae-hoon swung his weapon to attack, forcing Kangrim to embrace Gyeol and leap back. He roared Seo Kangrim's name, frantically demanding the antidote. While dodging the attack, Kangrim was also astonished by Hong Dae-hoon's still formidable strength despite being poisoned. Poisonous blood splattered onto Seo Kangrim's shoulder as he shielded Yoon-gyeol. The system warned that the poison was rapidly spreading from the wound, exceeding his poison resistance. Realizing he couldn't wait for his opponent to collapse, Kangrim carried Yoon-gyeol and leaped away, his hand channeling fire energy. He threw a fireball into the garden, burning the myriad scent fruits to diffuse the poison. The pungent toxic scent intensified, making Hong Dae-hoon writhe as black poison spread across his body, while Kangrim protected Yoon-gyeol. Collapsing to the ground, Hong Dae-hoon frantically screamed, asking if Kangrim intended to kill everyone. Kangrim coldly replied that only Hong Dae-hoon had to die, even as he pleaded for his life to negotiate with other groups. Without hesitation, Kangrim swung his sword and charged, declaring that if Hong Dae-hoon wanted to live, then he shouldn't have used others to threaten him. The blade plunged into the ground with a thud, ending Hong Dae-hoon's life. Immediately after, Kangrim collapsed from exhaustion, as his fate-stealing ability activated. He absorbed Hong Dae-hoon's strength, magic power, and agility, and was promoted to Human Tier 3. A female student with a ponytail rushed over anxiously, wiped the wound on Kangrim's face, and scolded him for following her. She urged him to leave as there wasn't much time left, while Kangrim rummaged for something in his pocket. The girl wondered in confusion as she saw Kangrim feeding something to the egg. While she was still speculating, a dazzling light erupted from the egg that had reached 100% growth. The system announced the unknown egg had hatched, revealing a mythical creature that caused the girl to exclaim in astonishment that it was a Keelin. The newly hatched Keelin creature gently jumped down from the tree, approaching the sitting Seo Kangrim. It affectionately rubbed its head against Kangrim's cheek, and the purification ability activated, healing him. The Keelan pressed close to So Kangrim, emitting a powerful purifying light. Divine energy spread throughout the area, enveloping Kangrim, Shinsua, and Yoon Gyul, who lay on the ground. The mythical creature leaped into the air as a notification appeared, confirming that the poison from the 10,000 fragrances fruit had been completely neutralized. The Keelan snorted proudly, and Kangrim silently praised it for a job well done. Yoon Gyul woke up with a start, clutching his head in pain, while Kangrim stood up and said they had to leave before everything burned down. Kangrim called Gyul closer, astonishing the student as he recognized his master. Yoon Gyul clung to a tree root to struggle to his feet. Just as Kangrim helped Gyul up, Shinsua and Yoon Bom ran over, joyfully calling their names. Shinsua sighed in relief, saying she had been very worried because she couldn't find him. Kangrim was surprised to see Sua and quickly asked about everyone's condition. Shinsua happily reported that Father Johan had treated everyone and the ambush team from Zone 1 had fled. Yoon Bom immediately turned to scold her younger brother for acting on his own, making her think he had been captured. Kangrim unexpectedly revealed that Gyul had indeed been captured by the Zone 1 leader, causing Yoon Bom to angrily shout her brother's name. Shinsua looked at Kangrim with a remorseful expression, blaming herself that she should have followed him. Kangrim sternly said that this wouldn't have happened if she had completed the stage on intermediate difficulty, then asked why she was still there. Shinsua smiled and replied, "How could they leave you alone?" Kangrim secretly thought that she shouldn't be so reckless, but Sua asserted that to her, he wasn't an ordinary person. She explained that everyone here, including Yoon Bom, Yoon Gyul, Doko Jun, and Johan Richter, considered him a comrade. With a warm smile, Shinsua invited Kangrim to join them next time. Seo Kangrim was stunned as a notification appeared, stating that his and Shinsua's fates were intertwined. The system continued to display an image of Yoon Bom considering him a benefactor, their fates also connecting. Similarly, Yoon Gyul also saw him as a lifesaver, and both their destinies were merging into one. Faced with this unexpected bond, Kangrim was momentarily confused, wondering if he should push them away, then decided to think about it further. Afterwards, the system announced Kangrim had completed the tongue-cutting room on the highest difficulty. As the first to clear it, a special reward screen appeared before him. He received a new item, the Fate Compass. Kangrim examined the item, realizing it had the ability to tell fortunes, but it activated automatically and couldn't be used at will. Suddenly, he felt something unusual. The compass in his hand automatically activated. Its needle began to spin wildly. A disturbing notification appeared. So Kangrim's fate was being distorted. In a luxurious office, a masked man known as Princess felt something strange. He pondered as he reviewed Kangrim's results, finding them exceptionally unique. Princess recalled Kangrim's series of extraordinary achievements, from conquering Knife Mountain, clearing the decapitation chamber, to even defeating the Yeti. He couldn't believe someone only at Insect Tier 3 could accomplish such feats. Princess began to suspect that Kangrim was the reason the 7-branch sword disappeared from the sword forest. In a flashback, Princess thought that even after giving Kangrim a replica of the Heavenly Spear, defeating Hong Dae-hoon was still unbelievable. But something else bothered him more. A companion questioned Princess, asking why he had shown his student how to hatch a Keelan, despite winning the bet. That person explained that hatching a Keelan was almost impossible, as it required extremely strict conditions regarding attributes and food. Princess wondered about So Kangrim's success, deeming it illogical whether it was a coincidence or divine intervention. He decided he had to personally check whether Kangrim could truly scrutinize fate. Princess called Kangrim to follow him. He said he would give Kangrim the promised additional reward. Kangrim was astonished to see a door suddenly open from the empty wall. Princess explained it was a private space, a personal armory that could be opened anywhere with the key. He allowed Kangrim to choose any item from within. Princess confidently confirmed that Kangrim could take anything. As Kangrim began to examine the weapons, Princess observed from a distance. He secretly thought that this was the test, and he had arranged everything beforehand. Low-tier weapons with flashy appearances were displayed as precious items. Meanwhile, high-tier weapons with vague descriptions were displayed as junk. This way, Princess believed he could confirm Kangrim's fate scrutiny ability. He revealed that he had intentionally simplified the descriptions of valuable items so no one would recognize them. However, as Princess was contemplating, Kangrim activated his ability, and his eyes glowed brightly. He began examining an ordinary-looking sword. Kangrim quickly scanned all the items, realizing that even if the best ones were hidden, there were still many soul-tier weapons and above. He smiled, thinking to himself that Princess was quite generous. Kangrim wore a smug smile, showing immense delight at this opportunity. Using his fate scrutiny ability, Seo Kangrim saw that the glittering swords were only ranked Insect Tier 1. he wondered about the incredibly low rank of the seemingly valuable weapons. Upon closer inspection, Kangrim realized the arrangement of items in this armory was strange. He decided to deactivate his ability to ponder. After a moment of thought, Kangrim suddenly understood the problem. He smirked, realizing that Princess was intentionally testing him. Kangrim deduced that a captain not wearing a mask could only be to test his ability, and Princess must have used an item to protect his own fate. He thought to himself that this was a difficult situation. Kangrim recalled that, in his previous life, the Fate Protection Bureau had monopolized those with fate scrutiny abilities, and he feared being forced to join if he revealed his ability. He stood in the middle of the armory, torn between concealing his ability and acquiring a good item. After consideration, Kangrim turned to face Princess. Princess asked if he had made his decision, and Kangrim firmly confirmed. Kangrim pointed at the captain and boldly stated that he wanted it. Princess was utterly stunned by the sudden declaration. He shouted, misunderstanding that Kangrim wanted him, leaving Kangrim himself bewildered. However, Princess quickly regained his smug look, nodding and praising Kangrim as a wise person. He proudly declared that Kangrim had realized he himself was the most valuable thing in the room. While Princess proudly boasted that he was very attractive but couldn't be possessed, Kangrim, confused, tried to explain. He clarified that what he was pointing at was the golden key Princess was holding. Co. Kangrim confidently suggested Princess should lend him weapons from the armory, as it would be more beneficial for him. He assured that he didn't need the most valuable items and could still bring the best results for Sector 2. Princess listened intently, chin in hand, considering Kangrim's bold proposal. Later, at home, Kangrim called Lini to dinner with a nutritious honey ginseng dish. While Lini devoured its meal, Kangrim calculated that he would help it grow stronger in the 3 days, while waiting for the key to be duplicated. He tore open an item package filled with spirit pearls. Kangrim recalled he had to melt down 12,000 spirit pearls just to afford food for Lini. He happily encouraged Lini to eat a lot, to grow quickly. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from Lini, astonishing Kangrim. A notification panel appeared, stating that Lini had been upgraded to Soul Tier 2 and gained the water manipulation ability. Kangrim immediately told Lini to try out its new ability. Lini created a gigantic water orb hovering in the middle of the room, causing furniture to float and making Kangrim fall backward in astonishment. Realizing the situation was out of control, Kangrim frantically shouted for it to stop. The water orb shot across the living room, aiming directly at the wall. Water splashed everywhere, hitting Kangrim directly in the face as it slammed into the wall. The water explosion tore a large hole in the wall, flooding the entire apartment and revealing the bedroom on the other side. Kangrim was speechless, completely drenched as water dripped from his face. From beyond the broken wall, a soaked neighbor angrily shouted, asking what the hell So Kangrim had done. Kangrim could only look back with an exhausted and exasperated expression. In a large dining hall, a group of students were eating, one of them happy to have a decent meal. At another table, a braided-haired female student ate, while exclaiming that the rice was the best. Meanwhile, a bespectacled student sighed in relief, saying he was tired of fruit and couldn't imagine what would have happened if So Kangrim hadn't sold them that soup. Jang Tae-hun asserted that Kangrim was inherently a good person. It was just that the other person hadn't realized it yet. He recalled the scene where Kangrim had saved them when they were surrounded by beasts on the snowy mountain. Jang Tae-hun also remembered that Kangrim had helped him when he was bitten by a monster before they came here for training. The bespectacled student wondered why Jang Tae-hun didn't team up with Kangrim, and he admitted that he also used to think Kangrim was cold, and thus didn't recognize his kindness. Elsewhere, Choi Sang-won approached Kangrim, saying he felt bad for underestimating Kangrim and was glad Kangrim liked his new room. Choi Sang-won crossed his arms, smugly stating that he forgave Kangrim because they were both the first to clear a stage. When Kangrim asked in surprise, Sang-won boasted that he was the first to clear the tongue extraction stage on the lowest difficulty. Kangrim thought to himself, it was no wonder he hadn't seen Sang-won afterward, recalling what other students said about Sang-won almost dying but immediately returning. Choi Sang-won was proud that Kangrim understood him, believing all other students were inferior to him. He suggested skipping the meal and going for a drink, which left Kangrim a bit confused. At the bar, Choi Sang-won cheerfully ordered 2 cocktails from a small, cube-headed serving creature named Tu. Tu pointed to a sign indicating Sang-won's current spirit gem balance was 0. When Sang-won tried to ask for credit, To hit him directly in the face with a sign that read, "No credit." Choi Sang-won angrily slammed the table, yelling and asking Tu if he knew who he was. While Sang-won was insulting Tu, Kangrim stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, called Sang-won by name, and offered to pay. Choi Sang-won scoffed, reminding Kangrim that he was just a part-timer with no money, and had to accept that spirit gems were the currency here. Co Kangrim approached the bar and asked for the price, where a sign announced free drinks for VIPs. Choi Sang-won boasted that he had become a VIP after spending 12,000 spirit gems yesterday. Kangrim said he didn't need one, only ordering a drink for Sang-won, who was astonished by the amount spent. A displeased To handed over the prepared cocktail. To placed the drink in front of Choi Sang-won, who was staring with annoyance. Choi Sang-won gnashed his teeth in a fit of rage. Feeling disrespected, Sang-won smashed the glass on the counter and yelled furiously. The loud noise from the incident attracted the attention of 2 nearby female students with twin braids. Kangrim questioned Sang-won's actions, but was brushed off and insulted as a beggar. Watching Sang-won angrily walk away, Kangrim wondered about his behavior, then turned back to check on To. The 2 female students approached, one asking if Sang-won was Kangrim's friend, which he immediately denied. Kangrim explained that Sang-won was an old neighbor, and he intended to treat him to a meal to apologize for his creature having punched a hole in the wall. Hearing the word creature, one of the 2 female students immediately showed curiosity. Kangrim showed them the Keelin, making both girls exclaim how cute it was and ask its name. He replied its name was Keelin, and when asked why, he simply said it was because that was its nature. The 2 female students were speechless, one retorting that it was his creature and asking if he would like to be called human by it. Kangrim thought for a moment, then asked if they wanted him to name it. As soon as the name Lini was suggested, the small creature suddenly glowed, upgrading to Soul Rank 1 and gaining the Magnetic Horns skill. Kangrim looked at the new skill information panel in surprise, wondering if Lini had just evolved. Kangrim told himself that Lini was now his own Keelin, and affectionately asked if it wanted to be his teammate. The 2 braided female students happily reminded him that they had helped him name it, and Kangrim acknowledged their contribution. With a radiant smile, Kangrim hugged Lini and sincerely thanked his 2 new friends. One of the girls excitedly suggested they should form a team for the next demon realm, but was immediately silenced by the other. Kangrim asked in surprise about the next demon realm, and both girls enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Other students were also discussing entering the demon realm, where a giant glowing portal awaited them. A week later, everyone was teleported to the Viper Room with the mission to protect something for 168 hours, leaving them astonished by the new scenery. A male student confusedly asked what they had to protect. He wondered if the target was the large tree or the nearby container building, as its door suddenly opened. A green-haired man wearing a mask stepped out, introducing himself as Seo Jung-min from the Bureau of Fate Protection, the person in charge of this area. Shin Sua and Kangrim's group were surprised by the presence of a messenger, realizing this was an official mission from the Bureau. Kangrim secretly found it strange, as in his previous life, An Nabi was in charge of this place, not this man. So Jung-min flew into the air, announcing that the handbook had been updated and he would briefly explain the mission. He cheerfully held up a small white snake and declared that their mission was to protect a snake. The students, including Kang Do-hyun and Johan Richter, looked at the snake with confusion, but So Jung-min reassured them that each person would have their own. Seo Jung-min explained that they had to use a friendly token, a red cloth, to wrap around the snake's body and tame it. He threw the cloths to the crowd and hastily urged everyone to spread out and find snakes. A notification panel appeared, stating the rules. Each person must tame 1 snake, protect it for 168 hours, and specifically, not call a serpent monster a snake. Immediately after, the 2 braided female students began their search in the dense forest. A gray-haired student caught 2 white serpent monsters but was dissatisfied, wanting to find larger ones. Elsewhere, Johan Richter was suddenly attacked by a white serpent monster, causing a female student accompanying him to scream in terror. Meanwhile, Choi Sang-won carefully used a red cloth to tie around the orange serpent monster he had just caught. He named it, and a notification panel appeared, confirming the protection mission had begun. Choi Sang-won smugly handed the serpent monster to his teammates, declaring that their mission was to protect his creature as well. He laughed gleefully, believing he had been quicker than Kangrim and would be the first to complete this mission. His teammates wondered about his recent obsession with Kangrim, while Choi Sang-won secretly vowed to make Kangrim never dare to disrespect him again. Completely unaware, So Kangrim and Lini were walking on a wooden bridge amidst a vast expanse of water. He pondered the twist in fate that the Fate Handbook had warned about. Kangrim was worried because everything was too different from his previous life. This demon realm opened earlier and was managed by an unfamiliar messenger, Seo Jung-min. He realized there were too many changes and couldn't pinpoint where the core problem lay. The system suddenly sent a message, stating that his fate was being distorted, and demanding he rectify it by returning to his original position. Kangrim clutched the friendly token in his hand, wondering if this was related to his objective. Amidst this, the voices of the gods echoed in his mind, asking what he was doing, and offering to possess him, which Kangrim found annoying. He decided to cast aside all worries and immediately began to act. Kangrim put the friendly token into his side pocket. Then, he took off his jacket and signaled to Lini, who affectionately rubbed its head against him. Without a moment's hesitation, So Kangrim leaped from the bridge, plunging straight into the clear blue water below with Lini. Underwater, they both swam past a swarm of giant aquatic serpents, venturing deeper into the lake. Underwater, Seo Kangrim received a notification that his lung capacity had increased by 20%, thanks to his water attribute. Immediately after, Lini activated her water control ability from her glowing horn. This ability enveloped Kangrim, allowing him to move and breathe completely freely underwater. Both were now fully adapted, gliding through the water with ease. Kangrim spotted a small aquatic serpent monster swimming past him. Despite the serpent's presence, he swam away, making the observing gods wonder where he was going. He ignored the small serpents, stating that they were not what he was looking for here. Kangrim thought to himself that he wasn't here for an ordinary serpent, but for a greater goal. Suddenly, a giant serpent monster emerged from the darkness and lunged to attack them both. Kangrim quickly summoned a long spear, bracing it against the monster's mouth to prevent it from closing. He secretly felt lucky to have his only long-range weapon, the Sky Piercer spear. He observed that the creature was too long to be a serpent, but too small to be considered a dragon. With a confident smile, Kangrim confirmed this was his target and intended to place a mark of friendship on its tongue. He then took out the mark of friendship from his side pouch, while still inside the monster's mouth. The mark began to emit a brilliant blue light, ready for use. Just then, the water control ability was activated again, creating a surge of pressure that pushed Kangrim out of the monster's mouth. Safe outside, Kangrim praised Lini's timely and perfect assistance. The giant serpent monster was now subdued, with the mark of friendship glowing on its tongue. Lini faced the great serpent, its horn emitting a powerful light. The great serpent suddenly lunged, opening its mouth wide to snap at Lini. So Kangrim grabbed the great serpent after using the mark of friendship. The monster struggled against the item's effect. Despite its resistance, Kangrim held on tightly. Finally, the great serpent was successfully tamed. Though subdued, the great serpent still glared at Kangrim but no longer considered him an enemy. Kangrim smiled smugly and gestured to it. The great serpent emerged from the water, bringing Kangrim and Lini ashore. He praised it and said his task was to protect it for a week. Then, he instructed it to live normally underwater and not to go anywhere until he removed the mark after a week. The great serpent stared blankly as Kangrim left after only 5 minutes of taming it. Ashore, Kangrim burst out laughing, revealing the true purpose of catching the great serpent was to get a week of rest. Afterward, Kangrim and Lini went monster hunting in a nearby forest. After the buff effect ended, his power had increased to level 26. He realized that even though his rank had increased, raising his stats solely by hunting was very difficult. He decided to tell Lini to rest for a while. He knew Lini was uncomfortable because Keelans inherently detest blood and killing. Suddenly, Kangrim felt something was wrong and wondered why there were students fighting in this demon realm. He was stunned as a terrifying possibility flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he immediately called Lini and rushed towards the sound. At a waterfall, a man was angrily shouting, demanding his money back, claiming someone had done a shoddy job. Seo Kangrim sat alone, annoyed that he couldn't tolerate this nonsense anymore. Meanwhile, Choi Sang-won declared he would pay later and left his teammates in bewilderment. 2 other teammates also complained about constantly being compared to Kangrim and decided to leave. Hearing his name, Kangrim wondered, and a mysterious voice advised him to help Choi Sang-won in exchange for spirit gems. The voice reminded him that he needed to earn money to feed Lini, making Kangrim ponder. Kangrim recalled that Choi Sang-won was penniless, but the man's shouts had caught his attention. Choi Sang-won turned around, surprised to see So Kangrim standing there. He immediately shouted, pleading with Kangrim to save his serpent. Kangrim, pulling Choi Sang-won along, confirmed that his serpent was under attack, but didn't know its location. He bluntly asked about his fee, reminding Choi Sang-won about the last time he didn't treat him to a meal. Kangrim suddenly stopped, declaring he wouldn't work for free, but then agreed to help for a meal later. Desperate, Choi Sang-won hastily offered 2,000 spirit gems, surprising Kangrim with the large amount. After the transaction was complete, Kangrim reassured a panicking Choi Sang-won that he had received the money and would act. He rushed to the scene, where a wounded orange serpent monster was screaming. Another student was preparing to finish off the serpent, confidently declaring this was its end. But Kangrim appeared just in time, using his sword to block the other person's attack. The unfamiliar student angrily questioned Kangrim, asserting that he had found the serpent first. Kangrim coldly replied that he couldn't do that, then threw the corpse of a white serpent towards Choi Sang-won. Choi Sang-won panicked as he caught the serpent, mistaking it for his pet. He hugged the white serpent's corpse, desperately trying to give it medicine. The swordsman student looked confused by Seo Kangrim's reaction. Choi Sang-won angrily questioned why they were trying to kill his snake, but Kangrim calmly asked back. Choi Sang-won shouted that this snake had a friendly mark, and they should go protect another one, but the swordsman student only wondered why they should do that. The swordsman student thought, wasn't the mission of this room to protect snakes, making Choi Sang-won even more bewildered. However, upon rechecking, he was shocked to realize his mission was actually to kill a snake. Choi Sang-won was stunned by the truth, while Kangrim merely glanced, his expression as if he already knew. Kangrim pondered, realizing the mission in Area 3 had changed from his previous life, and wondered if this was due to his fate being altered. He recalled that in the past, both teams had the mission to protect snakes and had cooperated, which was also why Shin Sua and the other person. A thought flashed through Kangrim's mind as he realized the true meaning of this change. Just then, a system notification appeared, stating that the target equipped with a friendly mark was under attack. Kangrim deduced that if it was someone from Area 3, the attacker must be that person, while another student was running towards the giant aquatic serpent. A confident blue-haired student appeared, who was exactly the person Kangrim was thinking of. That student unleashed a powerful energy kick, shattering the ground. He landed on the water's surface, astonished by the serpent's size, and wondered if it was a dragon. With a smug smile, he decided it was time to see if killing this creature would complete his mission. Then he charged towards the monster. At the same time, Seo Kangrim also dashed forward with an urgent expression. He wore a determined smile. Back with Choi Sang-won, the swordsman student was swinging his sword, attacking the orange serpent. He happily thought to himself that he had almost taken it down. Suddenly, Seo Kangrim appeared, using his sword to block another student's attack aimed at the giant serpent. The clash created a loud sound, making the attacker cry out in surprise. Kangrim smiled confidently, thinking to himself that he already knew who that person was. The other student, recognized by Kangrim as Jang Tae-hun, couldn't believe his attack had been blocked. Kangrim reminisced about the past, when Jang Tae-hun, a member of the Flying Tiger sect, tried to persuade him to join an event. In the memory, Tae-hun pleaded with Kangrim not to forget to come to the sect's evening party, but the memory quickly shifted to a tragic scene, where all the sect members were dead. Back in the present, Kangrim thought to himself, it was truly joyful to meet his old comrade from the Flying Tiger sect again. Not recognizing Kangrim, Jang Tae-hun declared he would overlook this since they had never met, but insisted he had found the monster first. Kangrim ignored him, turning to order the shrunken serpent to dive deep into the water and never resurface. The serpent immediately vanished beneath the water, making Jang Tae-hun angrily shout for letting the target slip away. Tae-hun furiously yelled at Kangrim to get lost, while Kangrim realized that in this timeline, they hadn't met yet. Kangrim recalled that Jang Tae-hun in the past was a completely different person. He remembered the joyful moments when a female comrade sat on Tae-hun's shoulders and called his name. In an old conversation, Tae-hun had once said he was glad they hadn't met in the demon realm. Tae-hun had then awkwardly admitted that he used to be quite hot-headed. Kangrim bitterly thought that if they had met under these circumstances in his previous life, they probably wouldn't have become friends. While the current Tae-hun angrily stomped his foot, Kangrim calmly suggested Tae-hun go find another snake, because this serpent was his. Jang Tae-hun was astonished by Kangrim's declaration. Seeing Kangrim as an obstacle, Tae-hun decided he would eliminate him first and charged forward, throwing a punch. Jang Tae-hun was surprised when his punch was easily dodged. Seo Kangrim used the flat of his katana to block the attack, making the weapon vibrate violently. Kangrim thought to himself, he hadn't expected Tae-hun to be this strong at this point in time. Pushed back, Jang Tae-hun angrily roared, asking why Kangrim dared to smile. Kangrim replied that this was very interesting. He smiled happily at seeing his old comrade alive, while simultaneously switching his attribute to fire. Kangrim began his counterattack, swinging his flaming sword at Jang Tae-hun. He knew well that Tae-hun had higher rank and stats than him, but Jang Tae-hun was confused, being overwhelmed by someone who should have been weaker. Kangrim explained that Tae-hun couldn't possibly know that he had struck him hard in the stomach with the hilt of his sword. Kangrim stood watching Tae-hun collapse, and said that he was too familiar with his fighting skills. He pointed the tip of his sword at Tae-hun's neck, declaring himself the victor. Jang Tae-hun could only glare back with resentful eyes. Defeated, Tae-hun turned and fled and shouted that he wouldn't let Kangrim get away with this. Kangrim waved goodbye, but then realized the situation was not good at all. He worried that at this rate, Tae-hun wouldn't have a chance to meet Shin-sua. That meant he wouldn't join the Flying Tiger sect. If Tae-hun joined the Waterfruit sect instead, he and his old comrades would have to slaughter each other. Kangrim clenched his fist, determined not to let that tragic future come to pass. Choi Sang-won's voice rang out, furious that they should have been informed sooner that the other area's objective was to eliminate their vipers. Choi Sang-won angrily confronted Messenger So Jung-min, who calmly stated that protecting the vipers from monsters or humans was no different. Frustrated, Choi Sang-won turned and left with his cat-tailed companion, while So Kang-rim called So Jung-min back. Seo Jung-min turned, smiling behind his mask, and asked if Kang-rim had any questions. Kang-rim questioned the Fate Protection Bureau's purpose, not understanding why they were forced to compete against each other. So Jung-min explained that they were trying to weed out the incompetent who sought shortcuts, surprising Kang-rim. The messenger continued to provoke, hinting at using others' items to clear the demon realm, making Kang-rim realize with a shock that he was being targeted. Afterward, So Jung-min coldly spoke into his communication device that there weren't enough vipers anyway. Kang-rim could only grit his teeth in frustration upon hearing the conclusion that cooperation between factions was impossible. Returning to the mission area, Kang-rim heard greetings and wondered what had happened in his absence. He walked on, wondering why he hadn't received any notification of the vipers being attacked, when the ground suddenly shook violently. Sensing a powerful presence approaching, Kang-rim immediately drew his sword, ready for battle. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion occurred in the distance, blowing away everything in its path. From within the dust cloud, a figure was sent flying into the air at an astonishing speed. That figure crashed to the ground right in front of Kang-rim, creating a second explosion and sending him flying backward. In the center of the newly formed crater, a fist slammed powerfully onto the cracked earth. Jang Tae-hun stood up, brushed off the dust, and declared that he had finally found Seo Kang-rim. With a smug smile, Jang Tae-hun cracked his knuckles, confirming he had something to settle. He charged forward, roaring that he was the type of person who always repaid his debts. Kang-rim easily blocked Jang Tae-hun's punch, calmly analyzing his opponent and thinking he should spar with him for a bit. Jang Tae-hun unexpectedly changed his attack, delivering a high kick that surprised So Kang-rim. Immediately after, Jang Tae-hun punched Kang-rim in the face, thinking to himself if his opponent realized that he had grasped his attack patterns. Kang-rim was pushed back a distance by the force of the punch. However, Kang-rim merely smiled, thinking that old habits die hard, and he was impressed with Tae-hun. Jang Tae-hun smirked, declaring he had finally caught him. Kang-rim asked why Tae-hun wanted to fight him instead of killing another viper, and received the answer that it was because he had lost last time. Jang Tae-hun raised his fist, asserting that he hated the feeling of losing. Kang-rim seemed slightly taken aback by his former teammate's straightforward reason. He suddenly recalled his past life, when Tae-hun always enjoyed fighting strong opponents, while he himself was too weak then to be considered a rival by him. Kang-rim smiled, the sword in his hand erupting with flames, finding himself insane to be happy about Tae-hun's recognition. He told Tae-hun that if he died, the monster viper would also die, and he trusted him, but Tae-hun just confusedly yelled at him to attack. With blazing red eyes, Kang-rim declared he would begin, and warned Tae-hun not to die, simultaneously activating his combat instinct ability. Jang Tae-hun was no less, his body enveloped in a blue aura as he activated the same ability, confident that Kang-rim couldn't kill him. He sneered, warning that if Kang-rim thought this fight would be like yesterday's, he was sorely mistaken. Kang-rim's blazing red eyes shone with determination as he plunged into battle. Kang-rim's flaming sword clashed with Tae-hun's punch, and he complimented his opponent on looking very strong. Jang Tae-hun deftly dodged the sword strike, thinking to himself that he also liked strong opponents. He immediately counterattacked, swinging a powerful punch down from above. However, Kang-rim smiled excitedly, raising his hand to catch Tae-hun's fist, and thinking to himself that the fight was truly interesting. Still holding his opponent's hand tightly, Kang-rim swung his sword, delivering a decisive slash to Jang Tae-hun's chest. Seo Kang-rim's eyes blazed red as he reveled in the joy of slaying the strong. Jang Tae-hun, clutching the wound on his chest, was horrified by his opponent's berserk state. As Kang-rim repeatedly aimed for his vital points, Tae-hun wondered if he was fighting a psychopath. Tae-hun realized with fear that Kang-rim in their previous confrontation had not been this out of control. Gritting his teeth, Tae-hun knew that if this continued, he would fail again. Determined not to lose again, he poured all his strength into a desperate punch. However, Kang-rim blocked the attack with his bare hand, and a gruesome crack echoed as Tae-hun's bones shattered. Overwhelmed by his combat instinct, Kang-rim's mind was left with only a primal urge to kill his opponent. In a fleeting illusion, a personified image of his own killing intent appeared, embodying the desire for slaughter. That overwhelming instinct pierced through Kang-rim's consciousness, threatening to take complete control. However, Kang-rim's true self challenged the very entity seeking to dominate him. Just then, A system notification appeared, stating that his combat instinct had evolved to Soul Tier 2, helping him temporarily regain his sanity. Lying on the ground, Kangrim's eyes cleared as he realized he was finally lucid. Jang Tae-hun stared in astonishment as flames suddenly erupted from Kangrim's position. He cried out in surprise as a powerful burst of fire pushed him backward. Now enveloped in flames, Kangrim stood up with a smug smile, declaring that he had found a way to kill Tae-hun. Tae-hun yelled back skeptically, not understanding how Kangrim could still move after breaking his bones. "A little pain can't stop me," Kangrim retorted, while swinging his flaming sword, causing Tae-hun to call him insane once more. With an expression of utter ecstasy, So Kangrim roared, demanding his opponent's death. In response, Jang Tae-hun clenched his fist, causing the gems on his gauntlet to begin glowing with power. Jang Tae-hun, collapsed on the ground, admitted his defeat. However, as Seo Kangrim, in a fit of bloodlust, roared to kill him, a system notification appeared, stating that his combat instinct ability had been deactivated due to a lack of magic power. When his fire manipulation ability also faded, Kangrim regained his senses, lowered his sword, and said he wouldn't kill someone who had made a wise decision. He turned his back and walked away, advising Jang Tae-hun to give up and find another serpent to complete the mission. Undeterred, Jang Tae-hun pointed at Kangrim and declared he would return to challenge him tomorrow, and the days after that too. Kangrim coldly told him not to come, while Jang Tae-hun shouted that he would ultimately be the victor. From a distance, other observers commented on the confrontation, believing Jang Tae-hun would not abandon his mission. Kangrim also recognized Jang Tae-hun's nature and was determined not to be the one to fail in this fated battle. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a student from Choi Song-won's group loudly complained about the unfairness of their mission to protect serpents, while another area had the task of killing them. An Nabi coldly replied that Area 2's mission was to protect the serpents, and since they had failed, they would be automatically eliminated when time ran out. Choi Song-won slumped to the floor, furious that he could do nothing but await inevitable failure. Hearing those complaints, So Kangrim suddenly had an idea. He quickly sought out and called An Nabi from behind a corner. Kangrim whispered into the manager's ear, presenting a bold plan. A subtle smile appeared beneath An Nabi's mask. Receiving approval, Kangrim smiled confidently, thinking to himself that the plan had succeeded. He was more determined than ever, for now he had another reason not to lose. Immediately, Kangrim ran into the forest and called Liney, declaring it was time to hunt. As time passed, Jang Tae-hun kept his promise to return, carrying a bucket, ready for another confrontation, after nearly 49 hours. Over 75 hours later, their battle continued, growing fiercer as Jang Tae-hun unleashed a powerful sword strike towards Kangrim. Over 100 hours had passed, and Seo Kangrim was still resiliently fending off Jang Tae-hun's relentless attacks. By the 119th hour, Jang Tae-hun unleashed a powerful punch with a determined expression. After 145 hours of combat, Jang Tae-hun finally collapsed from exhaustion on the ground, while Kangrim still stood firm with his flaming sword. Jang Tae-hun angrily shouted, claiming it was unfair for Kangrim to envelop his entire body in flames. Kangrim calmly replied that he had the right to use his skills in any way he wished. Calling Kangrim insane, Jang Tae-hun pointed at him and swore he would return tomorrow before leaving. From a distance, the giant serpent monster observed and nodded in agreement with an unseen person's thought that both were insane and the battle was truly interesting. Kangrim was startled to see the serpent monster emerge from the water and asked why it was out. When asked if it was hungry, the serpent monster nodded in confirmation. Kangrim knelt, poured food into the monster's mouth, and warned it that humans were even more dangerous than monsters. Then, he whispered to the monster to keep this a secret from Liney, making it happily chew its food. Kangrim asked the monster to return underwater, but it seemed hesitant, as if it hadn't eaten enough. Just then, Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyeol ran over, loudly calling Kangrim's name and asking what he was doing. While Yoon Bom was delighted by the miniature version of the serpent monster, Yoon Gyeol anxiously asked about the injuries on Kangrim's face. Kangrim merely smiled, saying he considered it a training session and felt very happy. Yoon Gyeol was stunned, grabbed Kangrim's shirt, and questioned if he was Doko Jun, because the Kangrim he knew didn't like fighting at all. All three stood on the bridge, while the shadow of the giant serpent monster silently slithered beneath the water. Elsewhere, Jang Tae-hun refused a cooperation offer from a group of unfamiliar students, asserting that he already had someone he needed to defeat. The leader of the new group confidently told Jang Tae-hun not to worry about that. Jang Tae-hun was utterly astonished when that person declared there was a way to help him defeat So Kangrim. A splash echoed. Jang Tae-hun turned back, bewildered by the offer he had just heard. He wondered how such a method could possibly exist. Meanwhile, So Kangrim stood by the lake with the giant serpent monster. He announced that today was the last day. As Jang Tae-hun approached, Kangrim asked what his opponent would do if he lost again. Jang Tae-hun asserted that he wouldn't do anything pathetic. If he lost, he would accept defeat. Kangrim smirked, seemingly having anticipated this answer. He proposed a wager for their final battle. If Kangrim won, Tae-hun would have to obey an order. When Tae-hun asked about his own victory, Kangrim dismissed it, saying it wouldn't happen, while enveloping his sword in flames. Jang Tae-hun merely scoffed at such arrogance. He mocked Kangrim's confidence. Then, Jang Tae-hun declared that Kangrim's abilities would no longer affect him. He lunged forward with a fist glowing with blue energy. Jang Tae-hun threw a powerful punch forward. Kangrim was astonished to see Tae-hun's fist pierce through his flames and collide with his sword. He activated his scrutiny ability, and Jang Tae-hun's status window appeared, revealing his new earth element. Kangrim realized that Jang Tae-hun had acquired fire resistance. With a shattering sound, Jang Tae-hun's punch shattered Kangrim's sword. He confidently stated that he had told him he would win this battle. An unexpected attack from Jang Tae-hun slashed across So Kangrim, sending blood splattering. Wounded and on his knees, Kangrim wondered in astonishment what kind of power that was. Jang Tae-hun laughed maniacally, declaring that he would be the victor. Witnessing his opponent's transformation, Kangrim inwardly thought that the bastard had lost his mind again. Despite his broken weapon, Kangrim charged forward, making Jang Tae-hun realize it was his secret weapon. But Jang Tae-hun also declared he had an ace up his sleeve, as blue energy enveloped his hand. He activated his formless spear ability and asserted that Kangrim himself had started this fight. Kangrim's senses screamed a warning of danger, leaving him stunned. A legendary serpent spear, a gift from a deity, materialized in Jang Tae-hun's hand. He unleashed a powerful overhead attack. Kangrim's combat instinct ability was nullified as he tried to block the strike. With an iron will, Kangrim roared and forced his ability to reactivate. He swung his broken sword hilt, determined to win at all costs. In response to that fighting spirit, his ability evolved to Spirit Rank 1, and a bullseye flashed in his eyes. The world in Kangrim's eyes shifted. He saw strange golden streaks of light in the air. He quickly realized they were pathways. Now, Jang Tae-hun's attack trajectories and openings were clearly visible before him. Kangrim easily dodged all of the Serpent Spear's attacks with astonishing speed. He swiftly closed the distance, his eyes intensely focused. Jang Tae-hun was utterly astonished, unable to believe that Kangrim still had another skill hidden. Seo Kangrim swung a large branch, delivering a fatal blow to Jang Tae-hun. Jang Tae-hun screamed in extreme pain before collapsing. His body fell heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Gasping for breath, Kangrim wondered if he had won, just as his combat instinct ability was nullified. He analyzed that Jang Tae-hun had probably lost because he was unfamiliar with the formless spear. Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through Kangrim's mind. Would Jang Tae-hun die? He quickly knelt beside his comrade, realizing in a panic that he might have gone too far and needed to take Tae-hun to Father Johan. Just then, a bullet unexpectedly whizzed past Kangrim's face, signaling an ambush. A group of unfamiliar students rushed out, shouting that Kangrim was exhausted and could no longer fight. Kangrim bitterly realized these attackers were from Area 3, appearing at the worst possible moment. He quickly pulled out a recovery potion, intending to heal Tae-hun first. However, the potion was abruptly knocked from his hand. Kangrim's hand sank into a strange puddle of mud, rendering him unable to move. He realized this was an earth attribute magic, created by one of the attackers. Trapped in the sinking mud, Kangrim tried to use fire to escape. However, his flames died out due to depleted magic power, leaving him surrounded and helpless. In a moment of despair, the question arose. Would he lose like this? Suddenly, a giant serpent monster emerged from the mud puddle and snatched one of the attackers. The gruesome monster held the student tightly in its mouth, horrifying his comrades who witnessed it. It let out a sky-shattering roar, baring its jagged teeth at the utterly panicked attackers. The serpent monster roared with fury. Seo Kangrim, still trapped, panicked, as he realized the group of students was about to make a fatal mistake by not reading the manual. He recalled his instructions. He would remove the token after a week and ordered it to stay submerged until then. Yet, despite the rule not to call it a snake, a student shouted, urging his comrades to kill Seo Kangrim's snake. Kangrim desperately yelled for them to run, because otherwise, things would get terrible. Called by the forbidden name, the serpent monster erupted in rage, its eyes glowing ferociously. The leader trembled as he watched the monster's body begin to swell and transform bizarrely. Kangrim realized the horrifying consequence. The serpent monster would never be able to transform into a dragon again. Engulfed in resentment and fury, it was corrupted as the token bearing Seo Kangrim's name burst into flames. The monster transformed into Gang Sheori, a legendary dragon-like creature, and immediately massacred the group of students. A new mission appeared before Kangrim. He had to protect Gang Sheori. Meanwhile, a red-haired student was trying to help his comrade escape, desperately hoping the monster would recognize him. Gang Sheori let out a furious roar, its bloodshot eyes devoid of any reason. It spewed a destructive stream of fire, extinguishing all hope for the red-haired student. The monster continued to roar, accumulating a massive fireball in its mouth, astonishing an observer. The system confirmed that the serpent monster had fallen, becoming Gang Sheori, a dragon rank 3 creature, leaving Choi Sang-won and his companion in despair. Immediately after, a Fate Protection Bureau agent used a loudspeaker to announce the appearance of a dragon rank monster. A female student with braided blonde hair appeared utterly surprised by this sudden announcement. Meanwhile, Gang Sheori began to cause a forest fire, and Choi Sang-won panicked and fled as it advanced towards him. Mid-escape, Choi Sang-won suddenly realized an even more terrifying danger. He lacked sufficient poison resistance. Amidst the raging forest fire, an announcement echoed, instructing the trainees to evacuate to the Divine Tree for safety. A trainee shouted for Shin Sua while being shielded by his teammates from the flames. Shin Sua used her ability to create a barrier of vines, protecting the others, and urged them to run to the Divine Tree. Still stuck in the mud pit, Seo Kangrim realized the Fate Protection Bureau was beginning to intervene. Seo Jungmin abruptly changed the directives, issuing a new mission for everyone. The new mission was to defeat Gang Sheori, and whoever completed it would be considered to have cleared the stage, along with additional rewards. A silver-haired trainee appeared excited by the announcement, while Johann Richter stood behind, looking stunned. The silver-haired trainee excitedly declared that it was time to hunt the boss, looking down at Gang Sheori, breathing fire. A trainee, carrying his severely injured friend, headed towards the Divine Tree, where everyone had gathered. He desperately called out, seeking help from Father Johann. Johann Richter heard the call and waved them over from within the crowd. The trainee laid his friend down, pleading with Johann to heal the fatal wound on his chest. To Johann's shock, the trainee confessed he himself had inflicted the wound. Shin Sua anxiously ran to Seo Kangrim, seeing blood on his back. Kangrim reassured her it wasn't his blood, explaining that the injured person was the one who had challenged him, while Johann was healing him. Shin Sua asked if Seo Kangrim intended to deal with Gang Sheori. Looking at the fire dragon in the distance, Seo Kangrim affirmed that he had to go. He revealed that Gang Sheori was the monster snake he had once protected, utterly astonishing Shin Sua. She couldn't believe that dragon rank monster was the gentle monster snake from before. Memories flooded back, showing Seo Kangrim and other trainees standing before the giant monster snake before its corruption. Shin Sua pleaded with Seo Kangrim that he couldn't kill Gang Sheori. Kangrim agreed but couldn't let it roam free. Suddenly, Jang Tae-hoon woke up and shouted in protest, greatly surprising Kangrim. Still injured, Jang Tae-hoon repeated that Kangrim was not allowed to kill the monster. Kangrim confusedly questioned him, but Jang Tae-hoon roared that him killing it himself was an entirely different matter. Kangrim realized Jang Tae-hoon valued loyalty greatly and promised to find another solution without violence. Suddenly, So Jung-min from the Fate Protection Bureau appeared and declared it was impossible. He explained that the corrupted monster snake had to die, otherwise its venom and heat would destroy the entire demon realm. Seo Jung-min continued, expressing his confusion at his superior's decision not to deal with this threat themselves. He called Gang Sheori a failure that couldn't transform into a dragon, leaving Jang Tae-hoon speechless. Jang Tae-hoon bowed his head, deeply hurt by those harsh words. Seo Jung-min warned Kangrim that this was not a problem he could solve alone. Kangrim turned to Shin Sua, admitting he had to deal with Gang Sheori and asked for her help. Shin Sua immediately agreed, and at the same time, the twins Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyeol also appeared and volunteered to join. Being called teammates, Kangrim was a little surprised by this unexpected unity. Witnessing this, Jang Tae-hoon desperately asked if the monster snake still meant anything to Kangrim. He shot up, shouting as he saw Kangrim's group seem to be preparing to leave to destroy it. Jang Tae-hoon roared in pain that was his monster snake. So Kangrim gritted his teeth, showing his awkwardness and frustration at the situation. Jang Tae-hoon shouted loudly, claiming that Kangrim couldn't betray the monster's loyalty like that. While Kangrim was still confused, Jang Tae-hoon recklessly charged off alone. Seo Kangrim silently watched him go, lost in thought by his teammates' actions. At the Divine Tree, Jang Tae-hoon was also being drowned in his own memories. He recalled the immense pain of being called a failure. So Jung-min's words about a failure that couldn't transform into a dragon kept echoing in his mind. Jang Tae-hoon recalled the feeling of loneliness sitting alone on a tree branch. He tormented himself that he was indeed a failure. Bitter memories resurfaced as his father slapped him, roaring if he was trying to ruin his reputation. He even yelled at him that he was ashamed to have such a son. Jang Tae-hun recalled his father's words, that even if fate destined him for greatness, he had accomplished nothing. He realized it wasn't that he had no achievements, but simply that he couldn't become the person his parents wanted. And that made him a failure. Feeling the whole world was his enemy, he resorted to violence and rebellion to resist. That was why he could empathize with the monster snake, a creature also abandoned and misunderstood. Jang Tae-hun looked disappointedly towards Gang Cheori, telling himself that he had once thought So Kangrim would be different. He recalled another time, when the leader of another group rescued him while he was injured. That person tested his trust, asking what would happen if he asked people from Area 3 to attack. But then that person affirmed his trust in him, greatly shaking Jang Tae-hun. Just that one word of trust was enough to lift a huge burden from his shoulders. Returning to reality, Jang Tae-hun admitted that Gang Cheori was now a dangerous monster, but he secretly hoped Kangrim could save it, just as Kangrim had once saved him. Meanwhile, Co Kangrim silently looked at a golden key in his hand. Yoon Bom excitedly asked if borrowing weapons would help them kill Gang Cheori. Co Kangrim immediately clarified, stating that he would handle the monster, but not kill it. He smiled confidently while holding the golden key. He decisively concluded by affirming that was his plan. Yoon Gyeol's group thought this plan was worth trying and wondered if they should inform the others. When Kangrim asked if anyone had gone ahead yet, Yoon Gyeol replied that it was that eccentric guy. The whole group immediately thought of Dako Jun, who always seemed frantic in battle. Johan Richter asked about Dako Jun's reaction, and Yoon Gyeol recounted that he was very excited, calling it a boss raid. Hearing that, So Kangrim startled and turned around, hastily asking where Dako Jun was. In another forest, Dako Jun blocked the path of a group of fleeing students, asking them where they were going. Choi Sang-won, who led the group, impudently replied that they were running back to the main hall and had no intention of fighting. He reasoned that there was no need to risk their lives when they could just wait until tomorrow to complete the mission. Suddenly, Doko Jun snatched the orange serpent monster from Choi Sang-won's hand, sarcastically saying he would take it to safety. Immediately after, his hand radiated dark energy, activating energy disintegration on the snake. The pet disintegrated into ashes, making Choi Sang-won scream in despair as Doko Jun coldly announced it was dead. Dako Jun brushed the remaining ashes into Choi Sang-won's hand, telling him not to make the story boring. He then cast a warning gaze at the rest of the group. The other members of Choi Sang-won's group, each holding a pet snake, turned pale with fear. Without hesitation, Doko Jun unleashed his power, destroying all the remaining snakes amidst the screams of their owners. Amidst the sight of disintegrating creatures, a desperate scream rang out, begging him to stop. Choi Sang-won angrily questioned Doko Jun about the unfairness that all their snakes were dead, while his was still alive. Faced with the accusation, Doko Jun appeared pensive as a system notification appeared, stating he had failed to protect his snake. Without a word of explanation, he coldly crushed his own snake, letting its corpse fall to the ground to everyone's astonishment. With dark energy radiating from his hand, Doko Jun turned to ask the terrified group of students if they were satisfied now. He smiled and declared that now they had no other choice but to defeat Gang Cheori together. Dako Jun then led a crowd of students he had just gathered, enthusiastically advancing towards Seo Kangrim. Kangrim wondered about that crowd, while Dako Jun excitedly introduced them as a mass army here to support the protagonist. Dako Jun was certain that Kangrim definitely had a plan ready to deal with the monster. Meanwhile, Choi Sang-won's group panicked, secretly praying for Kangrim to lie to seize command from that psychopath. Kangrim calmly stood up, extended his hand, and confirmed that he had a plan to take down Gang Cheori, hoping for everyone's cooperation. Elsewhere, members of the Fate Protection Bureau were entering the area, one of them wondering about the director's intentions. Princess affirmed that they were here to prepare for the worst-case scenario, even though Ju Sung-tae worried the students might die. Captain Seonmoon Yongyo suddenly appeared, making Princess secretly annoyed by her presence in his area. Another high-ranking figure with white hair named Yang was also present, looking tired as he greeted Princess. Meanwhile, the battle had erupted, and Gang Cheori was roaring fiercely as it was hit by a powerful energy attack. Mr. Yang looked at the monitoring screen and asked who was fighting Gang Cheori. An agent reported it was So Kangrim. The report continued, stating that Kangrim was commanding all the students from Area 2 inches this all-out attack. While Princess was surprised, Mr. Yang pessimistically thought they couldn't win and wanted to intervene immediately, but Seonmoon Yongyo stopped him, reminding him of the director's orders. Seonmoon Yongyo said that even so, she had her own thoughts. Looking towards the fiery battle in the distance, she secretly hoped the students would soon give up. Seonmoon Yongyo teased Princess, declaring that if Kangrim failed, she would recruit him to Area 1, making him angrily question her. Looking towards the battle, Seonmoon Yongyo secretly envied and wondered where such a powerful student came from. Standing nearby, a masked agent frowned, showing dissatisfaction. On the battlefield, a large-caliber bullet violently exploded right above Gangcheori's head. Yunbom, who fired the shot, was aiming with the Demon Slayer rifle borrowed from Princess's armory. Attacked, Gangcheori roared in anger, a fireball beginning to form in its mouth. It spewed out a massive stream of flames, but a student leader timely activated an energy shield to protect his teammates. At that moment, a blazing red slash streaked across the monster's neck. Yoon-gyul shouted to attract its attention, while raising a large bow with many arrows ready. He faced the giant monster with the crimson bow, another weapon, borrowed from Princess. On the ground, Keelan activated water manipulation, extinguishing the spreading flames. From afar, Princess watched the scene in astonishment, not understanding why the students' attacks kept missing their target. He irritably grumbled that those weapons were not for incompetent children, and they wouldn't be able to kill Gangcheori this way. The monster opened its mouth again, preparing for another fire attack. But instead of flames, only a puff of smoke emerged. It had run out of energy, and so Kangrim stood on the cliff, witnessing it all. Realizing the time had come, Kangrim shouted loudly, ordering everyone to launch a full-scale attack now that the monster was out of fire. A multitude of students charged in, but were immediately repelled by the toxic gas and heat radiating from Gangcheori. A student at the front line shouted, asking those with poison and fire resistance to go first. Amidst the formation, another suggested cornering the monster against an ice wall. Immediately, a massive ice wall was summoned, trapping Gangcheori, while a voice rang out, encouraging them to keep pushing it back. A disciple was sent flying by Gangcheori's fiery tail, desperately screaming that it was impossible. Shinsua immediately took command, ordering those with water attributes to extinguish the flames while she used vines to bind the monster. She activated the tree leaf seed technique to tightly bind Gangcheori, while other disciples used water bombs and water cannons to keep the vines from burning. The frontline disciples strained with all their might, activating super strength and physical enhancement to push the ice wall forward. Their efforts seemed on the verge of success as Gangcheori was pushed to the very edge of the cliff, filling everyone with hope. But Gangcheori let out an enraged roar, showing no intention of yielding. It stomped its foot down, shattering both the ice wall and the ground around it. As the disciples panicked, unsure what to do, someone reiterated Kangrim's order to push it off the cliff. Just then, Dako-jun stepped forward, emanating a dark aura, and ordered the others to step back. He activated ability disintegration, causing the ground beneath Gangcheori's feet to begin crumbling into pieces. The cliff collapsed completely, dragging the colossal monster down into the abyss. In the moment it fell, a blue light flashed in Gangcheori's eyes. From afar, Yang, Princess, and Seonmoon Yongyo watched through a screen, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. The screen clearly displayed Kangrim standing atop the falling monster. On Gangcheori's head, Kangrim endured the terrible heat emanating from its body. Nevertheless, he held on firmly to the scorching scales. He quickly analyzed and discovered an indentation, a weak point right in the center of the monster's head. Immediately, Kangrim put all his strength into stabbing his weapon into the newly found weak point. For a moment, Kangrim recalled his calculations, that this plan was definitely worth trying. He also remembered his exchange with Dako-jun, when Dako-jun assured him there was a solution for the monster having gone berserk and no longer recognizing him. Kangrim stabbed into the crown point on Gangcheori's head, hoping to help it awaken. The monster roared in pain, and Kangrim hastily shouted for it to calm down, calling out his own name. The pupils in Gangcheori's fiery red eyes contracted, seemingly reacting. It growled but then stopped, sparking a glimmer of hope in Kangrim. He panted, asking the monster if it recognized him. Then, Kangrim took out the mark of friendship, saying he would put it back on Gangcheori. Witnessing the scene, Seonmoon Yongyo sneered that Kangrim was using dirty tricks, just like Princess. After a moment of silent deliberation, Seonmoon Yongyo decided to act. She ordered her subordinates to record in the report that she herself had subdued Gangcheori because the disciples were helpless. Princess angrily protested, asserting that he and Yang were the ones in charge of this area. Seonmoon Yongyo dismissed it, saying the director had never given such an order, and used the excuse that Kangrim was in danger. Despite Princess's warning, she summoned a gigantic lightning bolt that descended from the sky. The lightning bolt transformed into an energy spear that pierced the ground right next to Gangcheori. The shockwave from the explosion threw Kangrim off the monster's head. Princess grabbed Seonmoon Yongyo by the collar, angrily questioning why she attacked so close to a disciple, but she casually said she had missed the target. While Kangrim struggled to hold on, Seonmoon Yongyo coldly stated that it was just a mistake. She decided she had to get closer, claiming it would be bad if Kangrim died. Ignoring Princess's obstruction, Seonmoon Yongyo rushed forward, activating the sky-stepping technique to save Kangrim. She soared into the air, activating the lightning strike skill to everyone's astonishment. Seonmoon Yongyo smiled smugly, believing she had hit the target this time. Seonmoon Yongyo was astonished when her lightning attack missed its target, wondering why. A system notification appeared, confirming that Seo Kangrim had successfully tamed Gangcheori. Kangrim frowned, realizing this intervention came from the envoys of the Fate Protection Bureau. As Gangcheori leapt from the cliff, Seonmoon Yongyo realized Kangrim's weapon had accidentally become a lightning rod. The group of agents landed, and Kangrim was surprised to see Princess's presence. Kangrim suddenly remembered that person was Seonmoon Yongyo, the captain of Seoul Team, one he had once seen in a video. Seonmoon Yongyo apologized, explaining that she was only trying to help, but had accidentally gotten in his way. She added that although Kangrim had luckily escaped harm, Gangcheori was severely injured internally by the attack. Kangrim stepped forward, declaring he would return the weapon, but forbade anyone from killing Gangcheori. To Princess's astonishment, Kangrim asserted that he had no intention of killing the creature. He firmly stated that he would not let anyone else harm it either. Kangrim boldly declared to everyone that Gangcheori was his dragon. His hand gently rested on the colossal monster's head, showing their bond. Princess angrily retorted, shouting that it was just a dangerous magical beast, not a dragon. He pointed out that Gangcheori still couldn't control the flames and poisonous gas rising from its body. Despite Princess's scolding, Kangrim maintained his stance of not killing it. He looked them straight in the eye, asserting that he himself would handle this situation. Kangrim placed his hand on Gangcheori's blazing hot scales, his skin sizzling from the heat. He summoned Lini, his Kilin, stunning the group of agents with astonishment. Lini appeared in mid-air, emanating a divine and pure aura. Gangcheori trembled in pain as So Kangrim stood watching. Lini landed on the dragon's head, beginning to emit a healing light. A brilliant golden light erupted from Gangcheori, engulfing the entire forest. A black-masked agent quickly shielded Seonmoon Yongyo's eyes from the dazzling light. From a distance, the other trainees also had to raise their hands to shield their eyes from the miraculous sight. Leaning against a tree, Jang Tae-hun wiped away a tear of emotion. Seo Kangrim gently touched Gangcheori, asserting that it was neither a demonic beast nor a failure. Witnessing this, Jang Tae-hun was stunned by his teammates' compassion. With a smile, Seo Kangrim told the monster that it was simply a dragon. Purification power poured forth, dispelling all resentment and causing Gangcheori's colossal body to shrink. Now a tiny creature, Gangcheori affectionately rubbed its head against Seo Kangrim's chest. Carrying the dragon in his arms, Seo Kangrim informed a bureau agent that he had handled the situation. Princess and Seonmoon Yongyo were astonished, unable to believe that a Kilin possessed such power. The black-masked agent bent down to examine it and confirmed it was indeed a dragon. Just as the system announced the mission was complete, the Yoon twins and the other trainees cheered joyfully upon seeing the mission completion notification appear. Immediately after, all the trainees erupted together in triumphant joy. Seo Kangrim turned to ask Princess if he could keep this dragon. Princess agreed, and reminded Seo Kangrim to tend to his injuries first. Only then did Seo Kangrim realize he was severely injured, and thanked Princess for his concern. Princess snapped that Seo Kangrim would die if he wasn't treated, causing Seonmoon Yongyo to frantically tell him to watch his words. Seonmoon Yongyo ordered her subordinate to quickly treat Seo Kangrim's injuries with the item they carried. Laughing, the person explained to Seo Kangrim that this was an extremely expensive item, one they themselves only used in emergencies. The braided-haired agent messily applied ointment to Seo Kangrim's face, making him uncomfortably declare it was done. Seo Kangrim secretly thought that while he needed to curry favor with Seonmoon Yongyo, it didn't mean the person could waste ointment like that. Suddenly, Jang Tae-hun rushed forward, provocatively asking Seo Kangrim if he wanted to fight right now. He landed on the ground with a serious expression. He sighed, touched the wound on his chest, and said that the creature Kangrim was holding was a dragon, not a snake. Jang Tae-hun added that he didn't know if there were any other snakes around, and he had no intention of looking for one, while Gangcheori growled warily. Jang Tae-hun shrugged, admitting he had lost once more and would retreat. Seo Kangrim immediately reminded Jang Tae-hun that he had to follow his orders first, then asked what the other person wanted. Kangrim gestured for Jang Tae-hun to follow him, saying they couldn't talk here, which surprised Tae-hun. With Gangcheori on his shoulder, Kangrim said it was nothing major and turned to walk away. Jang Tae-hun quickly called after him, suggesting they talk right here. Seo Kangram stopped in an open space, waiting for Jang Tae-hun. Jang Tae-hun caught up, skeptically asking if what Kangram had just proposed was feasible. Seo Kangram simply nodded silently in confirmation. Just as Kangram was about to say that he didn't have to if he didn't want to, Jang Tae-hun quickly cut him off and agreed to follow his words. Jang Tae-hun smiled brightly, expressing his anticipation of cooperating with Seo Kangram. The fates of Jang Tae-hun and Seo Kangram began to intertwine. Kangrim's destiny was adjusted according to his will, and his rank was elevated to human rank 2. Seo Kangram woke up in pain, secretly thinking that he was used to nightmares and sleep paralysis. He felt relieved when he realized he could move his limbs. As he tried to sit up, Kangram was surprised to find Leany lying on his chest. The Keelan suddenly jumped onto him, making Kangram yelp in surprise. He tried to tell Leany to get down, but it kept crying and clinging to him. During their struggle, Leany's purification ability was suddenly activated. Kangram was confused, not understanding why Leany was using that ability on him as light enveloped him. The pain quickly vanished, and he felt much more alert. Kangram shot up, startled to realize he had slept until the next day, while Leany was still trying to purify his abdomen. He suddenly understood that Leany was purifying the remaining toxins in his body. Kangram smiled and patted Leany's head, thanking it, and it happily responded. He tiredly held his head, unable to believe he had slept soundly for an entire day. Suddenly, Kangram was surprised to see something hidden under the bed. It was a red-black dragon of soul rank 3, bearing poison, fire, and water energy, and possessing a violent nature. Kangram recalled that this dragon, despite being exhausted, still tried to attack Jang Tae-hun, so he had to send it back to the spirit world. Back in the present, he picked up the struggling dragon, wondering if he had summoned it in his sleep, and thinking about a name for it. The little dragon's stomach rumbled with hunger. Kangram decided to name it Yolong, and called Leany to go eat with them. In the dining hall, Kangram sat eating with Jang Tae-hun, while another female trainee sat reading a book at a nearby table. Watching Leany and Yolong devour their food, Kangram secretly sighed, lamenting that their food expenses had now doubled. Dako Jun approached the dining table and cheerfully greeted Seo Kangram. He curiously reached out towards the small dragon and asked its name. Kangram replied that it was Yolong. When Dako Jun wondered if that was a snake's name, Yolong hissed angrily, but Kangram asserted that if he named a dragon that, then it was a dragon's name. Yolong continued to growl at Dako Jun, who merely smiled in amusement. Dako Jun then changed the subject, saying he heard Kangram brought something else back from that room. Kangram silently admitted that Dako Jun was right. Yolong wasn't the only thing he brought back. In a flashback, Choi Sang-won had asked Kangram what he wanted from him. Kangram recalled that he had asked Choi Sang-won to move to Area 2. He remembered the reason behind that decision was because An Nabi had emphasized the mission in Area 2 for failed students. Kangram knew that even if they failed, students still had a second chance if they transferred to another area. Although they had to restart the mission from the beginning, for those who had come so far, it wasn't difficult at all. Returning to the present, Dako Jun directly asked why Kangram brought Choi Sang-won along. Kangram casually replied that it was because he seemed useful. Dako Jun pointed out that other areas also had similar people, but Kangram retorted that he and Choi Sang-won were a good match, unlike with someone else. Dako Jun then became excited, asking if Choi Sang-won was an important figure in the future, and teasing Kangram about his regressor status. Kangram simply confirmed it with a single yes. Dako Jun praised Kangram, saying he was truly like a hero in the Viper Room. He recalled the moments Kangram had struggled, and also the image of Kangram standing firm like a true dragon. Finally, Dako Jun smiled, admitting that it was because of Kangram's actions that he had also re-evaluated himself. When Dako Jun said he felt he was lacking, Seo Kangram asked why. Kangram secretly thought Dako Jun was crazy enough, then openly acknowledged his help in dealing with Gang Cheori. However, Dako Jun vehemently denied it, claiming he hadn't helped at all. He clenched his fist, fearing that if he continued like this, he would amount to nothing. Suddenly, Dako Jun noticed a female teammate approaching them from the cafeteria entrance. It was a woman with long brown hair neatly tied back. Dako Jun decided to leave, telling Kangram that it was time for him to start over after a break. Kangram quietly watched them leave, secretly thinking that Dako Jun still seemed like a writer. Dako Jun's teammate turned back to ask about Kangram's situation while he continued to walk away. Immediately after, Shin Sua approached the table, making Kangram wonder if Dako Jun was intentionally avoiding her. Shin Sua anxiously asked if Dako Jun was causing trouble, while also revealing the recent tense situation and everyone's apprehension towards Jang Tae-hun. Coincidentally passing by, Dako Jun turned back and called out, asserting that Jang Tae-hun was not a bad person. Jang Tae-hun, who was sitting at another table, simply watched Jun's retreating back in silence. He then stood up and approached Kangrim and Shinsua's table, asking if they were talking about him, and was introduced to Sua by Kangrim. Shinsua politely introduced herself as Kangrim's teammate. Jang Tae-hun greeted her back, stating his name and that he was from Area 3. The three sat together in an awkward silence, while the dragon Yolong in Kangrim's arms growled at Jang Tae-hun. Shinsua quickly found an excuse to leave, wishing them a good meal. As she walked away, she secretly regretted thinking they would have been able to talk more. When only the two of them remained, Jang Tae-hun immediately whispered, asking Kangrim if Shinsua was his girlfriend, and calling him older brother. At So Kangrim's questioning look, Jang Tae-hun cheerfully explained that he called Kangrim older brother because Kangrim was older. Kangrim looked skeptical, but admitted that he preferred that address to being called by his name directly. Jang Tae-hun continued, saying that from the very beginning, he had felt a strong sense of familiarity with Kangrim. He recalled and explained that he had thought Kangrim was someone he had once fought with, and Kangrim also seemed very happy to see him again. Jang Tae-hun added that the same feeling applied to Shinsua, making Kangrim secretly think that he also felt they would become close. Tae-hun confessed that this feeling was like déjà vu. Even though it was their first meeting, it felt like they had known each other for a long time. When Kangrim asked if it was fate, Jang Tae-hun awkwardly suggested that regardless, they would definitely become teammates. Kangrim clenched his fist, wondering if Jang Tae-hun's feeling was just a coincidence. With a determined gaze, he pondered whether he was changing the future for the better. Jang Tae-hun remarked that he used to think Kangrim was a lone wolf, but Kangrim replied that he wanted to befriend everyone. However, Jang Tae-hun frowned and said there was one bastard who was an exception. When Kangrim guessed it was Jun, Jang Tae-hun immediately confirmed it and said he detested scum like him the most. He angrily growled, unable to understand how Jun could kill the serpent he had promised to protect. Kangrim advised Jang Tae-hun not to cause trouble, then secretly thought that Jun would eventually get along with Sua and Father Johan. He smiled, continuing to think that Jun would probably also quickly become close with the Yoon twins, then turned to call Jang Tae-hun. Kangrim gave a mischievous grin and said he had a proposition for Jang Tae-hun. Suddenly, a man in gray sportswear burst through the cafeteria door, sending debris flying. He soared through the air after a powerful impact, hurtling straight towards the end of the hallway. The man crashed into the wall, while a surprised female student peeked out from the door. Jang Tae-hun stood at the scene, calmly wiping his face while the wall behind him lay shattered. A female student named Yoon Bom pointed a gun at Jang Tae-hun, asking why he attacked her. She decisively cocked her gun, declaring she didn't acknowledge his presence. Jang Tae-hun smirked, asking why her opinion mattered, and asserting that Kangrim himself had brought him here. Yoon Bom's eyes flashed with a golden light. She proclaimed herself the master's #1 disciple, and said her guardian deity disliked him. She explained that her deity, belonging to the Olympus faction, considered Jang Tae-hun's attempt to steal Kangrim unethical. Conversely, Jang Tae-hun was revealed to be Jang Fei's shaman, belonging to the Shu Han faction. He calmly retorted, suggesting that if her deity truly wanted Kangrim, they should have acted sooner, and that her failure to persuade him was her own fault. Yoon Bom snapped that their master didn't want to be possessed by a deity, but Jang Tae-hun simply replied that he didn't want to stop. She angrily warned that they were merely holding back, otherwise he would have died instantly. Yoon Gyul, Bom's brother, stepped forward, correcting her that he was the #1 disciple, and declared he would be the one to fight Jang Tae-hun. Yoon Gyul scorned Jang Tae-hun, claiming that someone who failed a mission and had to flee to another area was undoubtedly weak. Provoked, Jang Tae-hun challenged both of them to attack at once, and they immediately accepted. Just then, So Kangrim appeared, surprised, asking what everyone was doing. He looked down at the tense scene, unable to believe they were about to fight. Kangrim reminded them that everything was fine yesterday. Yoon Bom immediately accused Jang Tae-hun of constantly enticing them to be possessed by deities. Jang Tae-hun explained that their deities themselves had ordered them to make him give up recruiting Kangrim, leaving Kangrim stunned. Kangrim turned to ask the twins if Zeus still wanted to possess him, and both nodded in confirmation. He asked Jang Tae-hun the same thing about his deity, and also received an affirmative answer that he had to persuade Kangrim. Kangrim pondered thoughtfully at the complicated situation caused by the deities. Finally, he clapped his hands and proposed an alternative solution for everyone. Seo Kangrim declared he would join the winning side of a match. Jang Tae-hun, Yoon Bom, and Yoon Gyul were all bewildered by the unexpected offer. Drawing his sword, Kangrim declared he would be their opponent, and if he won, they had to stop bothering him. He also stipulated that their deities would owe him a favor and grant him a soul tier item. Immediately after, A virtual communication screen appeared. All three immediately contacted their deities, while Jang Tae-hun pondered the command he had just received. Kangrim knew that allowing a deity to possess him would grant power, but in return, it demanded submission. He was well aware of the risk of becoming a puppet if he blindly followed orders. Therefore, Kangrim firmly asserted he would never let that happen. Jang Tae-hun relayed his faction's opinion that the match was unfair, then proposed that all three would fight Kangrim without using their abilities. Kangrim accepted and added the condition that he would lose if hit even once, and Yunbom confidently agreed. Yunbom excitedly charged forward, wielding her weapon to immediately start the match. She smugly thought the match would end quickly, but was immediately shocked by the force of the impact. Kangrim swiftly grabbed her collar, pulling her close, and warning her that she had no time to be careless. He coldly asserted that he was not joking. Immediately after, he spun around and used Yunbom herself to knock down Yoon, making Jang Tae-hun scream in horror. Yunbom was utterly stunned by this ruthless and unpredictable action. Kangrim held her as a human shield, pulling up her shirt and challenging Jang Tae-hun to shoot him. He warned the group to fight properly, then pushed off the wall to launch himself away. Kangrim skillfully leaned back, dodging Jang Tae-hun's swift kick. Suddenly, Kangrim grabbed the Yoon twins and flung them away. Immediately after, Jang Tae-hun descended from above to attack, shouting that Kangrim had to fight him too, but Kangrim blocked him with his sword. Jang Tae-hun flashed an excited smile, his eyes gleaming with belligerence. "What are you so excited about?" Kangrim calmly asked. Both immediately lunged at each other, exchanging blows at dizzying speed. Jang Tae-hun grabbed Kangrim's collar, mocking that he was holding back and would soon lose. However, Kangrim maintained a calm expression. Unfazed, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Jang Tae-hun flying. Just then, arrows from the Yoon twins unexpectedly flew in, making Jang Tae-hun ask in surprise why they were shooting him. Taking advantage of that moment, Kangrim descended from above, slamming Jang Tae-hun's head forcefully onto the floor. "We can't let you win," Yunbom declared firmly. Kangrim stood up, his gaze darting to the side, wary of his next opponent. The twins immediately shifted their target, simultaneously firing arrows at Kangrim, forcing him to parry with his sword. From outside the door, Shinsua and two other students were watching the chaotic training match. A female student nervously asked Shinsua if they should intervene. In the arena, Yunbom narrowed her eyes, intensely focusing as she drew her bow and aimed. Jang Tae-hun roared and threw a powerful punch, but Kangrim merely remarked that the attack was too obvious. At the same time, Yunbom appeared from behind with a crossbow, declaring they never said they couldn't cooperate. Witnessing their seamless coordination, Shinsua merely smiled with amusement. Amidst the resounding clashes, she casually took out her phone to check it, ignoring her frantic friend calling her name. Shinsua smiled while on the phone, happily agreeing with the person on the other end. Meanwhile, the match concluded with Kangrim's sword plunged into the floor, right beside Jang Tae-hun's head. Kangrim coldly declared the match over as he looked down at his three defeated opponents, Jang Tae-hun, Yoon, and Yunbom. He asserted that continuing to fight at this point was utterly meaningless. However, Jang Tae-hun refused to concede, struggling to push himself up with his hands and muttering that it wasn't over yet. Kangrim sat down and asked if the trio intended to challenge him every day for the entire week. He clarified that he didn't mind sparring, but he absolutely hated fighting solely because of the god's commands. Hearing this, Yunbom secretly thought that she could understand if they were at odds with each other, but she hadn't expected them to be so easily swayed by the god's words, even though their relationship seemed good. Kangrim emphasized once more that he truly disliked this situation. Yoon was about to make an excuse about his god, but Kangrim cut him off with a sharp question. He directly asked Yoon if he would strike if his god ordered him to kill his own sister, Yunbom. That question left Yoon utterly stunned, horrified, and speechless. Kangrim stood up, advising the three that they needed to think for themselves and make their own decisions. He sternly warned them not to blindly follow others' commands. Deeply affected, Jang Tae-hun silently clutched Kangrim's pant leg. Finally, Yunbom was the one to stand up, admitting defeat and declaring that they would give up. She turned to Jang Tae-hun and sincerely apologized for unexpectedly attacking him. Yunbom also apologized for her previous words, while admitting that Tae-hun fought very well. At the unexpected compliment, Jang Tae-hun blushed in embarrassment and stammered that it was fine since he had also attacked them. Just then, Father Johan appeared, offering to come in and heal everyone's injuries. Once everything was settled, Kangrim smiled with satisfaction as he walked away. He secretly praised Jang Tae-hun and Yunbom's coordinated attack, deeming it excellent. Kangrim recalled that although they initially attacked each other, they later combined forces into a well-coordinated team. He felt proud, as this duel had helped them grow closer faster. Suddenly, Shinsua appeared and asked if this had been Kangrim's plan all along. She said that fighting together was a good way to make friends, which surprised Kangrim. Shinsua explained that she had called Father Johann because the situation seemed tense, and Kangrim thanked her. Kangrim worriedly asked if she felt uncomfortable with Jang Tae-hun, but Shinsua simply waved her hand and cheerfully said that everything was fine. She even revealed that for some reason, she felt a strong sense of familiarity with Jang Tae-hun. Kangrim was stunned to realize that Shinsua shared the same feeling as him. He recalled Jang Tae-hun also once saying that he felt very familiar with Shinsua. Kangrim smiled, asked Sua to look after Tae-hun, and told himself that at least they wouldn't drift apart even if he disappeared. Meanwhile, in another office, an assistant reported that the failed trainees from Sector 3 had begun attacking Sector 1. Seonmoon Yongyo indifferently replied that she didn't have high expectations for them. She sighed contentedly, recalling how Seo Kangrim had brilliantly cleared the mission and regretting losing Jang Tae-hun to Sector 2. The masked assistant asked if she intended to give up on recruiting Seo Kangrim. Seonmoon Yongyo smirked sinisterly, asserting that not only would she not give up, but she wanted him more than ever. She revealed that there was still another talented trainee in Sector 2, and an announcement rang out as she prepared to state her plan. Seonmoon Yongyo was surprised to see a notification appear, stating that her offer had been accepted. After a moment of surprise, she burst into delighted laughter at this favorable development. As she laughed, she glanced at Princess and wondered with amusement what his expression would be when he found out. In another space, a blazing red ceiling talisman began to crack. Nabi stood amidst a disintegrating formation, announcing that the 7th gate had been opened. He reiterated the promise to the trainees. Once they overcame this demonic realm, they would be free. Nabi warned that this was the final challenging room, and no one could leave until the mission was completed. A trainee in the crowd secretly thought that he seemed to have worried in vain. After his instructions, Nabi placed a hand on his chest and bowed, wishing everyone good luck. The trainees began to enter the blue teleportation gate opening before them. Yunbom realized only their group was there and wondered why, also asking about Father Johann's absence. Jang Tae-hun explained that Shinsua had gone to check on something, while Yoon Gaeol guessed that Johann might be with Doko Jun. Just then, footsteps echoed from the nearby staircase. The group turned and saw So Kangrim descending, and Jang Tae-hun happily called out to him to enter together. Kangrim smiled back, replying that he would enter later as he wasn't ready yet. He turned his back, playfully put a finger to his lips, and said that what he needed to do was a secret. Yunbom confusedly asked if they should wait for him. Kangrim waved his hand, telling the group to go ahead as he wouldn't take long, and Yunbom reluctantly agreed. Jang Tae-hun remarked that Kangrim seemed particularly excited today, perhaps because he was eager to leave this place. But as soon as his teammates were out of sight, Kangrim's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, serious expression. Seo Kangrim walked down the hallway, heading towards a door. Upon entering, he was startled to see a mysterious figure hovering in the distance. He quickly composed himself with a forced smile. Just then, Shinsua cheerfully called his name, announcing that the final room had opened. Kangrim asked about her plans, and Shinsua suggested they go together. However, he told her to go ahead, as he still had something to do. As Shinsua was about to pass, Kangrim unexpectedly raised his hand, blocking her path. He looked at her with an unreadable expression, leaving Shinsua confused by his strange action. She suddenly realized she didn't have his phone number. Shinsua explained that she had exchanged numbers with everyone else in the group. She held out her phone and asked for Kangrim's number, but he hesitated. He didn't reach out to take the phone. Instead, Kangrim slowly clenched his hand into a fist. Realizing his refusal, Shinsua's expression tensed, and she asked if he truly didn't want to give her his number. She questioned if he intended to never see them again after leaving this place. Kangrim merely stood silent, his face shrouded in shadow. He tightened the fist at his side, suppressing his emotions. Shinsua painfully asked if that was why he always deliberately kept his distance from everyone. Finally, she shouted his full name in frustration, while Kangrim remained silent with a cold gaze. Seo Kangrim secretly thought that was why he always kept everyone at a distance. He had planned never to see them again after leaving, to keep them safe if Bakeyong came looking for him. Hearing Shinsua call his name desperately, Kangrim's demeanor suddenly changed. He covered his face with his hand, denied his intentions, and asked her for her phone to save his number. Shinsua suspiciously asked if he was going to give her a fake number, while Kangrim was dialing. He smiled faintly as he handed her phone back. Kangrim reassured her that it was a real number. Shinsua glared at him skeptically. She said she would trust him and would definitely contact him once they were out, while Kangrim stood silently behind her. As she turned away, he coldly thought there would be no next time. Soon after, Kangrim was in a training area, practicing with his fire sword alongside the red-black dragon and the Keelin. He clapped in approval as the red-black dragon's firebomb skill was upgraded to Soul Grade 2. The Keelin activated its magnetic horn, deflecting a sword flying towards Kangrim. 4 days later, both the red-black dragon and the Keelin lay sprawled on the floor, exhausted. Kangrim praised their efforts and told them to rest, causing both to vanish. Completely exhausted, he fell backward onto the floor, telling himself he needed to get to the final demon realm as soon as possible. While resting, he received notifications about items from his 2 patron gods. They were Hermes' boots, the new book of Manga, and a longevity potion. The high-grade items simultaneously appeared before Kangrim, who was sitting up. He remarked with satisfaction that the gods had competed to send him dragon-grade items, but was still annoyed that they had made the children fight. Seo Kangrim was startled when Nabi suddenly appeared and asked if these items were why he hadn't entered the demon realm yet. He quickly regained his composure, greeted Nabi, and confirmed that he was also training here, while being asked why he hadn't entered the final demon realm. Kangrim replied that he would enter, but not yet. He inquired about the other's situation, but Nabi replied that the raid status was confidential information. When Kangrim asked if any students had completed the mission, Nabi shook her head and said, no one had. Kangrim accepted the answer, secretly thinking that he already knew he wouldn't be able to extract any information from an envoy. He stood up, declaring he would go in to check himself, which made Nabi ask if he intended to go right now. Kangrim explained that he would go after further training his creatures, then said goodbye to return to his room to rest. In his room, he lay on his bed scrolling through his phone, recalling that in his previous life, news of Shinsua completing the mission had appeared on the 3rd day, but now it was the 4th day and still silent. Sitting up in bed with his 2 sleeping creatures, Kangrim wondered why there were no articles, worried that no one had overcome the challenge. He looked at a message on his phone, likely from Shinsua, telling him to reply after completing the demon realm. With a determined expression, Kangrim resolved that he had to go in. However, he decided he would only enter after Shinsua's group completed the raid. But suddenly, an arrow whizzed past his neck. The golden arrow embedded itself in the wall right next to Kangrim's head. He realized it was a spatial envoy, an arrow created from spiritual power that could send messages across worlds. The arrow dissolved into a glowing message board, and Kangrim wondered who had sent it to him. A system notification appeared, stating he had received a message from an anonymous sender, causing Kangrim's eyes to turn red in astonishment. A horrifying vision appeared, showing a wounded man holding a dying Yun bomb. Kangrim was stunned, wondering if it was Shinsua. The vision ended with Shinsua screaming in despair, covered in blood, her hand clutching something tightly. Haunted by the terrible vision, So Kangrim recalled a past conversation. Back then, Shinsua had said she would definitely see him again. She wanted to stay in touch with him even after they left this place. The reason was that she needed people she could trust. Shinsua frankly admitted that she liked Kangrim. Kangrim, confused, asked why. She revealed that she knew he possessed the ability to steal fate but had never used it on anyone. Kangrim was utterly stunned by this revelation. Shinsua explained that she liked how he didn't choose the path of evil. She admired him for maintaining his good nature in an environment prone to corruption. Kangrim evaded, telling himself it wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but that he was too weak. Returning to the present, he read Shinsua's message, inviting him to the final mission, and suspected she wanted revenge for her lost eye. However, he quickly concluded that she merely wanted to exploit his abilities, and happily agreed. As Shinsua turned her back, Kangrim secretly scoffed, determined to steal her soul-grade fate when she least expected it. Meanwhile, 2 other students stepped into a dark portal, beginning their mission in the Sawtooth Skeleton Room. Kangrim and Shinsua also entered the room, and were immediately equipped with Sawtooth Skeleton bracelets. Kangrim was horrified as he read the item's description. After 7 days, it would sever the body part it was attached to, the location depending on the wearer's karma. Shinsua confirmed that, if they didn't complete the mission within 7 days, they would lose a body part, making Kangrim fear losing both his arms. She noticed Kangrim's bracelet was on his finger, and reiterated that the more vital the location, the heavier the karma. Looking at Kangrim's hand, Shinsua mused about karma, suggesting that someone with less karma was a better person. Shinsua smiled, asserting that she knew Kangrim was a good person, which confused him. Unable to understand how she could be happy at this moment, she expressed her desire to become a good person, just like him. Shinsua affirmed that no matter what her fate was, she could still become a better person from now on. But Kangrim thought it might already be too late. Returning to reality, Kangrim wondered if Shinsua was being sincere, or if she truly trusted him and wanted to be his comrade. A painful memory flooded back. of his former comrades mocking and turning their backs on him, asking who would ever want to be on his team. Kangrim sank into despair as the ghosts of the past whispered that death always clung to him. He questioned if he was about to be deceived again, and bitterly concluded that there was no one so kind in this world. Shinsua heard Kangrim's pounding heart, while he tried to convince himself that she was just like the others. Suddenly, Shinsua frantically screamed Seo Kangrim's name. Shadow assassins suddenly appeared, and Kangrim bitterly realized they were just as wretched as those from his past. As an assassin lunged, Kangrim hastily pulled Shinsua's hand to save her. However, that action inadvertently pushed her into the path of another's sword, causing the blade to pierce through her. Kangrim screamed Shinsua's name in horror. The blood-stained blade was withdrawn, leaving a trail of blood splattered on the floor. Kangrim knelt to support the injured Shinsua, who only smiled weakly amidst the surrounding assassins. Shinsua watched the assassins silently leave, and said that if she had known they wouldn't enter other rooms, she would have run faster. Kangrim was stunned, unable to understand what was happening because he hadn't seen any omens in his fate window. Shinsua asked if he thought she was blaming him, but Kangrim dismissed it, saying that her knowing the monster's name wouldn't help. He cried out in pain and torment, believing that Shinsua's injury was once again his fault. In the Sword Forest room, Seo Kangrim was consumed by torment, recalling how Shinsua had lost an eye to protect him. He sobbed, wondering why someone as great as her would keep a pathetic person like him by her side. Shinsua looked at Kangrim with surprise at his question. With a gentle smile, she replied that she had already told him. The flow of memories was abruptly cut off as the red-black dragon bit Kangrim's hand. Returning to reality, Kangrim awoke with a start, staring in astonishment at a red system screen. Beside him, both the red-black dragon and Keelan had been awakened and were growling. Kangrim's first thought was to go save Sua immediately, but he quickly dismissed it, wondering if he had forgotten why he stayed behind. He clutched his head in pain, believing that his entering that room would only put her in greater danger. Because of his unfortunate fate, Kangrim concluded that doing nothing was the best option. However, the image of Shinsua taking his hand reappeared in his mind. He recalled the moment she said she liked, how he was trying to fight against his own fate. She even smiled, and said he just needed to help her next time. A system notification appeared, stating that the Sawtooth Skeleton Room was about to begin, and Kangrim decided to step forward. He entered the new room, telling himself that he had come here after all, while hearing excited voices. Standing in the middle of the room, Kangrim immediately asked the voices where Shinsua had gone. A voice replied defiantly, asking why they should answer him. Another voice offered a condition, saying it would speak if allowed to possess him. A voice warned Seo Kangrim that he should worry more about himself now than about her. Kangrim looked at his own reflection on the sharp blade. He realized he was bound by strange glowing shackles. They tightly gripped his neck, wrists, and even his ankles. Surrounded by blood-stained guillotines, a voice echoed, warning him that he would lose his life if he didn't complete the room within 7 days. Despite the danger, Kangrim calmly zipped up his jacket. He turned to his two companion creatures, and directly asked if they knew where Shinsua was. The Keelan playfully suggested going north, while the red-black dragon sneered, saying they should go east. Realizing he had to find his own way, Kangrim unrolled a scroll, applying the demonic realm map to the current room. The map gradually revealed the structure of a vast, ancient house. He and his two companions began their search through the corridors and chambers. Kangrim cautiously opened a door, preparing for anything that might happen. He paused, discovering bloodstains splattered on the walls. On the floor were traces of a fierce battle that had once taken place. He picked up a cross and realized it belonged to Father Johann. Looking at the arrows stuck in the door, Kangrim guessed they belonged to Yunbom and Yungyul, wondering if Shinsua had gone with them. His two companion creatures whispered to each other, impressed by Kangrim's deduction skills and curious about his next move. The search led them to a grand hall with an imposing, empty throne. Kangrim realized there were no signs of combat near this room, signaling a new crisis for Detective Seo Kangrim. Standing in the grand hall, Seo Kangrim wondered if he had to check all the doors. He narrowed his eyes, beginning his deduction process. Bending down to the floor, he wondered if the X mark was a clue to the path. Kangrim realized that if the X mark indicated the wrong path, then one of the 3 unmarked doors must be the right way. However, when he found no other signs, he began to doubt his own deduction. Suddenly, an identical figure appeared, mocking that he had been tricked by Shinsua. Ignoring the provocation, Kangrim walked straight to and sat on the throne. His doppelganger was astonished, wondering why Kangrim had stepped on the throne instead of sitting formally. Just then, Kangrim's hand found a circular switch hidden on the armrest. A secret passage opened, leading him to a hidden study behind the large desk. The group looked around the messy room, commenting on its disarray. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, startling Kangrim into alertness. He immediately drew his sword, ordering his 2 spirit beasts to prepare for battle. From the shadows, an army of shadow knights with glowing red eyes appeared, and Kangrim realized the noise was their signal. Immediately, Kangrim and his 2 companions were surrounded by the enemies. The red-black dragon, without hesitation, breathed a powerful stream of fire towards them. But one shadow knight charged through the flames, swinging its sword to attack. While Kangrim prepared to parry, the Keelan quickly created sparkling water orbs. Those water orbs trapped each shadow knight, completely neutralizing their assault. Smiling with satisfaction, Kangrim swung his sword, realizing that though numerous, the enemies were not strong. Suddenly, Kangrim was startled at the thought of the name Yunbom. A shadow figure in Yunbom's likeness suddenly opened fire with a sniper rifle aimed directly at him. Kangrim blocked the bullet with his sword, realizing the attacker was merely a shadow demon. The shadow doppelganger's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It activated its perfect accuracy ability and fired another shot. The magical bullet automatically changed trajectory, pursuing Kangrim. With this ability, the attack always hit its target, and Kangrim was wounded in the shoulder. Immediately after, another shadow doppelganger in Yoon-Gyeol's likeness appeared beside its sister. Kangrim smirked, saying he was not happy to see them again. He explained that only one type of demon beast appeared in the Sawtooth skeleton room while parrying incoming arrows with his sword. It was the Shadow Thief, a human grade 1 demon beast capable of copying human abilities. Kangrim knew that this demon beast copied the appearance and abilities of awakened individuals who had entered the demon realm. However, it could not copy their beliefs or emotions, and Gyeol's doppelganger immediately unleashed a rain of arrows. He asserted that the real Yoon-Gyeol would never shoot arrows so indiscriminately. Kangrim charged through the rain of arrows, dodging the incoming arrows. He believed that fortunately, by defeating the main body, these arrows would also disappear. Thinking so, he charged forward and sliced apart Yoon-Gyeol's doppelganger. Immediately, all the arrows flying in the air vanished into purple smoke. Kangrim stood firm, blood trickling from the wound on his face as he confirmed his deduction was correct. However, Yunbom's doppelganger was still there, pointing its gun straight ahead. Yunbom's doppelganger suddenly activated its marksmanship squad ability, summoning countless energy guns to surround Seo Kangrim. Kangrim realized this was a new ability the real bomb must have acquired. Cornered, he drew his sword into a defensive stance, considering his options. He knew he couldn't attack from long range, nor could he dodge, and even his recluse ability would be hunted down. As the doppelganger's finger squeezed the trigger, Kangrim wondered how many bullets he could block. A volley of energy bullets shot straight towards Kangrim. However, a shadowy force suddenly intervened, neutralizing the attack, and Kangrim was astonished to see Jang Tae-hun and Yoon-Gyeol above. Jang Tae-hun frantically reached out, shouting for Kangrim to quickly climb up. After being pulled to safety, both Jang Tae-hun and Yoon-Gyeol anxiously asked about his condition. Seeing his injuries, Kangrim clutched his side wound, reassuring them it was not a big deal. He stood up, looked around, and wondered where they were. Yoon-Gyeol suggested the adjacent room was a prison, which surprised Jang Tae-hun. Hearing that, Kangrim froze as the image of a severely wounded Shin-Sua flashed in his mind, fearing she was imprisoned there. A dark, damp prison corridor appeared before their eyes. Kangrim looked deep inside with determined eyes, and then he found Shin-Sua collapsed on the floor, severely wounded and unconscious. He shouted her name and rushed forward, but Yoon-Gyeol hurriedly stopped him to explain. From the darkness of the prison cell, an unfamiliar silver-haired swordsman stepped out. Yoon-Gyeol explained that the demon beasts here were capable of copying their abilities. He added that even if defeated, they would reappear every time the drum sounded. Yunbom began to recount that on the second day, they had stumbled upon something. In a flashback, Yunbom screamed Gyeol's name as he was attacked by a shadow beast. Jang Tae-hun was also busy fighting, shouting that they would come to help as soon as they dealt with this group. Suddenly, Jang Tae-hun turned back with an astonished expression. He witnessed Yoon-Gyeol getting injured, and at the same time, his shadow clone collapsed with identical wounds. Kangrim looked at Shin-Sua's wounds, realizing they weren't caused by demonic beasts. Deep slashes on her thigh were clear evidence. He coldly concluded that she had done it to herself. Yunbom explained that Shin-Sua said it was the best option, as none of them could defeat her shadow. The girl sobbed as she continued, saying Shin-Sua had told everyone to leave everything to her, and then asked them all to leave the room. Yunbom pleaded with Kangrim to stop Shin-Sua, believing she was a strangely good person. Kangrim silently looked at the vial of medicine, skeptical about Shin-Sua being a good person. He smashed the vial of medicine on the floor, asserting that she wasn't good, but simply insane. Jang Tae-hun slumped to the floor, blaming himself that they should have stopped her no matter what she said. Kangram sat down next to the distraught Yoon Bom, saying that ordinary people couldn't stop someone who had lost their mind. He gently patted her head to comfort her. Then, Kangram asked if she had found everyone's ID cards, and Yoon Bom replied that Shin-sua, Yoon Gyeol, and Johan Richter's were still missing. Suddenly, Yoon Bom cried out in pain and called Shin-sua's name. She recoiled in panic as Kangram brought a vial of medicine closer and asked her to give them some privacy. With a stern expression, Kangram said he needed to speak with Shin-sua alone. Shin-sua was startled as she felt healing energy spreading over her wounds. She widened her eyes, her gaze filled with determination and pain. Seeing Kangram bring the vial closer, she recoiled in panic. He grabbed her hand, firmly stating that they needed to talk. Shin-sua agreed but asked him to put the vial away. She reached for the sword, explaining that if she recovered, everyone would be in danger. Suddenly, Kangram snatched the sword and stabbed himself in the leg. Shin-sua frantically tried to stop him. The vial in Kangram's hand fell, shattering on the stone floor. He gritted his teeth, repeating that he had said they needed to talk. Shin-sua, horrified, tried to pry his hand from the sword hilt. She screamed, asking what he was doing and telling him to let go. Kangram calmly replied, asking her to let go first and saying they still had time. Both fell silent in a tense standoff. Finally, Shin-sua released her grip, and the sword clattered coldly to the floor. Kangram gently took her hand, explaining that he hadn't said he wouldn't come, just that he'd be late. Shin-sua sighed, tiredly asking why he had done that. Kangram bluntly stated that he knew she could easily defeat her own shadow. Shin-sua clutched her head in pain, denying it and saying she couldn't win, but believed he would soon understand why. Shin-sua explained that she knew Kangram understood the situation because he could see her fate window. Hearing that, Kangram immediately activated his fate scrutiny ability. He was utterly astonished by what he saw. Kangram didn't understand why Shin-sua's fate window had changed so much. He discovered she already possessed the Weight of Karma ability, Divine Grade 3, an ability she had acquired much later in his previous life. Kangram realized this ability was similar to his own ability to steal fate. It was also similar to Nam Yu-jun's impulsive homicide ability. The more harm inflicted on others, the stronger one became. He recalled that in his previous life, she had fewer serrated rings, a sign that karma had accumulated. That meant the current Shin-sua had not yet used these dangerous abilities. However, her shadow was unbound by any hesitation and could freely use them. Kangram said that her shadow grew stronger with each appearance, and Shin-sua sadly nodded in confirmation. He thought to himself that a monster capable of freely using Shin-sua's bloodthirst was indeed a fearsome enemy. Kangram was still lost in thought about Shin-sua's predicament. Suddenly, Shin-sua asked him to leave her be and take the others and leave. When Kangram asked about her plan, she could only weakly reply that she would handle it herself. Seeing her head droop, Kangram quickly knelt down and asked her to look at him. He shouted her name, trying to pull her from her despair. Kangram angrily grabbed her shoulders, asking if she intended to die here. Shin-sua tiredly smiled, pushed his hands away, and said she was just going to take a nap. With that, she faded and collapsed to the floor, whispering that he needed to leave too. Seeing Shin-sua collapse, Seo Kangram secretly resolved to leave once everyone was safe. Suddenly, Yoon Jiao, Johan Richter, and Doko Jun joyfully ran over, loudly calling his name. Johan expressed immense joy at their reunion, while Kangram replied that it was thanks to Johan that he found everyone. Kangram then returned Johan's lost cross, moving Johan to say he thought he'd never see it again. Now, the entire group consisting of Kangram, Johan, the twins Yoon Gyeol and Yoon Bom, Doko Jun, Jang Tae-hun, and Ju Hyer-young had reunited, and Johan was happy about it. Johan explained that despite being worried about going alone and entering from different rooms, they still managed to meet again. Kangram immediately asked back, surprised to learn that Johan wasn't with Doko Jun. Johan confirmed he had entered alone, making Jang Tae-hun regret that they should have waited if they knew the entry time affected the starting point. Doko Jun suddenly appeared and asked about Sua's condition, startling Johan. Kangram reassured him that Sua was just sleeping after he gave her recovery medicine, making Johan realize Kangram had been looking after her. The atmosphere of the group became subdued as they became aware of the current situation. Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyeol remained optimistic, believing they would soon get out, especially with Kangram here. However, Jang Tae-hun appeared worried, wondering if Kangram's shadow clone was strong. Yoon Bom thought it would be fine as long as it wasn't stronger than the original, but Ju Hyer-young said her shadow was quite similar to herself. Doko Jun wondered if the shadow's strength depended on each person's abilities. Doko Jun's gaze then stopped at Kangram's neck. He mischievously approached and commented on the beautiful necklace Kangrim was wearing. Kangrim was startled, reaching out to touch the deadly red collar on his neck. The twins Yoonbom and Yoongeol realized in horror that the collar meant Kangrim could die. Yet, Kangrim calmly declared that he just needed to escape before that happened, as only one day had passed. Johann Richter, worried about So Kangrim, urged everyone to go find his identification card immediately. However, So Kangrim stopped the group and suggested they rest, but Yoongeol suddenly discovered he was injured. Yoongeol immediately poked Kangrim's wound, making him wince in pain, then suggested he stay behind to guard Shinsua. Johann Richter agreed that 2 people should stay behind and secretly volunteered for the task, while Kangrim's wound was still bleeding. Yet, Dokojun took responsibility to stay, letting the others leave despite So Kangrim's attempts to stop them. Kangrim hurriedly ran after them, shouting that the group needed to synchronize their maps before the door slammed shut. Left behind, Seo Kangrim sighed and sat down, calling Dokojun over to ask a few questions while they guarded together. Dokojun casually asked what Kangrim wanted to know, and Kangrim immediately questioned why he chose this room as a base. With a sharp gaze, Kangrim stated directly that there was no need to place Shinsua in a place like a prison cell. Dokojun explained that Shinsua herself chose this place, thinking her shadow would weaken in a treeless area. He pondered the principle of metal overcoming wood, but still wondered why Kangrim left a severely injured person lying on the cold stone floor. Seo Kangrim only remained silent, bowing his head in thought under Dokojun's observation. Dokojun smiled meaningfully, asking if that was all Kangrim wanted to know. He started to walk away, saying that if Kangrim was truly the protagonist, he would have asked a different question. With sharp eyes, Dokojun continued, saying he thought Kangrim would ask a more important question. Seo Kangrim's amber eyes flashed as he realized his opponent's intention. Kangrim looked up, getting straight to the point. "Why did you send me that message?" making Dokojun exclaim with satisfaction. Dokojun admitted that Kangrim had realized the message was from him, and Kangrim demanded to know the reason. Dokojun laughed and explained that the protagonist had to be present, and he was worried because Kangrim hadn't appeared for 4 days. He leaned in closer, mischievously asking if Kangrim was angry. Seo Kangrim showed annoyance at Dokojun's attitude. He sighed, reluctantly admitting that it was thanks to Dokojun that he learned Shinsua was in danger, making Dokojun look smug. Kangrim immediately changed the subject, asking how an intern could possess such an expensive space-time messenger. Dokojun just winked mischievously and replied that it was a secret. Teased, Kangrim snapped at Dokojun to forget about it. Dokojun again offered to tell another interesting story, but Kangrim turned away and flatly refused. Seeing that, Dokojun leaned back, saying that a regressor like Kangrim surely didn't expect this change. Kangrim angrily demanded him to stop talking nonsense. Dokojun casually warned that Kangrim was about to be shredded by saw blades. Kangrim immediately became serious, directly asking Dokojun how much karma he had accumulated. The two continued their tense conversation beside the unconscious Shinsua. When Kangrim pretended not to understand, Dokojun asserted that he knew well. Dokojun explained that the position of the saw blades depended on karma, and the more karma, the more fatal the position. He admitted he also had a lot of karma, to the point of almost losing the hands of a writer. Dokojun added that the more karma, the stronger the shadow clone, making Kangrim ask what he was getting at. Dokojun burst out laughing, saying he just found it funny. He mocked that someone who always acted righteous like Kangrim had so much karma that he was about to be decapitated. Exposed, Kangrim was stunned when Dokojun asked what had happened to him. Dokojun continued to press him, directly asking about what happened in Kangrim's previous life. After a moment of silence, Dokojun sat up abruptly, sighed, and called Seo Kangrim's name seriously. With a sly smile, Dokojun said he wanted to know what Seo Kangrim's true nature was. Kangrim coldly replied that he was a criminal. Dokojun burst out laughing, deeming it impossible and saying he wouldn't believe such a lie. While Kangrim looked annoyed, Dokojun remarked that a protagonist who was a criminal would be quite a fresh direction. Dokojun excitedly expressed his desire to meet Kangrim's shadow doppelganger, making Kangrim tiredly clutch his head and tell him to be quiet. Dokojun challenged, saying he would be quiet if Kangrim told him something more interesting. He suggested Kangrim share experiences from his past life or predictions about the future. Kangrim sighed in frustration, once again asserting that he wasn't from the future. Meanwhile, in a control room, Nabi expressed joy that they had been allowed to monitor the final demon realm. Princess asked if she was worried about Sokangrim, and Nabi confirmed she was. Ju Sungtae stepped forward, reporting that he had brought the file Princess requested. He said the more he investigated, the more mysterious Kangrim seemed, prompting Princess to ask what he had found. Ju Sungtae let out a long sigh of helplessness. He reported that he found nothing. Kangrim had no criminal record and was just an ordinary citizen. The only unusual thing was that, after his parents' deaths, Kangrim had become an apprentice to a female shaman. However, he wasn't possessed, and later lived a normal life with manual labor jobs. Nabi wondered how Kangrim could accumulate so much karma, and Ju Sungtae guessed he might have committed an undetected murder. Princess immediately dismissed it, saying that killing just 1 or 2 people couldn't generate that much karma. He revealed a horrifying truth. To acquire that amount of karma, Kangrim must have killed at least hundreds of people. Princess mused that while she couldn't imagine what Seo Kangrim had done, it was certainly something terrible. Ju Sungtae frantically asked if Princess really intended to recruit such a person, but Princess calmly just called his name. Princess questioned why the director had added a karma-related task to the final demon realm. He continued, suggesting the purpose was to eliminate awakened individuals with problematic personalities. Princess rejected that hypothesis, arguing that if they wanted to eliminate them, the director would have done so from the start. He explained that the Bureau didn't care about personality, evidenced by their past acceptance of a murderer, and the purpose of the life or death trials was to create powerful, awakened individuals. Princess revealed the true reason for the 7-day karma test in the final room. The purpose was for the trainees to prove their worth to the Bureau. They had to prove they weren't criminals, but powerful, awakened individuals more useful than others. In a chaotic battle scene, a trainee ordered his teammates to do everything to eliminate the strong ones. The battle among the trainees grew fierce, all striving to prove themselves the most useful. Back in the demon realm on the 6th day, a female trainee's ear was brutally severed. The girl cried out in pain, startling Seo Kangrim and Jang Tae-hun, who were walking ahead, making them turn back. Jang Tae-hun was also groaning from a hand injury, but still insisted he was fine when Seo Kangrim asked about him. Seo Kangrim gave each of them a syringe, instructing them to stop the bleeding and use the painkiller, while also warning them not to use recovery medicine. When Kangrim advised them to leave, the girl angrily objected, as they still hadn't found Shin Sua's card and another older sister's. Kangrim intended to check the other rooms himself, but both Jang Tae-hun and the injured girl insisted on accompanying him. He ordered Lini to stay and watch over the two, promising to return before the drum signaling the next round sounded. Entering another room alone, Kangrim's footsteps rustled over scattered papers. He mused that if the identification card was in the same spot as in his previous life, he would have found it long ago. So Kangrim grew wary as he sensed the presence of lingering ghosts in the study. He knew that over time, the best course of action was to flee from them, because they constantly regenerated, and engaging them would only waste energy. However, circumstances forced Kangrim to act, and he used fire to incinerate a charging ghost. A hidden observer was secretly astonished, realizing So Kangrim had grown much stronger, able to handle the entire group by himself. That person was both fearful and curious, wondering how terrifying the shadow doppelganger of such a strong individual would be. Kangrim shared that same worry. He stood amidst the remnants of the enemies and admitted he still hadn't encountered his own doppelganger. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he discovered what he was looking for. A wooden identification card was sparkling brightly, making him wonder if he had found it. He realized the card had the exact same tassel color as his own from his previous life, and was protected by a special barrier. Knowing that only the owner could touch it, Kangrim reached his hand towards the seal. His hand easily passed through the barrier and grasped the card, a system notification confirming he had received his own card. Kangrim sighed in relief, leaning against the bookshelf. He chuckled to himself, feeling fortunate to have completed his objective. The system announced that he had met the conditions, and the training would end as soon as he left the room. Suddenly, Kangrim's sharpened senses warned him that someone was nearby. A panicked inner voice urged him to act and protect it. Kangrim shattered the partition, abruptly appearing before a group of screaming trainees and casually greeting them. A brown-haired trainee exclaimed in surprise, recognizing it was Kangrim. A female student noticed Seo Kangrim's late arrival and kindly invited him to join their group. The entire group seemed trusting, but Kangrim declined, stating he was looking for Shinsua's identification card. He asked if any of them had seen it. The students murmured, surprised that Shinsua was still inside, and Kangrim pressed to know who had seen the card. A student explained that the person had left, then turned to ask his teammate, Choi Sang-won, about the card's location. Choi Sang-won merely stared in silence, full of scrutiny. He then tossed a scroll to Kangrim, saying he only knew which room it was in, while another person cheered in praise. Kangrim opened the scroll, updated his demon realm map, and thanked him. He asked the group why they were so heavily injured, wondering if they had clashed with people from another area. An injured student denied it, explaining they had been attacked by a shadow and it was too powerful. He recounted with horror that the monster was very different. It would change its form whenever a corpse was nearby. The group whispered in fear, one person saying that when someone died, it would transform into a predator. Another added that it could copy and use the abilities of the deceased, startling Kangrim. Choi Sang-won confirmed the monster appeared on the night of the 4th day and described it as having strange red lines on its neck and limbs. Suddenly, Choi Sang-won froze, eyes wide with horror, as a suspicion flashed through his mind. He stared at Kangrim and questioned the timing of his entry into the demon realm. Kangrim looked down coldly, as Choi Sang-won recalled the bandages around his ankles. Sang-won's thoughts continued, linking them to the bandages on Kangrim's wrists. Silence fell, as Choi Sang-won looked at Kangrim with suspicion. Finally, with a panicked expression, Choi Sang-won pointed at Kangrim and demanded to see his neck. Choi Sang-won angrily yelled, demanding So Kangrim show him his neck. A female student confusedly asked Choi Sang-won what was wrong, wondering if he was implying the shadow belonged to So Kangrim. Choi Sang-won dismissed everyone's skepticism, shouting, "How can you be so sure?" He argued that So Kangrim had appeared at the same time as the shadow, was suspiciously powerful, and also wore bandages on his limbs. Choi Sang-won deduced that if So Kangrim also had a bandage on his neck, everything would be clear. Anxious whispers began to spread among the group of students. A male student hesitantly suggested Seo Kangrim show them his neck to clear up the misunderstanding. Seo Kangrim calmly replied that even if he had a bandage on his neck, it wouldn't prove anything. Losing all patience, Choi Sang-won lunged forward, shouting that they would judge for themselves. Others joined in, one asking why it was so difficult, while the brown-haired male student awkwardly tried to de-escalate the situation. Fear rose in the male student's heart as he wondered if So Kangrim possessed such dark abilities. Choi Sang-won questioned So Kangrim's silence. His silence horrified the other students, who concluded that it was indeed his shadow. One of them fearfully speculated that So Kangrim's power came from killing people and stealing their abilities. The brown-haired male student tried to calm everyone down, arguing that Seo Kangrim couldn't answer if they kept accusing him. Despite trying to appear calm, his hand trembled as he repeated the request, at which point So Kangrim's recluse ability activated. Seo Kangrim suddenly vanished, startling the entire group, and a piercing scream echoed from elsewhere. Choi Sang-won turned towards a door that had just creaked open. Immediately after, the door slammed shut, startling everyone. Choi Sang-won yelled, ordering the others to pursue, determined to catch So Kangrim. Believing So Kangrim couldn't have gone far, Choi Sang-won led a group of sword-wielding students in pursuit. Meanwhile, in a deserted dormitory, Seo Kangrim stood alone, cloaked in the hazy state of his recluse ability. He quietly sighed, his face heavy with thought after the tense confrontation. Kangrim told himself that he knew this would happen sooner or later, recalling everyone's fearful reactions in his previous life when they learned of his abilities. He walked on, wondering if this time people would feel more betrayed because they had once believed him to be good. Anxiety swelled as he imagined the shocked reactions of his current teammates like Jang Tae-hun and the Yoon twins. He wondered if they would accept his true self, or if they would be angry, feeling deceived. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a memory of Shin-soo from his previous life surfaced. She smiled and praised him for not choosing the wrong path. Back in reality, Kangrim bowed his head, his heart heavy as he wondered what this life's Shin-soo would think of his fate-stealing ability. He returned to the campsite, where Jang Tae-hun and a silver-haired student were waiting by the fire with Kilin, overjoyed to see him return safely. Kangrim reassured them by holding up a scroll, announcing that he had found the location of Sua's identification card. Hearing the good news, both teammates were excited, and Kangrim immediately led the way for them to quickly depart. The group arrived before a large gate, behind which lay a vast garden bathed in brilliant light. Upon entering, the silver-haired student was surprised by the immense space, while Jang Tae-hun recognized it as a colossal indoor garden. Kangrim immediately urged everyone to begin searching, as their time was running out. As the three dispersed, Dako-jun secretly observed from afar, thinking to himself that things would get interesting if they encountered the group from Area 2. Hidden behind a bush, Dako-jun showed amusement, eager to witness everyone's reaction when Kangrim's secret was exposed. As if sensing something, Kangrim subtly gritted his teeth while searching. Just as Dako-jun was engrossed in his mischievous thoughts, the silver-haired student's voice rang out from a tree, announcing that Sua's card had been found. The student joyfully pointed to the tree hollow, and as Jang Tae-hun ran over, Kangrim praised him and said they just needed to bring Sua here now. Suddenly, Yunbom flinched, sensing the enemy's presence, wondering why they appeared so early. She realized the time between attacks was shortening, as the group was surrounded by a surge of dark energy. From the shadows, two entities materialized, taking the forms of the twins, Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyul. Jang Tae-hun reassured them that their numbers weren't great, then ordered the group to deal with them quickly and leave. So Kangrim suddenly froze, his gaze fixed in one direction with astonishment. He recognized another phantom with a red armband. It was Shin Sua's doppelganger. However, Sua's phantom was suddenly stabbed from behind by another entity. Kangrim was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. He was bewildered, wondering why her phantom had suddenly collapsed on its own. While fighting the other phantoms, Kangrim suddenly understood the problem. A painful memory flooded back. Shin Sua harming herself with a dagger. He horrifyingly realized she might still be injuring herself whenever the war drum sounded. With a determined expression, Kangrim told himself he had to go to her immediately. Just then, a phantom in the form of Father Johann appeared and activated the Healing Hand ability. Kangrim looked up as a system notification appeared, stating that the area contained abundant earth energy. Thanks to this, the healing ability's effectiveness was significantly enhanced. He wondered about the environmental factor as he looked around the garden. Immediately after, the ground shook as the tree leaf seed technique ability was activated. A phantom in the form of Yu Harang appeared, its ability also enhanced by the surrounding trees, creating giant thorny branches that attacked the other phantoms. Realizing the enemy's power was out of control, Kangrim yelled for his teammates to flee quickly. Seo Kangrim swiftly dodged the energy spikes erupting from the ground. He immediately counterattacked, tearing apart the incoming shadow tentacles with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Jang Tae-hun also used his spear to block another powerful attack. Suddenly, a surge of energy from Shin Sua's doppelganger knocked Kangrim away, making Jang Tae-hun scream his name. Kangrim frantically shouted a warning about the enemy closing in on his teammates from behind. Instantly, a shadow spear from Shin Sua's doppelganger pierced Jang Tae-hun's hip. Shin Sua's phantom stood atop the thorny branches, coldly looking down at Kangrim. It lunged and slashed a deep wound across his chest, causing fresh blood to gush out. An illusion of an evil doppelganger of Kangrim himself briefly appeared, flashing a sinister smile. Awakening in a fit of rage, Kangrim's eyes blazed with determined amber light. He charged into fierce combat with Shin Sua's doppelganger amidst the surrounding shadows. With a decisive sword swing, Kangrim sliced the phantom's body into many pieces. However, he was astonished to realize that the fragments did not disappear. The phantom activated its bloodthirst ability, its stats increasing as its body began to reassemble. Jang Tae-hun, clutching his wound, ran to his side, while Yoon Bom provided cover from afar, and Kangrim asserted he was fine. Kangrim calmly took a step towards the fully recovered Shin Sua doppelganger. Suddenly, a phantom in the form of Father Johann Richter appeared and began healing the other phantoms. Yoon Bom cried out in horror, realizing the enemy had healing capabilities, and Jang Tae-hun bitterly admitted it was possible. Jang Tae-hun suggested prioritizing taking down the healing phantom, but Kangrim stopped him. He despairingly admitted it was too late, as the entire phantom army had been fully healed. Seo Kangrim ordered his teammates not to fight, but to run, as he had a plan. As the group fled from the pursuing horde of shadow monsters, the blonde-haired student worried they would never win. They successfully retreated to a safe haven, which resembled a detention facility. Here, the group rested while Seo Kangrim used his healing ability on the injured Johann Richter. After completing the healing, Johann Richter thanked Seo Kangrim and called him father. Johann Richter anxiously asked what to do, as his own doppelganger was healing the other phantoms. When Johann Richter suggested harming himself, Seo Kangrim decisively stopped that intention. He explained that as long as Johann Richter left the demon realm, his doppelganger would automatically disappear. Jang Tae-hun relayed the order, asking the others to go with Johann Richter. The twin-braided blonde student immediately objected, worried that Shin Sua hadn't retrieved her identification card yet. Shin Sua smiled, asserting that she wouldn't leave. Hearing this, Seo Kangrim turned back and declared he would be the one to defeat Shin Sua's doppelganger. Shin Sua looked up at him with an expression of utter astonishment. She hesitantly asked about his intentions. Seo Kangrim affirmed that she would leave with him. Shin Sua remained silent, seemingly still hesitant. She clutched the blood-stained dagger, beginning to explain her reluctance. Seo Kangrim immediately cut her off, saying she didn't need to do that. He gently took her hand, reassuring her that there was a way out, and asking her to let go of the knife. Shin Sua asked again in bewilderment, disbelieving that there was still another way. Seo Kangrim smiled confidently, asserting that there was still a way out. Meanwhile, in the garden of the demon realm, the shadow clones sat on the tree branches. Shin Sua's clone flinched as Johann Richter's clone suddenly disintegrated. Immediately after, Yoon Gyul's clone also began to dissolve into black smoke. As Yu Harang's clone also disappeared, Shin Sua's clone began to ponder. It realized that everyone seemed to have found a safe way to leave the demon realm. Back in reality, So Kangrim was preoccupied with not finding Dako Jun when Shin Sua picked up a knife, threatening to harm herself if anything went wrong. He panicked, asking her where she hid these knives, and she calmly replied that she had more. Seo Kangrim gently took the knife away and sternly told her not to do that. He began by saying he knew he was untrustworthy, making Shin Sua look at him curiously. She remained silent for a moment, seemingly considering his words. Suddenly, Shin Sua grabbed his sleeve and firmly stated that she trusted him. With a radiant smile, she asked again to confirm that they would leave this place together. Seo Kangrim was surprised by her sudden change and trust. He turned to look her straight in the eyes and nodded in confirmation, promising to end things as quickly as possible. So Kangrim activated his recluse ability and dashed away. Shin Sua stood still, watching his figure rush like a streak of light towards her own clone. Shin Sua's clone was stunned when Seo Kangrim suddenly appeared before it. It hastily turned around to face him, but it was too late. So Kangrim closed in and thrust his sword through the shadow clone's chest. Caught by the surprise attack, Shin Sua's clone had no time to react. Seo Kangrim delivered a powerful sword strike to the opponent's head. However, the shadow clone only roared in anger instead of disintegrating. It immediately counterattacked, unleashing countless sharp, thorny branches. Seo Kangrim raised his sword, blocking a direct attack. He realized it was protecting itself with the tree leaf seed technique. Seo Kangrim retreated quickly to create distance. With a confident look, the shadow clone extended its hand, controlling the branches to pursue him. He continuously dodged the spikes, rushing in from all directions. By using merit points to increase his agility to level 30, he easily weaved through the barrage of attacks. Seo Kangrim continued to move agilely through the forest of sharp thorns. He began running on the very branches his opponent created. Using them as leverage, he charged straight ahead. He closed in on the clone hovering in midair. Shin Sua's clone looked down with a scornful smile. Seo Kangrim also smirked, thinking to himself that his opponent was making him anxious while activating his fire manipulation ability. At the same time, Red-Black Dragon Yolong appeared beside him and roared as he activated Firebomb. Yolong opened its mouth, creating a blazing fireball. Engulfed in the explosion, the shadow clone realized in astonishment that everything was going too smoothly. Shin Sua's clone screamed in pain as it was engulfed by the flames. Seo Kangrim and Yolong unleashed a combined attack, creating a massive vortex of fire and shadows. Flung away by the terrifying destructive power, the shadow clone's body distorted in midair. After the explosion, its motionless body hung, suspended amidst the energy remnants, seemingly defeated. Seo Kangrim smiled confidently. Believing he had dealt with the shadow, he planned to wait for it to completely disintegrate, then collect Shin Sua's identification card. But suddenly, a purple energy beam shot forth, forcing Seo Kangrim to dodge while wondering if people from Sector 2 had arrived. A voice announced loudly that Seo Kangrim had been caught as a group of people rushed forward. A group of 3 trainees appeared, their leader shouting about the 500 million won bounty for capturing him. Seo Kangrim realized there was a bounty on his head, and speculated that they were from Sector 1. The smug leader demanded that Seo Kangrim not resist and come with them. Just then, a silver-haired man stepped out of the building, warning that it wouldn't be that easy this time. Seo Kangrim felt an intense killing intent, and wondered when Sector 1 had acquired such a figure. The silver-haired swordsman stepped forward, calling out Seo Kangrim's name directly. Seo Kangrim was stunned, as he recognized an acquaintance he had met before. The swordsman smiled, asking Seo Kangrim if this situation felt new. Seo Kangrim was confused, saying there was no reason for the swordsman to do this. He sternly questioned why the swordsman was cooperating with the group from Sector 1. In response, the swordsman only laughed loudly, and teased that Seo Kangrim needed to show even more surprise for it to be fun. Dako Jun remarked that watching Seo Kangrim destroy Shin Sua's shadow was truly interesting. He said that Seo Kangrim had chosen the difficult path like a true protagonist. Dako Jun grinned, saying he really liked the way. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from Seo Kangrim's chest, stunning him. "You act completely different from me." Dako Jun finished his sentence mysteriously. Seo Kangrim coughed in pain, completely bewildered by what was happening. At the same time, a member of Dako Jun's group clutched his shoulder, screaming as a corrosive ability attacked him, calling out the perpetrator's name. With a smug smile, Dako Jun declared that he would abandon the idea of having 2 protagonists. He dramatically held his sword to his own neck, and said he would become a supporting character for Seo Kangrim. Dako Jun explained that he had been acting as a double agent, and the earlier warning arrow was also part of the act. Seo Kangrim brushed him off, saying he had sensed Jun's killing intent from the hallway. Jun merely smiled profoundly, admitting that Seo Kangrim had realized it. The remaining members of the Sector 1 group stood frozen, unable to believe this blatant betrayal. Jun turned his back on them, explaining that he would truly oppose Seo Kangrim if he chose an evil path, as a protagonist never does that. Seo Kangrim finally understood the others' true intentions. "I'm on your side," Jun affirmed, and both charged to attack the stunned group of students, even as they screamed curses at the traitor. Both launched a lightning-fast coordinated attack, easily subduing their bewildered opponents. The student previously attacked by Jun screamed Seo Kangrim's name as he approached. Seo Kangrim grabbed his opponent's neck and activated his energy disintegration ability, causing the other to scream in extreme agony. Under the effect of the disintegration ability, the blue-haired student shrieked in extreme agony. Afterward, he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious, while Jun watched. Seo Kangrim coldly stared at another student on the ground, who was utterly terrified. Jun laughed excitedly, suggesting that he should kill everyone so Kangrim could use his ability. Taken aback, Kangrim questioned how Jun knew that secret. Jun dismissed it, saying it wasn't the time for details, while the student on the ground couldn't believe the fate-stealing ability. With an eager expression, Jun shouted that he wanted to witness it firsthand. Kangrim angrily refused, asserting that he would never use that ability. Suddenly, dark shadows rose from the ground and surrounded Jun. A humanoid shadow appeared, prompting Jun to remark that things were getting interesting and decide to eliminate it. The shadow lunged with a fierce attack, forcing Jun to use his twin swords to parry. Upon realizing the enemy's nature, Jun smiled meaningfully. Just then, Kangrim unexpectedly leaped into the air, swinging his staff directly at Jun. His strike created a massive energy explosion, sweeping across the entire area. Jun was flung back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He knelt, severely wounded, amidst the other students who had been completely incapacitated. Kangrim stood there, stunned to realize Jun had been defeated by a single blow. An illusion of Kangrim himself, holding a glowing staff, appeared on the devastated battlefield. Kangrim told himself that his intuition had helped him clearly recognize the shadow's true nature. Seo Kangrim stared at the shadow taking his own form, emanating a dark aura. He realized with horror that it was his own shadow. A voice rang out, yelling at Seo Kangrim, urging him not to just stand there. Jun urged Kangrim to quickly go and steal others' fates, as he needed to defeat his shadow. The shadow pointed towards the fallen, and Kangrim bitterly admitted that it was right. He recalled the disgusting scene from the past, when survivors turned into beasts fighting over the belongings of the dead, and resolved to act against the shadow. Kangrim immediately activated his Fate Steal ability, deciding to collect all fates within range. He resolved to destroy that entity, while also using achievement points to boost his stats. His magic, stamina, agility, and perception stats all increased to level 30, while his strength reached level 29. Confident in his new power, Kangrim took a stance, believing he could win. He activated Combat Instinct, reassuring himself that his own shadow couldn't possibly kill him. His eyes glowed, locking onto the shadow as his target. However, Combat Instinct sent a warning. The opponent was too strong, and no weaknesses could be detected. Kangrim was stunned by the information that no weaknesses were found. While he was still confused, the shadow slowly approached, making him realize his senses had become overly acute. The shadow swung its staff, and Kangrim realized with horror that his body was completely immobile. With an extraordinary effort, he managed to raise his own staff to block the attack. The two weapons clashed with a loud clang, and a notification panel appeared, identifying the enemy as a first human-grade shadow thief with the ability to copy powers. The shadow thief flashed a sinister smile as the system explained that it copied the abilities of targets entering the demonic realm. Seo Kangrim realized with horror that this type of monster would absorb the target's abilities and then take their place. The shadow thief roared Seo Kangrim's name and lunged to attack, enveloped in a swirling surge of dark energy. Memories flooded back. Kangrim recalled his sickly childhood, leaning against his mother in the car. At the hospital, his father angrily yelled because no one could find the cause of the illness, while his mother held her suffering child tightly. On the way, his mother continued to comfort her son, who was delirious with a high fever in the back seat. They sought out a remote countryside, where wooden pillars carved with human faces stood, to seek help from a shaman. The shaman confirmed it was a spiritual illness, and Kangrim could only be cured if a god possessed him. His parents pleaded for an exorcism ritual, but the shaman helplessly admitted the god wanting to possess Kangrim was too powerful. As Kangrim innocently asked his mother about being possessed by a god, a voice echoed in his head, commanding, "Accept me, child." His mother explained that it meant becoming the god's messenger, and Kangrim, in desperation, agreed. However, his mother warned that if he did, he would be controlled for life, forced to abandon his dreams, and unable to decide anything for himself. After hearing the warning, Kangrim fearfully shook his head in refusal. His parents embraced their son, sorrowfully promising they would do everything to protect him. But on their way back from the shaman's place, they were involved in a tragic car accident. At the funeral, Kangrim stood stunned before his parents' memorial photos, hearing whispers that he himself had caused their deaths by refusing the god. Young Kangrim's face turned pale with horror and guilt. The shadow thief mocked, saying his parents were the first to die because of Kangrim, and from then on, he had carried countless karma. A series of memorial photos of deceased teammates like Shinsua and Yu Harang appeared, twisting his pain deeper. Finally, a memorial photo of Kangrim himself as a youth fell into a puddle of diluted blood. The shadow thief commanded Seo Kangrim to witness the consequences of his actions. Its voice continued to echo, blaming Kangrim for the deaths of his parents, the Tiger Gate members, and all who had entered the demon realm. In an illusion, a demonic version of Kangrim grabbed his younger self and roared that every tragedy happened only because he had refused a god. The shadow thief gently touched Kangrim's face, calling him a pitiful child. Amidst a pool of blood, it embraced Kangrim from behind, caressing him and asking if he still refused possession. It whispered a tempting offer, that there was a way to save his comrades without accepting divine possession. With a cunning expression, the shadow thief began to reveal its plan. As Kangrim fell upside down into a crimson void, it declared the only solution was for him to die immediately. Kangrim's body sank deeper into the abyss, while the shadow thief's voice urged him to make the right decision. Slowly sinking amidst illusory bubbles, Kangrim looked up in horror as it explained about letting go. It promised that if he died, he would be able to prevent future karma from accumulating, a thought that made Kangrim ponder. Closing his eyes in acceptance, Kangrim thought to himself that if he died now, Tiger Gate would no longer be destroyed because of him. Standing on the shore of the Sea of Blood, the shadow thief praised Kangrim's wisdom and promised a place of absolute peace. A tired smile flickered across Kangrim's lips as he admitted that this place was truly serene. But then he wondered if he deserved this luxury, after having accumulated too much karma. The shadow thief's voice echoed, advising him to forget his past karma. Images of his fallen comrades flashed before him, and Kangrim retorted in his mind that he clearly remembered each of their faces. The memory of Bakeyong's corpse strengthened Kangrim's resolve. He realized he needed to atone. Rejecting the easy escape of death, Kangrim struggled in the suffocating void, his hands clutching his throat to fight the temptation. The memory of Shinsua's corpse surfaced, making Kangrim wonder about her fate. He suddenly realized he had not yet confirmed Sua's safety. A fierce determination surged, and Kangrim knew he had to act. He surged forward, resolved to quickly get Sua out of the demon realm. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, calling his name. Kangrim's own shadow doppelganger appeared, questioning why he chose the wrong path once again. Countless ghostly hands reached out to pull him back, while the doppelganger commanded him to die as an act of atonement. But Kangrim roared defiantly, declaring that even if he had to die, he would get Sua out of here first. The shadow thief scoffed, claiming that saving someone was just an excuse. He launched a cruel psychological attack, asserting that Shin Sua never wanted Kangrim to live. He continued that she regretted bringing him here. Kangrim gritted his teeth in endurance upon hearing that Sua didn't want to see him. Collapsing in despair, he heard the doppelganger's final words, "She wants you dead." Even so, a flicker of resolve shone in Kangrim's eyes. He whispered that he still had to escape. The shadow thief warned that only pain awaited outside, as the ground beneath his feet began to crack. Despite the threat, Kangrim stood up and swung his sword at his doppelganger, even as it warned him he would regret it. "I never will," Kangrim yelled, prompting the shadow thief to ask the reason for his choice. With a decisive slash, Kangrim shattered the illusion and replied, "Because I promised." Seo Kangrim recalled his promise to leave this place, together with Shinsua, and poured all his strength into shattering the illusory world. In reality, Shinsua desperately screamed Seo Kangrim's name, trying to wake him. She grabbed his arm, which was being encroached by darkness, and pulled with all her might. Kangrim finally opened his eyes, and a relieved voice announced his return. Still dazed, Kangrim looked at the person in front of him. Shinsua smiled, sighing in relief that he was safe. Jun explained that they had thought Kangrim would die, and that it was Sua who had continuously pulled him out. Kangrim bowed his head and smiled, secretly mocking the shadow thief for miscalculating. He thought Shinsua had been waiting for him, then turned to ask about her condition. But then, Kangrim's eyes suddenly turned cold as he realized something. Shinsuo recounted the terrifying moment when a shadow suddenly appeared. Jun, lying wounded, added that he had tried to hold open the shadow gate to save Kangram. Hearing this, Kangram suddenly grabbed Shinsua's shoulders and furiously yelled why she hadn't left. Shinsua flinched in pain at his actions and words. Kangram whispered that her staying caused him heartache. He released her, wearily asking why she was still here. Shinsua explained again that she couldn't abandon him and Jun when both were in danger. At the mention of Jun, Kangram snapped back to reality, clutching his head and anxiously asking where he was. Shinsua explained that Jun had left before time ran out because he needed his hands to write. Kangram angrily grabbed Shinsua, shouting that she should have gone with Jun instead of staying to be swallowed by the shadows. Shinsua also shouted back angrily, asserting that her staying was obvious. She tried to stop the argument, telling Kangram to stop talking about what was already done. Suddenly, she froze, and blood began to trickle from her nose. Shinsua, exhausted, fainted, and collapsed into Kangram's arms. Kangram stared at her in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. A voice echoed, recounting how Shinsua had fought valiantly to save Kangram even while severely wounded. The voice continued to praise Shinsua's extraordinary resilience, as she relentlessly attacked the shadows until she was utterly exhausted and collapsed. Back in the present, Kangram silently held the motionless Shinsua. A strange hand rested on Shinsua's, and a voice scolded Kangram for unreasonably taking out his anger on her. Kangram ignored the voice, deciding that the urgent matter now was to get Shinsua out of this place. He gently held her close, Shinsua's face looking serene in her sleep. Looking at her, Kangram told himself that at least now, everything was over. He lifted her into his arms and prepared to leave amidst a surge of dark energy. Suddenly, a threatening voice echoed, demanding he return and claiming it didn't want to harm him. Kangram turned to look, his eyes full of vigilance and ready for battle. A shadow doppelganger of Kangram himself appeared, growling in fury. The shadow thief activated its monster creation ability, summoning an army of shadow creatures and ordering them to destroy Kangram. Kangram looked at his shadow doppelganger with a horrified expression. Carrying the unconscious Shinsua, he vowed to defeat that thing once and for all. He summoned his two companions, Lini and Yolong. Kangram ordered them to protect Shinsua while he fought. Immediately after, he charged forward, swinging his weapon to attack his doppelganger. The shadow thief retaliated by activating its monster creation ability, summoning a pack of summoned shadow wolves. Kangram leaped into the air, fighting the horde of monsters surging from the ground. Facing the doppelganger, the shadow thief warned that if he attacked it, Kangram himself would also be wounded. However, the shadow thief unexpectedly activated its regeneration ability, healing all its wounds. Kangram was astonished, blood trickling from his shoulder as he realized a terrible truth. He couldn't believe that the doppelganger had also stolen his regeneration ability. The shadow thief mocked him, asking why Kangram kept struggling and accumulating karma in vain. It lunged past the wolves, continuing its assault, while questioning Kangram's unrecognized deeds. With a furious expression, Kangram gritted his teeth and endured. He gathered all his strength, unleashing a massive surge of dark energy towards his enemy. From behind, the unconscious Shinsua screamed out instinctively, begging Kangram not to die. Kangram gripped his weapon with both hands, preparing for the decisive blow. He let out a sky-shattering roar, pushing the energy forward with all his remaining might. After the decisive attack, Kangram received a notification that all his stats had reached level 30. He was stunned when the system indicated he had met the conditions to unlock something. Meanwhile, the shadow thief disintegrated into fragments of energy. What was unlocked was the second characteristic of the Chinese zodiac, manifested as brilliant golden scrolls. Kangram joyfully thought that the zodiac ability would help him win, but a mysterious voice echoed, asking if he still had hope. The voice explained that it could still speak even when time seemed to have stopped. Kangram's doppelganger reappeared, mocking him and telling him to look at his pathetic zodiac sign, which was the rat. The system confirmed he could receive a new zodiac-related ability, while the voice continued to sarcastically remark that the rat was the weakest zodiac animal. The shadow thief wondered what Kangram could do with the pathetic ability of a rat, but Kangram calmly accepted that his zodiac sign had been predetermined from the start. He realized that struggling against misfortune was precisely what allowed him to receive the cornered rat's roar ability. With a confident smile, Kangram firmly declared that struggling against adversity was his specialty. The shadow thief summoned a pack of shadow wolves and declared that Kangram would not escape. It scoffed that such a weak skill couldn't save him, as the wolves lunged. One of the shadow wolves latched onto its target. Kangram screamed in pain as the pack savagely tore at him. To the shadow thief's surprise, Kangram smiled again despite his injuries. As his stamina dropped below 10%, the cornered rat's roar ability activated, emitting a blinding golden energy. This first human-grade ability made him stronger in the face of crisis, but came with a steep price after use. Co Kangrim admitted that the rat might be the weakest zodiac, but he asserted that nothing was more terrifying than a cornered rat as he charged forward. He swung his weapon, creating brilliant golden streaks of light aimed directly at the shadow thief. His clone scornfully declared that no matter what, Kangrim would die. Activating battle instinct, Kangrim faced his enemy's taunts. With glowing eyes, he roared that he would only die after Sua was safe. Kangrim's attack struck the shadow thief. The clone screamed in pain as its body began to disintegrate. However, it quickly regenerated, mocking Kangrim's futile struggles. Then, the shadow thief activated its dragon transformation ability, summoning a colossal shadow dragon. Kangrim was astonished as the system announced that the rat's energy feared the dragon's energy. The clone boasted that it had killed countless dragon ability users. It challenged Kangrim, wondering how he could win with the weakest Zodiac's ability. Exhausted, Kangrim mumbled that he had simply chosen the most beautiful sword in the armory. Coincidentally, it was the sword of the Joseon king, a weapon that grew stronger against dragons. Kangrim smirked, saying his clone should have been a rat too. His sword glowed brightly as the system confirmed its attack power had surged upon detecting dragon energy. He declared this was a dragon-slaying sword and charged forward. After the fierce collision, So Kangrim was thrown backward, falling into darkness. As the battle concluded, the system announced the cornered rat's roar ability had been deactivated. Lying motionless on the ground, Co Kangrim received a notification that his rank had been upgraded to first human grade. In his dying moments, he heard a mysterious voice calling him child. The voice offered him life if he accepted its possession, and Kangrim realized this was no illusion. Accepting death, Kangrim thought that he should have ended it himself instead of struggling to exhaustion. He saw Shinsua being protected by Lini and Yolong, and believed she would be fine without him. As Kangrim's consciousness faded, another strange voice echoed. A mysterious figure in traditional attire appeared, placed a hand on his head, and said it was time to return. So Kangrim abruptly woke up in a hospital bed, breathing through an oxygen mask. He frantically sat up, stunned by the sudden change in his circumstances. Looking towards the door, he caught a glimpse of Shinsua's back as she left. Calling her name urgently, Kangrim ripped the IV drip from his arm. He hastily got out of bed to follow her. In his panic, Kangrim stumbled, and the crashing sound made Shinsua turn back. He looked up, smiling in relief and saying that he was glad to see her safe. But immediately, Shinsua's image distorted into a monster with a fractured face. Co Kangrim froze, his eyes wide with horror at the gruesome sight. The illusion unnaturally twisted its neck, making him wonder why he had to witness these things again. The system explained that karma was pushing him closer to the boundary between reality and illusion. A painful memory flooded back, beginning with So Kangrim's hand being tightly gripped and pulled away by someone. His childhood guardians screamed that they could no longer care for him, as his presence only brought misfortune. Young Kangrim collapsed amidst bitter accusations that his rejection of the divine had caused calamity for others. A voice echoed in his head, blaming him for everyone's suffering because he had refused it, while those around him demanded he accept the god. The memory continued with his guardians taking Kangrim to a traditional house and abandoning him at the gate. As the woman turned and walked away, a dark aura still clung to the boy's legs. Kangrim watched in shock as his hand was released, keenly feeling the abandonment. Suddenly, the chaotic voices in his head fell silent, leaving an unusual stillness. A gentle voice asked if he was Kangrim. Looking up, he saw a person in shamanic attire introduce herself as Seo Hwakyung. Kangrim stood still, his hands clasped together nervously and cautiously. Seo Hwakyung looked at the boy with a serious expression, assessing the situation. Meanwhile, the guardians stood at a distance with heavy expressions, seemingly contemplating the boy's demeanor. Seo Hwakyung turned back to tell Kangrim that his family had requested a ritual for him to accept the divine. The boy flinched as she continued, saying it didn't seem to be what he wanted. Kangrim simply bowed his head in silence, unable to speak. So Hwakyung then sat down at his eye level and affirmed that he didn't need to accept the god if he didn't want to. Kangrim was stunned by her words, but Seo Hwakyung warned that the god wanting to possess him was too powerful to fully protect him. Therefore, the shaman offered for Kangrim to become her disciple until he learned to defend himself. However, Kangrim recoiled in fear and refused the offer. Kangrim frantically pulled his hand back, worried that the shaman would be harmed. In response, So Hwakyung merely smiled and asked the boy how little he thought of her. She took Kangrim's hand, reassuring him that she wasn't afraid because she had divine protection. Seo Hwakyung continued to encourage him, saying that despite current difficulties, everything would be fine, and he would be surrounded by good people. The shaman promised that one day, Kangrim would surely find happiness. The flashback shattered as the present-day Kangrim suddenly awoke from a terrifying nightmare. He recalled that after performing the ritual and living with Seo Hwakyung, he no longer saw ghosts. But that memory was a deception, as in his mind, he saw himself kneeling before the ghosts of his parents and Shinsua's corpse. Kangrim realized that whenever karma accumulated, he would see horrifying illusions he shouldn't. He knew well that if he crossed that fragile boundary, he would die, dragged into a deadly vortex of energy. A shadowy entity reached out from the abyss, inviting him closer. Seo Kangrim's eyes snapped open. He had escaped the nightmare. Waking up in a hospital bed, he saw Keelan and Red Black Dragon beside him, and wondered if this was a dream. A nurse informed him he had been unconscious for a month. But Kangrim weakly asked about Shinsua's condition. The nurse turned back with a smile, reporting that Shinsua was also safe. Kangrim sighed in relief, while the nurse said she would go call the person in charge. However, as she left and congratulated him on his recovery, Kangrim's vision was filled with gruesome patient ghosts. He told himself that even though his physical condition was stable, what he cared about most was his fate window. Looking at his status board, Kangrim was stunned to see his rank had jumped 2 levels to Soul Rank 3. Seo Kangrim wondered if his rank surge was due to his fate being swapped with Shinsua's, and how they had escaped the demon realm. Suddenly, the hospital room door slid open, and 2 men entered, one loudly calling his name. The blonde man in glasses immediately questioned Kangrim why he had hidden his fate-stealing ability. Kangrim calmly exhaled, thinking to himself that this moment had finally arrived. The blonde man, arms crossed, continued to demand an answer for his concealment of the ability. Kangrim merely smiled faintly with confidence. He explained that he did so because he had foreseen their reaction. The blonde man adjusted his glasses, provisionally accepting the explanation. Then, he asked if Kangrim had ever intentionally killed someone to steal an ability, and when Kangrim denied it, he further inquired about accidental deaths. Kangrim's gaze turned sharp and resolute. He admitted to killing in self-defense, and reiterated the clause in the contract they had all signed. Kangrim argued that the contract allowed self-defense to the death, so he had not killed without cause, while also noticing Ju Sung-tae's resentful expression. He considered that reaction normal, then directly asked what would happen to him now. With a challenging smile, Kangrim asked if they intended to punish him. Unexpectedly, both men clapped and congratulated Kangrim on completing his training with the highest score. Ju Sung-tae tried to warn that Kangrim was very dangerous, but Princess ordered him to be silent. Princess smiled, saying that since Kangrim was the most outstanding trainee, he had an official job offer. The offer was a position in Team 2 of the Fate Protection Bureau, which stunned Kangrim. Princess extended his hand for a handshake, but Kangrim clenched his own fist. He flatly declared that he had no intention of accepting the offer, completely surprising Princess. Ju Sung-tae angrily shouted, questioning Seo Kangrim about missing a valuable opportunity. Princess sternly called Ju Sung-tae's name, signaling him to stop. The team leader then smiled, remarking that they had been too hasty with someone who had just recovered. He handed over his business card, advising Kangrim to rest and contact them later. As the two left, Princess instructed Kangrim to go to the training room after being discharged to receive the necessary information. The team leader winked goodbye, leaving a bewildered Kangrim behind. When he was alone, Kangrim pondered the job offer at the Fate Protection Bureau and realized they hadn't tried to persuade him. He realized they definitely didn't know about his Fate Scrutiny ability. As the information panel showed, Ju Sung-tae was a Dragon Clan 3rd tier. Kangrim sighed, thinking to himself that if they knew his true value, they would have done everything to recruit him. After changing clothes, he decided the first thing to do was to find Shin-Sua. Kangrim approached her hospital room and knocked. He gently opened the door and called Sua's name. Inside, Kangrim saw Shin-Sua lying motionless on the hospital bed. Looking closer, she seemed to be merely sleeping peacefully. Her hand rested loosely outside the blanket. Kangrim stood beside the bed, quietly observing her. Suddenly, his expression became anxious and pained. A dark aura enveloped the scene as Kangrim sensed the presence of death in Shin-Sua's fate. He was stunned, wondering why, because in his previous life, she had never possessed such a strong death aura. At that moment, Kangrim's Fate Compass item automatically activated, having gained additional realm power, enhancing its effectiveness. A chaotic vision appeared, with Seo Kangrim and Shin-Sua facing each other as the space around them violently twisted. In the illusion, Seo Kangrim stood alone as the world disintegrated into digital fragments. A headache struck, causing him to collapse, with an image in his mind of Shin-Sua being tormented. He screamed in pain as a dark energy emanated. In the vision, Shin-Sua, her face smudged, desperately said that So Kangrim would not come. A mysterious woman mocked her, asserting that Kangrim didn't even know she was here. The woman continued to interrogate the shackled Shin Sua, not understanding why she would try to die for someone who had abandoned her. Witnessing the scene, So Kangrim wondered if this was the future, and painfully realized that she would surely die. Yet, Shin Sua still defiantly roared, ordering her tormentor not to touch Kangrim. Seo Kangrim was stunned by her sacrifice and wondered why. The tormentor feigned regret, then bid farewell, unleashing a shadow attack. Seo Kangrim watched in horror as she was murdered in the vision. He collapsed to the floor, haunted by the thought that Shin Sua would die in an unknown place. The fate compass fell out as he tormented himself, wondering if her death would again be his fault. But then he cast aside his despair, and a spark of determination ignited. He snatched up the compass, knowing he couldn't prevent anything with so little information. To find the truth, he poured energy into the compass, causing it to spin wildly. Another memory flooded back. Amidst the rubble, Shin Sua had once screamed, telling him to run. But the current Seo Kangrim resolutely looked into the past and declared he would no longer run. He confronted his younger, terrified self and vowed to rescue the boy from that tragedy. Kangrim's father, trapped in the crashed car, urged his young son to find an adult for help. His face covered in blood, the father asked his son if he could do it. Young Kangrim hastily agreed and promised to return, but was stunned to see his adult self standing on the car's roof. The current Seo Kangrim rushed forward, grabbing his past self's arm. He held the boy tightly and whispered, "Don't go." Young Kangrim frantically screamed for help, not understanding what was happening. The boy desperately cried out, begging for his parents to be saved, while Kangrim merely watched in silence. Kangrim gritted his teeth, with agony etched on his face as he relived the moment. In the memory, his parents' voices echoed. They were glad to have gotten their son out of harm's way in time. The image of flames reflected in their eyes as they painfully accepted that their son would now live alone. Kangrim stood with his back turned as the car exploded into a giant fireball. He clutched his head in pain, suddenly realizing a horrifying truth. His parents knew beforehand. They knew that the car was about to explode and had intentionally pushed him away. With tears in his eyes, Kangrim was stunned by his parents' sacrifice. But then, amidst the sea of flames, he saw a figure with long silver hair. It was Bakeyong. She stood there with a sword in her hand and a cold gaze. The vision abruptly ended. Kangrim found himself in the hospital room beside Shin Sua, stunned, calling out Bakeyong's name. Back in reality, he stared at the fate-guiding item, suspecting that it was no ordinary accident. He wondered if Bakeyong had attacked them, and then a more terrifying thought arose. The one who killed Sua in the future. Kangrim's hand trembled violently as he clutched the item, facing a truth even more horrifying than anything he had ever imagined. In Seo Kangrim's mind, an image of Bakeyong with a sinister smile flashed, along with the question of whether she was the culprit. The vision ended, and he jolted awake with a horrified expression, sweating profusely as mechanical sounds rang out. Back in reality, Kangrim stood by the hospital bed, watching Shin Sua stir in her sleep. Shin Sua was still sleeping soundly and peacefully. Kangrim quietly left the room, gently closing the door. He walked out to the waiting area and told someone there that he knew they would come. Then, he put the spherical item he had used to review the past into his pocket. The person waiting for him was Seonmoon Yongyo, smiling brightly with a bouquet in her hand as she greeted him. Kangrim was surprised to recognize Seonmoon, who explained that she had come to visit but hadn't found him in the room. Seonmoon remarked that Kangrim must care a lot about Sua, visiting right as she woke up. She recounted the horrifying moment when she saw Sua escape the demon realm. Even though she had lost an arm, she was still determined to carry Kangrim on her back. Seonmoon smiled, saying she would get straight to the point so as not to interrupt their reunion. She made an offer, inviting Kangrim to join the Fate Protection Bureau as a member of Sector 2. As Kangrim was about to refuse, Seonmoon immediately presented an unexpected condition. She promised to restore Sua's lost arm, leaving Kangrim utterly stunned. Kangrim questioned how she could do that, but Seonmoon simply said she would do it as soon as he joined. Kangrim thought to himself that the ability to restore bodies would only appear in a few more years. At the current time, it was impossible. He knew there was another way, using an item to help Sua, but it would take a very long time. After considering, Kangrim asked about the contract duration, and Seonmoon replied it was about 1 year. Seonmoon added that even though he had to start immediately, she would give him a grace period of a few months. Seonmoon Yongyo demanded that So Kangrim give her an answer immediately. After a moment of silence, Kangrim nodded, seemingly having decided to accept. But just as he was about to speak, a voice rang out, declaring that he would not accept the offer. Shin Sua suddenly appeared in a patient gown, asserting that Seo Kangrim would not join the Fate Protection Bureau, leaving Kangrim utterly astonished. Sua angrily questioned Seonmoon about using her arm to entice Kangrim. Seonmoon immediately took Sua's hand, playfully asking if she wanted to work for them. The bureau's captain even winked and said that she also really wanted Sua on the team. Sua firmly pushed the bouquet away and refused, asserting that their values were not aligned. Seonmoon smiled, saying it was a pity, then transformed the bouquet into 2 cards. She handed them to Sua and told her to call if they changed their minds. Both silently watched Seonmoon leave the hospital corridor. Then, Sua seriously told Kangrim never to think of joining the bureau for her sake, because this was her own responsibility. Kangrim silently listened to her words. He turned to explain that he had no such intention, but Sua interrupted him. She said he was a terrible liar and told him not to try anymore. Kangrim immediately grabbed Sua's wrist, asking what her reason was. He questioned why she sacrificed her arm for him when they weren't even close yet. Kangrim emphasized that they had only known each other for a few months, and asked why his danger was so important to her. Cornered, Sua awkwardly admitted that she didn't know either. Kangrim moved closer, about to ask if that answer made sense, but Sua interrupted him once more. Sua sincerely confessed that she genuinely cared about Kangrim. She explained that, initially, she always thought about him because he had quietly taken care of everyone and always took on the most difficult tasks. Sua continued, saying that she had felt terrible when she put him in danger in the Saw Skeleton's room. She placed her hand on her chest and confessed a strange feeling, that it felt as if she had known him for a very long time. Kangrim was utterly stunned by her unexpected confession. He closed his eyes, his mind repeating the phrase "a very long time ago" with hidden meaning. Sua smiled, adding that her body always reacted automatically whenever he was in danger. She admitted it was strange, since they had only known each other for a few months. Kangrim secretly deduced that his regression might have affected Sua, causing her past life memories to surface in her subconscious. With an earnest expression, Sua expressed her desire to continue working with him. She tugged at his sleeve, pleadingly asking if they could be friends and stay in touch. While Sua waited for an answer, Kangrim's mind was plagued by only one question: how to save her. He was haunted by the image of Sua dying again, just like in his previous life. Fear surged as he thought that she might be murdered by Bakeyong, just like his parents, and he had considered leaving. Seeing his silence, Sua anxiously called his name. Kangrim recalled the terrible future vision where Sua was tortured, and he feared it would happen. He gritted his teeth, determined not to let her die for him again. After an internal struggle, Kangrim decisively agreed, leaving Sua utterly surprised and overjoyed. She excitedly recounted that she had heard about hunters forming sects and suggested they both join one. Kangrim indifferently agreed, and Sua happily linked arms with him, admitting that she wouldn't give up even if he refused. Sua happily told Seo Kangrim that once he joined, he couldn't leave, which reminded her of the old days. In the past, Kangrim had asked to leave the sect, believing his abilities were lacking, but Sua had not allowed it. Another time, he requested to leave due to health reasons, but Sua still cheerfully refused his request. Even when Kangrim used the excuse of wanting to develop himself, Sua firmly kept him, even interrupting Yu Harong when he tried to speak. Back in the present, Kangrim left the infirmary, silently thinking that he had tried to leave due to guilt but failed, then suddenly heard someone call his name. It was Father Johann, who was running over with a radiant expression, exclaiming that Kangrim had truly woken up. Kangrim greeted Father Johann, and the priest expressed relief at seeing him conscious. Johann explained that he had come to check alone because he wasn't sure, but everyone actually wanted to see Kangrim. Hearing this, Sua agreed that everyone must be waiting, and at the same moment, the armrest of her wheelchair shattered into pieces of blue crystal. Kangrim flinched in horror at her uncontrolled burst of power. Sua realized something, happily declaring that she would go change her clothes. She told Kangrim and Johann to go ahead, and Johann cheerfully agreed. As he walked, Kangrim was determined to find a solution as soon as possible. Johann led the way, pointing towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. When they arrived, Johann explained that the training facility was downstairs, and everyone had been very worried. The priest recounted that they were very confused when Kangrim emerged from the room unconscious and began to mention his abilities. Johann quickly stopped and apologized, fearing he had touched a sensitive subject, but Kangrim reassured him that it was fine. Kangrim bitterly realized that now, everyone knew about his abilities, and imagined his teammates looking at him with suspicious eyes. He abruptly stopped on the stairs. Kangrim turned to face Johann and asked directly if he felt all right knowing that he had hidden such an ability. Johann Richter smiled kindly, affirming that he had seen Kangrim as a good person. That sincere answer momentarily stunned Kangrim. The sliding door opened, revealing a room where his teammates were discussing their plans. Jang Tae-hoon was the first to notice and joyfully called out his name. As Kangrim and Johan entered, shouts of master rang out in welcome. Yoon Gyeol couldn't contain his emotions and rushed to embrace Kangrim. He sobbed, saying that he truly thought both of them wouldn't make it. Jang Tae-hoon sighed in relief, while Kangrim wondered why they were still there after more than a month. Yoonbom happily replied that, of course, they had been waiting for him. Kangrim felt relieved that they weren't treating him differently despite knowing his secret. But Yoon Gyeol angrily declared he would never speak to those people again. Yoonbom was equally indignant, making Kangrim curious to ask what had happened. She angrily retorted, while Jang Tae-hoon looked awkward. The story flashed back 2 weeks prior, when the other students were gradually being discharged from the hospital. Choi Sang-won gloated, calling Kangrim a criminal and saying he should die. Yoonbom immediately flared up, yelling at Choi Sang-won, which surprised another student. Choi Sang-won continued to falsely accuse Kangrim of only approaching them to steal abilities, but before he could finish, a hand grabbed his collar. Yoonbom, without hesitation, used her strength to slam Choi Sang-won to the floor. Choi Sang-won coughed up blood, pinned down by Yoonbom's hand. With murderous eyes, Yoonbom warned him not to call their master that. Jang Tae-hoon and Yoon Gyeol rushed to intervene, while Choi Sang-won still screamed from the ground that Kangrim was a murderer and had hidden his abilities. Jang Tae-hoon's eyes blazed with killing intent. He pinned Choi Sang-won to the floor, growling that if Kangrim were truly a murderer, Choi Sang-won would have been dead long ago. Jang Tae-hoon emphasized that with his power, Kangrim could easily finish him off. Yoonbom also spoke up in his defense, reminding everyone that if her master wanted to kill them all, he would have done so in the blade elimination room. The other students were stunned, as they recalled that Kangrim could have easily poisoned their food. However, someone in the crowd retorted, saying that Kangrim had used that ability in the past. That person also mentioned the bandages that once wrapped around Kangrim, while Choi Sang-won was helped up by a friend. Another student admitted that while he didn't think Kangrim was a bad person, his existence still made him uneasy. Emboldened, Choi Sang-won shrieked, accusing Kangrim of deceiving everyone and warning that following him would not end well. Just then, Shin Soo and Dako Jun appeared. Dako Jun told Choi Sang-won to stop, but he yelled that he was the victim. Returning to the present, Yoonbom angrily recounted to Kangrim the attitude of the others after all he had done for them. Kangrim listened silently, finally understanding everything that had happened while he was unconscious. Yoonbom resolutely grabbed his sleeve, asserting that no matter what anyone said, she was his student and would always follow him. She suggested that Kangrim should team up with them so they could all train for the upcoming opening day. Hearing this, Kangrim suddenly remembered that momentous event. Since the Day of Awakening, humans had the opportunity to awaken their destinies when facing danger from demonic beasts. After opening day, those who had awakened could develop even faster, and that was also when the first great demon realm appeared. This demon realm was extremely dangerous, but also promised immense rewards and fame for those who dared to conquer it. Yoonbom excitedly proposed their plan. They would conquer a regular demon realm together to eliminate demonic beasts. The group looked at Kangrim expectantly, asking if he would agree to train with them. Seo Kangrim smiled confidently at his teammates' anticipation. He silently affirmed his goal was to be the first to conquer the great demon realm. The entire group, led by Yoonbom, was stunned by his resolute answer. Kangrim raised a hand in refusal, declaring he wouldn't train with them as he had to secretly search for someone. The whole team surrounded him, confused by his vague explanation. Yoonbom cried out in alarm, thinking he was trying to cut off all contact with them. Johan Richter and Yoonbom tried to hold him back, but Kangrim could only affirm that he truly had something to do. Yoonbom, quick-witted, asked when he'd be done while secretly using her phone. Kangrim awkwardly admitted he wasn't sure, just as his phone chimed with a notification. The group happily gathered around, and Jang Tae-hoon explained they'd created a group chat, asking Kangrim not to leave. On the phone screen, everyone, including Shin Soo, sent him warm welcome messages. Kangrim looked at the messages and smiled warmly, agreeing. Later, in An Nabi's office, she expressed concern about Kangrim's decision. An Nabi tried to persuade him to join the Fate Protection Bureau because he had no divine revelation to guide him. Kangrim resolutely placed his cup on the table, politely declining the offer. An illustration explained that divine revelation is a type of quest shamans receive from their guardian deities. These quests are absolute commands, often requiring shamans to level up, conquer demon realms, and enhance their deity's reputation. This relationship is symbiotic. The more famous the shaman, the more recognized the deity becomes, granting more quests and rewards. Standing alone, Kangrim told himself that without a guardian deity, he had to prepare more and act quickly. The first thing he thought of was a suitable weapon. The lightning struck seven-branched sword, a dragon-rank blade in need of repair. At a secluded forge nestled in the mountains, the ceaseless clang of hammer on anvil echoed under the sunset. Inside, a blacksmith was diligently hammering a glowing red piece of metal. When Seo Kangrim called out from the doorway, the blacksmith replied that she would be right out. She turned around, surprised to see a young customer in such a remote location. Kangrim smiled, saying he was there for Han Roya, and secretly relieved she hadn't been taken by the Fate Protection Bureau yet. Han Roya, the blacksmith, asked in surprise if he was indeed looking for her. Kangrim recalled the voice of the late artisan Han Chul, Roya's grandfather, urging him to scrutinize his granddaughter's fate. Han Chul's spirit appeared beside Kangrim, lamenting his poor granddaughter's difficult life. Han Roya humbly denied being her grandfather's worthy successor. Kangrim got straight to the point, stating he needed her ability, and activated his scrutiny, revealing Roya's status window. Han Roya was astonished to see her own dragon-rank blacksmith's fire ability for the first time. After reviewing the contract terms, she pondered working for Kangrim and staying away from the Fate Protection Bureau. However, Han Roya was overjoyed to receive a large grant, and Kangrim explained that her divine possession was due to her grandfather's will, as he had become a deity. Kangrim assigned her the first task: repair and reforge the seven-branched sword, then follow divine revelation to grow. Han Roya happily agreed, but asked permission to visit her grandfather's grave before starting work. Kangrim mused, concerned that a cemetery at night would possess strong spiritual energy and could attract monsters. He decided to accompany her to protect Han Roya, which startled her, but she was quickly reassured. The two walked together towards the nearby cemetery in the twilight. Kangrim recalled his conversation with Han Chul's spirit, who had initially asked him to take Roya to the Bureau for awakening. He pondered his ability to hear spirits, something he once attributed to his own karma. Seo Kangrim speculated that the reason he could hear spirits clearly was due to the nearby grave. He realized that in this world, places like cemeteries or temples made communication with deities easier. Meanwhile, Han Roya was reverently offering wine to her deceased grandfather. She explained to Kangrim that even though she was possessed by him, visiting the grave still felt like truly conversing. Roya said that because it was close, she often came here in the mornings to confide in her grandfather. When Kangrim asked, she confirmed that her grandfather had passed away less than half a year ago. Kangrim recalled that when a person dies, their soul departs, but their spirit essence remains. Stealing fate meant extracting information from that spirit essence, and it would cost more mana if the body was old. He mentally calculated the time, and realized he could steal Han Chul's fate, but then dismissed the thought. He decided he couldn't dig up the grave right in front of the deceased's granddaughter. Suddenly, as Roya was about to suggest they head back, Kangrim sensed an approaching danger. He immediately pulled Roya behind him, telling her to step back as a surge of dark energy erupted. A pair of glowing red eyes lit up in the darkness, accompanied by a terrifying growl. Roya realized in horror that they were surrounded by a horde of monsters. Kangrim reassured her that he would find an item to ward them off so she could forge in peace. Immediately after, the horde of shadow rabbit monsters charged to attack. Kangrim swiftly drew his sword, preparing for battle. He summoned two blazing talismans into his hands. He lunged forward and slapped the talismans onto an incoming monster. The talismans detonated violently, creating a massive explosion that wiped out the entire monster horde. Kangrim was astonished as he recognized the properties of the talismans that had just exploded. Amidst the screams of the remaining monsters, a stranger appeared, holding a cluster of golden bells that were ablaze. The person effortlessly annihilated all the dissipating monsters. The stranger approached, reminding Kangrim that the graveyard was a dangerous place. He said that an unawakened person like Han Roya couldn't be left here. Han Roya stammered her name, but Kangrim immediately told her to return to the shop and wait for him. Kangrim's face was filled with worry. The masked man silently observed. Kangrim drew his sword, questioning the stranger why he was there and calling him his older brother. The man began to remove his mask, saying Kangrim still recognized his voice despite not having met for over 5 years. Taking off his mask, the man greeted Kangrim, revealing a familiar face from the past. A brief flashback showed that the two of them had once been close friends. Kangrim coldly replied that it hadn't been that long. The other man reiterated that they had met once at the training facility. He sneered, asking why Kangrim hadn't greeted him when he recognized him at that time. Kangrim responded that neither then nor now was an appropriate situation for greetings. Kangrim directly asked if he came under orders from the Fate Protection Bureau or acted on his own, which disappointed the other man. The man's hand tightened around his staff, trembling as he began to speak his mind. He said he had thought Kangrim would ask about Mother first, leaving Kangrim stunned in silence. Kang Do-hyun hesitantly asked about Miss Seo's condition. Then he screamed in pain, announcing that she had passed away 2 years ago. So Kangrim quietly bowed his head, showing no surprise. He recalled that in his previous life, Shaman Seo Hwakyung had also died before the awakening day. Kangrim began to question why he hadn't been informed about the funeral. Hearing this, Kang Do-hyun angrily grabbed him by the collar. He roared, asking how Kangrim dared to bring that up when he was the one who had abandoned their home. A flashback began, as So Hwakyung introduced her son, Kang Do-hyun. Then, she introduced a young Seo Kangrim and instructed her son to treat him well. Seo Hwakyung declared that she had adopted Kangrim as a shaman's son, which utterly astonished Kang Do-hyun. In a dark room, young Kang Do-hyun questioned his mother about that decision. The boy reminded her of her promise not to let anyone inherit the shamanic arts, and she confirmed, saying that life was too painful. So Hwakyung affirmed that she didn't want her son to experience such a life. Kang Do-hyun angrily asked what about Kangrim's fate then. She explained that a powerful deity wanted to possess Kangrim, and she was only trying to help the boy because he didn't want it. Kang Do-hyun was confused, not understanding why anyone would refuse a deity. Suspecting that Kangrim was disrespecting them, the boy earnestly offered to inherit that power himself, asserting that he deeply respected his mother. In tears, Kang Do-hyun screamed that he wanted to be like his mother. The scene shifted to a young Seo Kangrim, huddled alone in a dark corner. The boy quietly hugged his knees, as this was not a simple problem to solve. In the past, young Seo Kangrim had tried to befriend Kang Do-hyun, inviting him to share snacks. However, Do-hyun angrily knocked over the plate of cakes, refusing him harshly. When Kangrim asked for help with homework, Do-hyun grumbled, telling him to handle it himself. On the way to school, Kangrim cheerfully greeted him, but only received coldness from Do-hyun. Do-hyun even warned Kangrim not to act familiar with him in public. Hurt, Kangrim could only bow his head sadly. The boy trudged along alone through a deserted playground. Suddenly, he heard someone call him the child of the strange shamanic sect. It was a group of older students blocking the path and bullying Do-hyun. The leader demanded that Do-hyun hand over money to them. He grabbed Do-hyun by the collar and yelled that the simple reason was because he wanted to. Seeing this, Kangrim, despite trembling, rushed forward, shouting for them not to bully his older brother. Both the bullies and Do-hyun were stunned by the boy's unexpected action. Do-hyun could only stare blankly at Kangrim, who was anxiously shielding him. After the brawl, both were knocked down, their books scattered across the ground. Do-hyun angrily questioned why Kangrim kept following him despite being pushed away. In tears, Kangrim screamed that Do-hyun and mother were the only ones who didn't suffer misfortune when near him. Kangrim's painful confession left Do-hyun completely stunned. He quietly sat down next to the sobbing Kangrim. Then Do-hyun turned his face away, trying to suppress his own complex emotions. Kang Do-hyun coldly told Kangrim not to call his mother mother. The boy demanded that Kangrim call her Aunt Seo. Then, Do-hyun unexpectedly offered that if Kangrim did so, he would become Kangrim's older brother. Kangrim looked up, stunned by the sudden proposal. From then on, Kangrim's life gradually improved as the two children walked hand in hand. Seo Hwakyung performed many rituals to protect him. Although the deity still whispered of misfortune, Kangrim was determined that everything would change. And eventually, the voice disappeared. He no longer saw spirits or had nightmares, enjoying happy moments with Seo Hwakyung and Kang Do-hyun. Kangrim once thought he could truly be happy, but he was wrong when a man named Lee Hyun grabbed him by the collar and questioned Seo Hwakyung. Lee Hyun screamed that Kangrim still brought misfortune and warned that Seo Hwakyung would share the same fate. Immediately, Seo Hwakyung appeared, threw an object at Lee Hyun, and yelled at him to shut up. With blazing eyes, she furiously declared that no one was allowed to speak ill of her son. Many years later, one night, Kangrim had to help a drunken Kang Do-hyun who was muttering about jealousy. Kangrim tried to lead him back to his room, but Do-hyun continued to question why he refused to be possessed by a deity. In tears, Do-hyun confessed that he wished that deity would possess him instead. After speaking, Do-hyun collapsed unconscious on the floor, leaving Kangrim with a cold gaze. Kangrim stood silently, watching his drunken older brother lie on the floor. He painfully wondered how Do-hyun could say such a thing, knowing full well how much he had suffered. Kangrim simply looked down in silence, not uttering a word. In a flashback, So Kangrim realized that Do-hyun had no shamanic energy, and his desire to be possessed by a deity was as intense as Kangrim's desire to escape. Kangrim understood that feeling was no different from hell for Do-hyun. He tormented himself, believing he was the one who had caused his brother such suffering. Therefore, Kangrim decided to leave home, believing that the departure of someone who brought misfortune like him would help everyone stop suffering. Back in the present, Kangrim was standing still when an old acquaintance suddenly grabbed him by the collar. The shaman with the long braid asked why Kangrim was just standing there idly. He provoked, suggesting that as the number one student, Kangrim was going easy on him. Kangrim calmly replied that he didn't want to fight. The shaman pushed his hand away, shouting not to underestimate him because he was no longer the same as before. He angrily revealed that a deity had also come to him. After the shaman turned and left, Kangrim remained standing alone. He painfully wondered why their relationship had become like this, then realized that in their previous life, they only got along. Because he was weak then, not worth the other's jealousy. Nevertheless, Kangrim was still determined that there was one thing he needed to say to him. Meanwhile, the shaman went to an office and knocked on the door. Inside, Seonmun Yongyo asked if he had met Kangrim, and convinced him to join yet. Wearing a wooden mask, the shaman reported that Kangrim had refused, stating he had personal matters to attend to. Seonmun Yongyo expressed disappointment, as she had hoped their old relationship would be helpful. She exposed the shaman's lie about not being close by reminding him that he had used expensive ointment on Kangrim, then asked him to try again. After a moment of thought, Seonmun Yongyo proposed another plan, suggesting that perhaps raiding a demon realm together would change the situation. Via the communication screen, Seonmun Yongyo instructed Kang Do-hyun that So Kangrim would let his guard down. With a confident smile, she encouraged Kang Do-hyun to do his best, as she truly wanted to recruit Seo Kangrim into her team. Meanwhile, So Kangrim received a message asking for his help to clear a demon realm. He read the message from Seonmun Yongyo, which stated that envoy Kang Do-hyun would assist him, and Kangrim told himself he had a reason to meet him again. Seo Kangrim arrived at the rendezvous point, an old, dilapidated apartment complex. He reviewed the mission information for the first-rank human-level demon realm, Fragmented City, and realized he had never heard of this place. Kangrim mused that returning to the past didn't mean he knew everything, as he only remembered major demon realms or places where significant events occurred. He deduced that this demon realm was not high-ranked, and its obscurity meant it had been conquered without issue, just as a car approached. Kangrim considered the demon realm only one part of it. Talking to Kang Do-hyun was equally important as his foster brother stepped out of the car. Kang Do-hyun cheerfully waved, saying that Kangrim had arrived early. Accompanying Do-hyun was An Nabi, who also waved and announced that he would be participating this time. Seo Kangrim was surprised to notice An Nabi's presence. An Nabi cheerfully shook Kangrim's hand and said it had been a long time, while Kangrim admitted he hadn't known he would be there. The bureau manager merely gave an awkward laugh. Elsewhere, bureau agents panicked upon learning that Seo Kangrim and envoy Kang Do-hyun knew each other, fearing Team 1 would snatch him away. An Nabi explained that he joined out of concern that the two would face difficulties, but Kang Do-hyun secretly guessed that he was there to recruit Kangrim. Seo Kangrim brushed the conversation aside, secretly thinking that the presence of a third person would make Do-hyun behave more appropriately. The three of them advanced together towards the talisman-warded entrance of the demon realm. An Nabi wondered why Kangrim wasn't wearing a mask, and he explained that it was a personal request as a hunter on his day off. Upon arrival, So Kangrim's group encountered another team of 3 hunters, and one of them spoke up, confirming that someone had already arrived. An Nabi cheerfully offered cooperation, but the black-haired hunter interrupted to speak of an unwritten rule. He declared that since his group arrived first, they would claim the boss reward, and demanded that Kangrim's group enter several hours later. Kang Do-hyun scornfully called it a ridiculous rule, and sarcastically remarked that they should go to an insect-rank demon realm instead. Provoked, the black-haired hunter boasted that their leader was Soul Rank 1, making this mission easy, then arrogantly asked for Kangrim's group's rank. An Nabi tried to mediate, saying experience was more important, but he yelled at her, demanding a direct answer. Seeing Kangrim's group silent, the other group's blonde-haired leader sneered that their rank was too low, and signaled his teammates to proceed. An Nabi looked confused, turning to ask Kang Do-hyun if they really had to wait according to a rule she had never heard of. Kang Do-hyun brushed it off, telling the group to go straight in, and reassuring them that if there were any problems, they just needed to reveal their envoy status. All 3 entered the demon realm, and before their eyes lay a vast and desolate fragmented city. Meanwhile, the black-haired hunter realized the entrance was sealed, and they could only escape by destroying a certain statue. An Nabi deduced that this demon realm must be very large since no one had escaped, and so Kangrim added that they didn't even know the statue's form. Kangrim confidently stated they could find the statue sooner than expected by sensing demonic energy, but then a terrifying scream suddenly echoed. All 3 startled and turned, facing the direction of the sound. They saw the other hunter group in danger, the woman screaming in panic while her male teammate had fallen. The black-haired hunter was being dragged down by a strange mass of mud, desperately calling for help. The mud writhed and transformed into hideous monsters emerging from the ground. The woman was also seized by a mud monster, struggling and yelling for her leader to save her. The blonde-haired leader could only stand frozen, watching his teammates attacked, his face pale with horror, realizing they were doomed. Cornered, two members of his group were completely overwhelmed by the swarm of mud monsters. The brown-haired huntress screamed in terror as a mud monster seized her. Suddenly, Nabi rushed to the rescue, asking about their situation. The huntress burst into tears, thanking her, while her two cowardly teammates fled behind her. At the same time, Seo Kang-grim also took action, slicing through the monsters with his sword. Kang Do-hyun also joined the fight, using fire magic to create large explosions, clearing the battlefield. Once safe, the huntress angrily questioned her two teammates for abandoning her, while also marveling at Kang-grim's group's power. Nabi sighed in relief, believing they had eliminated all the monsters. The rescued huntress asked what had happened in the past few minutes, confusing Nabi. She asked again in surprise, having thought Kang-grim's group entered the demon realm several hours after them. These words stunned both Seo Kang-grim and Nabi. The huntress insisted they had entered right after Kang-grim's group, deeming it impossible. Nabi realized that time flowed differently in the demon realm than in the outside world, and began to worry for those who had entered months ago. Seo Kang-grim deduced that the survivors must be relying on stored food, as the demonic beasts here were inedible. He suddenly noticed Kang Do-hyun deep in thought, and asked if he had discovered anything. Kang Do-hyun turned to face everyone, declaring that he had examined all the demonic beasts. Then he smugly boasted that he had killed more monsters than Kang-grim, and sarcastically remarked that the top-ranked student wasn't special. Nabi coldly ignored him, suggesting they continue searching, while Seo Kang-grim merely shook his head in exasperation. Seo Kang-grim opened the Demon Realm map, and realized they had only explored a tiny fraction, making him exclaim that this place was too vast. When Kang Do-hyun wondered about searching all the buildings, Seo Kang-grim replied that he would let Lini scout from above. Immediately after, Keelan Lini appeared in a brilliant aura, ready to undertake the mission. Meanwhile, Nabi decided to search the buildings herself, activating her two-controller ability. A brilliant light appeared, summoning countless small, cube-headed creatures. Nabi ordered her toe army to swarm the city, searching for survivors and anything suspicious. The small toe cheered excitedly, then quickly dispersed everywhere to carry out their mission. The accompanying hunter group looked astonished, one of them silently thinking that hunters who started as trainees were truly different. Seo Kang-grim noticed the two's noise and suggested silencing them, but Nabi quickly refused, then suddenly paused mid-sentence. Kang-grim immediately noticed the anomaly, wondering why the gods were so silent. He tried to access the communication system, but failed, causing Nabi to call his name in confusion. She panicked when Kang-grim confirmed he couldn't connect to the communication system or the item shop. System notifications appeared, confirming both were disconnected, alarming Kang Do-hyun and Nabi. Kang-grim explained that this meant they couldn't call for reinforcements or receive more supplies. Nabi covered her mouth in horror, realizing the tragic fate of the hunters who had gone missing previously. Amidst this, Kang Do-hyun placed a hand on her shoulder, calling Nabi's name to get her attention. He turned her to face the three worried hunters. He asked them if there was a problem, which only increased the group's fear. Kang-grim looked at the group and suddenly realized a significant consequence of losing communication. He understood that this meant the gods could no longer eavesdrop on their conversation. Looking towards Kang Do-hyun, Kang-grim knew this was a golden opportunity not to be missed. Kang Do-hyun shared the same thought. He was determined to end his conversation with Kang-grim right here. A streak of golden light began to spread across the ground, seemingly creating a private space for the upcoming dialogue. The group followed Kang Do-hyun through the ruined city, enveloped by a mysterious golden light trail. Seo Kang-grim walked with a pensive expression, wary of everything around him. A female hunter nervously asked where they were going as the scenery grew more desolate, and the fog thickened. Leading the way, the Keelan suddenly stopped and snorted, seemingly having detected something. Seo Kang-grim flinched, his eyes gleaming with astonishment at the sight before him. Amidst the ruins, a magnificent mansion, completely intact, appeared illogically. The building looked perfect in every detail, with vibrant flower beds blooming in the garden. Peering through the iron bars, Seo Kang-grim couldn't help but wonder what this monstrous place was. The rest of the group had also arrived, all stunned by the splendid mansion. Stepping inside, Seo Kang-grim grew even more perplexed by the luxurious and spotless interior. The entire team cautiously entered the grand hall, overwhelmed by the cleanliness and opulence of the place. Kang Do-hyun suddenly caught a familiar scent, and the others quickly recognized it too. Realizing it was the smell of food, the famished hunters immediately rushed forward, despite Seo Kang-grim's attempts to call them back. They burst into a dining room and discovered a lavish banquet table awaiting them. Everyone rejoiced to find the food still warm, as if it had just been served. Just as the female hunter was about to taste it, Seo Kangrim lunged forward, grabbed her hand, and yelled not to eat. The blonde hunter angrily questioned Kangrim, but he coldly replied that this was an all-too-obvious poison trap. Kang Do-hyun sneered, sarcastically remarking that it was ridiculous for self-proclaimed hunters to be so easily deceived. After hearing the warning, the female hunter also admitted the situation was somewhat suspicious and suggested they check their surroundings first. Kang Do-hyun calmly ordered the blonde hunter to put the food down, and the group reluctantly agreed. Seo Kangrim suggested everyone split up to check the surroundings and then regroup, as the overly enticing smell of food made the place seem unsafe. The group of 3 hunters decided not to risk it and chose to return the way they came. Once the others had left, Seo Kangrim secretly thought this was his chance. However, just as he was about to leave, An Nabi called out, stopping him. He quickly caught up and asked if Seo Kangrim had anything to say. An Nabi directly reiterated his question about joining the Fate Protection Bureau, emphasizing the risks faced by civilian hunters. Seo Kangrim firmly refused, stating he had no intention of joining the Bureau. He humbly suggested there were many more talented individuals than him, and the Bureau should look for someone else. But An Nabi interrupted, asserting that he had never met a hunter with higher skills than him. In his memory, Seo Kangrim was a low-ranked individual who always strived harder than anyone else. Though seemingly calculating, he was the first to act when he saw others in distress. An Nabi recalled the scene where he had helped Johann Richter, and even when facing powerful enemies, he never abandoned his teammates in danger. Back in the present, he sincerely expressed his desire to have someone like Seo Kangrim on his team. Seo Kangrim was completely taken aback by those frank and emotional compliments. An Nabi revealed that he had already prepared a desk, a welcome party, and even a list of good restaurants for him. Seeing An Nabi's sincerity, despite knowing his abilities, Seo Kangrim smiled and decided not to be too stubborn. An Nabi cheerfully bid farewell, suggesting they check the surroundings together and meet again later. After he left, Seo Kangrim alone advanced towards the mansion's grand staircase. He ascended the steps, certain that Kang Do-hyun had taken this path. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, Seo Kangrim saw Kang Do-hyun already waiting. Kang Do-hyun turned to look at him with sharp, hostile eyes. Seo Kangrim secretly thought that Kang Do-hyun was certainly not in the mood to listen to him. Approaching, he sarcastically asked if Kang Do-hyun was also waiting for a chance to recruit him. Kang Do-hyun remained silent as Seo Kangrim walked past him. Suddenly, Seo Kangrim stopped and said he could see the bands of karma surrounding Kang Do-hyun's body. Kang Do-hyun questioned, asking if the more karma there was, the denser the bands became. He continued to ask what Seo Kangrim had done after leaving home. In a fit of anger, Seo Kangrim turned around and grabbed Kang Do-hyun by the collar. With glowing eyes, he growled, asking what Kang Do-hyun had done. He demanded Kang Do-hyun explain why he had accumulated so much karma. Seo Kangrim's eyes flashed menacingly. Kang Do-hyun pushed his hand away and retorted, asking what kind of person Seo Kangrim thought he was. A strange sound echoed, interrupting their confrontation. From the end of the dark corridor, a gigantic figure began to walk. It was a humanoid creature made of stone, emanating a dark aura. It slowly advanced towards the 2 men. Both Seo Kangrim and Kang Do-hyun were stunned by the appearance of the living statue. Kang Do-hyun wondered if this was the condition to break the demon realm, as the statue stopped right in front of them. Kang Do-hyun grew wary, wondering why the statue had suddenly stopped moving. The stone creature stood motionless, its cracked surface ominously silent. Suddenly, the statue burst into action, swinging its arm with terrifying force. It delivered a devastating punch to the floor, shattering the ground. Losing patience, Kang Do-hyun decided to destroy it first and ask questions later, charging forward with his golden staff in hand. Seo Kangrim's eyes flashed with horror as he realized something the other couldn't see. A clang of metal echoed as Kang Do-hyun's attack was blocked mid-air. It was Seo Kangrim who had rushed out, using his weapon to intercept his adoptive brother. Kang Do-hyun was utterly stunned by this unexpected intervention. "Don't destroy it," Seo Kangrim yelled, standing between Kang Do-hyun and the statue. Rage flared across Kang Do-hyun's face as he gritted his teeth in anger. He roughly grabbed the collar of Seo Kangrim's jacket. With a powerful shove, Kang Do-hyun sent Seo Kangrim flying into a nearby room. The door slammed shut immediately after, trapping Seo Kangrim inside. Kang Do-hyun watched his brother scramble to his feet with contempt, beginning to berate him. "Are you insane? Why did you stop me?" he roared through the door. As Kang Do-hyun continued his tirade, the statue behind him began to stir again. Inside the room, Seo Kangrim desperately brought his hands to his face. "Brother, that thing is." With a horrified expression, He whispered the horrifying truth. A human. Kang Do-hyun questioned skeptically, unable to believe what he'd just heard. He angrily shouted, believing Seo Kangrim had lost his mind for claiming that monster was human. Without further explanation, Kang Do-hyun smashed the door with his staff and burst out. He held up a talisman, challenging Kangrim to look closely again. Kang Do-hyun sarcastically asked if the stone statue's form resembled a human. Despite its appearance, Seo Kangrim remained resolute after re-examining it. He knew for certain it was a person. The status window appeared, confirming it was Yang Sara, a first-rank soul human under a curse. The statue stood still, not attacking, leaving Kang Do-hyun puzzled. Kangrim guessed it was confined to the hallway, but Do-hyun immediately retorted that humans didn't have such limitations. Realizing he couldn't reveal the fate window, Kangrim explained that his Keeleen could sense the curse. He summoned Leenie and earnestly asked Kang Do-hyun to trust him. Then, Seo Kangrim pointed towards the statue and ordered Leenie to begin purification. Leenie leaped onto the statue, activating its purification ability in a brilliant burst of light. As Leenie gently touched the stone face, cracks began to appear on its surface. Light erupted from within as the stone shell shattered. The stone disguise crumbled, revealing a woman with long, grayish-blue hair. The curse was broken, and the woman began to fall. Kang Do-hyun froze, stunned to realize Seo Kangrim had spoken the truth. Seo Kangrim rushed to catch the unconscious woman and anxiously asked about her. Kang Do-hyun clenched his fists, bitterly admitting that Seo Kangrim had recognized a truth he couldn't see. He tormented himself, for despite being an envoy of the Fate Protection Bureau, he couldn't recognize the victim. Kang Do-hyun desperately wondered if he could still keep up with Kangrim, while Kangrim offered to take the woman to safety. When Kangrim anxiously inquired, Kang Do-hyun brushed him off and told him not to worry. Kangrim carried the dejected Kang Do-hyun and said they needed to go downstairs to inform Nabi and the other hunters. Carrying Yang Sara on his back, Kangrim resolutely told Kang Do-hyun that they couldn't let others kill the statues if they were also human. Kang Do-hyun silently looked at Kangrim, then reluctantly agreed. Both began to move downstairs. At the foot of the stairs, Nabi was stunned to see Kangrim carrying an unconscious woman down. Nabi quickly helped the survivor and surmised that there might be more. Kang Do-hyun explained that the woman had been cursed into a monster, and others might share the same fate. Suddenly, Leenie darted away down the hallway, causing Kangrim to call out in surprise. Kangrim chased after it and found it in a lavish banquet hall, knowing immediately it was drawn by food. He picked Leenie up and reminded it not to eat suspicious things. Suddenly, Kangrim's gaze tensed as he noticed something strange. On the lavish banquet table were pieces of food that had been bitten and left behind. Instantly, the surrounding stone statues suddenly came to life and charged towards him. Kangrim was startled as a statue lunged right in front of him. Holding Leenie tightly, he hastily weaved through their relentless attacks. Seo Kangrim's eyes flashed as he realized a horrifying truth. He was stunned to connect the stone statues with the 3 hunters he had met. Confirming his suspicions, Kangrim slid across the floor to dodge an attack, thinking to himself that they were those hunters. He asked Leenie if it could purify them, but the small creature could only shake its head helplessly. With no other choice, Kangrim decided he had to take down the statues himself first. He swung his fist, putting all his strength into a decisive attack. With a devastating punch, Kangrim shattered a statue to test their durability. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Nabi explained to the survivors that they had been warned not to eat the food. A brief glimpse showed how desperate and exhausted the group of 3 hunters had once been. Kang Do-hyun concluded that the cursed food would turn those who ate it into demonic beasts, while Kangrim cautiously checked its scent. Do-hyun believed that those who had been trapped for a long time had no other choice, and behind them, Yang Sara began to clutch her head in pain. The young woman fell into extreme panic, continuously mumbling through tears about the upper floor. Kangrim turned to ask Nabi about young Sara's condition. Nabi reported that after being questioned, she only panicked and said something was amiss on the 5th floor. Hearing this, Kang Do-hyun immediately ordered 3 other survivors to stay and watch over Yang Sara. He, Kangrim, and Nabi decided to proceed together to the 5th floor to investigate. However, the sight on the 4th floor stunned them. A floor littered with shattered fragments of statues. Kang Do-hyun coldly suggested abandoning the others, making Nabi angrily shout that he shouldn't joke like that. Do-hyun stated with a serious face that he was completely serious, declaring their mission was to clear the dungeon, not to save people. Seo Kangrim explained that there was no need to save everyone, because the statues were a mix of demonic beasts and humans, and most were demonic beasts. Kangrim sighed, sarcastically saying to just let him be the bad guy, while Kang Do-hyun asked how to distinguish who was human. Kang Do-hyun then had an idea. telling Kangrim to simply point out those who needed saving. Believing there were too many to point out, Kangrim decided to use insect nectar to mark them. To the astonishment of Kang Do-hyun and the calls of An Nabi, Seo Kangrim suddenly dashed forward. He charged into the midst of the statues, applied nectar to the head of one statue, then quickly attacked the other statues. Kang Do-hyun shouted in alarm, believing Kangrim's actions were too dangerous. Amidst the encirclement, Kangrim shouted back that this was no time to complain. Kang Do-hyun gritted his teeth and decided, urging An Nabi to charge forward with him. Kang Do-hyun's talismans were affixed to the statues, creating golden chains of light that bound them. Both Kang Do-hyun and An Nabi charged into battle, coordinating their attacks to clear out the stone statues. Soon enough, all the statues were destroyed, leaving only a pile of fragments and blood on the floor. As Kangrim was about to purify those tied to the ceiling, Kang Do-hyun stopped him, suggesting they should be saved after the mission was complete, to avoid chaos. Suddenly, Kang Do-hyun felt a strange discomfort, making An Nabi ask worriedly. Kang Do-hyun complained about a foul stench rising from the stairs, while Kangrim also began to realize something was amiss. An Nabi, horrified, covered her mouth as she recognized the stench. Both sensed danger. Seo Kangrim asserted that there was definitely a strange smell in the air. He realized it was the scent of death accumulating ahead, and began to walk forward. Before him, a thick, deadly black aura was swirling up from the floor below. Seo Kangrim observed the deadly scene with a grim expression. Beneath his feet were shattered bone fragments, surrounded by a dark purple death aura. The entire group, consisting of Seo Kangrim, Kang Do-hyun, and An Nabi, stood together, gazing at the horrific scene. An Nabi spoke with a somber expression, speaking of the fate of the hunters. She knelt beside a skull, lamenting as she realized they had chosen a human's death instead of transforming into demonic beasts. Kang Do-hyun listened with a hardened expression, full of worry. Suddenly, a strange hiss echoed from the end of the corridor, making Kang Do-hyun turn around in surprise. Immediately after, a grotesque laugh horrified the group, who immediately took defensive stances. From the darkness at the end of the corridor, a lone figure staggered out, emitting growls. An Nabi's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting the image of the approaching figure. The mysterious creature with long, disheveled hair covering its face slowly shuffled towards them. Thinking it was a survivor, An Nabi shouted in joy and was about to rush forward, while Kang Do-hyun was also stunned. Seo Kangrim swiftly grabbed An Nabi's wrist, stopping her and ordering her to wait. Still holding An Nabi firmly, he calmly asked about the last time another hunter entered this demonic realm, which confused her. Despite her confusion, An Nabi still tried to recall the information in the report. A chill ran down her spine, as she remembered the report stated it had only been a week ago. Kang Do-hyun explained the horrifying truth. Due to the time difference, 1 week outside was equivalent to at least 400 days here. The mysterious long-haired survivor spoke up, saying that if someone had entered even earlier, it could have been many years ago. Seo Kangrim stared at the figure, his mind reeled with the question of how they could have survived for so long without turning into demonic beasts. The survivor, with bloodshot eyes, let out a grotesque smile, and asked a chilling question about how the others had survived. Suddenly, the figure opened its mouth wide and let out an inhuman scream. Kang Do-hyun immediately took a defensive stance, shielding An Nabi, and wondered if the entity was still human. He decided to attack first, throwing 3 glowing talismans towards the creature, and declared he would talk after taking it down. However, the creature easily leaped over the incoming talismans, causing them to fly straight to the floor. It landed behind the group just as the talismans exploded into a fierce burst of flames. With terrifying speed, the creature lunged and sank its fangs into Kang Do-hyun's arm. Kang Do-hyun cried out in pain, causing An Nabi to frantically call his name. Without hesitation, An Nabi swung his staff, sending the creature flying into the air, where it crashed into the ceiling. The creature fell, sliding across the ground, but appeared unharmed. An Nabi rushed to check Kang Do-hyun's bleeding arm, but he insisted he was fine. Meanwhile, Seo Kangrim quietly analyzed the enemy, realizing it was much stronger than it appeared. His eyes widened in surprise as the information panel displayed the creature's true rank. The creature roared again, its body grotesquely deforming more and more. A fierce flame erupted from its hand, signaling a new attack. Kang Do-hyun quickly leaped into the air, using his staff to deflect the fireball the creature had just thrown. Instantly, the creature lunged at An Nabi and blocked his attack, astonishing him with its immense spiritual power. Kang Do-hyun strained to resist, angered by the feeling that his opponent was underestimating him compared to An Nabi. Seizing the moment, An Nabi leaped high, raising his staff, ready to deliver a fatal downward strike. The creature frantically swung its arm, sending Kang Do-hyun flying. Witnessing this, Nabi frantically called So Kangrim's name. Kangrim observed calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He activated his ability, but the enemy's information was corrupted, while it roared his name. Kangrim suddenly saw a vision of the hunters who had been turned to stone, from their initial enthusiasm to their eventual exhaustion. In that memory, a member named Hyunsu had transformed into a demonic beast, attacking his own teammates. The last two survivors could only slump to the ground in despair, believing it was all over. The man tried to rally his teammates' spirits, asserting that someone would come to save them, but the girl had completely collapsed, saying she couldn't go on any longer. Back in reality, Kangrim was stunned, questioning what he was doing. Immediately, the creature plunged down from above, attacking him. Unexpectedly, Kang Do-hyun rushed forward and forcefully pushed Kangrim out of the attack's path. Do-hyun took the full force of the attack for Kangrim, his entire body pinned by the creature. In the critical moment, Do-hyun shouted, ordering Kangrim to draw the seven-branched sword. Kangrim was bewildered, but Do-hyun asserted that he knew Kangrim had been to the blacksmith, jolting Kangrim awake. He then summoned the seven-branched sword, a dragon rank 1 weapon. The sword emitted powerful positive energy, capable of exorcising evil. The creature roared, suppressed by the sword's sacred energy. It fled in terror, and though Nabi wanted to pursue, Kangrim stopped him. Seo Kangrim seriously stated that there was something everyone needed to know about that man. Kang Do-hyun frowned, asking if the man had been corrupted by getting too close to the barrier. Nabi exclaimed in surprise, realizing the cause was the accumulation of too much karma, and Kang Do-hyun confirmed it. Do-hyun explained that this condition made the man react violently to the seven-branch sword, while Nabi wondered if there was a way to help him return to normal. Kangrim fell into thought, wondering how much karma was needed to cross the barrier. He recalled that karma didn't just come from using abilities, but also from crimes like theft, assault, and murder. If the vision he saw was real, that man had committed a heinous crime to survive. That thought made Kangrim question himself and the amount of karma he carried. He worried, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized he might also be very close to the barrier. Lost in thought, Kangrim was startled when Nabi and Kang Do-hyun called his name. Kang Do-hyun irritably demanded why he was so distracted, but Kangrim reassured him that he was fine. Do-hyun decided they should continue the mission, believing the man wouldn't dare approach while they held the seven-branched sword. Kangrim immediately objected, refusing to abandon the man. He tried to convince Do-hyun that they could purify the man just as they had with Gang Chori, and would ask the captain for help later. But Do-hyun dismissed it, arguing that the man was too strong and they couldn't risk all three of their lives for one person. In the deadlock, Kangrim suddenly declared that he knew a way to solve the problem. Kang Do-hyun and Nabi both turned to look at him, their faces filled with surprise. With determined eyes, Kangrim clenched his fist and asserted that they could definitely do it. Despite his dissatisfaction, Kang Do-hyun began pasting talismans onto the wall, preparing for Kangrim's plan. While preparing, Seo Kangrim thought about how the group always followed his plans. He recalled confidently leading Kang Do-hyun and Nabi. Meanwhile, Kang Do-hyun was setting up a talisman formation, irritably wondering why Kangrim's ideas were always accepted. He leaned his head against the wall, bitterly admitting he was inferior to Kangrim. Jang Tae-hun suddenly appeared, announcing that he and Nabi had finished their preparations. With that, Jang Tae-hun turned away, declaring he would begin the mission to lure the target out. Kang Do-hyun anxiously called after him, asking if their preparations were truly sufficient. He expressed his unease, saying that if his talismans failed, everything would be meaningless, and asked why Jang Tae-hun trusted him so much. Jang Tae-hun continued to walk silently down the corridor. Without turning back, Jang Tae-hun resolutely replied that precisely because Kang Do-hyun had created those talismans, he had complete faith in his teammates' skills. Jang Tae-hun's words stunned Kang Do-hyun, his hand sliding down the wall. His hand stopped, his mind in disarray. Kang Do-hyun thought to himself, unable to believe what he had just heard. He sighed, realizing Jang Tae-hun had matured and become much more cunning. He wondered if it was pity, then compared himself to Kangrim, who was now sought after by the gods. A bitter smile appeared on Kang Do-hyun's lips as he silently admitted his envy. Under the night moon, the plan began to be executed. Jang Tae-hun alone entered a desolate hall, where the floor was covered with monster corpses and a ghostly purple aura. There, he faced a silver-haired survivor who was screaming wildly. Jang Tae-hun tried to calm the feral survivor, who was wary and sniffing the air. He smiled, extending his hands, and affirmed that he wasn't carrying what the other was looking for. However, the survivor's glowing red eyes only shone with madness and rage. Immediately, the person lunged to attack, but Jang Tae-hun easily dodged. The survivor continued to swing sharp claws forward. Losing balance, their bodies spun in the air. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared right behind them. Jang Tae-hoon had summoned his blazing golden spear, delivering a thunderous strike down upon the target. Dodging the attack, the survivor immediately crawled on the floor to flee, and Jang Tae-hoon instantly gave chase. The person seemed to be rushing towards a wall with a clear purpose. As their hands slammed against the wall, a blazing pink magic circle lit up. The entire hall transformed into a giant trap, with talismans flying around, trapping the target firmly in the center. Energy chains from the magic circle tightly bound the survivor. However, a fierce flame erupted from their body, shattering the chains and activating a mysterious ability. From a distance, Kang Do-hyun clicked his tongue in annoyance as he watched the talisman in his hand burn to ashes. He admitted he had a premonition that the trap wouldn't succeed with just one attempt. Immediately after, a small army of 2, with talismans affixed to their chests, was summoned. The entire swarm rushed towards the survivor, their bodies fiercely ablaze as they went. Following the principle of fire-generating earth, the 2 were enhanced, transforming into blazing giants, towering over and surrounding the target. The feral survivor let out a roar of fury. He screamed in pain as Kang Do-hyun's blazing chains bound him tightly. However, Kang Do-hyun realized his talisman was ineffective. The chains shattered as a mysterious ability nullified the magic aimed at the survivor. Nabi cheered for a moment, mistakenly believing the plan had succeeded. Immediately after, a giant pillar of light suddenly descended from above, narrowly missing the survivor. Kang Do-hyun's entire team was stunned by this sudden attack. A first-rank Soul Guardian statue appeared, enhanced by the previous flames. The blindfolded statue began to move, seemingly activated. Jang Tae-hoon realized in horror that that was the true target they had to destroy. As the mission to destroy the statue to escape the barrier was confirmed, it immediately raised its greatsword. The Guardian statue unleashed a giant energy slash towards the entire group. The attack sent the feral survivor to the ground, while Jang Tae-hoon prepared to counterattack. The survivor quickly got up and leaped away, causing Kang Do-hyun to shout in an attempt to stop them. Jang Tae-hoon immediately thrust his spear into the ground, blocking the enemy's escape route. Cornered, the feral survivor now faced Jang Tae-hoon and his teammates directly. Jang Tae-hoon declared he would handle the boss, leading the pursuit. Meanwhile, the Guardian statue once again raised its greatsword, causing the ground to shake violently. A deafening metallic clang echoed as the statue's greatsword slammed onto the floor. Nabi braced herself against the pressure of the battle. Amidst flying debris, Kang Do-hyun and the feral survivor clashed while Jang Tae-hoon observed from a distance. Jang Tae-hoon suddenly realized something was wrong with the plan. He immediately changed tactics, charging past, and declaring he would handle the Guardian statue himself, leaving Nabi stunned. Jang Tae-hoon leaped over obstacles, shouting that he would lure the statue away while instructing the others to capture the survivor. Nabi immediately understood and activated her 2 controller ability. She ordered her 2 army to charge, instructing the smaller, talisman-bearing 2 to climb onto the larger ones. A small 2 was quickly placed on the shoulder of a giant 2. The 2 army, with Kang Do-hyun providing support from behind, simultaneously rushed to corner the survivor. Overwhelmed, the survivor fell and was tightly bound by magical chains emanating from the talismans. Kang Do-hyun also joined in, activating his binding technique with his staff. The target was lifted into the air, completely helpless against the binding power. 2 solid energy masses pressed tightly against the survivor from both sides. The survivor screamed in pain as they were crushed. A final talisman flew forth and stuck squarely onto the target's forehead. After putting the survivor to sleep, Kang Do-hyun declared their task complete and that they needed to go to Seo Kangrim's location. Just then, a nearby wall collapsed. A terrifying explosion erupted, startling Kang Do-hyun and Nabi, who spun around. Both stared in horror towards the smoke and flames. Where Nabi screamed Seo Kangrim's name, Kang Do-hyun held her back, and Nabi screamed in panic, worried for Kangrim's safety. Yang Sara, who had just been freed from the curse, also intended to rush forward to assist. Meanwhile, the fierce battle replayed in his mind, as Seo Kangrim, with blazing red eyes, swung his sword to attack the Guardian statue. A terrifying sound echoed as the blade shattered the statue, and the system announced the Guardian statue had been defeated. Amidst the rubble, Seo Kangrim received a notification of an additional reward for defeating a stronger opponent. Witnessing that power, Kang Do-hyun was stunned and released Nabi's hand. As Kangrim's combat instinct ability deactivated, the entire group anxiously called his name. Seo Kangrim smiled to reassure them, and immediately inquired about the survivor's condition. Yang Sara happily gave a thumbs up, reporting that the person had been safely secured. Immediately after, a spatial gate opened, announcing that the barrier had been lifted and an exit had appeared. Kang Do-hyun covered his mouth, admitting that they couldn't have completed the mission without Kang Grim. While Kang Grim humbly said he was just lucky, Kang Do-hyun was lost in complex thoughts. He recalled Kang Grim's destructive power and wondered about accumulating karma to reach the boundary. Looking at his teammate, Kang Do-hyun secretly compared himself and yearned for similar power. In a corner, Jang Tae-hoon also felt uneasy due to the tense atmosphere. Then, Keelan began to use its purification ability on the bound survivor, but Seo Kang Grim suddenly received a red warning. The target could not be purified, as they had crossed the boundary. He gritted his teeth in astonishment at this unexpected information. When young Sarah anxiously asked what was wrong, Seo Kang Grim had no choice but to explain. He revealed that this survivor had completely fallen, their soul having crossed an irreversible boundary. Seo Kang Grim explained that this survivor was like a soulless corpse, unable to return to normal. Hearing this, Kang Do-hyun was astonished, wondering if a person without a soul could be purified. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing a terrifying truth. Kang Do-hyun was aghast, thinking that if that was the price for karma, then surely. He anxiously wondered what would happen to Seo Kang Grim, who carried an enormous burden of karma. Contrary to that worry, Seo Kang Grim flashed a chilling smile, his eyes glowing with an eerie red. He calmly turned away, seemingly unconcerned. As Kang Grim was about to head to the 4th floor with Leanie, young Sarah hastily called him back. She said he didn't look well and offered to go instead, suggesting he stay to rest and gather the survivors. An Nabi intervened, entrusting Leanie to young Sarah and asking her to protect the other two. Kang Grim could only watch silently as An Nabi turned her back, carrying the tightly bound survivor. Left behind, he felt an extreme discomfort. He admitted that when he was with Kang Do-hyun, he couldn't stop thinking about the karma he had accumulated. In his mind, his karma appeared as a hideous shadow monster. That shadowy entity lunged forward ferociously. An illusion of Kang Grim stood amidst countless empty memorial photos, invited to come to the world of the dead. Suddenly, Jang Tae-hun's voice rang out, calling Seo Kang Grim's name. Jang Tae-hun stepped forward, placing a hand on Kang Grim's shoulder to pull him out of his thoughts. Kang Grim stood silently, his gaze still distant. He coldly told Jang Tae-hun that he didn't want to talk right now either. Despite being coldly dismissed by Seo Kang Grim, Kang Do-hyun stubbornly called his name. Kang Grim pushed Kang Do-hyun's hand away and told him to speak quickly if he had something to say. Unexpectedly, Kang Do-hyun grabbed Kang Grim's collar, yelling at him to quit being a hunter immediately. He screamed that Kang Grim would accumulate more karma and would end up tragically like that survivor. In response to that worry, Kang Grim merely sneered mockingly. In Jang Tae-hun's presence, Kang Grim retorted, asking Kang Do-hyun why he cared. He continued to provoke, saying that Do-hyun treated him like a stranger all day, yet now he was acting worried. Kang Grim bluntly stated that Kang Do-hyun hated him, leaving his adopted brother stunned. Provoked, Kang Do-hyun admitted in a fit of rage that he did indeed hate Kang Grim. He poured out his resentment, saying that Kang Grim had everything he didn't, even taking his mother. Shaking Kang Grim violently, Do-hyun yelled that he hated Kang Grim even in this moment, but that didn't mean. Kang Do-hyun's clenched hands slowly loosened. He lowered his hands, his gaze fixed on the unconscious survivor on the floor. He wanted Kang Grim to end up in such a pathetic state. With tears welling up, Kang Do-hyun looked at Kang Grim with a pained expression, which slightly surprised Kang Grim. So Kang Grim remained silent, a drop of sweat trickling down his temple as he pondered Do-hyun's words. He asked Do-hyun what kind of person he thought he was, while Do-hyun buried his face in his hands in despair. Kang Grim directly asked if Do-hyun didn't want him to die, and received an angry reply. "Of course not, you idiot." After Do-hyun wiped his tears, Kang Grim seriously told him to listen, then called him brother. Finally, So Kang Grim revealed a shocking truth. He knew the future. Kang Do-hyun was stunned by Seo Kang Grim's confession. Meanwhile, elsewhere, An Nabi reported over the phone that there were a total of 24 survivors. Then, Kang Do-hyun questioned Seo Kang Grim about how he arrived without driving. Seo Kang Grim gestured for him to pause his questions. Kang Do-hyun decided they would talk after the survivors were brought to the Fate Protection Bureau. He said they would continue their conversation at his home. Seo Kang Grim silently looked up at the familiar traditional house under the sunset. Standing at the gate, Kang Do-hyun urged his hesitant foster brother. Seo Kang Grim finally stepped into the courtyard. A fleeting memory surfaced of his mother, So Hwak-young, giving him something in this very place. Back in the present, Kang Grim waited while Kang Do-hyun walked up the steps of the house. Kang Do-hyun called him into a room. Before his mother's altar, Kang Do-hyun asked if Kang Grim never inquired about her because he already knew the future. As Kang Grim remained silent, Do-hyun continued, asking if he knew how she had died, while affixing a talisman to the wall. Seo Hwak-young's altar appeared, revealing that she had left a will and then immolated herself along with the house. Kang Do-hyun resolutely held another talisman, while Seo Kangrim turned his back. Do-hyun asked if Kangrim knew the reason, and Kangrim admitted he did not. Immediately after, Kang Do-hyun pressed the talisman to the wall, activating it. A blue energy barrier instantly enveloped the entire house. Seo Kangrim turned back in surprise, realizing Kang Do-hyun had sealed the space so they could speak privately. Kang Do-hyun explained that his mother, like Seo Kangrim, could see the future. As a talented shaman, Seo Hwakyung possessed the ability to see through the past, present, and future. She had witnessed a terrifying vision of a city engulfed in flames with countless victims. Faced with such a cruel fate, Seo Hwakyung was in immense pain. However, she was determined to choose the best possible path for fate herself. In her suicide note, she wrote that she would choose the best path within her capabilities. A young Kang Do-hyun was shocked upon reading his mother's message amidst the chaotic scene. The young Do-hyun helplessly watched his home consumed by fire, held back by government officials. Kneeling in despair, he wondered how this sacrifice could possibly be the best choice. The unbearable pain made Kang Do-hyun cry out in anguish. Back in the present, Do-hyun confessed that he still couldn't understand his mother's last words. He felt helpless and regretted being unable to do anything to help her. With a resolute gaze, Kang Do-hyun declared that this time, he wouldn't let tragedy repeat itself. He asked Seo Kangrim to tell him everything he had intended to say earlier. A brief flashback showed their close relationship, with Do-hyun calling Kangrim brother. Seo Kangrim smiled, calmly revealing that he knew the future. To Do-hyun's astonishment, Kangrim clarified that it was the future approximately 5 years from now. He revealed a horrifying truth. Someone would come and kill him. Kang Do-hyun was utterly stunned by the prophecy of his brother's death. He questioned, saying he thought Kangrim no longer saw such visions. Kang Do-hyun recalled his mother using a ritual to suppress Seo Kangrim's divine power. Kangrim confirmed it, but explained that as he approached the boundary, everything changed. The fate guide had shown him visions of both the past and the future. Kang Do-hyun lost his composure, grabbed Kangrim's collar, and pressed him on how close he had gotten, but Kangrim only replied that he wasn't sure. Kangrim admitted that he didn't think he could change the future by himself. Therefore, he offered that he needed Kang Do-hyun's help, which greatly surprised his brother. Kang Do-hyun wondered what he could do to help in this situation. Kangrim suggested Do-hyun ask his god, but Do-hyun immediately cut him off, asserting that he wasn't possessed by any deity. Kang Do-hyun was stunned, not understanding why Kangrim hadn't been possessed yet, and was reminded that he had forgotten the reason. Clenching his fist, Seo Kangrim began to reveal a painful truth. He bitterly stated that one of those gods was the very one who had murdered his parents. Kangrim desperately wondered if the other gods would be any better. He firmly declared that he would never trust any god. Kangrim pointed to a talisman, asking if it could prevent even Do-hyun's god from eavesdropping. Kang Do-hyun confirmed the area was completely sealed, and Kangrim agreed to recount everything. He began to summarize his previous life and his childhood misfortunes. Kangrim recounted how they left the training facility to join the Flying Tiger Gate. He reminisced about the group's happy days at the Flying Tiger Gate. He also spoke of their fated encounter, and finally, the moment they faced a severely wounded Bakeyong. So Kangrim concludes the story with an image of him confronting Bakeyong in the demon realm. He sadly reveals that everyone there is dead. Kang Do-hyun is stunned by Bakeyong's power, but Kangrim explains that she offered to spare everyone if he died. Kangrim casually states that if the worst happens, his death would end everything, so Do-hyun doesn't need to worry. Kang Do-hyun is speechless with rage at Kangrim's attitude. After calming down, Do-hyun runs his hands through his hair and asks if Kangrim knows why he's being targeted. Kangrim replies that he doesn't know, which is why Hell find her first, making Do-hyun question his plan. Do-hyun points out that Kangrim only knows Bakeyong's name and face, a person of first-grade divine rank. This information astonishes Do-hyun, who asks again for confirmation. Kangrim highlights the oddity. Someone so powerful with such a rare rank is completely unknown, then asks Do-hyun if he suspects anyone. He admits that he has a few suspicions, and among them, the biggest suspect is the director of the Fate Protection Bureau. Kangrim visualizes the mysterious director and the Bureau's elite agents. Kangrim adds that it's just his guess, making Do-hyun ponder. It's revealed that no one knows the director's name or face, and only team leaders are allowed to meet them. Kang Do-hyun is startled, realizing Kangrim's intention, and quickly protests that he doesn't have a high enough rank in the Bureau to do that. Kangrim simply stares silently at Do-hyun. He begins to provoke, saying that if it's too difficult, Hell find the information himself. Do-hyun, enraged, asks what Kangrim is planning. With a smug smile, Kangrim taunts that perhaps Do-hyun is just scared. Kangrim, radiating killing intent, challenges Kang Do-hyun to look at Bakeyong's photo. Do-hyun snatches the photo, while Kangrim explains he printed it from a memory projector. As he looks at the photo, Do-hyun curses Kangrim for becoming increasingly brazen, but Kangrim merely smiles, calling it a compliment. However, upon closer inspection, Do-hyun's expression turns confused. The photo shows a close-up of Bakeyong's face with silver hair and sharp blue eyes. Do-hyun is stunned, realizing he has met this woman before, prompting Kangrim to ask in surprise who she is. Do-hyun recalls briefly seeing Bakeyong and sensing a strange aura from her, which made him turn back to look. Kangrim urgently presses Do-hyun about where and when he met her, but Do-hyun is struggling to remember. A memory flashes, linking Bakeyong's image to his mother, So Hwa-kyung's, memorial photo. Standing before the memorial photo, Do-hyun reveals he saw Bakeyong near their home a few days before his mother's death, shocking Kangrim. Kangrim cannot believe his ears. A horrifying truth is slowly unfolding. Do-hyun crumples the photo, beginning to suspect the dubious circumstances surrounding his mother's death, from the will to the fire. Standing before the altar, Kangrim begins to deduce a terrible possibility. He clutches his head in agony, realizing that Bakeyong might have murdered So Hwa-kyung. Kangrim recalls all his losses, parents, friends, family, and realizes Bakeyong took everything. He painfully remembers that she acted right before his eyes. In a bloody memory, Kangrim desperately reaches out towards Bakeyong. Bakeyong responds only with a cruel, blood-stained smile, as Kangrim realizes she also acted behind his back. Shouting Bakeyong's name in vain, Kangrim's body is splattered with blood. His hands tremble, stained with the fresh blood of the fallen. Seo Kangrim clenches his fist, vowing to hunt down his enemy. With resolute eyes, he is determined to exact revenge. The scene shifts to the lobby of a modern building, where So Kangrim welcomes his new members. The new members, including Yoon Bom and others, are overwhelmed and excited, realizing this is their sect's headquarters. Seo Kangrim smiles, asking his comrades if things are more stable now. Yoon Bom and another comrade directly ask why he always keeps his distance from everyone. Kangrim appears flustered, hesitating to explain. He recalls the reason, a cruel illusion appearing, showing his new comrades impaled by energy blades. The memory returns to a young Kangrim, bloody and desperate, haunted by the curse that he would only bring misfortune to others. He remembers a past tragedy where all his comrades fell. The image of a deceased comrade appears, emphasizing the loss. He believes that tragedy will surely repeat itself in the present. In the memory, a mysterious female swordswoman steps through a pool of blood amidst the bodies of his comrades. The woman confronts Kangrim, demanding that he accept her. Kangrim freezes as the woman's blood-stained blade presses against his throat. She questions him, asking how long he intends to push those around him to their deaths, making Kangrim silently deny it in despair. The swordswoman coldly asks if the dead would agree with his denial. Illusions of his fallen comrades appear, questioning and blaming him for everything. Tormented by the illusions, Kangrim clutches his head in pain, trying to reject the accusations echoing in his mind. But then, memories of Johann Richter and Yoon Bom's affirmations interject, stating they believe he is a good person and will always stand by him. Waking from his trance, Seo Kangrim yelled, determined never to accept those words. He drew his sword, facing Bakeyong's illusion, declaring he would no longer be deceived by words or phantoms. A mysterious voice spoke, asking if he truly thought things would stop at mere illusions. Despite the warning that it was his destiny, Kangrim charged, attacking the giant shadow. Two blades clashed, sparking in the mental space. Though knocked back, he still heard the voice urging him to accept divinity and possession. The shadowy entity roared, demanding he accept his predetermined fate. With a blood-stained face, Kangrim asserted that he had changed destiny before, and would do so again. Kangrim awoke abruptly in his bedroom, the clock striking exactly 4:44 a.m. Afterward, he sat before a lavish meal prepared by Kang Do-hyun. Kangrim asked if Do-hyun felt guilty about the table, but Do-hyun replied that he hadn't cooked much. Do-hyun changed the subject, asking about Kangrim's plans and if he would join the Flying Tiger sect as in the future, but Kangrim was still undecided. Do-hyun instructed Kangrim to be careful with recruitment offers, not to sign random contracts or join strange sects. Kangrim insisted he wasn't a child, but Do-hyun reminded him that with his expertise, he understood this field better. When Do-hyun mentioned the future of the Asura sect, Kangrim suddenly remembered it was where Yoon Bom had once joined. He secretly considered joining the Asura sect, the enemy of the Flying Tiger sect, as a way to avoid endangering those around him. But Do-hyun immediately warned that it was a suspicious sect, making Kangrim choke on his drink, surprised by the contradictory advice. Do-hyun reiterated his advice, telling Kangrim not to join anywhere thoughtlessly. After their conversation, Kangrim arrived at a high-end apartment building. Standing in the elevator, he tried to recall Shinsua's apartment number. While in the elevator, Kangrim received a notification on his phone. It was a message from Seonmoon Yongyo, thanking him for saving the survivors and saying she would send a gift. She reiterated her offer to join the bureau, and immediately afterward, a system notification stated he had received a secret skill fragment. The gift was an old parchment containing ancient characters. He admitted it was a valuable gift, but inwardly decided he would not join Seonmoon Yongyo's faction. Wishing for more similar gifts, he rang the doorbell of an apartment. Han Roya happily opened the door, and the little dragon Yolong immediately rushed towards him. Kangrim hugged the clinging Yolong and apologized for leaving it alone. He asked Han Roya what she was doing, and she said she was gathering information about the sects that had begun to form. Kangrim then asked about Han Roya's own sect choice. Han Roya confessed she hadn't decided, but wouldn't hesitate to join if he or Shinsua established their own sect. He reassured her that Shinsua was definitely considering it. As they entered the room, Shinsua greeted him and revealed that he had become the talk of the entire community. To Kangrim's surprise, she explained that there was an article about his Demon Realm raid. Han Roya excitedly offered to show him the article she had bookmarked on her phone. The phone screen displayed the main headlines, reporting on the rescue and questioning the identity of the mysterious hero, Seo Kangrim. While Han Roya expressed slight annoyance, Kangrim noticed an online comment mentioning that Dako Jun had spoken about him. It turned out that Dako Jun had appeared on a talk show as a divine-grade shaman who was once a famous web novel writer. Both Kangrim and Han Roya were speechless at this strange information. The show continued with two masked hosts introducing Dako Jun as a famous author of regression novels. On air, Dako Jun was praised as a renowned web novel author who had swept the charts with his regression series, then awakened to divine grade and founded a sect. The two masked hosts announced that today they would focus on Dako Jun's role as a shaman, and he happily agreed. When asked if a high grade was required to join the miracle sect, Dako Jun held up a wrong sign, explaining that he sought the qualities of a protagonist rather than rank. In the room, Shinsua watched her phone, commenting that Dako Jun hadn't changed, and wondered what his protagonist standards were. Dako Jun unexpectedly used Seo Kangrim as an example of someone whose rank didn't matter, making Kangrim, who was watching, startle as he realized he was about to be mentioned. The cat-masked host pointed at Kangrim's photo, confirming he was the top student but only insect grade, a shocking piece of information for the other host. Dako Jun smiled and waved at the camera, sending a direct message to his beloved friend Seo Kangrim that he would visit soon. This sudden and intimate message left both Seo Kangrim and Yoon Gyeol completely stunned, speechless. Dako Jun winked, emphasizing that he had heard the news and would soon come to meet Kangrim. A finger hastily pressed the pause button on the phone screen, cutting off the show. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as all three silently processed what they had just heard. Yoon Gyeol frantically grabbed Kangrim, asking if he really intended to join the sect, but Kangrim denied it just as a phone rang. The incoming call was for Shinsua, from an unknown number, making her wonder who it was. Horror was evident on Shinsua's face as she stared at the ringing phone screen. Seo Kangrim immediately grabbed Shinsua's hand, firmly preventing her from answering. Shinsua asked if Kangrim knew the number, but he only remained silent with an ominous expression. Just as Yoon Gyeol walked in to check on them, a glowing red panel suddenly appeared before Seo Kangrim's eyes. Kangrim's eyes flashed golden as he sensed a deadly danger approaching. The panel displayed the ominous message: "The omen of death in Shinsua's destiny has grown stronger," making Kangrim wonder why now. Both Kangrim and Shinsua looked up in horror, and she screamed, asking who the newly appeared stranger was. A strange woman smiled and thanked him for opening the door. She introduced herself as Shin Ara, the sect leader of the Asura sect. Yoon Gyeol, standing behind, looked confused, wondering about the name Asura sect. Seo Kangrim silently placed a hand on Yoon Gyeol's shoulder, pulling him back. Shinsua stepped forward, blocking the way and questioning Shin Ara about her presence. She pressed further, asking how Shin Ara knew her address. Sua grew angrier, demanding Ara explain how she also got Seo Kangrim's phone number, which she had never revealed. With an enraged expression, Shinsua yelled, demanding her older sister answer. Facing the outburst, Shin Ara merely smiled calmly. She gently called Sua's name, breaking the tense silence. Shin Ara looked apologetic, saying she was sorry for coming unannounced. However, Shinsua brushed her off, firmly demanding her sister answer her questions first. Shin Ara explained that she found Sua's whereabouts by following Seo Kangrim and got his number from the Fate Protection Bureau. She took Sua's hand, saying she did all this out of worry after hearing news from the Bureau. With tear-filled eyes, Shin Ara painfully asked why Sua hadn't contacted her all this time. She hastily took off her high heels. Shin Ara rushed to embrace her sister, sobbing as she asked why she had disappeared even after losing an arm. She held Sua tightly, begging her sister to come home because everyone was worried. Shin Ara gently touched Sua's missing arm and promised they would find a way to restore it. Shin Sua abruptly pushed her sister away, coldly ordering her not to touch her. Shoved hard, Shin Ara fell sprawling to the floor and cried out. Shin Sua looked down at her sister with cold, furious eyes. Hearing the noise, Yunbom rushed in, asking if Shin Ara was all right. She quickly helped Shin Ara up and anxiously asked if she was hurt anywhere. Shin Ara looked up at her sister, sadly saying she knew Sua hated her. Through tears, she begged Sua to listen to her just this once. When Shin Ara yelled that their father was also in critical condition, Shin Sua froze in anger. Yunbom could only watch Sua's reaction anxiously while still supporting Shin Ara. With her face shadowed, Shin Sua coldly asked if that was all her sister wanted to say. Shin Ara admitted her intention to recruit So Kangrim, then reiterated Soa's lie that Kangrim had agreed to join the same sect as her. Shin Sua turned her back and walked away, unwilling to hear another word from her sister who was calling her name. She asked Yunbom to take her sister to the lobby and instructed her not to follow them outside. Afterward, Shin Sua turned to So Kangrim, suggesting they talk privately. Kangrim silently turned his head, accepting her offer. Once they were seated, Kangrim directly asked if she wanted to talk about the Asura sect. Shin Sua apologetically said she was sorry for fabricating the story that she and he would join the same sect. Kangrim looked at her, and then unexpectedly asked if she wanted to join the Asura sect. He remarked that it was a promising sect, possessing both financial resources and mutual trust. Shin Sua merely bowed her head in silence at his suggestion. She suddenly recalled being at the hospital, where she had cheerfully suggested Kangrim join a sect with her, one comprised only of trustworthy individuals. Back then, Shin Sua had adamantly declared she would keep inviting So Kangrim even if he refused, while he merely replied he would join if he felt like it. Returning to the present, So Kangrim firmly stated that he had no intention of joining the Asura sect. Shin Sua looked surprised by his assertion. She let out a sigh of relief, making Kangrim wonder if that was all she wanted to say. Shin Sua denied it, stating there was still something else. With a serious expression, she asked for his help with something. Afterward, the two walked together on a city street. They descended the stairs of a building, heading towards basement B1. Kangrim looked suspicious, asking Sua if this was where she was meeting her sister. Sua confirmed this was the address her sister had sent as they stopped before a door. Inside was a noisy karaoke room with flashing lights, where a group of people were happily singing. Shin Ara, Sua's older sister, was holding a microphone and cheerfully welcomed them both. She ordered the others in the room to leave, and they immediately obeyed, calling her sect leader. Once only the three of them remained, Shin Ara offered the microphone to Seo Kangrim and invited him to sing a song. Kangrim refused, stating it wasn't a suitable place to talk, but Ara thought it was very discreet. He decisively walked over and turned off the music on the control panel. Shin Sua immediately confronted her sister, demanding to know where their father's hospital was. Shin Ara merely smiled mysteriously upon hearing hospital. Sua was stunned as she realized her sister had lied. Shin Ara casually admitted it was the only way to make Sua come, causing Sua to angrily slam the table. Shin Ara called out, saying she only wanted to talk when she saw Shin Sua and Seo Kangrim about to leave. With a resolute expression, Shin Sua told Kangrim to come with her, ignoring her sister's words. Shin Ara continued to entice them, asserting that everything Sua needed was available at the Asura sect. Sua angrily turned back and yelled, saying she would never become a thug. She decisively turned and walked away, forcing Shin Ara to quickly chase after her and activate her Asura ability. Shin Ara swiftly lunged forward, grabbing her sister tightly by the arm. Unexpectedly, Shin Ara changed her target, asking Sua if she could borrow So Kangrim for a moment, stunning both of them. Locked outside, Sua frantically pounded on the door, demanding her sister open it. Shin Ara exuded a terrifying aura, implicitly threatening Kangrim that he wouldn't want to harm her sister's friends. Then, she called out to the people outside, asking them to calm her sister down. Kangrim shouted to stop her, but Shin Ara casually said they wouldn't hurt Sua. He angrily warned Shin Ara not to use her ability, as those people were all unawakened civilians. Shin Ara smiled slyly, revealing her plan was for Sua to attack them, then use it as blackmail to force her sister to join. Outside, Shin Soa desperately activated her ability, and thorny branches began to wrap around her. Shin Ara blocked Kangrim's path, asking if he thought he could leave, which made him ask if she also intended to force him to join. She cheerfully confirmed and said she had even prepared a gift for him. Shin Ara held up a small key, confident that he would surely like it. She said this gift would make him want to join the sect. While outside, the members were blocking Sua. Kangrim asked if he could leave without taking the gift, and Shin Ara reluctantly agreed, believing he wouldn't refuse. Through the glass window, Sua anxiously looked inside as Shin Ara revealed the gift hidden within the chairs they had been sitting on. So Kangrim had a bad premonition, believing it was due to Shin Ara's energy being antithetical to Shin Sua's. Deciding he needed to leave quickly, he lifted the cushion of the sofa chair. He was utterly astonished by what he discovered inside. His hand touched a person who was hidden away. Kangrim knelt down, asking in shock what that was, while Shin Ara observed from a distance. Shin Ara chuckled sinisterly, saying she had heard about his ability and prepared a special gift. Inside the chair was a gagged man, utterly terrified. Kangrim stared at the man, listening to Shin Ara explain that this guy possessed a useful ability. He pulled the exhausted man out of the chair. Shin Ara leaned down, provocatively asking what he thought of the gift. Kangrim looked up with a cold smile, having guessed her intention. He asked if she wanted him to kill this person to steal his ability, and Shin Ara confirmed it. She leaned closer, asking if he was like the members of her sect. Shin Ara continued to provoke, asking if he was tired of pretending to be normal, reminding him of his past rumors as a murderer who stole abilities. She delved deeper into his pain, asking if everyone was afraid of him and shunned him. Placing her hand on Kangrim's, she promised that in the Asura sect, he would be free to use his abilities. Shin Ara formally invited Kangrim to accept the gift and join her. A serrated dagger was thrown onto the floor right in front of him. Kangrim looked at the dagger with a disgusted expression, thinking to himself that this was truly unpleasant. He stood up, brushed Shin Ara's hand away, and coldly asked if these were the words she had spoken to Shin Sua. Seo Kangrim coldly declared that he did not consider human lives as gifts. Shin Ara merely smiled in response, saying she had nothing more to say to him. Shin Sua ran over anxiously to check on Kangrim, and he suggested they both leave. As they turned to go, Shin Ara sarcastically remarked that she had gone to the trouble of preparing the gift, and now she would have to deal with it. Suddenly, she extended her hand, preparing to activate something. Shin Ara held a talisman, her malicious gaze fixed on her sister, and said that simply holding Sua back was enough. The talisman glowed, and Kangrim realized it was an item related to teleportation. Suddenly, Shin Ara's voice echoed through the loudspeaker system, as if testing a mic. A group of people appeared, blocking the exit, and Shin Ara announced over the loudspeaker that she wouldn't let them leave easily. Kangrim quickly realized that all the blockers were ordinary people who hadn't awakened their abilities. Shin Ara confirmed that the talisman had nullified their abilities and ordered her people to kill both of them. Shin Sua warned anxiously, but Kangrim reassured her that he wouldn't kill these people. Immediately after, Kangrim charged into the crowd and began to easily take them down. He moved like lightning, causing blood to splatter even without delivering fatal blows. One of the group members yelled, ordering his comrades to switch targets and attack Shin Sua. Grabbed, Shin Sua angrily pushed the enemy's hand away and growled that she was not someone to be underestimated. She asserted that she was not weak, then delivered a powerful kick, knocking one of them down. Witnessing the scene on screen, Kangrim said that wasn't all Sua had. Shin Sua cried out in despair, asking if her sister was still watching. Kangrim smiled, looking up, and told Sua that since her sister was still watching, this was the time for her to show her true self. While Shin Sua fought, a voice echoed, claiming she possessed the destiny of a beast that loved to slaughter. From the control room, Shin Ara smiled smugly, believing her sister's instincts would surely awaken through the battle. Shin Sua screamed, denying it. She delivered a devastating kick to her opponent's head, roaring that she found no pleasure in this. She told herself she didn't want to fight, but another voice echoed, asking if that was truly the case. A member of the Asura sect lay slumped on the floor, his face covered in blood. Contrary to her words, Shin Sua's face twisted into a crazed smile, and she wondered if this feeling was enjoyable, as she continued to deliver brutal blows. When the bloodthirst ability activated, Seo Kangrim immediately rushed forward, grabbing Shin Sua's hand and calling her name. With glowing red eyes, Shin Sua demanded to be released, but Kangrim firmly declared that it was over. He held her tight and asked if she truly wanted to kill, which jolted Shin Sua back to her senses. She stared in shock at the attackers lying unconscious within a magic circle, and Kangrim reassured her that no one had died. Shin Sua clutched her head in horror and regret. Through the screen, Shin Ara furiously screamed, questioning Kangrim's actions. She yelled for him not to interfere with her sister's destiny, while Kangrim calmly pondered that very destiny. He explained to Sua that her destiny made her prone to harming others and gave her an aptitude for metal tools. Kangrim admitted that Shin Ara was right, Sua's fate was to become a sinner. Hearing those words, Shin Sua completely broke down, her eyes welling with tears. But then Kangrim denied it, saying that many doctors shared this same type of destiny. He placed a comforting hand on the crying Sua's shoulder and said that every coin has two sides. Seo Kangrim asserted that choosing which path to take was up to Shin Sua. He shouted, demanding Shin Ara stop forcing Sua down the path she desired. As Kangrim and Sua prepared to leave, abandoning the Asura sect members sprawled on the floor, Shin Ara desperately called her sister's name. Shin Sua walked away, thinking to herself that it was the first time anyone had spoken such words to her. But Kangrim merely replied that he was only stating the obvious. Nevertheless, she felt moved because no one had ever spoken to her in that way. Seo Kangrim listened in silence. Both continued to walk in silence. She recalled the past, when everyone always said she was born to be a warrior. They said she would be the successor of the Asura sect. The image of her standing amidst a bloody battlefield flashed before her eyes. Everyone advised her to accept her fate. However, she didn't want to live that way, and Kangrim affirmed her exact thoughts. He stopped on the stairs. He also confessed that he himself didn't want to live according to a predetermined destiny. Hearing that, Shinsua smiled in relief. Both walked out of the building together. Shinsua thanked Kangrim and said she was truly happy. She was happy to have him by her side today. Her words made Seo Kangrim a little embarrassed, but he smiled back. Seo Kangrim awkwardly said it was nothing major. Shinsua looked at him for a moment, then quietly took out her phone. Suddenly, an emergency call came through, and Seo Kangrim and an unfamiliar blonde woman simultaneously panicked, calling Sua's name. An ominous announcement stated that the Great Demon Realm would open in just 1 week. Sometime later, Seo Kangrim stood calmly outside, smiling as he looked at his phone. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, Shin Ara was also smiling with satisfaction. She returned to the base, where the members of the Asura sect collectively bowed to welcome their sect master. Shin Ara calmly replied with a thank you. She patted a new member on the shoulder, saying she had high expectations for him, which made the member happily promise to do his best. The new member excitedly told his comrades that the sect master seemed like a good person. Shin Ara walked with an air of authority. However, her expression turned icy as she ordered her subordinates to follow her into the room. Inside, the high-ranking members were kneeling on the floor, and she asked if they knew why she had returned alone. One of them fearfully confirmed. With sharp, cold eyes, Shin Ara questioned who had proposed the plan to extort money using civilians. The new member from earlier trembled as he admitted it was his idea. Immediately, Shin Ara stomped her heel hard on his head. She continued to interrogate who was responsible for investigating Seo Kangrim's background, and another person spoke up, confessing. Shin Ara glared at him, blaming the failure of the plan on him. She lunged forward and unleashed a brutal attack on the subordinate who had just confessed. Shin Ara's subordinate collapsed, face covered in blood, accepting defeat. Shin Ara roared in anger because they had failed to bring Sua back. After her outburst, she sighed, trying to regain her composure. She recalled Seo Kangrim, admitting that those trained like him were far more talented, especially since he was the top student. Shin Ara asked about the training facilities of the Fate Protection Bureau, and her subordinate confirmed there were 5 in total. She deduced that if there were 5 facilities, each must certainly have a top student. Shin Ara ordered all her subordinates lying on the floor to stand up. With a sinister smile, she declared that they needed someone who could defeat Seo Kangrim. She ordered her people to recruit those top students into the Asura sect, and they immediately obeyed. Meanwhile, at a luxurious hotel, Seo Kangrim's group was discussing their plan. Seo Kangrim confidently explained that if they followed his words, they could easily conquer this demon realm. A braided female student surprisingly asked how he knew all of this. He vaguely explained that he had seen the future through the guidance of fate, exciting a red-haired teammate because they would be the first. The red-haired teammate asserted that they absolutely had to be the first, as his god had said so. He explained that once a demon realm was conquered, it would disappear, and a new great demon realm would appear in its place after some time. 2 female students realized with concern that if they weren't the first, they would lose the opportunity forever. Johann Richter added that there would be a limit to the number of people who could enter. Seo Kangrim held out his hand, promising that this time's reward would also be greater than ever. The group entered the elevator, and the doors on floor B6 were slowly opening. As they stepped out, the braided female student nervously asked if there would be many people there. As the group walked together, Yunbom expressed regret that Father Johann couldn't join, and Zhang Taehun explained that he was busy. A clamor from a large hall echoed as they approached. Upon entering, the group was overwhelmed by a vast space packed with other students. Seo Kangrim silently observed the crowd, realizing the scale of this raid. A nearby group of students immediately recognized him. one asking if that was Seo Kangrim. Others began to murmur, one asking if he was strong as Seoul's top student, while another expressed doubt upon hearing he was only insect grade. But someone else confirmed he had saved people in the demon realm. A teammate remarked that Kangrim was truly famous, making him slightly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a malicious voice from the crowd rang out, spreading rumors that Kangrim was a murderer, stunning his entire group. Jang Tae-hun and Yoon-bom immediately flared up, shouting to ask who had said that, and intending to charge into the crowd. But Kangrim quickly held both of them back, saying that everything was fine. He smiled reassuringly at his teammates, advising them not to waste their strength and to just focus on the upcoming raid. Shin Sua gathered everyone, asking if they had brought the items she had instructed them to yesterday. From behind, another student silently observed Kangrim's group. Suddenly, Dako Jun loudly called Seo Kangrim's name, causing the surrounding students to recognize him in astonishment. Dako Jun cheerfully greeted him, while Yoon-bom cautiously shouted that Kangrim would not join his sect. He smiled, suggesting Kangrim listen about the gift he had prepared, instead of immediately refusing. Kangrim grew wary, wondering what the gift was, and an image of the suspicious gift Shin Ara had brought flashed in his mind. Dako Jun excitedly revealed that he had bought a building in Gangnam for Kangrim, his protagonist. Shin Sua and Kangrim were both stunned by the offer, and Shin Sua uttered his name with a look of utter surprise. However, Kangrim firmly rejected the invitation, simultaneously declaring that he had no intention of cooperating with Dako Jun in this raid either. Dako Jun cheerfully told So Kangrim that they shared the same thoughts, and he himself already had his own plans. He leaned close to Kangrim's ear, mysteriously whispering that he wouldn't interfere with a regressor's raid. Kangrim was secretly annoyed at being called that again, while Dako Jun said he had more useful things to do. Then, Dako Jun waved goodbye, saying he had high expectations for Kangrim before leaving with his teammates. Yoon-bom curiously asked Kangrim about the conversation, but he just brushed it off, saying it was nonsense. Nevertheless, Kangrim watched Dako Jun's retreating back with a slight unease about his true intentions. Meanwhile, Dako Jun walked along, confidently thinking that he wouldn't need to bother with Kangrim during this raid. Suddenly, a loud bell echoed throughout the waiting hall, signaling that an important announcement was about to be made. The system announced that the Great Demon Realm's entrance would soon open, causing the other students to hastily reassure each other. Kangrim's group stood together, preparing. Yoon-bom delighted to see Yolong already soaring in the air. Seo Kangrim turned to look with a confident smile, fully ready for the upcoming challenge. Another student also looked serious as the system announced that the gates had officially opened. Immediately, the ground shook violently, causing all the students present to scream in panic. The entire floor collapsed, transforming into a massive spatial gate that sucked everyone into the Great Demon Realm. Amidst the chaotic scene, Seo Kangrim was one of the first to land steadily. He stood up, observing the others who were still dazed, and decided to find his group first. Kangrim offered a calm smile, completely unfazed by the chaos and unfamiliar environment. Another student struggled to get up, terrified by the sight of the Great Demon Realm. Kangrim silently observed, a hint of tension present, but his expression remained unwavering. Meanwhile, another female student frantically clutched her throat, screaming that she couldn't breathe. Amidst the chaotic scene, a stunned student asked So Kangrim why the others had disappeared. Kangrim could only force a bitter smile, muttering to himself that luck had never smiled upon him as he ended up here alone. Meanwhile, in another area, a blue-haired student stood firm as his Man in Solitude ability activated. He was not surprised at all, as he knew beforehand that the entire group would be split into 3 separate areas. Similarly, Kangrim had also anticipated this. He knew they had to deactivate the devices in each area to clear the stage. He recalled yesterday's meeting, when he had explained the plan in detail to the entire team. Therefore, Kangrim believed that his teammates would search for each other, instead of panicking like that blue-haired student's group. The blue-haired student quietly turned away, leaving behind the frantic calls of his teammates. Returning to Kangrim, he calmly put on a communication earpiece. He spoke into the earpiece, asking if everyone could hear him. He requested everyone report back who they were with. Shin Sua replied that she was with Jang Tae-hun and Chi-lin, while another female student reported being with Yoon-bom and the Red-Black Dragon, not forgetting to grumble about being grouped together. Kangrim reminded them to speak more softly, as the earpiece couldn't adjust volume, causing the female student to quickly apologize. He smiled, thinking that this division wasn't bad, and he had even considered summoning a spirit beast here. Hearing Kangrim confirm he was alone, Jang Tae-hun worried it was too dangerous. While Kangrim secretly thought Shin Sua wasn't used to fighting with only one arm, the others also urged him to summon the Red-Black Dragon for safety. But Kangrim thought that the Red-Black Dragon would be more useful with the twin archers. He reassured everyone that he would be fine and would summon a spirit beast if needed, then drew his sword and walked forward. His steps were steady as he advanced. Standing before a large gate, Kangrim instructed the group to stick to the plan and that he would contact them later. He placed his hand on the gate, his gaze firm, telling himself that his current self was far different from the person he was in the past. As Seo Kangrim pushed open the gate, a notification appeared, stating that the first great demon realm had begun. The mission given was to defeat the ruler, and Kangrim was confident that he knew how to conquer this place. He reassured himself that even being alone wouldn't be a problem. As Kangrim entered through the gate alone, an unfamiliar student secretly watched him from behind. He thought to himself that Kangrim going alone was a stroke of luck. With eyes full of hatred, that student swore to judge Seo Kangrim. Immediately after, a pack of stone lizard monsters of low-grade human rank named King Stone Dragon blocked Kangrim's path. The monsters roared ferociously and charged at him in unison. Facing them, Kangrim merely offered a confident smile. He enveloped his sword in flames, thinking to himself that the monsters in the first area wouldn't be too strong. A fiery slash was unleashed, wiping out the lizard pack in the blink of an eye. Kangrim was determined to quickly clear this area. Before long, the entire monster pack had been annihilated, lying scattered on the ground. However, as he extracted the energy core from a monster, he realized something was wrong. He recalled that to activate the device, he needed to find a key to break the seal first. Looking back at the blood trail and corpses, Kangrim worried that this path would guide others, and he wasn't confident he could act before being caught up to. He pondered, wondering if he should use a different method. From a distance, the unfamiliar student watched Kangrim begin to drag a corpse, wondering about the method he had just mentioned. He completely failed to understand why Kangrim was doing that with the monster corpses. Ultimately, the observer could only guess that Kangrim must have seen something he couldn't. Meanwhile, a pack of monsters was rushing towards Seo Kangrim. The man in white, watching from afar, wondered if Kangrim was using the monsters as a trap to kill anyone who approached. He believed that Kangrim was a murderer who stole the desires of those he killed, and that things were more complicated than simple monster hunting. Gritting his teeth in fury, the man called out Seo Kangrim's name. With iron resolve, he declared he would put an end to Kangrim's wicked deeds. Returning to Kangrim, he was tearing apart from a monster's corpse. He grimaced, remarking that its condition wasn't very good. Seeing the approaching monster pack, Kangrim knew he had to act quickly. He activated his stealing rat skill. The pupils in Kangrim's eyes contracted into vertical slits and glowed. His hand began to transform, sprouting scales and claws as he pressed the monster's head to his face. Dark energy enveloped Kangrim as his body fully transformed, even growing a long tail. The transformation was successful. Kangrim now bore the form of a green-skinned monster, and he was pleased to have achieved it. He attempted to communicate with the monster pack, telling them he was their friend, which made them stare at each other in confusion. Seeing that they didn't attack, Kangrim happily walked past, even as the monsters thought he was a bit foolish. Kangrim secretly thanked Captain Seonmoon Yongyo's gift, which had proven very useful. It was an item called a secret skill fragment, allowing him to choose and learn a skill he desired. Thanks to it, he had acquired the stealing rat skill, a low-grade human rank transformation ability. But as Kangrim intended to proceed, he suddenly discovered that the man in white had caught up to him. Realizing that others were arriving faster than expected, Kangrim, in his monster guise, knew he had to be even more urgent. In a monster's form, Seo Kangrim moved through the desolate lands of the demon realm. He quickly found his target, a pack of lizard monsters gathered around a staff-wielding chief. Kangrim realized the chief monster was wearing the key he needed to find. That monster was the Kingstone Dragon Tribe Chief, tertiary soul grade, capable of using magic to empower its kin. To blend in, Kangrim merged with the crowd and mimicked their cheering. He acted extremely enthusiastic, waving his arms and shouting to avoid suspicion. However, Kangrim's excessive enthusiasm attracted the chief's attention. The chief's eyes flashed with anger upon discovering the stranger. It immediately fired a purple energy beam towards Kangrim. The attack hit its mark, creating a small explosion among the monsters. When the smoke cleared, Seo Kangrim had returned to his human form, calmly concluding that targeting the chief would be enough. The chief raised its staff high, unleashing an empowering energy wave that enveloped its entire tribe. The Kingstone Dragon monsters roared as their bodies were shrouded in a purple poisonous aura. Empowered, the entire pack of monsters charged at Kangrim in unison. He drew his sword, the blade bursting into brilliant flames as he realized it was an area of effect buff skill. Seo Kangrim smiled, deeming it a rather good skill. He determined that this enhancement was poison attributed. Facing the charging enemies, Kangrim found this highly advantageous for him. A monster gathered poisonous energy in its fist, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, Kangrim remained nonchalant, confident that without poison, they were nothing to worry about. Surrounded by the pack of monsters, So Kangrim dodged an attack, sending an enemy's arm flying into the air. He retaliated by summoning flames to engulf his sword. Undeterred, the entire Kingstone Dragon Pack simultaneously gathered poisonous energy in their fists and charged. A splash of poisonous blood hit Kangrim's cheek, but he merely smirked confidently. The monster's poison made direct contact with his body. However, his poison resistance skill immediately activated, and Kangrim inwardly thought this poison was nothing compared to Gongchiori's. He swung his sword, creating a brilliant fiery slash that swept across the battlefield. The flames incinerated the monsters in its path, causing them to explode in a sea of blood. Kangrim swiftly moved past the chief, continuing to slaughter its subordinates. The chief was bewildered, scoffing as it thought Kangrim intended to flee alone. Hovering in the air, Kangrim sarcastically retorted that its behavior was unbecoming of a leader. Immediately after, he swooped down and plunged his sword directly into the key on the chief's chest. Amidst a battlefield littered with monster corpses, Kangrim stood upon the corpse of the fallen chief. He looked at the result with satisfaction, inwardly thinking that the training had been useful, unlike his previous life where he nearly died here. Kangrim bent down to retrieve the key from the chief's corpse. He hung the key around his neck and told himself he couldn't let others fall behind. Using his communicator, Kangrim reported that he had obtained the key and inquired about his teammate's situation. Elsewhere, Jiang Taehun replied that they had found the chief but were still in pursuit. Meanwhile, an argument broke out within their group, as one member wanted to abandon the weaker individuals, but her blonde braided teammate firmly objected, asserting that they couldn't let anyone die. Listening to his teammate's argument over the comms, Seo Kangrim simply listened in silence. He smiled, inwardly thinking that the resolute words about not abandoning anyone were truly reminiscent of Shinsua's style. While resting amidst the pile of monster corpses, he continued to hear them argue about the strength of others. After hearing shouts and promises to report back later, Kangrim realized his team would take longer than expected. No longer waiting, he rose from the monster's purple blood puddle. Amidst the battlefield strewn with enemy corpses, he decided to make wise use of his time and began to move. At the same time, elsewhere, a group of trainees was gathered before the entrance of a dark cave. The group leader confidently reassured everyone that he had a useful item to deal with this labyrinthine cave. Another member of the group revealed that Seo Kangrim himself had told him about the item. As he began to recount meeting Kangrim, another person interrupted, astonished to hear the murderer's name. The entire group immediately became wary, questioning his relationship with Kangrim, forcing him to explain that they merely came from the same training facility. He added that he didn't believe those rumors were true. To prove it, he recalled Kangrim saving people in a recent demon realm and intended to tell more old stories from the training grounds. But his words were abruptly cut short when he sensed the presence of a monster. The group leader immediately ordered everyone into battle formation, instructing the healers to fall back. The entire team simultaneously looked up, horrified by the colossal entity casting a shadow over them. A giant stone golem roared, causing a trainee to exclaim in terror at its size. The group screamed in despair as the golem's massive foot descended. A horrifying sound echoed as the stone foot impacted the ground. Standing before the final fork in the cave, So Kangrim pondered. He knew one of the two paths would lead to a giant earth golem, a troublesome opponent that could damage his blade. So he activated a skill to enhance his senses to find a safe path. A surge of energy flashed as he focused his senses. With a confident smile, he determined his direction. Suddenly, he heard stumbling footsteps and desperate shouts calling for healers. When someone reported that the healers had fallen, Seo Kangrim paused with an indifferent expression. He decided to ignore it and not get involved in others' affairs. However, a painful memory suddenly resurfaced, an image of himself in the past, covered in blood, screaming for help. A headache surged as he recalled that despair. Without further hesitation, he immediately changed direction and rushed towards the cries for help. Meanwhile, the student familiar with Kangrim was clutching his injured arm, frantically searching for healers. He desperately watched the giant foot of the golem about to crush him, and wondered if he was about to die. With his last bit of strength, he whispered a plea for help. At that very moment, a flash of blue light appeared, blocking the attack. The injured student was stunned to realize that the person who had just saved him was Seo Kangrim. Seo Kangrim silently glided past with a sharp gaze. He unleashed a series of lightning-fast slashes, aiming directly at the stone golem's leg. The powerful attack shattered the monster's giant leg into pieces. Amidst the rubble, Seo Kangrim stood firm, sword in hand, while the recently rescued students remained stunned behind him. A recently rescued student looked up, unable to believe that Seo Kangrim had come to their aid. Memories flooded back, replaying a scene where a man had asked Seo Kangrim to examine his neck at the training facility. Back then, Seo Kangrim had only responded with a cold, annoyed glare. Their team leader, with an anxious smile, had tried to de-escalate the situation by suggesting an inspection to clear up the misunderstanding. But in the end, the instigator was knocked down, while another group of students merely watched from a distance. The team leader admitted that while he didn't think Kangrim was a bad person, his actions were still somewhat suspicious. Back in the present, the student clutched his head, overwhelmed with remorse as he recalled the past. Without a word, Seo Kangrim turned and walked away, despite the student calling out to him. Watching his retreating back, the student shouted a sincere thank you. Seo Kangrim's footsteps suddenly halted. He paused when he heard a belated apology for what had happened at the training facility. That apology recalled another memory of the day he broke down and Shin Sua helped him. In the darkness of the cave, a subtle smile flickered across Kangrim's lips. He remembered Shin Sua's smile and her words that she couldn't abandon him. Looking back at the rescued students, Kangrim thought to himself that he couldn't abandon them either. With a lighter heart, he turned and continued walking. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that someone with the title Hero of Life with No Possessions had sent him an emphasized message. That god suggested he take in the students, annoying Kangrim because he had already turned off communications. He looked at the communication settings window, realizing the message had bypassed his settings. A system notification stated that Seo Kangrim did not have enough spiritual power to block emphasized messages. This notification continuously flashed, confirming his helplessness. Seo Kangrim frustratingly brought his hand to his forehead. The self-proclaimed hero of life with no possessions continued to send messages, praising his strength, teamwork, and altruism. When asked if he would accept this god, Kangrim resolutely refused. The god still tried to persuade him, reminding him that his comrade, Zhang Taehun, was serving his brother, Zhang Fei. Kangrim cursed inwardly at the god's annoyance. However, just as he was about to refuse again, the god suddenly seemed flustered, hurried, and then cut off communication. The sudden change left Kangrim bewildered, wondering what had just happened. He wondered if the other gods knew about this incident. After unblocking communications, Kangrim received a series of chaotic messages from other gods, who were also confused before another unknown god disconnected. As more and more gods cut off communication, Kangrim suddenly realized that a certain god was hunting him. He recalled the past, about the god who had haunted him since childhood, the one who had stolen his family and friends. Looking at the memorial photos of Shin Sua, Kang Do-hyun, and Yu Harang, he didn't understand why that god still clung to him after everything. The painful memories enraged Seo Kangrim. His eyes glowed and his hands clenched. He tried to remain calm, his rage still smoldering. Kangrim reassured himself that gods could not directly harm humans, and the deaths of his loved ones were not due to a supernatural phenomenon. After regaining his focus, he set off. He was certain that the god would send Bakeyong again, and this time he was determined to defeat her. Seo Kangrim reinforced his resolve that he could change fate even without becoming a vessel for a god. He entered a demon realm with rugged, mountainous terrain. Kangrim decided to put everything else aside to focus on this raid, aiming to acquire a new skill. He smirked, thinking that was even more important than the final boss, then felt disappointed that the gods were strangely silent, and decided to turn off his communication channel with them. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, announcing the boss area was unlocked, and a colossal tower emerged from the ground. Kangrim calmly assessed that the time had come, while also considering the presence of other powerful hunters in this demon realm. He knew that no matter how strong those hunters were, they couldn't defeat the colossal guardian statue without first destroying its supporting devices. Therefore, Kangrim decided he would find and disable those devices first. He entered a dark area filled with sharp thorns, sensed the device's presence, and used his sword to clear a path. After struggling alone to cut through all the thorns, Kangrim panted, exhausted. He stepped into a stone corridor, silently thinking this place reminded him of a past enemy's location. Kangrim suddenly realized that despite knowing about this place, it was his first time actually setting foot here. Standing before an ancient mural, he held out a small, glowing key. He had found his target, a circular device on the floor emitting a red energy field. The golden key flew towards the center of the device. Upon contact, the red energy field shattered into countless crystal fragments. The room began to shake violently, and bricks and stones fell from the ceiling. Large, cylindrical metal fragments fell onto the floor from somewhere. These were pieces of the guardian statue's armor, now disabled and sparking with blue energy. After the guardian statue's defensive armor was broken, another armored warrior appeared before Seo Kangrim. From within the new enemy's sealed helmet, a blazing orange flame erupted. A notification appeared, identifying it as the blue-red ogre, a beginner soul-grade monster. Seo Kangrim silently observed, a little perplexed by this appearance. He silently thought it was strange, as in his memory, it should have been a blue flame, but he was still excited to face a humanoid monster. Gripping his katana, Seo Kangrim provoked the blue-red ogre to show its true power. In response, the flame within the monster's chest blazed more fiercely. Seo Kangrim easily parried the blue-red ogre's first sword strike. He smirked, sarcastically remarking that the attack had startled him. Both continued to clash, the sound of metal reverberating throughout the room. As he fought, Seo Kangrim taunted, asking if he looked that weak. He swung his sword in attack and shouted, demanding the monster show him its blue flame. Seo Kangrim was determined to force his opponent to use that skill before his karma accumulated further. He delivered a decisive blow, stabbing straight into its chest and pushing the blue-red ogre back. Suddenly, Seo Kangrim noticed a change occurring in his opponent. The orange flame inside the blue-red ogre's helmet gradually shifted to an icy blue. The monster activated its Frostfire skill, unleashing a massive icy explosion that sent Seo Kangrim flying. He had to plunge his sword into the floor to brace against the explosion's force. The surrounding ground quickly covered in ice and snow. Now, the entire arena had transformed into a frozen wasteland, where the blue-red ogre radiated deadly cold, ready for the real battle. Seo Kangrim exclaimed that his opponent was stronger than he had anticipated. He smiled with delight, accepting the challenge. Believing this would make the battle more interesting, he enveloped his sword in blazing flames. Facing him, the blue-red ogre was also ready with its Frostfire sword. Seo Kangrim didn't flinch either, preparing to charge into attack. He charged straight towards the colossal ogre. He was confident that his stats were better, even if his opponent's mana was slightly higher. His orange flame and the ogre's blue Frostfire clashed fiercely. However, Seo Kangrim suddenly realized something was wrong. The power from the blue-red ogre's Frostfire was completely overwhelming his flame. He struggled to fend off his opponent's powerful attack. He realized his flame wasn't strong enough, and wondered if it was due to his opponent's higher skill level. Immediately, he decided to use his achievement points to upgrade his flame manipulation skill. The skill was quickly upgraded to Soul Grade 3. Even so, he still didn't have enough achievement points, and his skill was still one grade lower than the ogre's Soul Grade 2 Frostfire. Realizing he couldn't confront it head-on, Seo Kangrim decided he needed a different strategy. He knew that his flame manipulation skill was still one grade weaker, but he thought if he could focus his flame on his opponent's weak point, he could deliver a critical blow. Although he couldn't yet control his flame with precision, he had devised another way to achieve a similar goal. Seo Kangrim swung his sword, blocking the blue-red ogre's frost-laden attack. Immediately, a layer of ice from the ogre's blue flame spread, freezing his arm. Pushed back by the icy power, Kangrim strained to resist. He smirked, wondering if this was the only way, as a blazing red flame erupted from his sword. A colossal torrent of firepower erupted, completely engulfing the blue-red ogre in a sea of flames. The heat from the attack caused the torches in the room to blaze fiercely. On Kangrim's sword, the orange flame still burned beside the remnants of the blue frost. After finishing off his opponent, he gasped for breath, kneeling and leaning on his sword to regain strength. The soul flame inside the blue-red ogre's helmet flickered, then died out completely. Lying on the floor, Kangrim sighed in relief at having escaped freezing to death, while the system announced he had defeated a stronger opponent. As he drank a recovery potion, he pondered the system's notification, thinking that even if he was stronger, his opponent's fate grade was likely higher. He thought about the true reward and activated his fate stealing skill. The system announced that the fate stealing skill had been upgraded, allowing him to take up to 2 skills from an opponent. Kangrim was astonished at being able to steal 2 skills simultaneously. He wondered if he would bear the karma for both, then proceeded to steal the Frostfire skill and some mana. Realizing he still had to bear the karma for both, he felt a slight disappointment. Nevertheless, Kangrim quickly regained his composure, reasoning that this was still an upgrade, and the stronger the opponent, the more valuable the spoils. He summoned Ordinary Fire in his right hand, and the newly acquired Blue Frostfire in his left. A status window appeared, describing Frostfire as a second-grade soul skill, capable of both burning and freezing enemies simultaneously. Seo Kangrim was satisfied, now possessing 2 offensive skills with opposing elemental attributes, ensuring he no longer feared being countered. After defeating the blue-red ogre, Kangrim rested and pondered his next objective. That objective was to deal with the devices related to the final boss battle. He knew that 3 hidden devices were concealed throughout this demon realm. They were enhancement devices, granting the Guardian statue recovery, damage reduction, and increased attack power. Kangrim recalled that in his previous life, because no one knew about these devices, The demon realm could not be conquered for months. Even during the most recent failed attempt, Shin-Sua felt disheartened, believing the problem wasn't teamwork. She wondered if they were simply too weak, and why the envoys didn't intervene in the great demon realms. Meanwhile, Seo Kangrim sighed, revealing that there was something he had always pondered. He questioned Shin-Sua about why the great demon realm was divided into 3 separate areas, even though everyone eventually met in the boss room. Shin-Sua began to ponder the secrets that might be hidden within those very divided areas. A few days later, thanks to Kangrim's information, Shin-Sua gathered everyone and successfully conquered the first great demon realm, her reputation soaring. She joyfully and publicly credited Seo Kangrim for his contributions. The crowd of hunters bewilderedly searched for Seo Kangrim. The one they heard had found a way to clear the demon realm. This event amplified Shin-Sua's reputation, allowing her to establish the Tiger Flying Gate with those who had helped her. That was the beginning of the Tiger Flying Gate, where Shin-Sua gathered her comrades. Back in the present, Kangrim concluded that the most important outcome of this great demon realm was the establishment of the Tiger Flying Gate. Having obtained what he wanted, he decided to set the stage for Shin-Sua to shine in the final boss battle. He affirmed that the Tiger Flying Gate absolutely had to be established, even if he had no intention of joining this time. Zhang Taehun wearily reported via the communication device that his team had taken down the blue-red ogre and found the device. Seo Kangrim confidently replied that he had just finished his own task as well. From another location, Yunbom reported that they still hadn't found the cave because they had to help others, but her companion creature, Yorn, was clearing the thorny bushes. Kangrim reassured them to take their time, then turned and walked away. He calculated that disabling the devices would trigger the notification for the boss room. Therefore, Kangrim decided to take off his jacket and check if everyone had evacuated before confronting the final boss. In a flashback, Shin-Sua had instructed Zhang Taehun to eliminate the blue-red ogre, and they arranged to meet at the White Stone Tower. Elsewhere, Dako Jun was eavesdropping on the conversation, wondering why Kangrim had taken off his jacket. Sitting atop the White Stone Tower, Dako Jun decided he had heard enough necessary information. He quickly opened his laptop and began typing. Dako Jun smiled, connecting the information about the devices and thorny bushes, deducing that this was what Sao Kangrim had been doing earlier. Afterward, he used binoculars to observe the entire area. Through the binoculars, Dako Jun watched other groups fighting, feeling smug about his successful wiretapping. Suddenly, he spotted someone standing alone before the colossal guardian statue and wondered if that was the final boss. Dako Jun smiled as he recognized the person. It was the top student from the Hoseo branch. The person was introduced as Song Yoigyol, the Apostle of Justice. Dako Jun remarked that Seong Uigyol was also very impressive, and wondered if he would join So Kangrim's group. Watching Seong Uigyol stand alone with unwavering resolve, Dako Jun wondered if he would become a new main character in this story. In the boss room, Seong Uigyol faced the colossal guardian statue alone. He smugly thought he had arrived before So Kangrim. Believing this was a good thing, Seong Uigyol took out a glowing purple potion. From afar, Dako Jun, who was monitoring via laptop, was suddenly startled. He noticed that the guardian statue's reaction this time was completely different, its eyes glowing red with surging purple energy. Dako Jun began to feel uneasy about the strange development. The ground suddenly shook violently, throwing both Dako Jun and Seong Uigyol off their feet. Amidst the chaos, Seong Uigyol appeared incredibly excited. The guardian statue let out an earth-shattering roar, officially fully agitated. Meanwhile, in another tower, Seo Kangrim concluded that the other teams had given up, creating an opportunity for his team. Suddenly, the tower where he stood began to crack and shatter. The entire structure collapsed, sending So Kangrim plummeting downwards. He was startled, not understanding why the tower had fallen. A system notification appeared, stating that the Guardian King had designated Seo Kangrim as the primary target, shocking his teammates. Seo Kangrim tensely said he didn't know the reason either, and would try to escape to resolve the hostility. He ordered his teammates to stay and guard the devices while he bought time. Immediately, the guardian statue with its glowing red eyes began to rise. Seo Kangrim realized with horror that the boss was moving towards him. The colossal guardian statue began a relentless pursuit. It raised its giant weapon high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the fleeing So Kangrim. So Kangrim gritted his teeth in frustration as the chase continued. He realized the entrance was blocked by the guardian statue's weapon. Kangrim announced via his communication device that the plan was ruined, and they had to defeat the boss immediately. His teammates replied they would disable the devices, and then come to assist. The colossal guardian statue raised its massive hand, intending to crush Kangrim. With a determined expression, Kangrim told himself he would hold out as long as possible. He lunged to attack the boss leg, and immediately a notification appeared, stating that the ruler's enhancement device had been disabled, removing the damage reduction effect. While fleeing, Kangrim received a report from his teammates that they had destroyed a device, but he secretly hoped it was the recovery device. He hastily asked for Bomb and Gyeol's location, and they replied that they were dealing with the blue-red ogre. The system info panel confirmed the boss was the Guardian King, a third-rank dragonkin, the ruler of this area. Looking at its characteristics, Kangrim deduced that the device the twins were targeting must be the recovery device. The Guardian King swung its giant weapon again. Kangrim barely managed to dodge another powerful attack. He briefly worried that the device near him might be destroyed. Just then, another notification confirmed that the time-based recovery effect had been disabled, and the twins joyfully reported their success. Seo Kangrim smiled triumphantly, changing his attribute to water. He confidently believed he had an elemental advantage and charged straight towards the Guardian King. A powerful water element attack from Kangrim struck the boss's face, making it roar in pain. The Guardian King staggered backward after taking the hit. Kangrim's attack had shattered the red energy core inside its chest. However, after being destroyed, the giant boss disintegrated into a pile of mud, much to Kangrim's surprise. Facing a new Guardian statue, So Kangrim realized it had an earth attribute, and his Frostfire skill was behaving strangely. Despite giving his all, the Guardian statue prepared to counterattack. It launched a fierce attack, forcing Kangrim to dodge. He wondered why his skill was weaker than when the blue-red ogre used it. Kangrim continued to charge and attack, but the blows still didn't have the desired effect. He wondered if the Frostfire skill was really that weak. As he held his sword enveloped in water energy, he suddenly thought that this skill might not be water elemental. He was confused, wondering what the true nature of Frostfire was, as it was neither like fire nor water. Suddenly, an idea sparked, and Kangrim activated both fire and water attributes simultaneously. A new power erupted. His hair turned bluish-white, and his eyes glowed. The system announced that his skill was now compatible with the elements. The Frostfire skill was enhanced, and Kangrim charged towards the Guardian statue with newfound power. A massive surge of icy energy was unleashed. He glided on blue flames, completely mastering the power. With a confident smile, Kangrim released all his energy. A massive wave of Frostfire engulfed the Guardian statue. The colossal monster was completely frozen within a large block of ice. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kangrim decided to wait for his teammates while the ice block melted. Unexpectedly, a voice praised him, and a man in white appeared from a distance. The stranger smiled, holding a sword with a golden hilt. The strange man declared he understood why he was sent here. He looked at Seo Kangrim and said that it was time to judge the murderer. Kangrim turned around, asking if this was his doing, and wondering what the other person had heard. When asked if he knew him, the strange man affirmed that he did. Seo Kangrim coldly called the opponent a hypocrite. He called the person by name, hunter-killer Seong Oigyol. Kangrim recalled his previous life. Whenever he met Seong Oigyol, they always had heated arguments. In the past, Seong Oigyol had pressed Kangrim about his innocence, demanding he stop his suspicious actions. Kangrim also recalled Seong Oigyol's karma calculation ability, which was represented by scales of justice. In the flashback, Seong Oigyol noticed a person's karma was very light. He asked the person if they truly weren't using a certain ability. Then, Seong Oigyol smiled with satisfaction, praised them, and told them to continue as they were. With the ability to see through karma, Seong Oigyol traveled everywhere to punish those burdened with many sins. Initially, he was hailed as the apostle of justice, but the act of killing, even villains, caused his own karma to accumulate. Eventually, when Seong Oigyol's karma surpassed even that of those he hunted, he was called a hypocrite. Back in the present, Seong Oigyol said that he didn't care about rumors and knew Kangrim very well. He reiterated that Kangrim was once the best student, just like him, but had become a villain who grew stronger through killing. A vision appeared, showing Kangrim standing alone amidst countless corpses. Seong Oigyol said that he heard Kangrim was only a third-rank insect, but with his current power, he must have harmed countless people. He speculated that perhaps Seo Kangrim had even awakened. Seo Kangrim secretly thought about the ill-fated connection with Seong Oigyol from his previous life. However, he realized there was still a chance because the current Seong Oigyol didn't yet possess the karma calculation ability. Kangrim then asked if Seong Oigyol was doing this just because of rumors. Seong Oigyol asserted that he had heard the story directly from the victims themselves. He questioned Kangrim, asking if he had forgotten the innocent sect members he had attacked. Kangrim shouted in shock, asserting that he had never done such a thing. Seong Oigyol angrily declared he had heard everything directly from the sect master of the Asura sect. Kangrim was bewildered by the unfamiliar name, while Seong Yoigyol continued to accuse him of massacring Asura members during their gathering. Kangrim recalled the chaotic scene and realized the Asura sect master was Shin Ara. Seong Yoigyol still couldn't forget her trembling hands and tears. He remembered Shin Ara tearfully embracing him, then recounting the good deeds the sect had done, such as defeating monsters and protecting the people. Furthermore, they actively participated in charity work to mitigate damages. Returning to the present, Song Aegyol choked out a cry, unable to understand why such a saintly woman had to endure such pain. Kangrim looked at the image of Shin Ara, with the saintly appearance Seong Oegyol was envisioning. But in Kangrim's mind, she was no saint, but a wicked witch pulling Seong Oegyol's strings. He realized it was all Shin Ara's fabrication, and asked Seong Oegyol if he knew what the Asura sect truly did. Kangrim tried to explain that they were connected to gangs, and Seong Oegyol was being deceived. Seong Oegyol angrily refuted him, demanding Kangrim not slander the Asura sect master. Kangrim retorted that Seong Oegyol was the one slandering, then decided to give the opponent a chance. Seong Oegyol extended his hand, revealing he possessed an ability called Balance of Sins, which could compare both their karmas through a handshake. Jang Tae-hun was astonished to learn Seong Oegyol possessed such a special ability. Meanwhile, So Kangrim activated Fate Scrutiny, confirming Seong Oegyol was a first-rank dragon with the gold attribute. He analyzed the Balance of Sins ability, and realized it not only compared, but also inflicted punishment upon the one with heavier karma. Seong Oegyol argued that if Kangrim was innocent, their karmas should be equal. Kangrim secretly thought about the karma of 421 people from his previous life, and decided he couldn't let Seong Oegyol use that ability. He showed skepticism, reminding him that Seong Oegyol had attacked him once before. Kangrim questioned the opponent's true intentions in this confrontation. Seong Oegyol proclaimed himself the apostle of justice and warned that refusing would only make Kangrim look more suspicious. Mocking that title, Kangrim unleashed icy energy from his body. He activated Frostfire, then lunged to attack, but Seong Oegyol managed to block the blow in time. Kangrim bitterly realized the opponent had no intention of listening to him. Seong Oegyol provoked, asking if Kangrim intended to explain how he killed the previous owner of the Frostfire ability. As Kangrim was about to retort, the Frostfire ability was suddenly cancelled due to mana depletion. Losing his energy weapon, Kangrim unexpectedly struck Seong Oegyol's hand with his sword hilt. Seizing that moment, he grabbed his opponent's hand. The Balance of Sins ability was activated, and an illusion of the goddess of justice appeared. Kangrim gripped Seong Aegyol's hand tightly, accepting the judgment. The system began comparing, and the scales of justice immediately tilted heavily towards Seo Kangrim. Kangrim's scale pan sank deep, showing his karma was much heavier. Seeing the result, Seong Oegyol triumphantly prayed for the gods to punish the more wicked one. The system confirmed that Seo Kangrim's karma was heavier. Immediately, the penalty from Balance of Sins activated, causing Kangrim to consume more mana and take additional damage. Seong Oegyol looked down triumphantly, asserting that Kangrim was indeed as evil as he had thought. Seo Kangrim bent over, seemingly enduring the curse's effects. Seong Oegyol grabbed Kangrim's collar, questioning his immense karmic burden and accusing him of merely acting. As Kangrim whispered something, Seong Oegyol scoffed, asking if he was regretting his actions. Without waiting for an answer, Seong Oegyol threw a punch at Kangrim's face. However, Seo Kangrim merely smirked defiantly, telling him to come at him. Enraged by Kangrim's attitude, Seong Aegyol roared, asking why he was so confident, then lunged to attack again. He continued to unleash fierce attacks. Seong Oegyol noticed Kangrim seemed to be running out of mana, and wondered about his confidence when he couldn't use his abilities. He gripped Kangrim's hand tightly, pressing him on why he used his power for killing instead of saving people. Seo Kangrim calmly faced his opponent's rage. He flatly denied the accusation, further infuriating Seong Oegyol, who yelled that he was still lying. Seong Oegyol pointed at the illusion of the scales, declaring Kangrim's crimes were evident. He shouted that the Karma Index proved everything, then swung his glowing sword down forcefully. Blasted away and spitting blood, Kangrim secretly thought that this opponent was truly his worst nemesis. Seong Oegyol coldly declared that he would hear Kangrim's excuses in hell. Seo Kangrim knelt on one knee, appearing utterly exhausted, but then, he lifted his head with a meaningful smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, stating that the Overlord's enhancement feature had been activated. While the Guardian King gained enhanced defense and regeneration, Seo Kangrim challenged Seong Aegyol to just wait and see. The Guardian King's eyes glowed red with killing intent. Immediately, it swung its colossal fist directly at Seo Kangrim, sending him flying. Song Yoigyol cried out in panic, thinking So Kangrim had already dealt with the monster. Yet, So Kangrim merely wore a smug smile, despite lying on the ground. Song Oigyol looked down and affirmed that Kangrim was indeed a villain. Kangrim collapsed, gasping for breath in exhaustion. However, he secretly ordered the Keelin on his shoulder to return and reactivate the enhancement devices. The Guardian King stood upright, preparing for its next attack. Seeing Kangrim seemingly defeated, Song Aegyol thought this situation was better for him. He smugly thought he wouldn't have to kill So Kangrim himself anymore. Just as the threat effect ended, the Guardian King's eyes suddenly turned yellow, scanning for a new target. It abruptly turned and fiercely attacked Seong Oigyol, who was completely unprepared. A notification appeared, stating that the Overlord had chosen the strongest opponent as its new target. Seong Oigyol realized in horror that he had been targeted and screamed in despair. He was thrown back by a powerful attack, dropping his sword. Facing the impending punch, Seong Oigyol realized he had to find a way to close the power gap with the boss. In a life-or-death moment, he placed his hand on the Guardian King and activated Balance of Sins, begging the Divine to punish the more evil one. Scales of justice appeared, beginning to compare the karma between the Guardian King and Seong Oigyol. Song Oigyol was horrified to realize that the Guardian King had no karma whatsoever. The scales of justice tipped heavily to one side, judging Seong Oigyol's sins to be heavier. Squeezed by the Guardian King's colossal hand, he cried out that this couldn't be happening. Immediately after, the Balance of Sins ability backfired, unleashing a series of penalties upon Seong Oigyol himself. He collapsed unconscious after just one blow, making an observer wonder if he was truly defeated. Witnessing the scene, So Kangrim grumbled to himself that this wasn't what he wanted. He was disappointed that Seong Oigyol couldn't hold out any longer against the enhanced Guardian King. The colossal monster raised its weapon, ready for the finishing blow. With no other choice, So Kangrim drew his sword, preparing to confront it directly. He charged forward and delivered a precise attack to the Guardian King's head. The Guardian King's priority target immediately shifted, aiming directly at Seo Kangrim. Just then, Shin Sua and Yun Bom appeared and asked if they were late. Seo Kangrim smiled and gave a thumbs up, reassuring them that they had arrived just in time. At Kangrim's word, both prepared to face the Guardian King while he retreated, and Shin Sua activated Tree Leaf Method. Shin Sua confidently declared she would handle it quickly, and colossal vines immediately bound the monster. With the target restrained, Yun Bom immediately ordered the support team to disable the devices. She continuously fired at the Guardian King while receiving remote confirmation signals. Elsewhere, Yoon Gyul and another teammate quickly disabled the Overlord's enhancement feature. As a result, the Guardian King's continuous defensive and regenerative enhancement effects were also nullified. From a distance, So Kangrim shouted, telling Shin Sua not to kill the Guardian King until the others arrived. As So Kangrim dodged, Yun Bom provided covering fire from afar, but a stray bullet nearly hit him. She rushed over, pushing Kangrim to the ground to profusely apologize for not looking carefully before shooting, while Shin Sua continued to attack the Guardian King. Bound tightly by vines, the Guardian King roared in pain from Shin Sua's slashes. Shin Sua and Yun Bom confidently coordinated smoothly in battle. After the Guardian King was completely neutralized, the two high-fived in celebration, declaring everything was done. Shin Sua suggested they finish off the boss just as Yoon Gyul and Jang Tae-hoon arrived. Seo Kangrim immediately shouted, asking if everyone was ready. He began counting a rhythm for the entire team to unleash their finishing blows simultaneously. A system notification appeared, confirming that the Guardian King, ruler of the first Great Demon Realm, had been defeated, and the team had completed the raid objective. Jang Tae-hoon, Yoon Gyul, Yun Bom, and Shin Sua joyfully celebrated their victory. Immediately after, a blue teleportation gate opened in the middle of the forest. Shin Sua smiled contentedly that everything had gone smoothly, while the other members cheered upon seeing the exit gate. However, So Kangrim had a serious expression, saying there was still one matter to resolve. He walked over and knelt down beside Song Oigyol, who was lying unconscious, causing the entire team to look on in confusion. Seo Kangrim grabbed Seong Oigyol by the collar and declared that it was over for him. The group was surprised, and Yun Bom asked who this was, and if this was the person Kangrim had fought earlier. Shin Sua suddenly froze upon closer inspection. She was astonished to recognize a familiar symbol on Song Oigyol's attire. Jang Tae-hoon immediately held Kangrim's shoulder, questioning him about this person's identity. Shin Sua quickly placed her hand on Kangrim's shoulder, explaining that Seong Aegyol had tried to assassinate her, but it was probably just a misunderstanding, then urged Kangrim to leave the demon realm first. So Kangrim was surprised when Shin Sua revealed Song Aegyol was her older sister's subordinate. With a stern expression, Shin Sua said this was not someone they could casually deal with. Jang Tae-hoon confusedly asked what she meant, while Shin Sua explained that the person had the Asura sex emblem, and it seemed her older sister still hadn't understood the problem. Shin Sua recalled her sister, Shin Ara, along with the sect members, and asserted that she needed to teach her a lesson for these antics. However, Seo Kangrim stopped Shin Sua, reminding her that she wanted to change her destiny and shouldn't accumulate more karma because of this. He firmly stated that he would handle Seong Uigyol himself. Shin Sua burst into tears, questioning why Kangrim kept saving others and doing everything by himself. Seo Kangrim listened in silence, his face still bearing scratches from the battle. Sua reiterated that Kangrim himself didn't want to live according to his predetermined fate, and that's why he only used his abilities on humanoid monsters. Kangrim argued that this was reasonable because Seong Uigyol targeted him, but Sua countered that this happened because of her. Kangrim angrily shouted that she was the one who got caught up in his misfortunes. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. A strange man remarked that they seemed to need help. That person, Doko Jun, landed gently on the ground. Doko Jun smiled and raised his phone, cheerfully greeting everyone. Seo Kangrim frowned, warning the stranger not to meddle in his affairs. Doko Jun ignored him, squeezing between Kangrim and Sua to take a photo, saying not to be so tense because they were friends, which Kangrim immediately denied. Doko Jun then changed his tune, claiming to be a fan, and saying he liked Kangrim's story. He continued to analyze that. Based on today's observations, this story had a serious plot hole. Doko Jun appeared extremely annoyed, complaining that he hated slow-paced plots and was fed up with these emotional arguments. After that, he smiled and offered to resolve the issue with Seong Uigyol and the Asura sect on their behalf. Shin Sua angrily questioned Doko Jun why he was offering help, but he merely replied casually that he was Seo Kangrim's fan. Doko Jun confidently asserted he could stand on equal footing against the Asura sect. Shin Sua expressed doubt, asking what a mere hunter like him could do. But Doko Jun revealed this was something he could do as a sect master. However, Shin Sua coldly stated that in his current state, Doko Jun couldn't do anything for Seo Kangrim. Still carrying Song Oigyol on his shoulder, Doko Jun winked at Seo Kangrim and told him not to forget to repay the favor, but Kangrim cut him off. Seo Kangrim irritably demanded Doko Jun stop his nonsense and go do his work, while telling himself he would pretend not to have seen it. As the group walked away, Seo Kangrim told Shin Sua that she didn't need to know, making her even more worried and curious. Doko Jun smiled smugly, thinking to himself that his protagonist already knew and he expected nothing less. The group had returned to a luxurious building where they were staying. As soon as they entered the room, Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyol cheered excitedly, announcing the group's return and asking if they could open the rewards yet. Yoon Gyol excitedly wondered how good the rewards would be, while Jang Tae-hoon thought their increased fame stats were even better. Jang Tae-hoon excitedly pointed out that everyone was looking at them, proudly declaring the group was now like stars. Seo Kangrim immediately reminded Jang Tae-hoon not to be too arrogant and to also conceal his skills, not to go showing them off everywhere. Despite being reminded, Jang Tae-hoon still secretly thought that everyone's excitement also made him happy. High-grade loot boxes were laid out, and Seo Kangrim secretly wished the rewards weren't these random boxes. Yoon Gyal cheerfully said that they had Master Kangrim, who could see item ranks and descriptions that others couldn't. Seo Kangrim confirmed he could check the value of the items and would read them aloud, also helping to sell or trade them if they weren't good. Jang Tae-hoon exclaimed in disappointment that he had opened a failed item, an entry-level soul rank sound filter. While Kangrim thought Tae-hoon's item would suit Yoonbom, she had opened a third-rank Dragonkin rank Tiger King's Claw. Yoon Gaul also boasted that he had received a perfect item, an entry-level soul rank Wasp Quiver, capable of generating infinite poisoned arrows. Shin Sua excitedly showed Seo Kangrim her item, Youngrang's Peachwood Sword, a third-rank dragon tier weapon. Kangrim acknowledged that the sword perfectly suited her tree leaf method. Then Sua curiously asked about his reward. He revealed he received a third-rank dragon tier curse tracker ring, capable of dispelling and tracking curses. Afterward, Kangrim opened the additional reward, secretly hoping it would be a useful item for Shin Sua, as planned. The item that appeared was the Boundary of Life and Death, a third-rank divine tier defensive equipment. Kangrim realized this was an item Sua had owned in his previous life and was certain she would like it. He happily presented the cloak to Sua, saying it was perfect for her since she wasn't used to fighting with one arm. However, Sua merely sighed, reminding him that she was stronger than him. She grabbed Kangrim's shirt, questioning who was the most injured in the recent Demon Realm expedition. She continued to emphasize that he was the one who always rushed into danger alone. The entire group unanimously supported Sua, saying that while she was very strong, Kangrim was always the one who returned in tatters. Convinced, Kangrim reluctantly put on the defensive cloak, as everyone requested. The team cheered excitedly, complimenting that the cloak looked great on him. Although it wasn't according to plan, Kangrim accepted it and announced that Sua had something to declare. The group looked at Sua curiously as she took the microphone. Yunbom quickly turned off the lights to create a solemn atmosphere. Shin Sua boldly declared that she would establish a sect. Kangrim was secretly pleased that her decision wasn't influenced by her not being the mission's MVP. He immediately congratulated her and called her sect master, but Sua interrupted him. To Kangrim's astonishment, she revealed that she had planned for him to become the sect master. Amidst Jang Taehun's applause, Shin Sua happily made her announcement, while So Kangrim was stunned by the thought of becoming the sect master. Kangrim briefly considered it, thinking it might be acceptable since he would change fate anyway. He envisioned using his past life's knowledge to help everyone grow stronger against Bakeyong, but then immediately dismissed the idea in a panic. He tormented himself, thinking he couldn't make such a decision when everyone's lives were at stake. The group looked at Kangrim with concern, and Shin Sua called his name, while he was lost in thought about not being able to reveal the secret about Bakeyong. Kangrim refused, saying that if he became sect master, it would be a disaster, and blamed his own karma. Shin Sua immediately grabbed Kangrim's collar, shouting his name to pull him out of his negative thoughts. A memory suddenly flooded back, an image of him holding a heavily injured Shin Sua in the demon realm. He recalled telling her it was her destiny, just as she was the one who helped him recover when he was devastated by family matters. Back in reality, Kangrim asserted that he didn't want to live according to predetermined fate. Jang Taehun smiled, reiterating that Kangrim was the one who helped him get back on his feet. He reminisced about his rebellious past and affirmed that Kangrim had saved his life. Yoon Gyeol took Kangrim's hand, sincerely saying that he was the heart of their group. Yoon Bom also looked at him with eyes full of trust, silently affirming her brother's words. Kangrim hesitated, citing his poor image as an excuse, but the group immediately dismissed it. Shin Sua smiled resolutely, promising they would protect him and affirming he was their sect master. Jang Taehun and Yoon Gyeol also raised their hands in agreement, unanimously promising to protect him and asking him to trust them. Faced with everyone's fervent support, So Kangrim fell silent for a moment. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he agreed to consider it positively. With newfound determination, Kangrim stood tall, showing his readiness to shoulder the responsibility. Seo Kangrim stared in shock at his phone after receiving a message. He frantically questioned the information he had just received, unable to believe his eyes. On the other end of the line, Kang Do-hyun calmly confirmed that he had found the person. He was reviewing the file of an older man named Yoo Seon-min. This information suddenly brought back Kangrim's memories of Bakeyong and the suspicious circumstances surrounding his mother's death. He recalled the moment he stood before the altar with Kang Do-hyun, beginning to doubt the truth. A horrifying thought flashed through Kangrim's mind. Perhaps Bakeyong was the one who murdered his mother. Painful memories flooded back, of that woman who had stolen everything from him, friends, family, and even his parents. He was forced to witness the entire tragedy in helpless infancy. Bakeyong's blood-stained face and cruel smile haunted his mind. Anxiety for Shin Sua's fate surged as he envisioned his mother being surrounded. Kangrim feared that if he wasn't vigilant, Bakeyong would target others as well. While Kang Do-hyun tried to comfort him, Kangrim was lost in thought, determined to find everyone again. Kang Do-hyun anxiously asked about his condition. Suddenly, Kangrim tightly grabbed Do-hyun's wrist. He cried out in despair, asserting that they had to find Yoo Harang first. Later, at a traditional house, Kang Do-hyun was having a meal amidst the sunset. He smiled when he saw someone arrive. So Kangrim rushed in, pressing Do-hyun if he had found Yoo Harang yet. Do-hyun replied that there was indeed news, but more precisely, it was about that person's foster father, Yoo Seon-min. Kang Do-hyun invited an agitated So Kangrim to sit down and eat, but he brushed him off, saying he wasn't there to eat. Before him was a lavish meal that had already been prepared. Seo Kangrim froze, remaining silent at the unexpected hospitality. He bowed his head in apology, saying he truly wasn't in the mood. Kang Do-hyun angrily questioned him, arguing that Bakeyong wouldn't act immediately, and asking why Kangrim was in such a hurry. In despair, Kangrim slammed his head onto the table, shouting that he had to find everyone as quickly as possible. He slumped onto the dining table, while Do-hyun sat opposite him and silently observed. Kangrim confessed that he didn't want to experience the feeling of people he cared about getting hurt without him knowing ever again. Hearing this, Kang Do-hyun sighed and agreed to bring out the investigation files. Do-hyun explained that he hadn't found Yoo Harang, but had information about his adoptive father, Yoo Seon-min, the leader of the holy sect. He further revealed that within this sect, Yoo Harang was revered and treated as a saintess. Kangrim suddenly remembered that Yu Harong had trained to become a god, and deduced that this required fame, which was why information about him was so rare. Do-hyun suggested that it might be better to leave Yu Harong there, but Kangrim firmly asserted that he still wanted to meet him. Kang Do-hyun placed his hand on the documents, beginning to explain how to approach the saintess. He stated that Kangrim needed to become an elite devotee, just like the woman in the photo named Kim Jae-neung. Kangrim looked at the file and smiled mysteriously. He confidently told Do-hyun that he knew Kim Jae-neung. Afterward, Kangrim arrived in front of a school-like building, the headquarters of the holy sect. Inside, Kim Jae-neung was cheerfully greeting other devotees who had arrived early. From a distance, Kangrim silently observed, deciding to act after the ceremony while activating his stealing rat skill. Inside the hall, the devotees of the holy sect chatted excitedly while waiting. A bell rang, signaling the official start of the ceremony. Yu Seonmin stepped onto the podium, greeting all the devotees good morning to resounding applause. Through his scouting vision, Kangrim identified the man as Yu Seonmin, a first-rank insect with a partially protected fate. Kim Jae-neung thought to herself that it was understandable for a leader to have a protected fate. Yu Seonmin began his speech, expressing empathy for the pressures the devotees had faced since the day of awakening. He urged everyone to be more fervent in seeking happiness, words that Kim Jae-neung found too obvious. She yawned in boredom, thinking that her unhappiness had existed long before the day of awakening. However, Kim Jae-neung began to pay attention when Yu Seonmin spoke of how they had to live with resentment and prejudice due to their inherent misfortunes. Yu Seonmin continued, evoking the image of them being blamed and ostracized by society, causing those around them to suffer as well. He emphasized that fate had suffocated them, forcing them to give up many things in life. Those words touched Kim Jae-neung's heart. She felt as if Yu Seonmin was speaking about her own life. With a pained expression, Yu Seonmin declared that they had been abandoned by everyone, even the gods. His words plunged the entire hall into emotion, and many devotees couldn't hold back their tears. Suddenly, Yu Seonmin changed his demeanor, his voice becoming powerful as he promised they would reclaim the stolen opportunities. He shouted loudly, asserting that the holy sect's god would be their ally. The entire crowd, including Kim Jae-neung, surged with hope at the declaration that they would overcome fate. Yu Seonmin raised his fist high, rallying the devotees to together seek happiness and seize the life they desired. As she clapped, Kim Jae-neung thought that if she hadn't met Shinsua in the past, she might have become a fervent devotee of this place. She began to understand why people believed in this sect, while Yu Seonmin revealed an ominous plan for the day the saintess would become a god. Yu Seonmin exhorted, activating his brainwashing voice skill and casting a curse over the entire hall. From a distance, Seo Kangrim was startled, but was protected by his curse hunter skill, which immediately dispelled the curse. His ring glowed, beginning to track down the one who had cast this mass brainwashing magic. With glowing red eyes, Yu Seonmin roared, demanding the devotees place their full faith in his sect. Immediately, the crowd fell into a state of frenzy, cheering in unison and displaying absolute loyalty. Amidst the frenzied scene, Kim Jae-neung stood frozen, astonished by everyone's sudden change. The fanaticism reached its peak when a devotee bit his own hand until it bled. Kim Jae-neung realized this was not an ordinary religion, but a cult using brainwashing techniques. Feeling uneasy, she quietly left the main hall, her heart full of doubt about this place. Worried about Yu Harong, she decided to enter the forbidden area to find him immediately. Meanwhile, So Kangrim recalled that in his previous life, Yu Harong had also been very hesitant when mentioning this sect. As Kim Jae-neung entered the corridor, the security system confirmed her identity, making Kangrim wonder if Yu Harong knew the truth. Kangrim was pondering Kim Jae-neung's situation when she suddenly stopped due to a strange sound coming from below. Startled, she turned back, looking down the stairs where painful sounds were coming from. A severely injured devotee was crawling at the foot of the stairs, desperately begging to be taken home. Kim Jae-neung froze, horrified by the violent scene unfolding. Below, many other devotees lay scattered, and a sect jailer stood there amidst desperate screams. As the jailer prepared to strike, a cold voice ordered him to stop and start over. The injured devotee looked up with glowing eyes, growling defiantly at those tormenting him. An elderly sect manager looked down with a contemptuous look, uttering disdainful words towards those of high rank. A cult guard tortured a follower, stating that brainwashing couldn't be completed in a single attempt. He roared fanatical slogans, declaring that Saintess Yu Harong must be transformed into a deity. The follower was beaten down onto the floor in a pool of blood. Yet, that person looked up with a crazed smile, whispering praises to the holy sect. An elderly manager standing nearby smugly remarked that this was not even as difficult as handling Yu Harong. Seo Kangrim, in disguise, overheard those words, and the nearby conversation of sect leader Yu Seonmin. In his mind, the image of a happy Yu Harong shattered, replaced by the sight of him screaming in pain. Seo Kangrim wondered in horror if Yu Harong had also been brutally brainwashed in such a way. Meanwhile, Yu Seonmin walked away, muttering that he needed to find Yu Harong. As Yu Seonmin passed a row of cells, Seo Kangrim unexpectedly called out to him. Yu Seonmin turned back with an inquisitive expression. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red, and a sinister smile appeared, as he detected a small rat had infiltrated. But Seo Kangrim quickly locked the door, trapping Yu Seonmin inside. The guard immediately used his radio to order a blockade of the stairs and began a search. The order was relayed everywhere, and a female guard confirmed the start of the operation. Seo Kangrim realized Yu Harong was not imprisoned in this area either. He looked up at the stairs, which were blocked by an iron gate. Seo Kangrim was determined to find a way to the upper floors to continue his search. He quickly moved to a window to find another path. Soon after, Seo Kangrim began climbing out, using the curtains to conceal his movements. Outside the window, Seo Kangrim found a pitch-black corridor, and wondered why only this area lacked light. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to try and find a light switch. As he touched the wall, he felt the click of a mechanism. What he touched turned out to be a hidden door with a strange metal handle. Seo Kangrim opened the door and stepped into a lavishly decorated room, a complete contrast to the dark corridor outside. Cautiously, he spoke up, asking if anyone was inside. A voice echoed, demanding his identity and why he had entered without permission. The person ordered him to leave immediately. Taken by surprise, Seo Kangrim hastily introduced himself as Kim Jae-neung. He glanced around, noticing the room was filled with wooden mannequins. The person on the bed repeated the name Kim Jae-neung with suspicion, and Seo Kangrim, recognizing the voice, admitted his actions were impolite. Suddenly, the person roared in anger, questioning why he dared to lie, and activating the forced undoing skill, asserting that he couldn't deceive the insight ability. Seeing this reaction, Seo Kangrim smiled confidently, silently confirming his judgment was correct. He declared he would ask again, and activated the God of Puppets skill. Immediately, the wooden mannequins in the room began to move and surround him. The person on the bed, Yu Harong himself, stared at the intruder and coldly asked who he truly was. Seo Kangrim tried to remain calm in the situation. He silently thought that the person before him was no longer the Yu Harong he knew from his previous life, then apologized aloud. Then, he bowed and introduced his true name as Seo Kangrim, a new follower who, out of immense admiration, had resorted to this humble method to meet him. Hearing this, Yu Harong showed interest and pondered. Yu Harong declared he would forgive Seo Kangrim's deception and ordered him to leave. Yu Harong added that normally, he would have suffered a lashing. Seo Kangrim tried to linger, asking if they could talk a little longer and calling Yu Harong my child. Yu Harong coldly retorted, demanding that he know his place. Identifying as the Saintess, Yu Harong asserted that an ordinary follower had no right to speak with him, making Kangrim silently conclude that all words were futile. Seo Kangrim bowed in apology, but it was merely a feint. He unexpectedly summoned Lini, deciding to try using its ability to undo the brainwashing spell. Yu Harong panicked upon seeing Lini appear, calling it a monster. Immediately, Yu Harong ordered the wooden mannequins to block the monster and apprehend Seo Kangrim. The mannequins lunged to attack, and Yu Harong screamed that he would make him pay. Seo Kangrim easily blocked a mannequin's attack, asserting that Lini was not a monster. At the same time, Lini leaped towards Yu Harong, its entire body emitting a golden light. At Kangrim's command, Lini pressed its glowing horn to Yu Harong's forehead, but a notification appeared, stating there was no target to purify. Both Lini and Yu Harong appeared bewildered by this unexpected result. Seo Kangrim was stunned, wondering if Yu Harong hadn't been brainwashed at all. He recalled Yu Seonmin's complaint that brainwashing couldn't succeed in just one attempt. He suddenly realized something. With a divine rank 3, brainwashing Yu Harong certainly wouldn't be easy. Kangrim pondered Yu Seonmin having adopted Yu Harong 10 years ago, and wondered what the true purpose was, as transforming a child into a god would be more beneficial. While he was engrossed in thought about why Yu Seonmin adopted him despite having brainwashing skills, Yu Harong suddenly called out his real name. Surprised by Yu Harong's call, Seo Kangrim quickly regained his composure with a subtle smile. Meanwhile, Yu Harong, holding the Qilin, cleared his throat and asked if Kangrim had any more creatures like this. Before Kangrim could understand his confusion, Yu Harong demanded to see them immediately if he did. With a mischievous smile, Yu Harong changed his demeanor, suggesting that talking for a bit wouldn't be bad. When Kangrim summoned another small red dragon, Yu Harong was completely captivated, happily embracing it and praising how cute it was. A fleeting memory of the old Yu Harong, with short hair, happily showing off a collection of stuffed animals. Seeing a glimpse of his friend's true self, So Kangrim smiled gently, but sadly. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled a chair closer. Kangrim sat down opposite Yu Harong, stating firmly that they needed to talk. Yu Harong agreed and asked what Kangrim wanted to discuss, while still affectionately petting the small dragon. Kangrim's expression turned serious as he prepared to begin their conversation. Countless urgent questions about Yu Harong's life, the nature of the sect, and its leader Yu Xianmin surged in his mind. However, Kangrim's first question was a simple one of concern. If Yu Harong was eating properly. Yu Harong looked at him warily, asking why he cared about that. Kangrim frankly remarked that he looked too thin and asked if he had eaten anything today. Yu Harong calmly replied that he only ate planned meals, and today it was herbal porridge again. Stunned, Kangrim asked again with a worried tone if that was the only thing he ate. Yu Harong confirmed decisively, explaining that he had to prevent evil energy from accumulating in his body to become a god. Kangrim leaned in and asked if those were the leader's words, and Yu Harong affirmed that he was a very knowledgeable person. Yu Harong smiled, explaining that, thanks to the leader, he had realized his purpose in life, causing So Kangrim to question him again. In a symbolic vision, a young Yu Harong declared that, to save the weak, he would have to become a god through death. He reminisced about his orphaned past, growing up in an orphanage with other children in similar circumstances after his parents passed away. There, he was frequently bullied, like the time he had water splashed on him while doing laundry. A group of 3 other children stood above, gleefully mocking his plight. Soaked and humiliated, Yu Harong could only sit on the floor and wonder why he was treated this way. The leader of the bullies yelled that they hated the way Yu Harong looked at them as if he knew everything. Yu Harong recalled that they were envious but hated him like cowards, and his tears flowed incessantly. Physical pain struck as he was cruelly punished. The orphanage caretaker whipped him, angrily scolding him for dirtying his clothes again. She continued to insult him, calling him a useless child no one wanted to adopt, before throwing him into a dark room. Locked away alone, Yu Harong desperately realized that no one stood up to protect him. Each day that passed was a string of misery, his body marked with wounds, until one day, Yu Xianmin appeared, opening his arms and saying that he had finally found him. With glowing red eyes, Yu Xianmin called him, "My goddess," marking the beginning of Yu Harong's new life. He embraced the stunned child and comforted him, saying he had endured too much hardship. Yu Xianmin promised to protect him until the day he became a goddess, planting a new belief in his heart. From then on, he gave Yu Harong a home and taught him his purpose in life. Back in the present, Yu Harong assertively told So Kangrim that his destiny was to become a god, and that was why he had to overcome countless trials. Yu Harong smiled, asserting that without his foster father, he wouldn't be where he was today, and he was determined to repay him. He explained that, regardless, Yu Xianmin was his father. Therefore, he told So Kangrim that he didn't need to worry about him. His words ended with cold conviction. Seeing So Kangrim with his head bowed in silence, Yu Harong worriedly called his name. He rushed closer, placed a hand on Kangrim's forehead, and asked if he was all right, urging him to look up. Kangrim looked up, his gaze complex as he stared directly at his former comrade. He realized Yu Harong was pitying him, while Harong asserted that the pain was over, and he was now very content. Kangrim secretly thought that with his insight ability, Harong must have seen through Yu Xianmin's hypocrisy. He believed Harong was deliberately ignoring the truth because he felt indebted to the one who had saved him. Desperate and unsure how to persuade him, Kangrim suddenly said he would give him something. Kangrim surprisingly asked what Yu Harong was doing when he saw him leaning over the edge of the bed, searching. Yu Harong smiled, saying he would show Kangrim a secret treasure because he gave him a very familiar feeling. Those words suddenly brought back an old memory to Kangrim's mind, of a short-haired Yu Harong sitting and talking to him at the Flying Tiger sect. Returning to reality, Kangrim looked confused and shocked by the flood of memories. Yu Harong cheerfully held out a box, proudly showing it off as his treasure chest. He explained that he often ate the cookies in the box when he was sad, and specifically saved a very large one for Kangrim. Kangrim looked inside the box, mentally listing the items: old cookies, a broken keychain, and gum wrappers. He bitterly realized that these mundane items were Yu Harong's treasures. While Harong happily invited him to try a cookie, Yu Harong held So Kangrim's hand, while the Keeleen and red-black dragon sat quietly beside them. With a radiant smile, he asked if Kangrim felt better yet. Kangrim replied with only a single word, his eyes heavy with pain. Harong suddenly tensed, asking if Kangrim also wanted to live freely. not wanting to die or suffer. He awkwardly tried to say something more, but then stopped. Kangrim calmly began his story. He recalled a past where he was haunted by a powerful god, causing those around him to suffer because he refused to become a vessel. The memory of that god, ruining his life, made him unable to ever accept another deity. Hearing this, Harang warned that if he tried to escape his predetermined fate, Kangrim would only encounter greater misfortunes. He asserted that fate was not something humans could change. In response, Kangrim took Harang's hand and asked what would happen if he were no longer alone. He looked straight into Harang's eyes, confessing that he too once thought he was always alone. Harang recalled the past. When he tried to fight against fate, his comrades from the Flying Tiger sect came to help him. He looked at Kangrim, seemingly contemplating his offer. Kangrim sincerely expressed that he also wanted to help Harang. He sat up straight and asked what he thought of his offer. However, Kangrim quickly slumped, telling himself that perhaps he had been too hasty to ask for that on their first meeting. He said that Harang didn't need to decide immediately. While Harang was flustered, about to reply, suddenly, Harang called out loudly and clutched Kangrim's sleeve. Harang clutched Seo Kangrim's hand, urgently calling his name. With a flustered expression, he tried to say something important. Suddenly, Harang's gaze froze at an unexpected sound. Both startled, they turned towards the door as Harang frantically realized it was the sect leader. Yu Seonmin entered the room with a smile, asking to intrude. From Kangrim's hidden vantage point, Seonmin had sat down at the table and noticed Harang's presence. He asked why Harang was there at this hour, then intended to speak about something. Seonmin suddenly fell silent, his face thoughtful. Harang tensed as Seonmin began to question him. Kangrim, who was hiding, also held his breath, listening. Seonmin directly asked if any strangers had entered Harang's room. His gaze turned sharp, full of scrutiny. Seonmin repeated the question with heavy pressure, making Harang freeze. Harang feigned surprise, asking how a stranger could have entered. He explained that besides Seonmin and the food bearer, no one else was allowed in. Hearing Seonmin say he was glad about that, Harang subtly smiled in relief. But then, Seonmin spoke again, causing Harang's expression to immediately change. Seonmin pointed out the surprising fact that someone close enough had sat on the chair placed too near Harang. Harang frantically realized their fatal mistake. They had forgotten to move the chair back to its original position. In Harang's memory, Seonmin smiled and said there was one thing he always demanded of his followers. When the elderly follower tremblingly asked what it was, Seonmin scrutinized her. With a flash of cruelty in his eyes, Seonmin declared the rule was never to get too close to the saintess. Immediately after, a thunderous slap sent the woman sprawling to the floor before Harang's eyes. The present Harang trembled, clutching his clothes as he recalled the horrific scene. His face contorted in extreme pain and fear. In the memory, the elderly woman collapsed, blood gushing from her mouth. Seonmin coldly ordered her to stand up because the punishment wasn't over, despite her trembling pleas for forgiveness. He grabbed the woman's collar, roughly lifting her up. Seonmin growled, questioning why she dared to betray him in this manner. He continued to interrogate her, asking if she thought she would be forgiven. Harang desperately wondered why everything had turned out so badly. He suddenly realized it was all because he had lied. Another flashback intervened. Seonmin had once instructed that only Harang and the meal-bearer were allowed in the room. Harang tormented himself, thinking that the sect was supposed to save the weak, yet now, it was punishing someone like this. He felt this was strange and wrong. But then Harang corrected his thoughts, admitting that he had known Seonmin's true nature when he stepped on the woman's head. Powerlessly watching the brutal scene, Harang could only weakly beg him to stop. He knew well that sect leader Yu Solomon had other intentions, something he had witnessed many times with his own insight ability. In his mind, Yu Harang saw Yu Solomon manipulating the followers like puppets, realizing that everything was a lie and he couldn't save them. He blamed himself for knowing the truth but ignoring it, leading to an innocent person being punished. In a fit of rage, Harang screamed for him to stop. Yu Seonmin stopped, placing his foot on the bloodied head of the elderly follower, and called Yu Harang's name. He coldly warned that if Harang let emotions override discipline, the entire sect would collapse. Harang angrily confronted him, asking what good an organization that abused the weak was. In despair, he declared he no longer wanted to be the saintess. Yu Seonmin, his clothes stained with blood, asked what Harang meant. Harang painfully asserted that everything had been wrong. He recalled that the reason he had endured until now was to repay Seonmin for saving him from hell in the past. But now, Harang sobbed, as he realized the holy sect was just another hell that couldn't save anyone. Yu Seonmin silently watched him, devoid of expression. Seonmin asked when Harang had started thinking this way, and if he truly believed he hadn't known. A fleeting image showed Seonmin installing surveillance devices, revealing how he had always monitored Harang. With a feigned gentleness, Seonmin softly wiped away the blood and tears from Harang's face. He knelt and asked why Harang hadn't continued to turn a blind eye as before, if he had known the truth for so long. In Harang's mind, an image of Seo Kangrim appeared. He replied that the reason was because Seo Kangrim had promised to help him. Harang recalled Kangrim's promise to help him fight against his own destiny. Through tears, Yu Harang screamed that he wanted to live as a human instead of dying as a god. Hearing this, Yu Seonmin suddenly embraced Harang and exclaimed that this day had finally come. With a look of satisfaction, Yu Seonmin whispered that he had waited a very long time for the day Harang would want to escape it all. Yu Harang was stunned, unable to understand what was happening, only able to call out his adoptive father's name. Yu Seonmin held Harang tightly, beginning to reveal his true intentions. With a mad smile, he explained that this was so Harang could foster even greater resentment and become a more powerful god. Immediately after, Yu Seonmin activated the imprisonment orb skill, and red energy rings tightly bound both of them. Yu Harang watched the scene before him in horror, completely shocked by the betrayal. From the shadows, Seo Kangrim roared that he wouldn't let that happen. A sharp weapon suddenly shot forth, and Yu Harang recognized Seo Kangrim's intervention. Kangrim's weapon easily shattered the red energy rings. He rushed forward and embraced Yu Harang, completely destroying the imprisonment orb. Yu Seonmin was stunned to see his skill broken so easily. Freed. Yu Harang looked at his rescuer with relief and gratitude. Seo Kangrim stood protectively in front of Harang, his sharp gaze fixed on Yu Seonmin. Yu Harang softly called Seo Kangrim's name in astonishment. Kangrim turned, anxiously asking if Harang was hurt, but Harang reassured him that he was fine. He gently touched a scratch on Harang's cheek, apologizing for his sudden appearance. Seo Kangrim explained that he couldn't just stand by anymore, then took a fighting stance with his sword in hand, while Qilin and Red Black Dragon appeared behind Harang. Yu Seonmin sneered into his comms, mocking Seo Kangrim as the hope of the insect rank and promising to properly entertain him. He pressed a button, beginning to summon his followers. Heeding the summons, followers from all directions began to move. With a crazed expression, Yu Seonmin roared the command to strike down the enemy. The followers' eyes immediately turned fiery red, and they blindly charged forward. The fanatical crowd surged forward, aiming directly for Seo Kangrim. Yu Harang frantically screamed for them to stop, clutching the two small creatures. He desperately spread his arms to block their path, pleading with the followers not to listen to the sect leader. Instantly, Seo Kangrim grabbed Harang's arm from behind. He pulled Harang into his embrace, drew his sword, and told him to hold on tight. Holding Harang tightly, Kangrim decisively leaped straight towards the large window to escape. Both shattered the glass and burst outside, leaving the stunned crowd of followers behind. Mid-air, Yu Harang looked down in astonishment as shards of broken glass flew around him. Seo Kangrim landed safely, still protecting Harang in his arms. From above, Yu Seonmin furiously roared that Seo Kangrim had taken the saintess away. He immediately ordered through his comms, demanding they kill Kangrim and reclaim Harang. On the ground, Kangrim held Harang tightly, who was trembling after the reckless jump. Without hesitation, the fanatical followers also leaped through the broken window in pursuit, screaming to reclaim the saintess. With crazed expressions, they plunged down, determined to bring Harang back at any cost. Seo Kangrim drew his sword, declaring that all those pursuing them were victims. He said he didn't want to harm them, even as the fanatical crowd clung to him. A surge of extreme cold burst from Kangrim, spreading outwards. He calmly assessed that this level would probably be fine. Immediately, icy energy began to envelop each follower. The entire fanatical crowd was frozen in desperate poses. Yu Harang turned back in astonishment to look at the scene before him. Amidst the icy encirclement, furious shouts still echoed, demanding to kill Seo Kangrim and keep the saintess. A frozen female follower shed tears, begging them not to leave. Another person screamed in despair, begging to be saved and not to be abandoned. Yu Harang's expression turned frantic upon hearing those pleas. Despite everything, Seo Kangrim carried Harang on his back and continued to walk. Harang struggled, saying he couldn't abandon them, but Kangrim firmly replied that this wasn't abandonment. Kangrim explained that the real way to save them was to go out into the world and expose the true nature of the holy sect. He asked if Harang wanted to free them from the brainwashing of the sect leader so they could achieve true freedom. Hearing those words, Yu Harang fell silent, clenched his fists, and seemed to have made up his mind. From a distance, Yu Seonmin stood amidst the frozen believers, exuding killing intent, and declared he wouldn't let that happen. Seo Kangrim suddenly sensed danger. He turned back with a sneer. Immediately, a dark red energy attack struck Kangrim's back forcefully. A sudden dark red light pierced through Seo Kangrim's back, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Kangrim's body collapsed to the ground, while in the distance, Yu Seonmin had seized Yu Harong. Yu Seonmin clasped his hands together, feigning sorrow, and apologized to the recently sacrificed believer. With a solemn expression, he swore that he would never forget that person's devotion. Restrained, Yu Harong could only look back in horror at the tragedy that had just unfolded. Not long before, it was Kangrim who was carrying Harong, turning to face their pursuer with eyes full of resentment. Yu Seonmin stood before the frozen believers, earnestly pleading for Harong to return. He continued his appeal, claiming Harong needed to do so to repay a believer's sacrifice. Kangrim looked directly at the enemy, asserting that he would never let him achieve his goal. Yu Seonmin retorted harshly that this was none of Kangrim's business, while his mind still called Harong the saintess. Hearing those words, Yu Harong trembled in Kangrim's arms, his heart filled with conflict. Yu Seonmin began his manipulative speech, questioning why Harong would cruelly turn his back on the believers. He asked if Harong knew how desperately they yearned for happiness. A fleeting memory showed Seonmin had once reminded Harong about 10 years of looking after these people. He evoked the image of suffering people, chained simply for being born with a cruel fate. They had always trusted and waited for Harong, their only savior. Yu Seonmin shouted, urging Harong to change their destiny and not to abandon his sacred mission. Completely broken, Harong buried his face in Kangrim's chest, but he quickly covered his ears and advised him not to listen to him. Kangrim covered the eyes and ears of the sobbing Harong, boldly declaring that it was time to become a god. Yu Seonmin grandly declared he would change the fate of the believers to save them. He passionately shouted, affirming his mission of salvation. Suddenly, a staff was pressed against Seo Kangrim's neck, leaving a small cut. The one holding the weapon was Yu Harong, while Kangrim was still holding him and coldly told Yu Seonmin that he was mistaken. In Kangrim's mind, a desolate scene appeared. He realized that sacrificing others would never bring salvation. He thought it was even worse when the one sacrificed was a child, as an image of a boy happily opening a gift box appeared. Back in reality, Kangrim held Harong tightly, growling that a sacrifice driven by guilt could never bring salvation, his eyes burning red with fury. Yu Harong looked up at him, completely astonished by his intensity. His hand unconsciously clutched Kangrim's clothes. Facing them, Yu Seonmin calmly replied that his believers felt no guilt. Kangrim roared that it was because they had all been brainwashed by him, and Seonmin casually admitted it. Yu Seonmin spread his arms, declaring that thanks to him, not a single believer had to bear responsibility. He explained that he would bear all the sins for the lives that had been and would be sacrificed to protect the sect. He placed a hand on his chest, saying that even if everyone forgot those sacrifices, he, as the leader, would do so. With a twisted smile and fake tears, Yu Seonmin shouted that he would remember and atone for everything. A vision of the brutal truth of those sacrifices flashed, showing a scene of bloody slaughter. Clutching Yu Harong tightly, Seo Kangrim swung the staff and shouted, demanding Yu Seonmin return him. The fanatical believers screamed, trying to pull Seo Kangrim away from Yu Harong and reclaim their god. Surrounded by the crowd, they desperately clung to Seo Kangrim, begging for salvation. While being held down, Seo Kangrim realized that if he used Frostfire again, the believers who had been frozen earlier would die, making Yu Harong frantically ask what to do. Seo Kangrim reassured Yu Harong not to worry. He resolutely declared he would get Yu Harong out of here at all costs. Suddenly, a female believer with crazed eyes lunged from the crowd, a knife clutched in her hand. The woman stabbed Seo Kangrim forcefully in the back, as Yu Harong watched in horror. Seo Kangrim's blood splattered, staining Yu Harong's stunned face red. The blade plunged deep into Seo Kangrim's back as he shielded his comrade. Severely wounded, Seo Kangrim collapsed, falling into Yu Harong's arms. The fanatical female believer smiled savagely, raised the blood-stained knife, and demanded the saintess be returned. Yu Harong screamed in despair, clutching the wounded Seo Kangrim tightly to protect him. The attacker raised his knife again, aiming at Yu Harong, who was shielding Seo Kangrim. With a resolute expression, Yu Harong used his body as a shield, ready to take the knife strike for Kangrim. Seo Kangrim knelt, his head bowed from his wounds, while Yu Harong began to make a painful decision. Sensing the change, Seo Kangrim quickly grabbed Yu Harong's hand and desperately called his name. The image of Yu Seonmin with a smug smile appeared in Yu Harong's mind, reinforcing his decision. With eyes blazing with madness and despair, Yu Harong declared that he would become a god. The crowd of believers erupted in joy, raising their hands in worship and urging their saintess to quickly complete the transformation. The fervent crowd of believers cheered for the saintess. The cheers turned into sick prayers, urging him to die. Amidst the calls for sacrifice, Yu Harong sat on the pyre, silently accepting. The crowd roared, urging him to quickly become a god. From afar, Seo Kangrim helplessly watched Yu Harang sitting amidst the flames about to ignite, while Yu Seonmin knelt, performing the ritual. Through the lens of his fate scrutiny skill, Kangrim whispered his comrade's name. In a bloody memory, Yu Harang embraced someone and declared he would become a god. The person in Harang's arms could only stare in shock at that decision. Kangrim realized with horror, Yu Harang was about to die without ever having tasted freedom. He recalled Harang's radiant smile from days past, wondering why it had to end here. Unable to accept it, Kangrim rushed forward and grabbed Yu Harang, pressing him about these insane words. He desperately reminded Harang of his promise to live as a human, not die to become a god. Kangrim tried to reassure him that he was fine, as long as Harang didn't give up, but Yu Harang gently interrupted him, saying that he had done enough. Then Harang pulled Kangrim into his embrace, apologizing for having been a burden to him. Harang calmly declared that, from now on, he would handle everything himself. Kangrim was stunned when he was pushed away, not understanding what was happening. With a serene smile, Yu Harang only said one thing: "Trust me." So Kangrim was speechless, completely bewildered by his friend's strange calm. Imprisoned, So Kangrim told himself that at this moment, he could only trust Yu Harang. A voice rang out, commenting on the astonishing sight before them. Yu Seonmin smiled maliciously, saying that the believer's fervent desire was about to consume the saintess. So Kangrim glared angrily through the energy bars. Yu Seonmin casually told Kangrim not to be so angry. With blazing red eyes, he declared Kangrim would also soon be saved, then activated his physiognomy skill. He grabbed Kangrim's face, mocking that all of his skills would be used for the low-ranking believers. The first-rank soul physiognomy skill allowed him to read his opponent's abilities. Kangrim realized in shock the leader could see through his skills. Yu Seonmin exclaimed in surprise upon discovering Kangrim's array of powerful skills. He let go, making Kangrim cough violently in pain. Yu Seonmin turned away, declaring that first, the ritual to create a god must be completed. Helpless within the barrier, Kangrim desperately thought that all of Yu Harang's plans were about to fall apart. Meanwhile, Yu Seonmin lit a torch to the pyre where Yu Harang was sitting. He raised the flame high, and Yu Harang looked up at his adoptive father with a resolute expression. Yu Seonmin scoffed that in the end, So Kangrim couldn't save him either. He praised Yu Harang's fearless expression. Yu Harang suddenly clutched his head, accepting that this was inevitable. Yu Seonmin concluded that Kangrim only brought him more misfortune. That was the fate of a low-ranking individual. Yu Harang questioned Yu Seonmin, suggesting that he too was a dependent. Yu Seonmin tightened his grip on his hand near the torch, asserting that he would ensure his fate. He mocked Yu Harang, asking what he could do when he had only ever relied on others his entire life. Yu Harang grabbed Seonmin's hand, admitting that he had always waited for someone to save him. He recalled his painful past as a child shivering in the hellish orphanage, and the lonely days in the sect, which were no different from a prison. But now, with eyes blazing with determination, Yu Harang declared that everything was different. He unleashed a surge of golden energy, activating his forced undoing skill to save himself and everyone. His ability shattered the control and brainwashing skills, making Yu Seonmin stumble, while Harang declared that he would no longer be able to command the believers. With a confident smile, Yu Harang told Yu Seonmin to give up. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed, making Yu Harang's expression stiffen. Yu Seonmin, enveloped in dark red aura, mocked his naivety as he revealed that the skill undoing had failed. He explained that he had known about Yu Harang's ability beforehand. Furthermore, he also knew it was too weak to undo the brainwashing he had imposed on countless believers. Yu Harang was utterly horrified as red energy tendrils began to coil around him. Yu Seonmin revealed that the brainwashing voice was a skill he had used hundreds of times over the years on the masses. With blazing red eyes, he looked down at Yu Harang, engulfed by the pyre's flames, and challenged him about his abilities. Yu Harang was paralyzed in the sea of flames, despairing as he realized he had failed. Amidst the raging fire, he was lost in the thought that he couldn't save anyone. In his despair, Yu Harang recalled his past of being bullied and ridiculed. He collapsed, blaming himself for not being Seo Kangrim and feeling powerless on his own. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Seo Kangrim loudly urged him not to give up. Yu Harang, stunned, lifted his head upon hearing his comrade's call. At that very moment, Kang Do-hyun summoned Keelin Lini, using his water control skill. Even so, Yu Harang still believed he lacked the strength to stop Yu Seonmin. Kang Do-hyun called Lini's name, signaling it to come forward and help. Lini gently touched Yu Harang's forehead, activating its 5 elements harmony skill. This third-tier Dragon Clan skill enhanced the power of all his abilities for 15 minutes. Meanwhile, So Kangrim poured a vial of medicine onto the ground and told him it was all right to fail. He asserted that everyone would help him together. His comrades' encouragement echoed, urging Yu Harang to keep trying. Tears welled up in Yu Harang's eyes, and a relieved yet determined smile bloomed on his lips. He stood up, declaring that he had not failed yet. Yu Xianmin screamed frantically, protesting Harang's defiance of his destiny to become a god. With a steadfast gaze, Yu Harang gathered all his strength, vowing to himself to keep moving forward. He was determined to put an end to everything, activating the enhanced version of his forced undoing skill. Yu Xianmin screamed in terror as he was engulfed by a wave of golden energy. The energy radiated throughout, partially nullifying the brainwashing that controlled the followers. Yu Harang's enhanced forced release ability activated. Immediately, the brainwashed cultists throughout the area simultaneously awoke in shock, unsure of their whereabouts. One of them looked at Yu Xianmin, who was collapsed on the ground, and wondered what had happened. Yu Xianmin lay there, gritting his teeth in utter helplessness and agony. On the high platform, Yu Harang stood firm on his dirty, bare feet. He looked down at the cultists who were slowly regaining consciousness and at Yu Xianmin, who had been utterly defeated. With an exhausted yet clear expression, Yu Harang realized he had escaped control. He smiled in relief, whispering that they had done it. With that, Yu Harang fell backward from exhaustion, but a satisfied smile still graced his lips. Just as he fell, a hand reached out in time to catch him. Seo Kangrim rushed over, anxiously calling Yu Harang's name as he caught him. Yu Harang weakly placed his hand on Kangrim's, calling his name in response. With eyes full of gratitude, he smiled and thanked Kangrim. The small Qilin also rushed over in a panic, worried about Harang's condition. Kangrim held Harang tightly, reassuring the Qilin that he was only exhausted from mana depletion. He gently placed a hand on Harang's forehead, saying he would be fine after resting. Kangrim smiled proudly, praising Yu Harang for doing so well. Then, he carried his unconscious teammate in his arms. Amidst the chaotic scene, So Kangrim stood firm, protecting Yu Harang, while Yu Xianmin and the cultists remained in shock. Yu Xianmin looked up at the sky in despair, unable to comprehend why all his plans had crumbled. A loyal cultist wondered if the opponent was like them. That person asserted that they had never intended to kill anyone. In a flashback, that person recounted how cult leader Yu Xianmin had given them refuge and awakened their heaven-bestowed mission. That person smiled gratefully, believing that without the cult leader, they wouldn't have survived until now. Back in the present, So Kangrim grabbed another cultist by the collar, who was frantically screaming that Kangrim dared to lay hands on the father who had raised Yu Harang. Kangrim coldly retorted that the cultist was the ignorant one, for Yu Harang had considered someone like him a father. Hearing the word father, Kangrim froze for a moment. The cultist roared in anger, shouting that if Kangrim thought that way, he should have died instead. Kangrim's sword erupted in flames. He realized his prediction was correct. With a furious gaze, he decided he couldn't let this scoundrel live, and swung his sword down. As the blade pierced him, the cultist could only beg in pain. Witnessing the scene, an acquaintance of Harang and other cultists were horrified, whispering that they only wanted to find salvation. That person was shocked to realize they had killed someone. From their perspective, So Kangrim appeared as a brutal murderer. Other cultists screamed, trying to flee in scattered fear. Kangrim gripped his flaming sword, activating his voice of brainwashing ability. Half a month later, a person in a wheelchair and their pusher cheerfully announced their return. Kim Jae-ning smiled brightly, welcoming the two children. The person in the wheelchair excitedly boasted that the aquarium trip was a wonderful experience. In their memory of the aquarium, that person was still amazed as they recounted being able to walk underwater among schools of fish without using any abilities. The person in the wheelchair joyfully recounted the trip, their eyes sparkling as they recalled the magical sight at the aquarium. That person likened the experience to visiting the legendary Dragon Palace, and regretted that Shinsua hadn't come along. Kim Jae-ning smiled, welcoming them, promising to join next time and urging them both to wash their hands and come in for snacks. Carried on someone's back, that person cheered happily as the group entered the dining room together. That person happily enjoyed the hot tteokbokki. While eating, that person praised the deliciousness, while their companion also offered another dish and advised dipping it in the sauce. Kim Jae-ning kindly offered a tissue, reminding them that someone had spilled some food on the table. She looked at the group affectionately, telling them to eat slowly. In her thoughts, Kim Jae-ning recalled meeting Yu Harang for the first time, and how worried she had been seeing his terrible condition. She also remembered that thanks to Father Johan's treatment, Yu Harang had recovered quickly. Back in the present, the new friend cheerfully offered Kim Jae-ning a piece of cheese tteokbokki, making her secretly happy that the person had blended in with everyone. Kim Jae-ning happily accepted the rice cake from her new friend, but a concern suddenly crossed her mind. She remembered Seo Kangrim's words again, that they had to ensure Yu Harang's situation wasn't revealed, because what he had gone through was too horrific. Kim Jae-neung recalled her own worry at the time, fearing that if the truth came out, the former cultists would come looking, and she didn't know how long they could keep it hidden. She remembered asking Seo Kangrim about that issue, and she also remembered his confident reply, that he had handled everything smoothly, so there was no need to worry. Nevertheless, Kim Jae-neung still had a feeling that he was hiding something again. She thought about how he had said he hadn't foreseen the events, but she still felt a bit annoyed that he had handled everything by himself. Kim Jae-neung recalled that they had asked him to do everything together next time, and that had led to an unexpected proposal. Meanwhile, a friend of Kim Jae-neung wondered about the absence of Seo Kangrim and Jang Tae-hun, suggesting they save some food for them. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the stone table, shattering it. Yu Harang, with fierce eyes, declared that he would eat everything, and the other two wouldn't even get a drop of broth. At a quiet cafe, Jang Tae-hun called Kangrim Big Brother. He sat there, hands clasped seriously. Jang Tae-hun expressed his sincere joy that Kangrim had finally asked for their help. Seo Kangrim admitted that his proposal sounded suspicious, but he appeared confident in this plan. He explained that he had seen the future through the guidance of fate, illustrated by a golden compass. Jang Tae-hun didn't hesitate, affirming that he trusted Kangrim, which made Kangrim sigh in relief. However, Jang Tae-hun anxiously reiterated that Shin Sua had sounded very angry over the phone. Kangrim admitted he had anticipated that and intended to act alone, but now he agreed that everything should be done with the entire sect. He explained that for maximum effectiveness, the more people involved, the better, and of course, he would be the biggest contributor. Jang Tae-hun looked confused as Kangrim began to reveal his plan for the day. Suddenly, Kang Do-hyun appeared from behind, calling Seo Kangrim's name and startling him. Do-hyun angrily grabbed Kangrim by the collar, asking if he had lost his mind for trying to buy a stupid coin. Do-hyun's rage peaked as he pinched Kangrim's cheek, yelling to ask if he was mortgaging his ancestral graves and house deeds. After a while, Do-hyun calmed down and realized he had misunderstood, asking if it wasn't the kind of coin he was thinking of. Kangrim, his face slightly flushed, explained that he only intended to use the system for the next great demon realm. Do-hyun realized that Kangrim had seen the future again, and said that the second great demon realm was not a dangerous place. It was actually a festival for the gods, where participants would race as representatives of the 12 zodiac gods. Kang Do-hyun wondered if they could choose teams, but Seo Kangrim explained that teams were decided based on each person's birth year. Kangrim realized this meant he and the twins would be on different teams, as the second great demon realm was an individual event. The event also had a betting system, allowing non-competitors to buy coins of the zodiac god they believed would win to make a profit. Kang Do-hyun looked tired, asking directly who would be the winner of this race. Seo Kangrim confidently declared that it would be him, as he knew all the developments and could manipulate the rat coins to increase in value. Furious that his younger brother was planning to gamble again, Kang Do-hyun grabbed Kangrim's collar and questioned what would happen if he lost. With a distressed expression, Kangrim replied that if he didn't win, he would hand over an important briefcase. Kang Do-hyun sternly declared that if Kangrim failed, he would pretend he never had a younger brother and would make him return everything. The collateral Kangrim offered was his family's grave registry and his personal seal. When Kangrim teasingly asked about the prize money, Kang Do-hyun didn't hesitate to punch him hard on the head. Later, at a large stadium, a TV-headed host welcomed the Awakened Ones to the Zodiac race. The host officially declared the opening of the second great demon realm before the crowd. The Awakened Ones, including Yang Sera, were surprised to learn the event was a race rather than a monster battle. While the host announced the rules, Shin Sua and the other teammates listened intently. Seo Kangrim suddenly muttered the word cowardly as he looked at an object in his hand. His fate-guiding compass activated, warning of an incident, a clash in the cowardly god's domain, and conflicts in relationships. A silver-haired teammate anxiously asked if someone was bad-mouthing him again, but Kangrim explained that it was a warning from fate. He told the entire group, including Johann Richter, that a serious conflict was imminent, and they all needed to be careful. Kangrim admitted that the conflict could come from an enemy, or even from an ally. However, Shin Sua still smiled confidently, asserting that even if they were divided into teams, they were still comrades and wouldn't fight each other. Kang Do-hyun reminded him that their plan would fall apart if Seo Kangrim didn't win, but Kangrim just smiled and confidently told his brother to trust him. Kangrim affirmed that even though this was an individual event, knowing he could trust his teammates was enough to put him at ease. An announcement rang out, detailing the rules of the Zodiac race. Participants would represent their zodiac animal, related powers would be enhanced, and killing was strictly prohibited. The rewards were also announced, with special prizes for the top 3 and bonus rewards for all members of the winning zodiac animal, before the TV-headed host excitedly declared the start. Standing on stage before the crowd of awakened ones, the host asked if they were curious about the true reason for this race. To explain, the host announced that a film about the legend of the 12 zodiac animals would be shown. The film began with the legendary Jade Emperor, who had addressed all creatures from ancient times. He commanded them to come before him on a designated day. The first 12 animals to arrive would be chosen to represent a year, and they gathered one by one before the Jade Emperor. From then on, the zodiac cycle was formed, with the order of the years decided according to the exact order in which the animals arrived. The host then posed a question. Was that ranking fair, and who would be the winner if they all raced again from the start? This great demon realm was opened precisely to find the true winner, and everyone was asked to give their all in the 3-hour race. The host stood at the starting line, announcing the countdown had begun. All contestants were asked to get into position. Many unfamiliar faces appeared in the crowd, all focused as the clock ticked down the final 3 seconds. Others, including Ju Hyeryung, also appeared tense as the race was about to begin. Seo Kangrim looked straight ahead with determined eyes, silently vowing that he absolutely had to win. The countdown reached 0. The host waved the flag, and the race officially began, with contestants surging forward simultaneously, some activating acceleration skills. At the same time, a woman watched the race on her laptop with a worried expression as she heard the announcement that the buying and selling of zodiac coins had concluded. Kang Do-hyun nervously watched the enormous amount of rat coins they had wagered as the live broadcast began. The zodiac race kicked off dramatically as the crowd of contestants surged forward. One participant activated the falling leaf steps skill to accelerate. A female student with a ponytail quickly took the lead, using a skill that generated a stream of blue energy. She created giant vines as her path, astonishing the other participants. Hermes sandals with glowing golden straps landed on one of the vines. The one in the lead was none other than Seo Kangrim, gliding effortlessly. Watching from afar, Kang Do-hyun smiled in satisfaction, telling himself to maintain his composure. Seo Kangrim advanced alone into the first stage on a long bridge. Suddenly, a fate card was activated right in front of him. Seo Kangrim's confident expression immediately turned into extreme panic. A pillar of red light descended, teleporting the top contender to a desolate island. Seo Kangrim woke up bewildered under a coconut tree, utterly confused. Meanwhile, a silver-haired female contestant suddenly grew golden speed wings. Her younger brother cheered enthusiastically, inadvertently activating support skills for nearby teammates. On the island, Seo Kangrim read the rule that he had to roll dice to escape. He showed annoyance, as he never believed in something called luck. Instead of waiting, Seo Kangrim decided to find his own way out and started running along the coast. He plunged straight into the sea, ignoring warnings to return to the designated area. Defying the rules, Seo Kangrim continued to run across the water, determined to rejoin the race. The system issued a final warning, confirming the target was outside the designated area, and began applying a penalty. A giant punishment guardian, made of blazing red energy, was summoned from the water to block Seo Kangrim's path. The guardian charged, swinging a massive fist towards Kangrim. Kangrim calmly faced the incoming attack, his sword ready. Despite the penalty, he switched to the ice attribute, his hair and eyes turning a brilliant blue. He let out a defiant shout, then unleashed a powerful icy slash. Kangrim's attack collided head-on with the guardian's fist, causing it to begin freezing. The entire red energy entity was encased in ice, transforming into a colossal ice statue. With a decisive slash, Kangrim shattered the ice statue, ending the penalty. He confidently declared that he had to win this race, as a notification appeared stating the penalty had ended. A silver-blue-haired contestant watched from afar, smiling in admiration as he saw Seo Kangrim defeat the Guardian and escape the island. He remarked that it was indeed Seo Kangrim, then watched his figure gliding across the water. Sitting on a railing, the contestant noted that although Kangrim escaped quickly, he had fallen quite far behind. Kangrim finally set foot on the main racetrack, continuing to accelerate. As he ran past, the silver-blue-haired contestant provocatively stated that this would make Zone 2 difficult. He wondered how Kangrim intended to turn the situation around from here, causing Kangrim to glance at him with annoyance. With a smug smile, the unfamiliar contestant smirked. He challenged Kangrim to try and keep up. The silver-blue-haired contestant extended his hand, saying he had been waiting for this too. Kangrim took his opponent's hand, but the other immediately felt something was off, and wondered why Kangrim was cooperating so easily. Dako Jun smiled meaningfully, asking Seo Kangrim if he was planning something else. Suddenly, a giant slot machine appeared, and the system announced that in Stage 3, contestants had to travel by provided mounts. Both were taken to a room with multiple slot machines, where their mounts would be determined by the spin results. Doko-jun asked Kangrim not to reveal the results beforehand, but Kangrim replied that he didn't know either. Doko-jun retorted, reminding him that Kangrim was a regressor, causing Kangrim to secretly regret his slip of the tongue and realize his secret was out. Kangrim recalled his previous life, where Doko-jun, with his divine tier destiny and bonus luck stats, had easily hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, he himself, with his lowly third-class rank, had only received a child's tricycle. Although he was now second class, Kangrim still knew his luck was terrible, so he decided to leech off Doko-jun, grabbing him and forcing him to spin for something good. Doko-jun pulled the lever, and the machine's reels began to spin. The first reel stopped on the lucky number 7. Immediately after, all 3 reels displayed the number 7, and a jackpot congratulatory message appeared, making Doko-jun cheer with delight. He turned back to boast, asking Kangrim if he had exceeded his expectations. But when he turned around, Doko-jun didn't see Kangrim anywhere and looked around in confusion. He frantically called Kangrim's name when he couldn't find him. Suddenly, the headlights of a car blazed brightly. A red supercar, the Red Bull Aldebaran, burst out of a spatial gate with Seo Kangrim in the driver's seat. Doko-jun was stunned by the car's flashy appearance. Kangrim glanced over, coldly urging him that if he didn't get in immediately, he would leave him behind. Doko-jun climbed into the car, remarking that Kangrim had become much bolder, but only received a curt reply. Nevertheless, Doko-jun smiled in appreciation, thinking that such a protagonist was very appealing regardless. Seo Kangrim ordered Doko-jun to fasten his seatbelt as the car started moving. The red supercar sped away on the dirt road, leaving a thick trail of dust. Inside the car, Doko-jun seemed thrilled, while Seo Kangrim focused on driving. The Rat Zodiac duo had luckily joined Zone 2 with the fastest vehicle. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was raging on the racetrack, as Flying Tiger sect members, led by Shin-Sua, were fending off an ambush. Countless arrows and energy attacks flew wildly across the battlefield. A group of new hunters from the Asura sect appeared on hoverboards, determined to break through and support their sect leader. Jang Tae-hoon used his formless spear, shouting his resolve not to let the enemy get close to Shin-Sua. A teammate of Jang Tae-hoon panicked as Kangrim's car suddenly sped towards them from behind. With Doko-jun excitedly raising his hands and cheering, Seo Kangrim shouted loudly for everyone to clear the way. The sports car plowed through the middle of the battle, forcing the warriors on horseback and hoverboards to scatter to both sides. While driving, Seo Kangrim anxiously asked about the situation of his teammates. A female warrior on horseback reported that they were fine and urged Kangrim to advance quickly because the Asura sect leader was plotting to kidnap Shin-Sua. Shin-Sua also affirmed that they would hold off the enemy here, which greatly surprised Seo Kangrim. Immediately, the killing intent ahead surged, activating Seo Kangrim's vigilant eye skill. He suddenly realized this was the fated conflict with Shin-Ara that he had been warned about. In the distance, Shin-Ara was driving a white car, chasing another vehicle at high speed. Shin-Ara laughed maniacally, brandished a purple energy whip, and called out her sister's name. She mercilessly attacked the car in front and mocked that they wouldn't be able to escape. A pink-haired woman in the chased car hastily activated her forced release ability, nullifying the opponent's weapon enhancement skill. However, immediately after, this woman was tightly bound by vines and screamed in pain. Shin-Sua frantically screamed Harang's name when she saw Yu Harang tightly bound by vines in the back seat. From above, Shin-Ara taunted Shin-Sua, saying she was now completely alone. With a malicious smile, Shin-Ara said that now the two sisters could have a private date. Suddenly, a silver-haired teammate sitting in the passenger seat shouted that Shin-Sua was not alone and would join Seo Kangrim's family. Shin-Sua felt pressured facing her sister and secretly wished Kangrim would appear quickly. Shin-Ara was stunned by the news that Seo Kangrim had formed a family, angrily questioning her sister why she abandoned her sect and family for him. She gritted her teeth in frustration, unable to understand who Seo Kangrim truly was. Suddenly, a massive blue icy energy surge erupted, making Shin-Ara wonder in astonishment what was happening. Amidst the cold aura, Seo Kangrim appeared with his hair and eyes glowing icy blue. The silver-haired teammate cheered happily, seeing Kangrim's car had caught up to them. Sitting in the passenger seat, Doko-jun sighed, complaining that even though he was also present, everyone only paid attention to Kangrim. Taking advantage of the confrontation between the two sisters, Seo Kangrim's Rat Alliance pulled ahead as Zone 2 neared its end. Kangrim drove alongside and asked Shin-Sua how she was. She replied that she was fine, but was worried about Harang's condition. Still bound, Yu Harang assured them he was fine, and only slightly injured thanks to Shin-Sua's ability. Hearing that, Seo Kangrim smiled in relief. The race concluded Zone 2 with the Rat Alliance in the lead, and the real race began at Free Zone, Zone 3. As the leading racers continued the race, Doko-jun cheerfully waved at a camera drone flying nearby. The announcer announced that the Rat Zodiac had won 2 gold medals, tying for first place, and questioned whether history would repeat itself. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws reached out from a purple-black spatial gate that had just appeared. Immediately, that hand smashed the announcer's screen, causing signal interference. 2 supercars, one red and one white, were fiercely chasing each other on a desolate road under the night sky. The silver-haired driver smiled smugly, declaring this boring race was about to end, while So Kangrim and Shin Sua's group both looked worried. Seo Kangrim frowned, sensing something ominous was about to happen. He recalled the warning about a fated conflict, and confusedly wondered why it wasn't related to Shin Ara as he had thought. As the red car sped forward, an increasingly powerful killing intent enveloped the space. Suddenly, countless blue spatial gates appeared in the sky, blocking their path. A hand reached out from the spatial gate, signaling that, from now on, a mysterious masked figure declared the clown's party would begin. Immediately, a multitude of masked figures rushed out from the spatial gates, and their leader reached out towards Sao Kangrim. Seo Kangrim was stunned as a masked hand touched his face. The silver-haired driver looked in shock at the empty passenger seat, then checked his phone, unable to believe his eyes when he saw Seo Kangrim had vanished. From the car behind, Shin Soa frantically screamed Kangrim's name. A system notification stated that the forced summon skill had been activated, pulling Seo Kangrim away. The masked group surrounded the 2 cars and introduced themselves as the Clown Troupe. Shin Sua's silver-haired teammate bravely confronted them, sarcastically stating that those who would bring a new order would be them, the Clown Troupe. Shin Sua roared in anger, demanding to know what they had done to Seo Kangrim. The Clown Troupe leader repeated the name Seo Kangrim indifferently. He coldly replied that it was none of her business, then signaled his comrades to charge. The entire group charged towards Shin Sua's car while their leader declared that Seo Kangrim would become their brother. Shin Sua was furious, deeming their offer ridiculous. She unleashed her energy, activating the soul of the White Tiger Mountain Lord ability. In this demon realm, all abilities related to the 12 zodiacs were amplified. Shin Sua growled, demanding to know Seo Kangrim's whereabouts. A masked Clown Troupe member lunged to attack, swinging his sword to create an arc of blue energy. Seeing Shin Soa and the others in danger, a young student shouted a warning. The student anxiously asked if everyone was all right, then urged them to keep focusing forward. Another Clown Troupe member attacked 2 students, but the strike was blocked by a green shield. The blonde-haired student who created the shield wondered who this was. He realized this was the conflict Seo Kangrim had mentioned before the race, and secretly hoped everyone was safe. Meanwhile, Seo Kangrim found himself in a desolate place, realizing he had gone off course but was still within the demon realm. He wondered why they were targeting him. Suddenly, he saw a Clown Troupe member sitting on the shoulder of a giant stone man, and recognized them as the Clown Troupe. Their leader confirmed this was an especially important order and invited Seo Kangrim to join the Clown Troupe. Seo Kangrim recalled that the Clown Troupe had also existed in his previous life. They were a terrorist organization specializing in opposing the Destiny Protection Bureau and its allied sects. It was a criminal group whose members all operated while wearing masks, but he remembered that in his previous life, they hadn't appeared until the following year. He was surprised to learn they already existed at this time. He figured it was possible Bakeyong was also here, and he intended to investigate them anyway. Considering this a fortunate encounter, Seo Kangrim listened as the Clown Troupe leader said this was also an opportunity for him. The Clown Troupe leader grabbed Seo Kangrim's collar, revealing they knew he was wary of the Destiny Protection Bureau. Kangrim showed surprise at the masked individual's insight. The leader continued, asking if Kangrim thought only they had realized that. The individual stumbled back, saying the Bureau probably already knew. Kangrim quickly reached out, grabbing the leader's wrist. He caught the person in a dramatic pose, mocking that they almost tripped. The leader was unfazed, suggesting Kangrim not be so prickly and cooperate with them. Listening in silence, Kangrim secretly calculated that joining would be the easiest way to gather intelligence. The leader excitedly declared their goal was to overthrow the Bureau together and build a new order. As Kangrim clenched his fist, the leader cheerfully asked if he had made his decision. The individual also praised it as a smart choice and said a mask would suit him well. Immediately, Kangrim responded to the invitation with a punch straight to the leader's face. The punch shattered the mask, revealing the stunned face of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. The leader staggered, clutching his injured face and admitting Kangrim's attack was merciless. Kangrim coldly questioned how he could trust the words of villains, simultaneously activating his fate scrutiny ability. The leader, revealed to be Leonard Mauer, smirked and sarcastically remarked that they were just pretending to be good guys. Kangrim realized he had an elemental advantage, while Lanarno secretly worried about revealing his face, which was against Verna's orders. Hearing that name, Kangram deduced Verna was the mastermind, and challenged that if they wanted him, Verna should come himself. He pointed his blade at Lanarno's neck, firmly declaring that he would not follow a weakling. Lanarno Maurer was utterly stunned by Seo Kangrim's declaration and decisive action. Cornered, Lanarno Maurer growled, asserting that Seo Kangrim was mistaken to think he was an easy target. Confident he was strong enough to contend, Lanarno activated his beast's claw ability. With sharp claws, he lunged to attack, calling Kangrim a little rat. Kangrim easily parried the attack, sarcastically retorting that his attacker was just a rabbit. Lanarno roared, declaring himself a vengeful beast. Kangrim casually asked why Lanarno held such a grudge over a single blow. However, Kangrim didn't hold back. He infused icy energy into his sword. A powerful frostfire slash was unleashed, repelling Lanarno, who was shouting that he wasn't weak either. Lanarno was sent flying by the icy energy surge. He began explaining the natural predator-prey relationship among the zodiac animals, emphasizing that the rat had many enemies. Lanarno's entire body erupted with a brilliant golden aura. He said the one who hated rats the most was the cat that had been tricked by the rat. The sole first class, Cat's Grudge ability activated, maximizing his stats when attacking opponents with the rat characteristic, and Lanarno lunged at Kangrim with terrifying speed. Injured and dazed, Kangrim couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "A cat?" The information panel appeared, revealing Lanarno Maurer's identity, sole second class, metal attribute, and his zodiac sign was Rabbit Cat. Kangrim suddenly realized Lanarno must have come from a country that used the cat instead of the rabbit in the 12 zodiacs. Harnessing his new power, Lanarno shot towards Kangrim like a golden arrow. Kangrim took an attack to the face. Blood splattered as he gritted his teeth in endurance. With cat-like ears and claws, Lanarno prepared to unleash another attack. The two energy surges collided fiercely, creating a massive explosion. Cornered, Seo Kangrim realized the terrifying power of the Great Demon Realm as Lanarno mocked him. Taking advantage of his home ground, Lanarno unleashed an enhanced attack, explaining that this was where zodiac power was amplified. With a smug smile, he declared that Seo Kangrim could never defeat him. Then, Lanarno issued an ultimatum. Join the clown troupe, or die here. Pushed to his limit, an idea suddenly struck Seo Kangrim as he pondered the enhancement of the zodiac beasts. He decided to counterattack, summoning a brilliantly glowing card into his hand. Lanarno was stunned, not understanding what Seo Kangrim intended to do. Immediately, the spirit beast Yolong was summoned, received a zodiac blessing, and transformed into a giant dragon. Seo Kangrim calmly stood before his newly enhanced mighty creature. He simply called its name, and ordered Yolong to charge and tear apart the enemy. Lanarno recoiled in horror, unable to believe his eyes as he faced a real dragon, and cursed aloud. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Shinsuo was fighting fiercely alone amidst the clown troops' encirclement. Their leader was infuriated, unable to use his abilities on her. At the same time, a pink-haired female shaman on horseback activated her forced release ability to assist. Another member of the clown troupe screamed in pain as he was hit by a corrosive ability. His hand melted into a gruesome purple liquid. When the battle ended, a silver-haired student approached Shinsuo and remarked that everything was settled. The TV-headed host also announced that the incident was over and the race would continue. A drone flew up, displaying the current rankings with Shinsuo in the lead, followed by Yu Harang, Doko Jun, Yoon Gyeol, and Yoon Bom. Shinsuo looked up at the rankings, confused. She panicked when she realized Seo Kangrim's name was not on it. As she was about to rush off, a silver-haired teammate held her arm and asked where she was going. Shinsuo struggled, shouting that she had to find Kangrim, but the other person reminded her the race was still on and she needed to complete her Demon Realm mission. She gritted her teeth, unable to hide her anger and anxiety. Shinsuo growled, asserting that finding Seo Kangrim was her top priority. The silver-haired student was stunned by her intense reaction. He scolded her for acting foolishly and remarked that she always became strange whenever she was involved with Seo Kangrim. Shinsuo turned to face him, coldly asking what he had just said. The teammate argued that her achieving a high rank would also help Kangrim, since they were on the same side. He asked sarcastically if those who called themselves allies were truly useless without Seo Kangrim. Losing her composure, Shinsuo grabbed his collar and yelled that she simply cared about Kangrim. The silver-haired student calmly pushed her hand away, asking why she was worried, and questioning her faith in Kangrim. He confidently asserted that even if she didn't go looking, Seo Kangrim would find his own way. Shinsuo skeptically asked how he could be so sure. He replied with a rhetorical question, as if the answer was obvious. Suddenly, the entire sky lit up brilliantly. The silver-haired student smiled, spreading his arms as Kangrim's small dragon soared high above, declaring that Kangrim was the main character. Shinsua looked up, utterly bewildered by the unexpected sight. Just then, a long silver-haired girl on horseback cheerfully waved at them. While the leading group was still hesitating, contestant Seo Kangrim unexpectedly appeared, riding on a dragon's back. With a determined expression, he urged his spirit beast forward. Yolong charged straight for the finish line amidst the cheers of the crowd, once again securing first place for the rat team. Immediately after, Shin Sua's team's vehicle also arrived. Together, they shared second place in the race. At the same time, the screen displayed the rat coins reaching over 1.8 billion, and the bet winner was an unfamiliar man. With an estimated prize money of 120 billion won, the man burst into happiness. 2 weeks later, at the new Flying Tiger Gate building, Shin Sua cheerfully welcomed guests to the housewarming party. The twins, Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyeol, arrived, surprised that the party was well prepared. A silver-haired teammate also brought cake and showered praise on the sect's new home. However, Jang Tae-hun seemed annoyed, wondering who had invited that guest. The silver-haired girl cheerfully admitted she had invited him, reasoning they were friends after fighting together. Yoon Gyeol tried to defuse the situation, suggesting it was a happy day, and they shouldn't dwell on trivial matters. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, So Kangrim and Shin Soa raised their glasses in celebration with everyone. In a commemorative photo, Kang Do-hyun captured the moment Keelan eagerly eyed the cake. Yolong was hailed as the race's MVP, while the silver-haired teammate was tied and hung from the ceiling as a prank. Seo Kangrim and Shin Sua laughed heartily together, enjoying the joyful moment. After the party, when everyone else was fast asleep, only So Kangrim remained awake. Even Yolong was sleeping soundly on the floor. Suddenly, a system screen appeared before Sao Kangrim, announcing that divinity had been detected. A system notification appeared, stating that Seo Kangrim's fame had exceeded the threshold, and the deification process was underway. He was granted the divine title of Cowardly Victor. The system announced that his stats would increase with his fame, simultaneously unlocking the demigod mode ability, but some other systems remained locked. Kangrim realized he needed more fame to fully unlock his divine tier abilities. He was perplexed when he checked and found his fame had skyrocketed compared to yesterday. Suspecting another article had gone viral, he immediately used his phone to search for his name. He read online comments discussing his story and comparing it to a novel. Kangrim was astonished to discover a web novel by author Dako Jun titled When the Catastrophic Fate Was Seized, featuring a protagonist with the same name and identical circumstances as him. In an illustration from the novel, a character named Shinsua was forcing the character So Kangrim, while he struggled to resist. The female character in the story resolutely declared she would never let go. The next scene in the novel showed the two characters kissing. Seeing this, So Kangrim was so enraged that his veins bulged, secretly cursing Dako Jun as a crazy bastard. Immediately, he kicked open the door to Dako Jun's room, startling him. With a cold expression, Kangrim stated that he had read Dako Jun's novel. Contrary to expectations, Dako Jun appeared overjoyed and delighted to hear that. Dako Jun knelt down and explained that he wrote the story out of admiration and wanted to help Kangrim look as cool as deified heroes. But Kangrim cut him off. Kangrim raised his phone and coldly ordered Dako Jun to take down the post immediately. Dako Jun asked blankly why Kangrim wasn't happy, reminding him that he used to be constantly misunderstood and feared by others. He smugly explained that thanks to him, many people now knew and sympathized with Kangrim's struggles. So Kangrim just listened in silence with an extremely cold expression. Dako Jun concluded his explanation with a vision of Seo Kangrim being greatly loved by many thanks to his work. Hearing that, So Kangrim wearily realized his sudden fame was indeed caused by that novel. He silently picked up a scroll he had prepared. Just then, Shinsua approached, holding the very same scroll, and announced that everything was complete. So Kangrim asked in surprise if Shinsua had also read the novel, while Shinsua confirmed that everyone had read and approved it. With a serious expression, Shinsua said she wouldn't demand the story be taken down, but Dako Jun would have to make extensive revisions. Dako Jun was overjoyed to hear Kangrim agree with one condition. However, his smile vanished as he read the contents of the scroll. It was an endlessly long oath pact, and Dako Jun shouted in protest while Kangrim coldly demanded he sign it. After the pact was signed, Kangrim calmly rolled it up, satisfied that it had worked. Dako Jun still stubbornly declared he would continue writing, but Kangrim announced that he would now have a new writing room. Dako Jun was horrified to realize he had been locked behind bars, only able to scream helplessly as Kangrim and Shinsua walked away. A day after the party, the silver-haired teammate announced that the group was about to depart with the special reward from the race. The reward was an invitation to the Divine Realm, third-class Divine tier. Shin Sua, Kangrim, and the silver-haired teammate sat together, wondering if they would be taken to the same place. Another team member speculated that they would likely be divided by their zodiac signs and meet their respective gods. Meanwhile, an illustration showed gods growing stronger through the faith of their followers, especially the 12 zodiac gods. Seo Kangrim looked at the invitation letter, secretly hoping such a powerful god could give him the answers he sought. As the clock struck exactly 3 in the afternoon, a voice echoed, urging them to tear the letters. All 4 simultaneously tore their invitation letters, and a stream of golden light enveloped them, beginning the teleportation process. After teleporting, Seo Kangrim was astonished to find himself before a colossal gate carved with a rat, amidst a picturesque cherry blossom landscape. He realized this was a god's domain. Seo Kangrim cautiously pushed the gate. The heavy gate swung open, revealing a brilliant light from within. As he stepped inside, the system announced he had entered the rat god's divine realm, and his stats were boosted by the power of the 12 zodiac. Inside the grand hall, a god sat on a throne, guarded by rat-headed bodyguards, and welcomed Seo Kangrim. That god was Seo Pei-wang, the rat god of the 12 zodiac, and he called Kangrim the child who had received his power. Seo Kangrim thought to himself that this was the first time he had met a god in the flesh. Although Seo Pei-wang appeared friendly, Kangrim still felt an incredibly intense pressure. Seo Pei-wang stated that he had summoned Kangrim to reward his achievements in the race. As a reward, he declared he would answer any question Kangrim chose. Hearing that, Seo Kangrim clenched his fist, having made his own decision. He began to speak of a god who had tried to descend into him since he was a child, and had always pursued him. With a firm voice, Seo Kangrim demanded to know the identity and divine name of that god. Seo Pei-wang pondered the question about a god attempting to descend into Kangrim. "Let me see," Seo Pei-wang said, then extended his hands forward, releasing a brilliant golden energy that enveloped Kangrim. After examining, Seo Pei-wang's eyes flashed, and he revealed a horrifying truth. There was more than one god attempting to descend into him. In his mind, Kangrim saw an image of himself being reached for by countless hands, and he asked about the strongest among them. A vision appeared of a scholarly-looking god called the Hero of Life with no possessions, who confusedly refused and then quickly departed. Seo Kangrim recalled the past, when his parents took him to a fortune teller, and shamans warned them that it was an incredibly powerful god. Seo Kangrim recalled that even his master, the talented shaman Seo Bakeyong, had performed many suppression rituals but still couldn't completely exorcise the entity. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the mysterious god, who scorned an insignificant beast god daring to covet his vessel. An invisible surge of energy struck directly at Seo Pei-wang, causing the rat god to clutch his face in pain. He roared in agony as a blazing red aura violently erupted from his body. Seo Kangrim watched in horror, not understanding what had just happened. The powerful energy sent the rat guards flying, plunging the entire palace into chaos. Seo Pei-wang, his claws elongated, and his appearance turned demonic, clutched his head, groaning about this humiliation. He admitted that even he couldn't see through that god. Seo Kangrim was stunned, realizing that God was even stronger than Seo Pei-wang. He frantically questioned if that meant Seo Pei-wang didn't know the identity of that god. Seo Pei-wang explained that even gods weren't omnipotent, and with his divinity, Kangrim should know that well. Returning to his giant rat form, Seo Pei-wang bowed in apology for being unable to answer, even though he had staked his divine name. To compensate, he allowed Seo Kangrim to ask 2 more questions, but Kangrim knew that wouldn't help him find the god's identity either. Seo Pei-wang confirmed that, while the chaotic scene with the defeated guards appeared behind him, Kangrim decided to change tactics, asking about a human connected to that god. He continued his question, wanting to know why Bakeyong had targeted him. Seo Pei-wang understood that Kangrim wanted to know about his enemy. Standing on a Bagua formation, the rat god revealed that it was because Kangrim's existence could greatly affect the world's destiny. When Kangrim asked further, Seo Pei-wang refused to answer, saying he couldn't reveal anything more about it. With his last question, Seo Kangrim looked straight ahead, resolutely asking how to get to the Western Heaven Garden immediately. Following Seo Pei-wang's instructions, Seo Kangrim stepped through a spatial gate. He realized he had arrived at the Western Heaven Garden, a place overflowing with colorful flowers. Although he didn't get the most important answer, Kangrim was still satisfied that he had saved many years of effort to get here. He gently plucked a flower, reflecting on the achievement he had just made. Kangrim was determined to get what he needed as soon as possible. But suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, making him turn around in surprise. A gigantic, blazing monster hand emerged from the ground, astonishing Kangrim. Immediately after, a multi-headed fire dragon roared furiously. Drawing his weapon, Kangrim was stunned, as he had never heard of monsters in this place. A swarm of smaller dragon monsters charged forward, surrounded by dark energy orbs. Amidst that, a strange voice shouted a warning for Kangrim to duck. One of the monsters was immediately blasted apart by a blue energy beam. The entire swarm of monsters was swept away by powerful energy rays. Kangrim could only watch the beautiful garden engulfed in flames. A gigantic legged tank landed on the ground nearby. On the machine were elf soldiers, and one of them furiously yelled at Kangrim. The elf commander pointed directly at him, demanding he get out of here immediately. Taken by surprise, Kangrim hastily raised his hands to explain that he came here on So Paiwang's recommendation. Hearing that name, another soldier recognized he was the one who had won the 12 Zodiac race. The commander immediately changed his attitude, jumped down and invited Kangrim to follow him to meet the flower keeper because this place was very dangerous. The commander led Seo Kangrim into a safe corridor, explaining that the garden was located on the border of the divine and demonic realms and was often attacked by beasts. Kangrim understood the chaos outside, while the commander cheerfully reassured him that it was completely safe inside. The commander brought Kangrim to an office and reported to the flower keeper that the guest sent by Seo Paiwang had arrived. The flower keeper, named Sarah Doryong, confirmed that he had been informed of Kangrim's visit. Sarah Doryong got straight to the point, asking Kangrim what kind of flowers he was looking for in the Western Heaven Garden. Kangrim replied that he needed 3 types of flowers: the blood valor flower, the bone birth flower, and the flesh birth flower. These were extremely rare items that even spirit gem shops didn't sell. When combined, they could regenerate even the oldest wounds, and Kangrim hoped to use them to restore Shinsua's arm. He resolutely asked Sarah Doryong if he could obtain those 3 flowers. Sarah replied that it would be faster for Kangrim to see for himself, then pressed a remote control device. The scene that appeared was a dried-up pond, with cracked earth, which was the Western Heaven Garden. Kangrim was aghast to realize the water in the pond had dried up, meaning there were no flowers left. Sarah confirmed that an incident had occurred, preventing them from growing flowers anymore. Overwhelmed with anger and disappointment, Kangrim roared, unable to believe he had once again come all this way for nothing. While Kangrim was distraught, the elf commander could only look at him with sympathy. Unexpectedly, Sarah Doryong revealed that they still had a few flowers that had been harvested beforehand and opened a box. Inside were the 3 flowers he needed, carefully preserved, making Kangrim overjoyed that he could now heal Shinsua. However, Sarah Doryong placed his hand on the box, stopping Kangrim with a meaningful smile. He stated a condition that if he wanted these flowers, Kangrim must first solve their problem. Accepting the challenge, Kangrim asked what exactly the problem he needed to solve was. Sarah Doryong began explaining the problem with a meaningful smile. He stated that for the flowers of the Western Heaven Flower Garden to bloom, a special water called Guangchon water was needed from an external source. This water source was managed by an outpost located beyond the hill. However, one day, the water supply was suddenly cut off, and all contact with the outpost was lost. Seo Kangrim deduced that something bad had happened, and Sarah Doryong confirmed their suspicion of an intruder. He added that they couldn't verify the situation due to continuous monster attacks. Therefore, Sarah Doryong officially requested Kangrim to reclaim the base and restore the Guangchon water supply. While Kangrim calmly accepted that nothing was free, the elf commander frantically objected to the flower keeper's decision. Sarah Doryong dismissed the objection, saying he had heard Kangrim was a capable awakened one. The elf commander insisted that the mission was too dangerous, no different from a suicide mission. Seo Kangrim found the commander's reaction somewhat excessive, even knowing the mission could be dangerous. Sarah Doryong silenced the elf commander and directly asked Kangrim for his decision. He asked if Kangrim intended to give up this opportunity. Seo Kangrim placed his hand on the chair, preparing to stand and accept. He decisively took a step forward. Suddenly, the elf commander rushed out to block his path, shouting that Kangrim would never agree to go if he knew what was there. Kangrim immediately grasped the issue, directly asking if the commander knew what awaited them at the outpost, which flustered him. The elf commander tried to evade, emphasizing that the flowers were not as important as Kangrim's life. Seo Kangrim calmly replied that life was indeed important. Seo Kangrim thought about the precious life Shinsua had repeatedly thrown away to save him. She even lost an arm because of him. Therefore, he felt he should also accept a commensurate risk. In a flashback, Shinsua had visited the divine realm of the Tiger King, Hojawang. She requested to know about the enemies who would threaten Seo Kangrim in the future. Hojawang was surprised, asking why she would use her only chance to speak with a god for someone else. He offered to tell her how to heal her arm, become stronger, or even gain immense wealth, but Shinsua refused. She asserted that she understood everything, and that was precisely why she made this request. Shin Sua explained that her comrade, Seo Kangrim, always spoke of his misfortunes as if they were inevitable, and he believed that everyone around him would inevitably be drawn into them as well. She clenched her fists, confessing that this aspect of Seo Kangrim made her extremely uneasy. Hojuang listened, asking one last time if she truly had no regrets. Shin Sua firmly replied that she would never regret it. Back in the present, Seo Kangrim easily tore apart a fire dragon monster blocking his path. The elf commander ran after him, thanking him for making the journey easy, and announcing they were nearing the Guangchon Pond area. Seo Kangrim wondered why the base could have been occupied, and what exactly was in that pond. The elf commander fell silent, sweat pouring from him in anxiety. When pressed, the commander shouted that he didn't know either. Kangrim realized this person was either hiding something or couldn't speak, while the commander insisted on accompanying him out of worry. Seo Kangrim thought to himself that, despite his dislike for gods, Seo Pai Wang was surprisingly a good one. His thoughts concluded with him musing that perhaps good gods still existed, while the elf commander turned to look at him with a horrified expression. The commander suddenly spun around. Amidst the flashing red alarm lights, the commander frantically aimed a heavy weapon at Kangrim. The weapon began charging, sparking with yellow electricity. Suddenly, a voice belonging to someone who looked exactly like Kangrim rang out, ordering, "Drop the weapon immediately." A fierce energy explosion erupted from the front. Kangrim drew his sword and ordered Yoryong and Rini to protect the elf commander who was being blown away. From within the smoke and dust, a guardian robot appeared, making Kangrim realize this was not a monster. The robot stomped its foot on the floor, charging forward. It swung its staff to attack, but Kangrim easily parried the blow with his sword. The robot's head glowed brightly as it prepared for another attack. A destructive energy beam was fired straight at Kangrim. The robot's system identified him as an intruder, but before it could complete its extermination protocol, its body was shredded by countless blue slashes. Seo Kangrim finished off the robot with a decisive blow. He looked ahead and concluded that the machine's master was surely at the end of this corridor. Kangrim advanced alone down a dark, dilapidated staircase. Upon arrival, he was surprised by the scene before his eyes. In a reservoir of green liquid, the elf soldiers' helmets floated aimlessly. A man in a dark suit stood watching, sarcastically remarking to someone about taking too long to capture a few minor gods. Suddenly, a person wearing a traditional mask appeared and recognized the newcomer. Seo Kangrim, his entire body erupting with an icy blue aura, roared the name of the newly appeared organization, the Clown Troop. He lunged to attack and question, causing the masked individual to frantically cry out that there was a misunderstanding. That person quickly knelt, fearfully shouting that they had no intention of fighting Seo Kangrim. Despite the pleas, Kangrim still charged forward with a furious expression. He plunged his icy sword into the ground, right next to the masked individual's head, while that person tried to explain that they only wanted to weaken the power of the gods. The masked individual clutched Kangrim's sleeve, asking if he himself hadn't experienced it before. Kangrim paused upon hearing about the suffering humanity endured under divine control. The masked individual continued to explain that since the Day of Awakening, the gods had grown stronger and trampled upon humanity. Destroying the Western Heaven Flower Garden was to strip them of their power over human life and death. That person removed their mask, revealing a woman, and promised to give Kangrim everything Sara Doryong had promised. She earnestly begged him to turn a blind eye this time. Kangrim silently pondered, muttering about how once the Western Heaven Flower Garden was destroyed, he tightened his grip on his sword hilt, directly asking if they intended to seize the remaining flowers for themselves. The woman smiled confidently, confirming that they would manage and distribute them to where they were needed. Kangrim, returning to his normal demeanor, raised a small blade and questioned, "Then how are you any different from the gods?" The female member of the clown troupe was disappointed, thinking to herself that she had hoped Seo Kangrim would understand them. Kangrim grew wary as he sensed a black aura emanating from the woman. The man accompanying her declared that they had no other choice, and a surge of dark energy erupted around both of them. With a resolute expression, Kangrim prepared for the inevitable confrontation. The woman revealed her weapon, a flower of destruction of first-class divine rank, capable of killing anyone who touched its petals. Kangrim cried out in horror, warning her that if she touched that petal, she herself would die. She ignored him, explaining that since Kangrim had come all the way to the Western Heaven Flower Garden, he must know about this deadly flower. The woman ordered Kangrim to move aside, her hand still tightly gripping the flower. Kangrim broke out in a cold sweat, wondering how the clown troupe had obtained such a dangerous divine item. The accompanying man decided to act, activating his artificial life form ability. A powerful surge of electricity shot from his hand, flowing into the motionless guard robots nearby. A series of guard robots activated, their bodies flashing with golden lightning. The woman reiterated that she did not want to harm Kangrim. She believed that humans slaughtering each other was meaningless and sorrowful. Kangrim retaliated by enveloping his sword in ice, asking in return why they wouldn't retreat. His hair turned icy white as he unleashed his full power, declaring that he would never yield. The man ordered the robots not to let Kangrim approach Guangchun Spring, simultaneously activating his machine conductor ability. Receiving the command, the robots uniformly aimed their weapons at Kangrim, their heads accumulating energy in preparation to fire. Kangrim let out an angry shout, swinging his sword to create a massive icy slash that swept away the enemy's attack. So Kangrim realized his current position was too disadvantageous. He decided to retreat towards the entrance to take them down one by one. However, a guard robot lunged to attack first. With a single slash, Kangrim easily shattered its weapon. His counterattack created a massive explosion, wiping out the entire group of robots. Amidst the smoke and debris, Kangrim stood alone. But immediately after, another army of robots appeared, much to his annoyance. Kangrim sighed, realizing things weren't easy, then noticed the enemy faction seemed to have begun acting elsewhere. At the same time, the female member of the clown troupe was struggling with a mysterious green liquid. Noticing the situation, Kangrim deemed this another good opportunity. He channeled energy into his hand, summoning a blazing fire. With one hand of ice and one hand of fire, Kangrim declared he would end it all in one blow. He merged the two opposing energy sources into one. A massive surge of power was unleashed, aimed directly at the enemy's position. The female clown troupe member was astonished when the system reported that all the robots had been destroyed, nullifying their control ability. In desperation, she plunged a dagger into her leg, causing Guangchun Spring to begin to be polluted. The pollution level skyrocketed as she pulled out the dagger. Her hand, covered in poison, reached for the red flower on her chest. With iron resolve, the female clown troupe member told herself that she absolutely could not fail. The female clown troupe member walked forward decisively. Immediately, So Kangrim charged forward at terrifying speed, shouting for her to get out of the way. He was confident that he wouldn't be fooled by the trickery of the Flower of Destruction. So Kangrim drew his sword, preparing to strike. As he lunged, a voice ordered him to stop, but it was too late. The female clown troupe member's eyes widened in horror. Blood splattered onto So Kangrim's face, and a system notification appeared, stating that human blood was polluting the Guangchun stream. The pollution process accelerated sharply, reaching 92%. However, the one who inflicted the wound was the female member of the clown troupe, who stabbed herself and secretly blamed Kangrim. Her blood continued to pour into the stream, pushing the pollution level to 94%. She claimed she had to do it because So Kangrim kept getting in the way. Suddenly, she lunged backward, impaling herself deeper on Kangrim's sword. Her entire body fell into the stream, causing blood to spread everywhere. So Kangrim gritted his teeth, unable to believe his opponent's insane act. Horrified, he looked down at the 100% polluted stream and shouted, asking why she had to go that far. In her final moments, the female member of the clown troupe raised a hand toward him. With a serene smile, she took her last breath and said it was all for humanity. Immediately after, a massive surge of killing intent erupted from the stream, engulfing So Kangrim. Amidst the vortex of red energy, he watched in shock as a giant black egg-shaped object formed, wondering what she had done. The system announced that the nameless egg was absorbing the polluted stream. Immediately after, another notification appeared, stating that the egg was beginning to hatch. So Kangrim was terrified as he realized a horrifying truth was unfolding before his eyes. From the stream, a hideous giant creature emerged, making Kangrim despairingly realize he couldn't fight it alone. A faint cry echoed as an infant-like creature was born from that mass of flesh. Kangrim stood frozen, watching the infant creature being cradled by a giant hand. Suddenly, his expression strangely softened as he called the creature baby. He reached out to it and said, "Let's go home together." Suddenly, verdant branches emerged, binding the creature's hand tightly while a voice shouted loudly, telling Kangrim to wake up. In Kangrim's mind, a painful memory surfaced. The image of the infant creature held captive by demonic tentacles. Shinsua had arrived, roared, and unleashed her power. She stood in front of Kangrim, using branches to block the tentacles, leaving Kangrim stunned, wondering why she was there. Wood power and dark energy collided fiercely. Shinsua rushed forward, pushing Kangrim to the ground, narrowly escaping danger. She shouted his full name, trying to pull him out of his dazed state. Finally regaining his senses, Kangrim confusedly asked how Shinsua was here. Shinsua brushed his question aside, hastily pulling him to his feet. She looked him straight in the eyes and shouted that they had to flee immediately. The system revealed the creature's identity, a first-class dragon-rank blood fiend born from spiritual energy and resentment. The system revealed the blood fiend's nature as a creature that devours all life. Shin Sua asserted they couldn't escape. She angrily explained that her attacks were useless, and even Kangrim had been controlled by it. However, So Kangrim calmly replied that there was a way, and they could defeat it if they cooperated. He took her hand, recalling a past event. Seo Kangrim earnestly pleaded with Shin Sua to trust him one more time. Shin Sua was astonished as she realized what was in her palm. It was the earring she had once used in the first Great Demon Realm. He asked her to stay in the safe zone and keep talking to him, leaving Shin Sua bewildered. Seo Kangrim only smiled mysteriously. Immediately after, he had to face a terrifying illusion created by the Blood Fiend. He endured its fierce mental attack. His consciousness was dragged down into a crimson abyss while Shin Sua's calls echoed. He sank deeper into the darkness, seemingly on the verge of losing consciousness. Suddenly, a memory from the past surfaced, pulling him out of the abyss. The system confirmed that his and Shin Sua's destinies were deeply intertwined, and she was his noble benefactor. The image of Shin Sua from the past appeared vividly in his mind. Thanks to this connection, his stats were significantly boosted when he was with her. Seo Kangrim explained that only Shin Sua's voice could protect him from the Blood Fiend's screams. Shin Sua strengthened her resolve, accepting her role in the plan. Seo Kangrim confidently entrusted the task to Shin Sua, reassuring her that she could say anything. Immediately after, he charged straight into the dangerous area, despite Shin Sua's anxious calls. She anxiously clenched her hands as she watched him go. Regaining her composure, Shin Sua shouted words of encouragement, affirming her trust in him. Seo Kangrim smiled confidently, empowered by her words. He unhesitatingly plunged into the blood-red, defiled water. Inside, the nascent blood fiend had just formed from resentment. A giant, fleshy tentacle immediately surged up, lunging toward Seo Kangrim. Suddenly, Shin Sua's tree branches reached out from afar, coiling around the blood fiend as she shouted to draw its attention. She challenged the monster while the branches tightened, completely binding it. Through the communicator, Shin Sua announced an escape gate opened by Hojawang, and Kangrim realized it was the same path that had brought him here. She instructed him to flee if he encountered danger, making Kangrim secretly touched by her concern. He told himself that even if Shin Sua could hold on for now, she was still much weaker than the Dragon Tribe class Blood Fiend. Noticing that the Blood Fiend's awakening level was already 57/100, Kangrim decided he had to destroy it immediately. He scanned the red water, needing to quickly find the body of the clown troupe member. Kangrim was confused to only see the person's boots standing strangely upright at the bottom. Suddenly, a tremor occurred, making him cough up blood, and he realized in horror that the water level was changing. He turned back and saw the water being rapidly absorbed into the central mass of flesh, while Shin Sua's worried voice echoed. Seo Kangrim tensely realized the monster was growing stronger by the moment. Through the communicator, Shin Sua's voice rang out, encouraging him to try a little longer. With a determined gaze, Seo Kangrim did not waver. He plunged alone through the murky red water, heading straight for the central mass of flesh. Finally, he found the body of the female clown troupe member standing upright amidst the tentacles. He reached for the Twilight Belt pouch, secretly relieved it hadn't been absorbed yet. However, the body's eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing with hateful red light. A surge of dark energy erupted from the body, roaring and throwing Seo Kangrim far back. Amidst the chaos, he reassured Shin Sua that he had found the item. Blood streaming down his face, he admitted that he couldn't retrieve it immediately. The possessed body shrieked, ordering him to get out of the way and die. Gigantic fleshy tentacles lunged at him, while the curses against the gods continued. Seo Kangrim erupted with blue frostfire energy, wondering if the body had merged with the blood fiend. A system error window appeared, making him realize that not only the stream was defiled, enveloped in purple mist, the body continued to shriek madly, demanding that everyone die. Facing the curses, Seo Kangrim, ablaze with blue flames, declared that he was not a god. He grabbed the body, shouting that he was human, as the blue flames flared violently. Suppressed by his energy, the body still shrieked that there must be sacrifice to save humanity. In her subconscious, the girl's soul bitterly wondered about the contradiction of sacrificing humans to save humanity. Inside her mind, the soul of the female clown troupe member wondered if the sacrifice was meaningless and tragic. Seo Kangrim, radiating blue energy, leaned down and asked if she had regained consciousness. The female clown troupe member slowly regained consciousness, bewildered by what had just happened to her. Seo Kangrim questioned her about whether resurrecting the blood fiend was truly for the benefit of humanity. Cornered, she still shrieked, insisting that everything she did was for humanity. He immediately countered with a terrifying vision, where the awakened blood fiend would be a god-tier beast slaughtering all living beings, even soldiers. Kangrim continued to argue, asking if the gods would simply sit by and wait to die. He claimed they would selfishly open a gate for the blood fiend to flood into the human world, and that gate was already open. Hearing that, the female clown troupe member froze in terror. Seo Kangrim yelled that the blood fiend would eventually threaten even humans, and demanded she hand over the Doomflower. From the darkness, the blood fiend's shriek echoed, demanding to be fed in its ravenous hunger. Both felt the immense pressure as the evil entity was about to fully awaken. The blood fiend seemed to sense what it needed, joyfully exclaiming that it had found it. Seo Kangrim clutched his head in pain, desperately informing Shinsua that he couldn't hold on any longer. Witnessing that scene, the female clown troupe member realized that because of her, Kangrim's comrades were also being put in danger. She clutched her chest in agony, feeling the heavy burden of responsibility on her shoulders. Determined to end everything herself, she took out the box containing the Doomflower, which was radiating dark energy. A system notification appeared, stating that the blood fiend was about to awaken as she opened the box, revealing the brilliantly glowing flower. The Doomflower floated in midair, emitting an eerie purple aura that drew the attention of both of them. Seo Kangrim was horrified as he realized the danger from the Doomflower. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, swinging his sword, determined to destroy it. The sword blade shattered the flower in a violent purple energy explosion. The eerie petals disintegrated under his decisive sword strike. Deprived of its energy source, the blood fiend shrieked in despair, demanding more to eat. It vanished into nothingness, its hungry shrieks still echoing. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, the system announced that the blood fiend had been defeated, and so Kangrim breathed a sigh of relief. He reflected in shock, realizing that just a moment more and everything would have been beyond salvation. Silence enveloped him as he realized he had just escaped a catastrophe. Meanwhile, the female clown troupe member's body began to disintegrate as she realized she had almost committed a grave sin. With a serene expression, she offered her final apology before disappearing. Seo Kangrim tossed a pouch towards her, saying it would be useful to her. He watched, exhausted, having done everything he could. The system confirmed he had achieved an almost impossible victory. Thanks to this feat, Seo Kangrim's fate rank was elevated from Soul 2nd Class to Soul 1st Class. Elsewhere, an exhausted Shinsua called his name amidst withered branches. She collapsed to the ground but still smiled brightly, overjoyed by his success. Despite being drenched in sweat, she tried to reassure him that she was fine. Just then, Seo Kangrim appeared on a branch, calling her name anxiously. Seeing the empty bottles on the ground, Seo Kangrim remarked that Shinsua had used too much mana recovery tea. He advised her not to overexert herself, as she had used too many abilities today. Shinsua took his hand and replied that she was about to tell him the same thing. She questioned what would have happened if she hadn't come looking, as he had almost severely injured himself. Sua asked why he came to such a dangerous place, while Kangrim also wondered why she always took everything upon herself. Kangrim asked if she came here without knowing about the Seocheon flower field, making Sua bewilderedly ask what was there. He confessed that he only came here because he was worried about her. Then he bowed his head and apologized. Kangrim explained that he came to the Seocheon flower field to find these flowers. Sua asked in surprise what they were, and Kangrim began to explain their combined effects. He suggested she try taking all 3 flowers at once. Hearing this, Shinsua immediately brought them closer. Instantly, the flowers dissolved into countless petals of light. A warm current of energy enveloped her. Shinsua was astonished to feel her strength being restored within her body. Seo Kangrim smiled in relief, seeing his plan had succeeded. He explained that since everything happened because of him, he wanted to deal with the consequences himself. Yet, he had to accept her help once more. Seo Kangrim frantically called Shinsua's name when he saw her collapse, burying her face in her hands. He anxiously asked if anything was wrong as he supported her amidst the ruins. Seeing her not respond, he pressed, asking if she was hurt anywhere. Shinsua suddenly grabbed his collar, whispering for him never to do that again. She looked up and shouted, demanding that he never repeat such reckless actions. He tried to reassure her that it was just an arm, but she retorted that this time he had truly almost died. When she made him promise, Seo Kangrim evaded, saying he would share his plans beforehand next time. Shinsua looked at him with gentle eyes, accepting his promise. Immediately after, she suddenly embraced him in relief. In the quiet space, she thanked him for everything, and for the promise he had just made. Shinsua buried her face in his shoulder, saying that above all, she was grateful he was safe. Seo Kangrim smiled warmly, savoring the rare moment of peace. But suddenly, he cried out in pain and pushed her away. He clutched his head, writhing, realizing the pain came from the Guangshan River's current. Just then, the 3 garden gatekeepers appeared, and Seo Kangrim remarked that they had arrived early. The elf commander stared in horror at the defiled scene and questioned what he had done. The commander roared that he should have stopped the enemy, but Seo Kangrim coldly replied that they had no expectations of him anyway. He looked directly at the commander, asserting that the opponent also knew the enemy possessed the flower of destruction. The elf commander bowed his head in admission, finally understanding the extent of the danger Seo Kangrim had warned about. The elf commander bowed his head wearily, accepting the harsh truth. As he left the place, Seo Kangrim bitterly remarked on being considered a good god. He muttered that gods could not be trusted. A female teammate with a ponytail hurried after him, scolding him not to speak so carelessly. Seo Kangrim was confused, thinking there must be some reason for the god's actions. The female teammate questioned whether terrorism could be acceptable if there was a reason. A silver-haired swordsman approached, scoffing that he finally understood where Seo Kangrim's karma came from, blaming his mother. The female teammate with the ponytail angrily prepared to react, but Seo Kangrim acted first, landing a punch directly on the face of the one who had just insulted him. The ponytail girl screamed Seo Kangrim's name in horror. With fiery eyes, Kangrim grabbed the silver-haired swordsman's collar, growling that there were limits not to be crossed. The girl tried to intervene, shouting why he would mention his deceased teacher, asserting that she wasn't dead. Suddenly, another person spoke up, revealing that Seo Kangrim's adoptive mother was still alive. The female teammate with the ponytail was stunned by this information. Seo Kangrim turned around, utterly bewildered, and asked what that person was saying. In a flashback, the person in the wheelchair explained to the group that he wanted to know who the leader of the clown troupe was. He recalled seeing clown troupe members in the Great Demon Realm in a fanatical state, similar to those who once worshipped him. Therefore, he concluded that fighting them would solve nothing. And so, the Sea Heaven King answered his question about the clown troupe's leader. The Sea Heaven King revealed that the clown troupe's leader was a powerful ancient god named Seo Hwakyung. In the flashback, the Sea Heaven King told a mysterious man that he also had a connection to her, surprising both guests. Back in the present, Seo Kangrim was stunned to learn that Seo Hwakyung was his teammate's divine mother, and realized she was his own master. He cried out in utter disbelief, unable to believe she was still alive. The silver-haired swordsman sitting with them seemed amused, wondering if Kangrim would join the clown troupe. He excitedly compared the situation to a scenario where a protagonist infiltrates an enemy base to rescue a loved one. Seo Kangrim replied that the clown troupe in the Great Demon Realm had indeed tried to recruit him, but the group he encountered in the Western Heaven Garden was different. He recalled the female member of that group saying that they wanted nothing to do with him. When the silver-haired swordsman pressed further, Kangrim confirmed that this new clown troupe group was definitely different. A female teammate explained that they hadn't mentioned the Destiny Protection Bureau or a new order, unlike the previous group. Kangrim added that they wanted to free humanity from the gods, and disliked humans slaughtering each other. Another silver-haired man in the group confusedly wondered if there were 2 different clown troupes. The group speculated about the possibility of factions, or one being a fake, and concluded that the group the Sea Heaven King mentioned must be the real one. Another teammate wondered why the real clown troupe would hide this truth from them. Seo Kangrim mused, believing there must be a reason behind it. He firmly declared that, for now, he needed to investigate the clown troupe. He needed to uncover their true nature, and whether the groups he had encountered belonged to the same faction. The person in the wheelchair smiled, offering Seo Kangrim their assistance in this investigation. The other teammates also looked at him with cheerful and expectant expressions. In the Destiny Protection Bureau's meeting room, a tense meeting was underway as a man shouted that Guangshan water had completely vanished. Gongju, captain of Team 2, frantically asked again, worried that this meant they couldn't retrieve any more flowers. Seonmoon Yongyo, captain of Team 1, confirmed that the problem was even more severe. She revealed that the only doomflower they had cultivated was stolen by the clown troupe. Gongju couldn't believe it, wondering how overwhelming their power must be to breach the defenses of the Socheon flower field. Seonmoon Yongyo tiredly rubbed her forehead, lamenting that the Chilseok festival was approaching while all the powerful gods were absent. Ha Bakeyong, captain of Team 4, bowed his head in regret, suggesting that if they had monitored the clown troupe more carefully, the tragedy wouldn't have occurred. As he was about to apologize, Seonmoon Yongyo cut him off. Her eyes flashed with a powerful red spiral. She used her psychic power to punish him, emphasizing that monitoring the clown troupe was Ha Bakeyong's responsibility. Under immense pressure, Ha Bakeyong cringed, blood flowing from his nose as he stammered apologies. Horrified by his mistake, he began repeatedly banging his head on the table. Yang Ibaek, another captain, grabbed Ha Bakeyong's hair, stating that the next step was what mattered now. Yang Ibek, captain of Team 3, declared they needed to quickly complete the vessel before the flowers ran out. When Seonmun Yonghyo asked if they could do it, Yang Ibek replied that it would be impossible if they kept interfering. Seonmun Yonghyo tapped her hand on the table, making a decision. She stood up, ordering the selection of elite agents from each team. From those chosen, she would form a special task force. Their main mission was to hunt down and eliminate the terrorist group of awakened individuals. A few days later, a terrifying explosion rocked an entire city street. A masked attacker laughed loudly as he sowed chaos on the street, sending a man fleeing in terror. The attacker declared it a perfect day for the clown troupe's feast. Amidst energy explosions, the man desperately screamed for help. After getting into his car, the man stared at his phone in shock, wondering what was happening. His face was pale with fear, sweat pouring down as he sat behind the wheel. Suddenly, the attacker landed on the windshield and cheerfully greeted him. In a panic, the man called the emergency line and was connected to Agent Seo Jung-min of the Destiny Bureau. As Seo Jung-min was inquiring, a hand suddenly snatched the phone. The attacker was already inside the car, mocking the victim for calling the Protection Bureau, while Seo Jung-min on the other end promised to send help immediately. Seo Jung-min tried to reassure him, but the attacker prepared to destroy the phone, declaring that the Bureau wouldn't be able to save him. However, the attack was blocked by a small, cube-shaped creature. The man stared blankly out the window as the creature gently tapped on the glass. The creature smiled, holding up a sign that read, "The Destiny Bureau protects you." The attacker fell sprawling on the ground, while an agent in a suit stood there, condemning the use of power against civilians. With a resolute expression, the agent declared that such actions could not be forgiven. The attacker stood up, annoyed and surprised by the appearance of the Destiny Bureau agent. The masked individual showed a flicker of apprehension towards the new opponent. Immediately after, the attacker charged into battle, using the agent's staff as a springboard, but the agent calmly remarked that the opponent knew nothing. The agent swiftly closed in from behind and grabbed the attacker's head. Tearing off the mask, Agent On Nabi, deputy captain of Team 2, was revealed and faced the astonished enemy. The masked attacker declared that they were the clown troupe, those who would bring a new order. Finishing his statement, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to Agent On Nabi. On Nabi cursed in frustration, yelling for the attacker to stop immediately. Suddenly, a vibrant green vine unexpectedly shot up and tightly wrapped around the clown troupe member's leg. The vines quickly bound the attacker's entire body, suspending him upside down in the air. On Nabi was astonished by the sudden intervention, recognizing the ability and calling out Shin Sua's name. Shin Sua appeared, explaining to On Nabi that the Flying Tiger sect's base was nearby. Soon after, the twins Yunbom and Yoongyul also arrived, announcing their participation in the support effort. From another direction, Jang Tae-hun took down a clown troupe member and stated that they were also looking for them. At the same time, one of Shin Sua's silver-haired female teammates also acted, easily neutralizing the wooden mannequins. Another clown troupe member tried to rescue his captured comrade, but his slashes couldn't sever the vines. Shin Sua coldly watched the struggling enemy and advised them to give up. She recognized the captured individual as the clown troupe member who had once abducted Seo Kang-grim. Hanging upside down, the attacker casually denied the abduction, calling it a private conversation. Shin Sua, with a look of hatred, offered to handle the prisoner herself, but An Nabi refused, asserting that this was the Bureau's jurisdiction. The captured individual scoffed, asking who said he would allow himself to be caught. An Nabi confidently retorted that all of their accomplices had been apprehended and would soon be interrogated by the Bureau. Despite the threat, the clown troupe member remained defiant, asking if they thought he was out of options, as a purple aura began to emanate from him. Sensing the change, both Shin Sua and An Nabi looked up with alert expressions. The purple energy enveloped the captured individual's leg, beginning to dissolve Shin Sua's vines. The captured clown troupe member cheered happily upon seeing their leader arrive to rescue them, only to be scolded by him for boasting that everything was under control. The captive thought to himself that things wouldn't have turned out this way if it weren't for Seo Kang-grim's friends. Shin Sua heard from the boss and looked confused. The clown troupe leader coldly declared that his subordinate would be punished with solitary confinement. Shadow energy pulled the subordinate free from the branches, making him scream in frustration. Shin Sua and An Nabi tried to rush forward and stop him, but it was too late. Hovering in mid-air, the clown troupe leader remarked that the Destiny Protection Bureau was still weak and declared he wouldn't let them capture his people. With 2 daggers in hand and glowing eyes behind his mask, he swore to reclaim everything. Elsewhere, Seo Kang-grim arrived at the headquarters of the Radiant Cross Society and was told that Father Lee Suho was there. Kang-grim was led inside, hoping that the priest knew something about the clown troupe. In a flashback, Shinsoa's former comrades happily welcomed her back from the demon realm. They were excited because their master finally trusted them to entrust them with tasks and share information. Back in the present, Johann Richter revealed to Father Lee Suho that they had found a clue from an unexpected place. Johann became agitated when he was refused and loudly demanded to know why. Father Lee Suho, with a tired expression and eyes glowing purple, replied that he was the one who should be asking questions. Lee Suho questioned Johann why he associated with someone like So Kangrim, who appeared in an illusion alongside a silver-haired man. The priest firmly stated that he could not share information about that person. Lee Suho repeated his refusal coldly, leaving Kangrim's group utterly confused. The full scene showed Kangrim's group standing opposite Lee Suho on the stairs, and Johann was the one demanding an explanation. Lee Suho looked at Johann and asked why a devout person like him would associate with such individuals. Questioned about associating with evildoers, Johann Richter looked flustered. He hastily clarified that it was just a misunderstanding, but Lee Suho maintained a stern expression. Lee Suho warned Johann to come to his senses, as darkness would taint those who came near it. Later, in the car, So Kangrim apologetically apologized to Johann for the priest's harsh attitude. Kangrim told himself that this situation was inevitable. He recalled the moment Lee Suho's Eye of Judgment ability was activated. That ability allowed Lee Suho to see the heavy karma that Kangrim had accumulated. Kangrim realized that the priest had seen through his true nature. He pondered the enormous karma from over 400 lives in his previous life. This meant that he would inevitably clash with those capable of seeing karma, like Lee Suho, in the future. Kangrim wasn't afraid of making more enemies, as he was already too accustomed to it. However, he knew the Radiant Cross Society was an organization of powerful, awakened priests. In the past, their power was even strong enough to rival the 5 great clans. Kangrim worried that if such a force became an enemy, the Flying Tiger sect would be implicated because of him. Dako Jun interrupted his thoughts with a question about their next plan. Kangrim tiredly replied that they would go back, since Lee Suho had already led his people to conquer a demon realm. Johann Richter confirmed that it must be a large-scale demon realm, as all the awakened priests had departed. Doko Jun smirked slyly, realizing that their headquarters was now completely empty, which made Kangrim suspicious. He sneered, suggesting that if someone already hated him, they should be given a good reason to hate him. The car sped off, leaving Johann screaming in panic because Dako Jun was once again stirring up trouble. Inside the car, Johann Richter was still stunned, wondering if grabbing Father Lee Suho's collar wasn't already aggressive enough. Dako Jun began to explain, stating that their problem was trying to get information without anything to offer in return. He argued that to get what they needed, they had to offer what the other party wanted, which made Seo Kangrim ask if he had a plan. With a mischievous smile, Doko Jun casually replied that he was planning to rob them. He painted a scenario of taking over the society's church and threatening to burn it down to force their cooperation. Johann Richter screamed in horror, unable to believe what he had just heard. When challenged by Dako Jun to come up with a better plan, Johann could only admit that he had no ideas either. Dako Jun remained silent, his hand on the seat as if contemplating. Johann still held on to hope, imagining a scene where Father Lee Suho would change his attitude upon seeing the people they had saved. He asserted that if they just showed Lee Suho their good side, everything would be resolved. But Dako Jun poured cold water on his hopes, saying they didn't have time to build relationships, and it was uncertain if Lee Suho would meet them again. To Johann's vehement protest about arson, Dako Jun merely shrugged, saying it didn't necessarily have to be fire. So Kangrim then proposed another idea, to raid the demon realm Lee Suho had gone to, together. Immediately, Dako Jun excitedly stomped on the accelerator, making So Kangrim suddenly fall back. The car sped wildly forward, as Dako Jun yelled, accepting the allied raid plan. So Kangrim frantically asked where he was going, not understanding why he was acting so suddenly. Dako Jun smirked smugly, admitting he didn't know either, but had anticipated this situation. He revealed that he had secretly attached a tracking device to the priest. Seo Kangrim checked the signal, confirming the target hadn't gone far, while Johann was struck speechless by this reckless act. The car suddenly made a dangerous U-turn on the highway, despite Johann screaming that it was illegal. In a remote mountainous area, Father Lee Suho led a group of monks and nuns from the Radiant Cross Society as they stepped off a bus. A monk expressed doubt, wondering if this was truly the high-level demon realm they had been informed about. The entire group was astonished by a colossal, azure, and mystical spatial gate. Lee Suho looked annoyed upon hearing a cheerful voice echo from ahead. A person introduced himself as Mugyok, a hunter from the Black Sect, welcomed them, and asked if they were from the Radiant Cross Society. Lee Suho coldly confirmed and inquired about the others in Mugyok's group. Mugyok explained that they had arrived early and decided to enter first because the demonic energy was too strong, risking the area turning into a monster den. Lee Suho frowned, deeming it too dangerous for the Black Sect to enter a high-level demon realm alone without prior notice. However, Mugyok confidently boasted that their sect leader was an extremely powerful national shaman, then invited Lee Suho to come along and meet him. Suddenly, Mugyok pointed behind Lee Suho and asked if the people hiding there were his. Lee Suho turned back in confusion. He angrily grabbed Dokojun and Johann Richter, who were sneaking around, shouting as he discovered the whole group was following him. Lee Suho sternly questioned what they were doing here. Seo Kangrim stepped out, scratching his head as he explained that they heard this was a large-scale demon realm, and came to see if they could help. Lee Suho crossed his arms, flatly refused, and declared that they didn't need Kangrim's help. Meanwhile, a nun and another monk whispered to each other, recognizing So Kangrim, and thinking it would be great to have such a strong person assist them. Hearing the whispers, Lee Suho clearly showed his annoyance. He looked at So Kangrim with disdain, saying that he didn't want help from someone like Kangrim. When Kangrim asked if it was because of his karma, Lee Suho admitted that was part of the reason. Lee Suho smirked, revealing the main reason was his disgust for Seo Kangrim's ability to steal the fate of the dead. Lee Suho questioned So Kangrim about his true intentions. He sharply asked if Kangrim was here to help, or to collect their corpses. Johann Richter angrily shouted, demanding Father Lee Suho explain his accusation. Realizing his ability was the biggest obstacle, So Kangrim calmly accepted. Kangrim looked directly at Lee Suho, asking if he was afraid of his ability, and asserting that there was a solution. Despite being told to leave, Kangrim pulled out a golden scroll and declared he would make an oath. He solemnly swore not to use his fate-stealing ability during this raid. The oath etched onto the glowing scroll. Lee Suho was stunned by Kangrim's decisive action. Dokojun stepped forward, smiling, and declared he would bet his very life to vouch for Kangrim's oath. Lee Suho interrupted, indicating he wanted to carefully examine the oath scroll. Still confused, Lee Suho asked again if they could join now, reiterating that they truly only came to help. So Kangrim crossed his arms and chuckled, admitting that they also came here to earn some points. Kangrim told Lee Suho that if he wasn't trusted, he would earn that trust himself. Lee Suho sternly warned that there would be no turning back, and if it was just for trust, Kangrim should give up. He explained that the reason they accepted the help was because this demon realm was extremely dangerous and had been abandoned for too long. With a sinister smile, Lee Suho revealed that the demonic energy here was so dense that demonic beasts could spontaneously generate, and challenged them to turn back if they were afraid. Johann Richter, in turn, became excited, happy for the chance to prove himself. Reluctantly, Lee Suho assigned Kangrim's group to move with him inside the demon realm. He looked directly at Seo Kangrim and warned that he would always keep an eye on him. As Lee Suho turned to confer with his group, Kangrim silently thought that convincing them wouldn't be easy at all. Dokojun called out to Seo Kangrim, asking if he was done talking, while a Black Sect member was excitedly on the ground. Kangrim cautiously asked Mugyok if he didn't look like someone from the Radiant Cross Society. Mugyok cheerfully confirmed he was from the Black Sect and would also join Lee Suho's team, hoping to be of assistance. Another Black Sect member excitedly suggested taking a photo with Kangrim, as it was a rare chance to team up with a celebrity. Mugyok asked if the Black Sect leader had said anything about him, and when Kangrim gave a vague reply, he cheerfully let it go. As they were taking photos, a stern voice from afar demanded they stop joking around and focus. Lee Suho coldly warned that if they wandered carelessly, they wouldn't survive. Reprimanded, Mugyok hastily ran to Lee Suho and profusely apologized. After gathering, the entire group advanced together towards the entrance of the demon realm. Lee Suho looked up at the colossal spatial gate before him, unable to hide his astonishment. The entire team was overwhelmed by the immense scale of the demon realm, a sight far beyond anything they had ever witnessed. As they stepped inside, a system notification appeared, making Seo Kangrim's expression change. Demon Realm, Deep Sea Mating Dance. Inside, the group was horrified to see countless colossal fish-shaped demonic beasts hovering above them, with the mission objective to eliminate them all. Lee Suho assessed that while it would take time, being able to enter and exit freely would help them complete the mission through continuous hunting. So Kangrim immediately denied it, thinking to himself that conquering this demon realm wasn't as simple as just hunting monsters. He recalled that in his previous life, this was the fourth great demon realm, where countless people had lost their lives because they couldn't find the hidden strategy. Suddenly, a monk shouted an alarm as the demonic beasts unexpectedly charged, startling Kangrim because the timing and attack positions had completely changed from the past. Swarms of colossal demonic fish with razor-sharp teeth plunged down, aiming directly at the group of hunters. Kangrim quickly composed himself, reasoning that despite the changes, the core content of the demon realm remained the same, and he heard his teammates calling his name. Drawing his sword, Kangrim charged forward to block the first attack and promised himself that this time, he wouldn't let anyone die. As the group of priests returned fire, the swarm of deep-sea demonic beasts still ferociously charged forward. They poured in like a flood, completely overwhelming the defenses. Lee Suho panicked as he realized the dire situation. He desperately announced that they had run out of ammunition. A nun had to use energy to push back the encroaching monsters. Seeing this, Johann Richter quickly erected a defensive barrier, calling everyone to gather. Seo Kangrim immediately asked if Johann could expand the barrier to encompass the entire area. Johann anxiously replied that it was possible, but it would greatly weaken the barrier. Despite the risk, Kangrim firmly told him to proceed, as he had a plan. A gigantic energy dome enveloped the entire team, blocking the frenzied deep-sea demonic beasts attacking from outside. Lee Suho angrily questioned Kangrim, claiming this action was a useless waste of mana. Ignoring the criticism, Kangrim rushed out of the group, preparing for the next step. As expected, the fragile barrier was quickly breached by a deep-sea demonic beast. Immediately, Kangrim unleashed his full power. His hair turned white as icy energy gathered on his sword. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful frostfire attack. A gigantic wave of ice spread out, freezing the entire swarm of deep-sea demonic beasts in an instant. Lee Suho was stunned as he watched walls of ice rise around them. He couldn't believe that all the demonic beasts had been annihilated in a single blow. Standing amidst the icy battlefield, Kangrim calmly stated that everything had gone exactly as planned. Then, he threw a punch, shattering the ice block along with the monster inside. So Kangrim stood amidst the shattered ice fragments, his face completely satisfied with the outcome. From a distance, Father Lee Suho observed, thinking to himself that Kangrim was truly a troublemaker. Lee Suho admitted Kangrim had power, but that only made him more worried about the ominous karma emanating from the other man. A dark, ill-omened aura enveloped Seo Kangrim, manifesting as proof of Lee Suho's concern. Kangrim turned back with a smug smile, asking if the recent display was worth the mana expenditure. Lee Suho reluctantly admitted that it was indeed useful to have Kangrim along. Meanwhile, the members of the Radiant Cross Society cheered in admiration, praising the excellent coordination and acknowledging the caliber of the renowned hunters. However, Lee Suho gritted his teeth, bitterly thinking that such talent should have belonged to a more virtuous person. Kangrim approached, placed a hand on Lee Suho's shoulder, and said that he had something to discuss regarding the raid strategy. He glanced back with a serious expression, signaling for the upcoming discussion. Elsewhere, Mugyok happily reported that just as So Kangrim had said, when they spread out, the small monsters didn't attack, and this was actually a boss fight. Lee Suho, while shooting down a monster, yelled at Mugyok not to be careless during battle. Mugyok remained relaxed behind the barrier, saying he didn't need to do anything because Dako Jun had everything handled. Johann Richter turned to ask Mugyok if accompanying So Kangrim was always this easy, because even though they had just met, Kangrim ordered him as if he knew his abilities well. Mugyok confirmed that was true, recalling that even during his trainee days, So Kangrim had always adapted very well. Lee Suho continued fighting, secretly acknowledging that in terms of combat, cooperating with Kangrim was even more comfortable than with his brethren in the Radiant Cross Society. He looked at Kangrim's back, speculating that perhaps this was how Kangrim had won over Father Johann. Lee Suho gripped his gun tightly, telling himself that he wouldn't let Seo Kangrim sway him. After the battle, the entire group stood amidst the scattered corpses of deep-sea demonic beasts. Suddenly, Mugyok exclaimed when he saw someone in the distance, happily calling out, "Cha Shin, I'm here." The man named Cha Shin wondered why Mugyok had brought such a large group. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, as he recognized a familiar face in the crowd. Meanwhile, Lee Suho stepped forward to greet the Black Sect Master, saying he had something to deliver. Without warning, Cha Shin furiously grabbed Lee Suho by the collar. His gaze fixed on Seo Kangrim, he uttered his name in shock. Kangrim also recognized the man, thinking to himself it had been a long time since he'd seen Shaman Lee Hyun. Lee Hyun gritted his teeth, his rage erupting fiercely. He roared, questioning why Kangrim still dared to live, and calling him the one who caused the death of his senior. Lee Hyun's hand clenched, preparing to attack. He shoved Kangrim hard, shouting what he was doing here, if he wanted to drag him down into the mud too. Pushed down, Kangrim tried to call for calm so they could talk, but Lee Hyun didn't listen. Grabbing Kangrim by the collar and cursing him as a cursed bringer of misfortune, he drew his sword, declaring that everything was Kangrim's fault. As he swung his sword, the beads on his hat snapped, and a voice rang out calling him an old man. Jun appeared, holding a sword to Lee Hyun's neck, blocking the attack aimed at Kangrim. He smiled, asking them to stop speaking in riddles and explain to everyone. Lee Hyun glared and asked if Jun was Kangrim's teammate, and Jun happily confirmed they were inseparable. Lee Hyun turned back to look at Kangrim with contempt, thinking to himself that Jun had no idea what kind of person he was associating with. He continued his bitter thoughts that wherever Kangrim was, only corpses were left behind, and an image of Seo Hwakyung's memorial portrait appeared. In a metaphorical scene, Lee Hyun pointed an accusing finger at Seo Kangrim, who sat alone amidst a mournful space. He growled, mentioning senior Seo Hwakyung and calling Kangrim a bringer of misfortune. The flashback returned to a scene of Lee Hyun standing before Seo Hwakyung's memorial altar at her funeral. With a furious expression, he asserted that Kangrim's misfortune would kill everyone around him. Lee Hyun sensed killing intent in today's fate, and he clenched his fists. He believed it was an omen for his fated encounter with Kangrim. Lee Hyun questioned why Kangrim had appeared, when the killing intent clearly wasn't his own. Kangrim gritted his teeth, enduring, wondering if it was worth hearing these words just to save Lee Hyun's life. Another flashback showed Lee Hyun having once pleaded with Seo Hwakyung to send Kangrim away when he was a child, fearing he would harm her. In another memory, Seo Hwakyung explained to her son, Kang Do-hyun, that Lee Hyun had always been like that, and had helped her greatly during the funeral. She revealed a secret, asking Do-hyun if he knew why Lee Hyun always wore black. The image of Lee Hyun standing before Seo Hwakyung's memorial altar reappeared. Seo Hwakyung explained that, even after many years, Lee Hyun was still wearing mourning clothes to commemorate his deceased mother. Back in the present, Lee Hyun continued to berate Kangrim, criticizing him for not attending Seo Hwakyung's funeral. Kangrim was confused, trying to find an explanation for his actions. His eyes flashed with panic at the unwavering fury. Lee Hyun burst into tears of pain and anger, shouting that Kangrim should have been the one to die. Just then, Lee Soo-ho stepped forward, declaring that those words had gone too far. He placed a hand on Lee Hyun's shoulder to stop him, then turned to speak to Kangrim. Lee Soo-ho loudly announced that Seo Kangrim had agreed to join the raid with the Radiant Cross Society. Seo Kangrim was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Lee Soo-ho held him firmly, assuring Lee Hyun's group that they wouldn't let the two meet again. Lee Hyun remained silent, his face shrouded in shadow. He ordered Mugyok to follow him, then turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Jun suggested that his entire group should also end their hunt. Seeing this, Seo Kangrim shouted in panic, trying to stop Lee Soo-ho. He warned that if Lee Hyun was allowed to leave like that, he would surely die. He desperately thought that even if Lee Hyun treated him badly, he was still his family's benefactor, and he couldn't let him die. Kangrim gritted his teeth, once again asserting with certainty that Lee Hyun would die in this dungeon. His words finally made Lee Soo-ho stop. He shouted, revealing the reason. Lee Hyun would be attacked by the clown troupe. At the same time, as Shin So-ah was restraining two clown troupe members, their leader suddenly appeared, making his subordinates cheer in joy. Shin So-ah was astonished, wondering if the newcomer was indeed the leader of the clown troupe. The clown troupe leader sighed, asking if all his people had been captured. He calmly declared that he would have to rescue them again. Shin So-ah and An Nabi tried to counterattack, but were blocked by branches, making Shin So-ah cry out in helplessness. The clown troupe leader charged forward, easily slicing through the obstacles with his twin daggers. He dove straight down, targeting Shin So-ah, who was off guard on the ground. In a flash, he closed in and held a knife to her throat, completely incapacitating Shin So-ah. Shin So-ah stared at her bound enemies, demanding they follow her. She had bound a clown troupe member tightly with thorny branches, and declared she had many questions for him. Shin So-ah began her interrogation. Starting with the matter of the previous dungeon, she continued to question their attempt to recruit Seo Kangrim. Suddenly, the clown troupe leader dove down from above to attack, astonishing Shin So-ah. The two captured members joyfully shouted for their leader. One of them tried to warn that this place was very dangerous. However, the leader unleashed a barrage of throwing knives, attacking his own bound subordinates. Shin So-ah's two teammates standing nearby were stunned and astonished that the leader moved without making a sound. Immediately after, the clown troupe leader turned to pursue a man in a blue shirt who was fleeing, shouting that he wouldn't escape. The man in the blue shirt turned back, asserting that if he let the clown escape, he wouldn't be able to face his boss. He channeled energy into his fist, preparing for a counterattack. The man smiled confidently as he faced his pursuer. The clown troupe leader suddenly froze as the binding technique was activated. Glowing golden chains immediately wrapped tightly around his body. A shaman in black stood on a magic circle, the one who had cast the binding spell. The mysterious shaman held a golden staff, muttering about a fake clown sect. He grabbed the mask of the restrained clown troop leader. While the shaman declared he would reveal his true identity, the leader realized in panic that he could not be captured here. Immediately, the leader's body shattered into fragments of energy to escape. Restrained by the black-robed shaman's binding technique, the clown troop leader struggled in vain. Suddenly, a pink-haired shamaness appeared and declared that this charade was over. The leader was stunned by this unexpected intervention. Immediately after, the forced release skill activated, shattering the purple energy encirclement. Freed from the restraints, the leader staggered before collapsing to the ground. Amidst his fallen subordinates, a dark aura began to emanate from the leader's body. His eyes behind the mask flared with a hateful purple light. Witnessing the sight, a group of nearby people recoiled in panic, the blue-clad man shouting a warning. A grotesque spider-masked creature appeared, causing them to exclaim in horror that it wasn't human. The gray-haired woman pointed forward, her face pale with fear. Those words seemed to ignite the leader's deep-seated rage. He let out a savage laugh and drew a sharp dagger. In a flash, the leader closed in and plunged the dagger into the gray-haired woman's back. He leaned close to her ear, sneering, "You say I'm not human?" Then he roared, questioning if they considered him a failure as he lunged to attack the entire group. The stabbed woman began to transform, becoming a spider-masked monster with glowing purple eyes. The leader screamed maniacally, cursing those who dared to disrespect him. The spider monster turned to face a group of black-suited Asura sect members who had just appeared. A man in the Asura group clapped, looking amused. Immediately after, the spider monster lunged towards the blue-clad man, but glowing yellow talismans suddenly appeared on its back. As the Asura members opened fire from above, causing a terrifying explosion, one of Shinsoa's comrades struggled in battle on the ground. This comrade strained to resist, their face showing extreme tension amidst the sea of fire. In the chaos, that person was astonished to realize the true identity of the fake clown troop. The clown troop leader stood tall, causing his opponent to exclaim in shock that they were actually monsters. The spider monster called its leader Captain. Immediately after, it corrected itself, calling that person Team Leader, while the leader wore a grotesque spider mask. Another clown troop member admitted that he had always felt something was off, and now he knew his leader was a monster. The spider monster immediately questioned the leader, asking if the high command knew about this. Witnessing the conversation, Shinsua's comrade roared in anger, demanding an answer and asking if the Fate Protection Bureau knew the truth. A disgruntled clown troop member turned his back. Another threw his mask to the ground, shouting that he was withdrawing because he couldn't tolerate such things anymore. The masks of the other members also fell to the ground in unison. Shinsua's comrade realized in horror that they were all Team 4 Reapers. The clown troop leader looked annoyed, stating that he had anticipated this and never wanted to work with ordinary Reapers. He unleashed a terrifying surge of purple energy that enveloped his body. Countless sharp, spider leg-like appendages sprouted from his back, lashing out at the traitors. All the rebellious Reapers were caught and restrained by the shadowy appendages. One of the captured individuals looked up in despair. Suspended in the air, the leader mocked his subordinate, asking why he cared and what difference knowing the truth made. The spider monster calmly called out the leader's name and title, Assistant Director Rananot. A flying tiger sect member realized in horror the enemy's true identity. Rananot Mauer, a Team 4 Reaper. Meanwhile, an Asura commander was stunned, wondering if the Fate Protection Bureau was involved with this fake clown troop. Elsewhere, Seonmun Yongyo began an important meeting. She informed the agents, including Seo Jungmin, that they would form a special task force to pursue the clown troop, causing one person to silently wonder. That agent wondered why Team 4 wasn't participating in this operation. Seonmun Yongyo smiled and explained that those Reapers seemed to be busy with another mission. Back in the present, the Asura commander was terrified, realizing the scale of the conspiracy, wondering if even the captain was involved. On the battlefield, the recently rebellious clown troop member collapsed in despair. Rananot coldly declared that wasn't the question he needed an answer to. The Asura commander shouted, urging his subordinates to calm down because they needed to extract information from the captured individual. But Rananot landed, dark purple energy beginning to spread from his feet. Witnessing that sight, the Asura commander was struck dumb with terror. Instantly, purple energy threads erupted from the ground, binding everyone present. One of Shinsua's female comrades screamed in pain as she was held fast by the threads. Another tried to cut them with a sword but to no avail, panicking as he saw them climbing higher. Shinsua shouted, asking Yu Harang if he could forcibly undo this skill, but he replied that he had already been trying. Rananot's threat of corrosion ability had been partially unleashed. Yu Harong strained to resist, explaining that he couldn't fully break it because the skill was cast in multiple overlapping layers. Countless system notifications appeared, showing Yu Harong breaking through each layer of the thread of corrosion. Finally, the pressure became too great, and Yu Harong screamed in agony, causing Shin Sua to call out his name in horror. Amidst the purple energy threads, Yu Harong gritted his teeth, enduring the tearing pain. Suddenly, fresh blood splattered from a fatal stab. In his dying moments, Lanarno Mauer desperately wondered why everything had ended this way. He recalled that he simply wanted to protect everyone. That was the sole reason he became a Reaper. But now another member of the clown troupe was also facing death in horror. Bound tightly, Shin Sua and Zhang Taehun could only helplessly witness the brutal scene. Rananat Mauer coldly watched his subordinate, Lenarnat Mauer, fall at the feet of the spider monster. Another member of the clown troupe was also bound tightly, bowing his head, accepting his fate. The spider monster grabbed him, lifting him into the air at Rananat's command. He screamed for mercy in vain before being finished off. Standing amidst the pool of blood, Rananat Mauer coldly remarked that the losses were heavy. He looked around and realized So Kangrim was not there. Rananat then sent a message to Kangrim, saying that the clown troupe always welcomed him. Witnessing everything, Kang Do-hyun bowed his head, wondering why they had spared their lives. Rananat explained that they were part of someone else's arrangement and would be used for a greater purpose. With that, he turned and left, leaving Kang Do-hyun's group with an unconscious Yu Harong. Kang Do-hyun gritted his teeth in fury at that explanation. He clenched his fists, wondering what being protected meant after all this. A memory flashed back, an image of Shin Sua smiling assertively that they would protect Kangrim. Zhang Taehun and the other members of the Flying Tiger sect also echoed in unison, swearing to protect their master at all costs. Back with Shin Sua's group, Zhang Taehun bitterly blamed himself for having been useless. He believed that the group had become too complacent after leaving the training facility. Zhang Taehun realized that without Seo Kangrim and Father Johan, they collapsed and could not be a pillar of support for their comrades. A female student with blonde hair also collapsed in despair, taking all the blame upon herself. Shin Sua came to comfort her, asserting that it wasn't anyone's fault. She looked at the group resolutely and declared that the problem was simply that they were all too weak. Standing before the disheartened members, Shin Sua urged everyone to find a way to become stronger so they could protect Seo Kangrim. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Seo Kangrim looked utterly shocked and enraged by a horrifying sight. Johann Richter and a silver-haired companion were also extremely terrified, with Johann blaming himself, thinking he should have followed Kangrim. The three of them rushed through a corridor filled with the corpses of monks, trying to find any survivors. In another dungeon, a group of traditionally dressed hunters was fighting a swarm of ferocious deep-sea demonic fish. One monster was targeted by a precise attack. The group's leader, a bearded man wearing a gat, focused on using a magical item. The entire group simultaneously unleashed powerful attacks, wiping out the swarm of monsters. After the battle, the members remarked that the deeper they went, the more formidable the monsters became. The leader suddenly felt something strange, realizing the mana flow in this area seemed unusual and artificial. He grew even more worried when the dungeon map no longer responded. Standing before a dark cave entrance, below which lay monster corpses, the leader believed something was definitely inside. The group didn't hesitate to step through the pools of blood to enter the cave. A member spoke up to dissuade them, arguing they shouldn't go in, but the leader silently pressed forward. A member of the group, Mugiok, anxiously asked what they would do if the clown troupe actually appeared. He tried to explain that he had a bad feeling about the inside of the cave, even though he saw no one. The leader thought to himself, admitting that Mugiok's intuition was very good. However, he said that if they already knew their enemy, there was no reason to avoid them. Mugiok clenched his hands, not understanding why everyone could be so calm. He shouted, reminding everyone of So Kangrim's words. Mugiok revealed his vision. Ihyun Manshin would die in this dungeon, ambushed by the clown troupe. Hearing the prophecy of his own death, the leader was momentarily stunned. He turned back, coldly asking Mugiok if he was cursing him. Despite Mugiok's explanation, the leader remained confident that he could not be defeated by those lowlifes. Mugiok explained that he only briefly saw a moment in the future, just like when he was a child. The leader placed a hand on Mugiok's shoulder, reassuring him that now that he knew, he would be fine, because with preparation, the enemy wouldn't stand a chance. Mugiok realized that visions only showed outcomes, which were often the most changeable futures. The leader laughed loudly, deciding to use this opportunity to destroy them. He added that even the Destiny Protection Bureau had listed the clown troupe as public enemies. As they delved deeper, the group confirmed that the pools of blood beneath their feet were indeed monster blood. They were astonished to discover a river of blood flowing through the cave. The leader decided the group would follow this river of blood to investigate. As soon as they stepped in, the river of blood began to bubble and glow strangely. The blood suddenly converged, forming a mysterious glowing object, astonishing the entire group. The Black Sect leader noticed all the blood in the dungeon was flowing to a single spot. That blood was being absorbed by a golden holy grail, emitting an ominous aura. Mugiok suggested they go down to investigate, and the leader agreed that they needed to identify what the item was. The group quickly approached the central area, where streams of blood were swirling violently. They discovered it was the blood grail, capable of converting blood into mana to refine items. Initially, the leader thought it didn't seem particularly dangerous, as he observed the bubbling liquid inside. Suddenly, a net-shaped energy barrier emerged from the ground, trapping the entire group. The Black Sect leader was startled, immediately realizing there were intruders. When a group of masked figures in black appeared, Mugiok screamed in horror that it was the clown troupe. A shaman from the Black Sect calmly reassured everyone, telling them to proceed as usual. The Black Sect leader realized this was an opportunity to earn merit with the Destiny Protection Bureau by dealing with this terrorist group. A member of the clown troupe ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The masked assassins charged forward in unison, determined to eliminate the intruders. The Black Sect leader roared in anger, swinging the glowing fan in his hand to retaliate against those who dared to appear. The battle erupted, and a clown troupe member was immediately struck down by a powerful attack. A Black Sect member confidently declared that, though the enemies were numerous, they were not formidable, then charged in. Fighting left and right, Mugiok also joined the battle, using his crimson energy to block the opponent's attacks. Realizing a swift end was needed, the Black Sect leader channeled his power, causing his hand to glow with golden energy and be covered in ancient script. He unleashed a decisive strike onto the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that swept away all enemies. After the battle ended, Mugiok breathed a sigh of relief, standing with his leader and comrades amidst the rubble. Amidst the dissipating smoke, the bodies of the clown troupe members lay scattered on the ground. A Black Sect member cheered joyfully, praising the leader's power for easily defeating the terrorists. Mugiok also sighed in relief. He was about to ask if everyone was safe. However, a blazing wheel-shaped weapon suddenly shot towards them, stunning Mugiok. The Black Sect leader also turned back in surprise as the attack grazed Mugiok. Two flame wheels continued to hover in the air menacingly. A mysterious masked figure appeared, hovering in midair with the flame wheels, and complained about someone daring to intrude upon their secret base. The Black Sect leader gritted his teeth, unable to believe that they hadn't sensed the enemy's presence at all until they were so close. The masked figure looked down at the group, declaring that since they had seen what they shouldn't have, they would die here. With that, the figure delivered a kick, activating the special skill, Flame Wheel. Two Black Sect members screamed in terror as the flame wheels hurtled towards them. The Black Sect leader immediately charged forward, taking the full brunt of the attack. He shouted loudly, ordering his subordinates to quickly call for reinforcements because they couldn't handle this opponent. The masked figure merely asked coldly where they intended to run. Immediately after, the attacker shot into the air to continue the pursuit. While fleeing, a member wondered if there were any other teams nearby, or if they should seek out members of the Radiant Cross Society. The others looked back at their leader, who was single-handedly holding off the enemy. The masked figure attacked relentlessly, making one wonder how long the leader could hold out. Witnessing that scene, Mugiok gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with determination. He suddenly stopped, stomped his foot on the ground, and shouted that he would stay. A Black Sect member asked in astonishment what Mugiok was doing, but he was determined to turn back, believing two fighters were better than one. Meanwhile, the masked figure charged forward, scoffing that even great power was useless. The figure easily overwhelmed the Black Sect leader with a kick, declaring that he couldn't even land a hit. The Black Sect leader painfully coughed after the sudden attack. The masked figure looked down with absolute smugness. The figure continued to attack, sneering that even a government-appointed awakened one was nothing. Just then, Mugiok intervened, creating a red energy shield to block the strike. The collision created a powerful shockwave. Mugiok gritted his teeth, pushing with all his might against the opponent's power. The Black Sect leader was astonished, shouting to ask why Mugiok had returned. Mugiok held up a talisman, asserting that he was here to replace the uncooperative one and change the future. He unleashed a strike, shattering the incoming fragments of red energy. The masked figure showed amusement, asking Mugiok how long he thought he could last while wasting so much mana. Despite being injured, Mugiok still told himself to try and hold out until reinforcements arrived. But the enemy crushed his hopes, saying that even if he stalled, his friends wouldn't survive. The figure turned to mock the Black Sect leader, asking if an important national advisor intended to fight anymore. The figure continued to sneer at his helplessness in hiding behind his subordinates, leaving the black sect leader to endure in silence. Seeing his leader humiliated, Mugyok angrily shouted, telling the figure to shut up. He declared that someone like her had no right to speak of his leader that way, making the masked figure ask back curiously. Suddenly, a giant stone hand appeared from above, just as a golden key fell to the ground and shattered. Thrown high by giant stone pillars that suddenly erupted, the masked figure tumbled through the air. The attacker scoffed, surprised that their opponent had secretly prepared such a powerful move. On the ground, Mugyok and his leader staggered, exhausted after the attack. The leader felt his body trembling, wondering what he would do next. Nevertheless, he struggled to his feet, asserting that he was fine, and challenging that the masked figure was not. The masked figure understood, remarking that structural abilities typically consumed a great deal of mana, deeming it a power beyond human capability. The figure unleashed their flaming wheels. Simultaneously, the leader's talismans burned out, as the system announced he had run out of mana and fallen into a state of mana depletion. Without his protective shield, the leader took the full force of the attack amidst Mugyok's horrified scream. The masked figure smugly asked if they had defeated all of them. They slowly approached the victim. Drawing a dagger, the attacker believed this was the best way to end things. Pinned to the ground, the leader growled, asking if the enemy thought it was all over. In that moment, he recalled the past, when Mugyok had offered to help. But back then, he himself had stopped them, believing they shouldn't go in. The masked figure lunged for the finishing blow, while the leader silently admitted that he had been too arrogant. Suddenly, a hand shot out, seizing the attacker's wrist. A fierce blue, icy energy burst forth, blocking the dagger and flinging the masked figure away. Seo Kangrim appeared with white hair and a blazing frost sword, causing the attacker to gasp his name in shock. Ihyun Manshin, leader of the Black Sect, asked in astonishment why Seo Kangrim was here. With his brilliantly white hair, Kangrim replied that if he died, he wouldn't be able to face their master. He blocked the masked figure's attack, and declared that he also had business to settle with the fake clown troupe. The attacker angrily brushed off the blow, shouting that they had no quarrel with Kangrim. While Mugyok anxiously inquired, Ihyun Manshin was still stunned, realizing that the one who had just saved him was Seo Kangrim. He recalled Kangrim from the past, a person who was always shy and avoided everyone. He couldn't believe that the coward who always ran away was now rushing into danger to save him. Standing guard in front of the Black Sect members, Seo Kangrim faced the enemy, his frost sword radiating cold. Their weapons clashed violently, creating a dazzling spark in mid-air. Kangrim was secretly puzzled, wondering why someone as strong as Ihyun Manshin had been defeated so easily. The masked figure furiously revealed that their superiors had deliberately set up this stage right near Kangrim's base. They screamed that even if they couldn't kill Kangrim, they wouldn't let him act freely. The attacker's hand reached for a giant golden cup, declaring that everyone would ultimately be used according to his will. Seo Kangrim lunged forward with terrifying speed, secretly astonishing the masked figure. Realizing the disadvantageous situation, the masked figure decided to prioritize taking the item and escaping. Unexpectedly, elsewhere, Johann Richter panicked as he saw a strange object flying towards him. He immediately fired a flare into the sky to signal. A green energy shield was erected, protecting Johann's group from the sparks of attack from the fleeing masked figure. Johann Richter shouted, announcing that the enemy was escaping. "No!" Seo Kangrim roared, swinging his sword to unleash a wide-area frost attack to block the enemy's path. Jang Tae-hoon yelled that the enemy couldn't be allowed to escape. The masked figure continued to flee, clutching the precious golden cup. Suddenly, an unfamiliar gray-haired man appeared, remarking that prolonging this would only cause frustration as dark energy gathered in his hand. Instantly, a giant ice wall erupted from the ground, blocking the masked figure's retreat. The enemy was astonished, frantically searching for another escape route. Seo Kangrim appeared before them, facing the enemy who was now completely frozen. With his sword wreathed in frostfire, Seo Kangrim declared that he had captured a member of the clown troupe. Though encased in ice, the enemy still spoke, challenging Seo Kangrim about why he couldn't kill them. Suddenly, a stream of black liquid began to seep from beneath the mask's chin. Seo Kangrim was stunned, asking in horror what the enemy truly was. The enemy scoffed, warning Kangrim not to hope for any information. With a mad grin, they firmly asserted that nothing would be revealed. Witnessing the scene, Choi Sang-won frantically yelled, urging Johann Richter to heal the enemy. Johann Richter immediately placed his hand on the captive, attempting to use his healing ability. However, he could only shake his head helplessly, signaling that it was too late. So Kangrim realized the enemy had committed suicide by poison, and blamed himself for being too careless, despite knowing they were a secret organization. He covered his face in disappointment, regretting having missed the opportunity to gather information about the clown troupe. He continued to blame himself for failing to prevent casualties, and even reading fate from the corpse was useless. Johann Richter confirmed, revealing that reading fate only showed the name Berna without any divine marks. Seo Kangrim was consumed by torment, blaming himself for those who had trusted him and apologizing for his failure. Suddenly, a voice rang out as the Black Sect leader stepped forward. The leader offered that if the name was Berna, he could help. He asked So Kangrim about the clown troupe, but requested one thing be confirmed first. Seo Kangrim requested to hold the dead person's mask, which made the leader curious. The leader placed a talisman on the mask, activating its transformation ability. He wondered in astonishment why the mask had transformed into the kind worn by Destiny Protection Bureau agents. The mask completed its transformation, becoming a mask that covered the lower half of the face. The leader, stunned, revealed that the attacker was an agent of the Destiny Protection Bureau. Johann Richter was struck silent by the truth, while a mysterious contestant quietly observed from afar. Seo Kangrim also couldn't believe his ears. Utterly shocked by the earth-shattering revelation, he asked again, full of doubt, but the leader firmly affirmed what he had just said. He began recounting the past, about an agent named Berna who had once visited his sect. In the flashback, Agent Berna presented a suitcase full of gold bars, stating it was a donation for the sect master. The leader narrowed his eyes suspiciously, asking directly if this was a bribe. Berna's captain denied it, saying it was merely for the public good. The captain explained that they wanted to invest in the sect's best pharmaceutical technology. The leader sneered, exposing that he knew they were smugglers of the god's flower. Taken aback, Berna and her captain exchanged glances before she asked if he would believe them if they said they could no longer obtain those flowers. In the flashback, the Bureau agent revealed that the Western Heaven Flower Garden would be unable to grow flowers for the next few hundred years. In the present, So Kangrim was stunned, wondering if his own actions were the cause of this future change. The Black Sect leader continued to recount how the Destiny Protection Bureau, a powerful organization, had approached them for cooperation, something unprecedented in the past. When Kangrim asked if he had agreed, the leader replied that he had stalled to test them, making Kangrim sigh in relief. The leader recalled Berna's warning and the silver-haired agent's cryptic way of speaking, as if he knew him well. Kangrim deduced that the fake clown troupe was definitely backed by the Destiny Protection Bureau. This made him question the true purpose of the special task force his brother had joined. The Black Sect leader fell silent, his face thoughtful at Kangrim's question. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Johann Richter signaled for his teammates to leave and attend to their remaining tasks. The leader turned to face So Kangrim directly. He admitted that he understood why Kangrim couldn't trust him. Kangrim quickly explained that it wasn't an issue, as he himself had made many mistakes with the leader. Suddenly, the leader grabbed Kangrim's hand and asked if he was Shaman Lee Hyun. Then, he bowed his head and sincerely apologized to Kangrim for everything. Kangrim was surprised, saying he didn't know what had caused this sudden change. He asserted that it wasn't him, but the leader himself who had changed. Kangrim explained that his demeanor today wasn't simply due to increased power, as his past weakness had completely vanished. The leader looked down at his aged hands. Kangrim gently took his hand, saying that if his master were alive to see him now, she would surely be very proud. So Kangrim smiled, saying that his late teacher would surely be proud. The Black Sect leader replied that the teacher would also scold him, then handed Kangrim golden talismans, as the system warned of karma's influence. Clenching the talismans, Kangrim thought to himself about his teacher, and wondered why he had hidden the fact that he was still alive. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, stating that he had defeated the ruler of the demon realm and all related demonic beasts. The system further confirmed that all demonic beasts in the demon realm had been wiped out, completing the conquest objective. A list of contributors appeared, including Berna, Lee Suho, Dako Jun, and Johann Richter. The system named Berna as the top contributor, but immediately after announced that this person had died, with an image showing the enemy's frozen corpse. Seo Kangrim turned back in astonishment, as the reward was transferred to him for defeating the demonic beast named Berna. He wondered in shock, realizing that the Bureau's agent Berna was a demonic beast. As the demon realm exit opened, Kangrim deduced that the fake clown troupe were the demonic beasts, and the Destiny Protection Bureau was behind it all, leaving him confused about their conspiracy. Just then, Johann Richter called out So Kangrim's name loudly as he was preparing to leave. Johann expressed relief that Kangrim hadn't left yet. He explained that he had something important to say, and being in the demon realm would ensure the secret wasn't revealed outside. Kangrim asked what it was, and Johan replied that it was the answer to the previous question, also asking if Kangrim trusted him. Johan affirmed that through what he had witnessed, he knew exactly what kind of person Kangrim was. But he hesitated, his gaze turning serious. Johan looked towards the Black Sect leader and asked Shaman Li Hyun to step aside so he could speak privately. The leader agreed, saying he would leave after collecting the bodies of his members. So Kangrim quickly stopped Johan, asking why they couldn't listen to the conversation together. Co Kangrim questioned why, arguing that the Black Sect would surely be useful to them. Johan Richter rubbed his forehead in exasperation, asking So Kangrim if he had no shame. He recalled how the Black Sect leader had cruelly treated Kangrim. Therefore, Johan thought that person didn't deserve to know the truth. He asserted that a person with such a personality couldn't be trusted. However, So Kangrim calmly declared that he would tell him no matter what. He suggested Johan listen in, guessing that the conversation was about his teacher. Kangrim added that if it was about his teacher, then Shaman Li Hyun would be the most trustworthy person. Hearing that, the leader of the Black Sect turned around, seemingly having made a decision. He handed Kangrim a talisman, saying it was what Shaman Soa Hwakyung had entrusted to him. Kangrim immediately used a lighter to burn the talisman. As the talisman burned, a voice echoed, stunning Kangrim. It was his teacher's voice, explaining that she had chosen the best path among possible fates. The leader of the Black Sect was horrified to recognize the familiar voice. Seo Hwakyung's voice continued, revealing that she had seen through her own fate long ago. Her future held only two options: being murdered by the Fate Protection Bureau, or being framed as an awakened criminal. To destroy the Fate Protection Bureau, she faked her death and founded the clown troupe, saying that if they heard these words, it meant they had passed her helper's test. Seo Hwakyung summoned them to Yeongchu Falls on the upcoming Chishi festival and requested their help. The message ended, leaving So Kangrim standing speechless amidst the quiet scenery. On his way, So Kangrim pondered what others might have faced. He recalled the image of the fake clown troupe, led by Rananat Mauer. They were said to have completely transformed into demonic beasts. Kangrim told himself that such brutal acts right in the middle of the city were indeed as expected. As he stepped through a glowing barrier, he realized everything was vastly different from his previous life. A strange man with a gentle appearance was waiting for him. The man greeted Kangrim, saying he had passed through the barrier, and expressed relief at seeing him safe. Kangrim looked at the golden bell in his hand, silently thinking about this secret base that couldn't be recognized without a token. He recalled his teacher's message, admiring her brilliance, and wondering why she needed his help. Kangrim worried about how bad the situation had become. Finally, he arrived at Yeongchu Falls. Standing before the rushing water, Kangrim called out. From behind the waterfall, a person in traditional attire emerged. The person approached and said that Kangrim had grown up a lot. Kangrim turned around in surprise upon hearing the familiar voice. So Hwakyung smiled gently, holding an umbrella, and asked about his well-being. Suddenly, a large torrent of water cascaded down from the falls. It poured directly onto Seo Kangrim's position. Meanwhile, So Hwakyung calmly used her umbrella to shield herself. Seo Hwakyung embraced Seo Kangrim, who was drenched under the water. She gently chided him affectionately, saying he was all wet. Unable to hold back any longer, So Kangrim burst into sobs in his teacher's arms. Afterward, in a secluded spot, Seo Kangrim began to explain why he hadn't made contact. Seo Hwakyung revealed that she hadn't actively sought him either because the clown troupe's future was too bleak. She didn't want to drag him down a path that only led to death, making Kangrim hopefully ask if the future had changed. However, So Hwakyung denied it with a serious expression, saying that wasn't why she had called him. Seo Kangrim was confused, not understanding the true purpose of this meeting. She looked directly at him and began to reveal a disturbing truth. So Hwakyung explained that she could no longer read his future, as it had become chaotic with the past and a strange karma. She had hoped she was wrong, but upon meeting him again, she knew her intuition was correct. So Hwakyung frankly asked what had truly happened to him. Seo Kangrim fell silent, hesitating, unsure if she would believe his story of returning from the past. Suddenly, So Hwakyung gently called his name, startling him. She kindly reminded him that she was his family. As she prepared tea, she said that he didn't need to tell her if it was difficult to speak about, but she earnestly hoped he would let her know if he was in danger, so she could help. Faced with his teacher's sincerity, Seo Kangrim finally decided to open up. For the first time since his regression, he unburdened himself of all his secrets and confessed that he had returned from the future. So Kangrim recounted that he had told So Hwakyung everything about his tragic previous life and his current life. After listening, So Hwakyung took his hand, comforting him that he had been through so much, but she was very glad. She was glad because he had trustworthy teammates who had chosen to stay by his side once more. Hearing that, So Kangrim was startled by her misunderstanding. He awkwardly admitted that the sect members actually didn't know the truth yet. So Hwakyung squeezed his hand and asked sternly if he intended to shoulder their lives alone when confronting the Fate Protection Bureau. She called that thought foolish and arrogant, questioning if it was because of the pain of past betrayal that he now only wanted to watch them fight alone. So Kangrim was stunned, realizing she had seen through his heart. So Hwakyung sternly asked why he wanted his comrades to go through that painful experience again. She advised him to give them the choice, whether to fight together or to leave. With a heavy expression, So Kangrim bowed his head in agreement. Afterwards, in a grand, luxurious hall, his comrades were gathered. Kang Do-hyun anxiously asked him what their mother had said to make him summon everyone like this. Facing everyone, So Kangrim declared that he had something to tell them. He began to speak, but his heart was filled with fear. He wondered what would happen if they knew the truth, that they had died in the previous life because of him. His thoughts continued as the scene panned across the room. A magnificent chandelier hung from the ceiling. He agonizingly wondered if anyone would still be willing to stay by his side after knowing he had deceived them all this time. So Kangrim suddenly realized he had forgotten something important. He decided that if he truly cared about everyone, he had to let them choose their own fates. After Kangrim's confession, the entire group fell into tense silence. The twins Yoonbom and Yoon-gyeol looked at each other anxiously, speechless. Kangrim gently placed his hand on Yoonbom's head to reassure her, while Johan Richter stood behind, looking confused. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out, breaking the heavy atmosphere. The silver-haired swordsman excitedly exclaimed that he was deeply moved, that Kangrim dared to reveal the secret of being a regressor himself. He cheerfully asked Yoonbom if this meant Kangrim had finally accepted him as a comrade. Yoonbom and Yoon-gyeol both smiled brightly, thanking their master for trusting them and sharing such a difficult secret. Kangrim was completely stunned by the reaction he had not expected. Yoon-gyeol resolutely declared he would fight alongside his master, and Jung Tae-hun agreed, stating he would never abandon his brother. Han Roya laughed loudly, asserting that she owed Kangrim her life and absolutely had to repay this debt of gratitude. Johan Richter explained that, in the previous life, he had no connection whatsoever with So Kangrim. However, he asserted he could not forgive the actions of the Fate Protection Bureau and would stand with Kangrim. The ponytail-haired female student clenched her fists and tearfully apologized to Kangrim. A tear fell as she expressed her sorrow that he had to bear the burden alone for so long. She burst into tears, admitting that she had been completely unaware of his suffering. In her mind, she recalled the hurt she felt when she could only sense that he was hiding something. Finally, she wiped her tears and smiled, thanking him for telling the truth and expressing her joy that they could now fight together. After being accepted by everyone, So Kangrim let out a relieved smile. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the writer Doko Jun was working on his computer when a sudden, inspiring idea struck him. Shin-sua brought over a plate of fried dumplings and wondered about everyone's excitement. Doko Jun excitedly declared that Kangrim's confession was excellent novel material, causing Shin-sua to question his lack of seriousness. He pondered for a moment before giving his assessment. Doko Jun admitted that the others seemed afraid of the truth. However, he thought that Shin-sua's reaction was the strangest of all. Shin-sua looked at him with a stern expression, without flinching. When she asked what he meant, Doko Jun bluntly said that she was trusting too blindly. He emphasized that even an outsider like him found her actions far beyond common sense. Shin-sua immediately retorted, claiming Doko Jun was the strange one, but he brushed it off and told her not to change the subject. She began to comment on his attitude, while Doko Jun told himself that her trust wasn't simply because Kangrim was a regressor. He recalled how Shin-sua, who inherently hated killing, was willing to sacrifice her own arm to save Kangrim. Furthermore, she even tried to kill his enemies. Shin-sua's gaze remained firm as she faced Doko Jun's questioning. He said that he had been convinced after hearing Kangrim explain the fall of the Flying Tiger Gate. Doko Jun concluded that Shin-sua's judgment always became unusual whenever it concerned So Kangrim. In his mind, an image of a mountain of corpses appeared, and he wondered how sacrificing an entire sect to save one person could be considered the right action. As he typed, Doko Jun thought that while he didn't doubt Shin-sua's role as the female lead, he still questioned the true origin of her kindness towards Kangrim. After hearing Doko Jun's questions, Shin-sua left with a thoughtful expression. In her mind, Doko Jun's questions resurfaced regarding the reason and her true relationship with So Kangrim. As she walked, Shin-sua wondered why she cared so much about Kangrim. Suddenly, she stopped as if she had found the answer to her questions. In another room, Yoonbom joyfully exclaimed that she had also received an invitation to the Divine Realm. making Yoon-gil sad because he was the only one left. Unexpectedly meeting Shin-soo, Seo Kangrim asked about the invitation to the Divine Realm that everyone was discussing. He explained that training in the Divine Realm could help them grow stronger quickly due to the different flow of time, but he was worried that the crisis point was approaching faster than expected. Hearing this, Shin-soo wondered if she should accept a god's incarnation, but Kangrim warned that it wasn't always good. He revealed that some powerful shamans were actually held back by their own gods, making Shin-soo wonder if she had been incarnated by a god in her previous life. Kangrim confirmed that in the past, she had accepted the incarnation of a god bearing the title Great Ancestor around the time the war with Subamun began. Shin-soo was astonished to realize it was the very deity who had continuously called to her since she left the training facility. When she said she had refused because she didn't know which deity it was, Kangrim appeared surprised. He sighed in relief, saying it was fortunate. Kangrim explained that the deity would have given revelations that Shin-soo in the past could not have followed, and because of that transgression, her past self had suffered extremely severe punishments. Realizing the danger, Shin-soo resolved to find a way to become stronger without the help of deities she couldn't trust. Seeing this, Kangrim said he had something he wanted to give her, a cup of wine made from blood, capable of strengthening mana channels. He handed the cup of wine to Shin-soo and said that while others might rely on deities, she should use this. As she took the cup, Shin-soo secretly thought that Kangrim himself also had no deity possessing him. In a flashback, a young Seo Kangrim smiled and said he still had other methods. His master exclaimed his name in disbelief. She asked in shock what he was talking about as he stood before her. Kangrim earnestly requested his master to open his demon gate. The demon gate was explained as the path spirits use to enter and exit. If the demon gate is opened within a person's soul, their divine energy will become stronger. However, they will also begin to hear and see things they shouldn't. The master angrily questioned why he wanted to reopen the gate after they had worked so hard to close it. She recalled that the demon gate had only brought Kangrim pain when he rejected the deity, but believed this time would be different. Kangrim explained he was in the process of deification, but his current state had too many limitations to use divine power. He revealed that the new demigod mode ability had been unlocked earlier, but he never had a chance to use it. The master looked at Kangrim, who was clutching his chest, saying that opening the demon gate would not be easy. She emphasized that forcibly opening the gate was completely different from it opening naturally. She warned that many people had gone mad from being unable to endure the process, and Kangrim's current condition was also not good. Kangrim clenched his fists, asserting that they had no chance of defeating the Fate Protection Bureau as they were. He declared he would rather become a living ghost than be defeated as a human. Hearing this, the master sighed in acceptance, deeming it safest for her to open the gate for him herself. In full ceremonial attire, the master began performing the ritual before Kangrim. Kangrim sat silently in his white robe, surrounded by the golden bells of the ceremony. In the dark space, Seo Kangrim braced himself as the demon gate opening ritual officially began. He sat still amidst the glowing red ancient script circle, feeling the gate truly opening once more. His master performed the ritualistic movements, secretly troubled that her runaway disciple had now returned. Kangrim immediately writhed in extreme pain as dark energy began to invade his body. Witnessing the ritual reach 30% completion, the master worriedly realized the soul chamber was burning from overload. She could only silently pray for Kangrim to endure as she saw him scream in agony with blood gushing from his hands. Nevertheless, Kangrim gritted his teeth, telling himself that he could absolutely overcome this pain. He reassured himself that this trial was nothing compared to his childhood spiritual illness, and the pain would subside once the gate fully opened. In a flashback, his master had grabbed Kangrim's hand as he was about to leave alone. She sternly asked if he thought she would let him go do dangerous things by himself. She knew well that whenever Kangrim smiled and snuck away, he always ventured into terrible situations. Kangrim could only secretly think that it was because he possessed memories from his previous life. To prepare, he had drunk the blood tear, an item that enhanced his mana channels. The master was stunned when Kangrim gave her all the remaining blood tear, even though they could have shared it. Without hesitation, she also drained the cup. After drinking, she smiled contentedly as she felt her mana greatly increase. She asked Kangrim if her drinking it was the right thing to do, while his mana had also increased to level 80. The master beamed, saying that his plan would now be much easier to execute. Returning to the present, the demon gate had fully opened, and Kangrim lay exhausted and covered in blood on the floor. Seo Kangrim brought his trembling hand to his blood-soaked face. His master screamed her disciple's name in horror. Kangrim lay unconscious on the ground after the ritual concluded. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a masked director wondered if the Bureau's creation of a fake clown troupe had been exposed. The person looked down at two agents lying unconscious on the floor. Seonmun Yongyo reported that it was because of Seo Kangrim that Agent Kang Do-hyun had resigned. She emphasized that they had lost an important hostage against Kangrim and So Hwa-kyung, and suggested they consult the deity immediately. The director, who was connected to medical equipment, agreed. The person clasped their hands together, preparing for the ritual. Standing up, enveloped in a blue aura, the person implored the deity for guidance on how to deal with them. A mysterious voice from the shadows echoed, ordering them to ignore them. Through the director, the divine entity declared that no one could go against fate. Seonmun Yongyo and another assistant smiled, expressing absolute trust in this decision. The director, still possessed, whispered to them to continue their work as before. But suddenly, the director's head was slammed hard onto the floor by an invisible force, to the astonishment of his two subordinates. The shattered, blood-stained mask rolled across the ground. The assistant, terrified, asked if the 41st director died because of team leader Seonmun, and she calmly replied that the question was worth that price. Seonmun Yongyo ordered them to move to the laboratory, leaving the director's corpse behind. She coldly declared that they needed to install the next director immediately. The scene shifts to Oo University Hospital. Seo Kangrim walked out of the building with a determined expression. He immediately activated his recluse ability. With that ability, he saw blue energy footprints and began to follow the trail through the hospital corridor. A day earlier, Kangrim had received a phone call. Over the phone, a strange voice, also claiming to be Kangrim, asked about his physical condition. The voice continued to echo, accompanied by illusions of a menacing shadow entity. It mocked his every wound, while Kangrim could only weakly reply that he was fine. The voices in his head continued to torment him, sarcastically saying he looked like he was about to die, and should just die, so they could be friends. Returning to the actual call, Kangrim told the person on the other end that his condition had stabilized after a week. On the other end of the line, his master listened with a pensive expression. She reassured him, then revealed the true reason for her call. She said that the person Kangrim was searching for, Bakeyong, had finally appeared in one of her visions. Back in the present, Kangrim rushed to meet his master. He asked again, with a mix of surprise and hope, confirming if she had truly found Bakeyong. His master affirmed that she had not only seen her but also knew exactly where she was. Kangrim immediately stood up, intending to leave at once, but his master stopped him. She sternly explained that the location needed to be investigated more thoroughly. She revealed that where Bakeyong appeared was suspected to be a secret laboratory of the Destiny Protection Bureau, an extremely dangerous place. Even though his master said they had begun investigating, Kangrim still clenched his fists, impatiently asking how much longer he had to wait. Kangrim's master suggested that she would personally infiltrate after reviewing the visions regarding personnel deployment. She confidently asserted that there was no better candidate than herself for this dangerous mission. With a resolute gaze, she clearly showed her determination. However, So Kangrim immediately stood up and flatly refused the offer. She asked in surprise why. Not understanding his reason for objecting, Kangrim explained that sending her was too dangerous, which only confused his master further. He began to list his strengths, confidently declaring that he had opened the demon gate, possessed the demigod mode ability, and was not weak at all. Kangrim emphasized that he was not going there to fight, but only to scout, and he had many suitable abilities for that. He asserted that, if necessary, he could still quickly escape. Angrily, his master slammed her hand on the table and shouted, demanding he look at his own condition. She pointed out that just hearing Bakeyong's name, he couldn't control the demonic aura radiating around him. She sharply questioned how he could carry out an infiltration mission in such an unstable state. Affected by her words, Kangrim staggered and had to lean on a wooden crate. He knelt down, unable to stand firm against the harsh criticism. His master continued, saying she understood his desire for revenge, but his emotions were overwhelming his reason, and questioned if he could return safely. Kangrim remained silent, bowing his head in thought about her warning. She posed a final question. Was he sure he wouldn't lose control and immediately attack upon seeing Bakeyong? After a moment of silence, Kangrim admitted that he had promised not to act alone anymore. He told his master that his comrades had promised to fight alongside him. Kangrim recalled with gratitude when his comrades, who had believed his unbelievable regression story, promised to stand by his side. So Kangrim asserted that he wanted to be with his comrades, who were facing Bakeyong alongside him. He affirmed to his master that it was more important than revenge and pleaded with her to trust him. Elsewhere, a man in a lab coat walked down a corridor. Scientist Park Dae-chol complained about being dragged there. As he was about to light a cigarette, Seo Kangrim suddenly appeared from behind and knocked him out. Park Dae-chol collapsed and was dragged into a hidden corner. Kangrim used the scientist's ID card to access the secure area. Disguised as Park Dae-chol, he noticed the lax security but knew the bureau couldn't foresee what was about to happen. A high-tech door opened, and Kangrim stepped inside. He realized he had entered the bureau's secret research facility. Determined to find the truth, he saw a figure floating in a large test tube. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to realize it was Bakeyong. Kangrim was utterly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He stumbled back in extreme disbelief, unable to accept the truth. His body trembled from the shock. He turned his head, still reeling from the sight. Kangrim collapsed to the floor, staring in horror at Bakeyong in the test tube. He thought to himself that all of this was insane. Clenching his fists, he wondered how this could have happened. His vision widened, revealing an endless corridor with hundreds of test tubes, each containing a person. Seo Kangrim gasped in horror, recognizing Bakeyong in a test tube. He was stunned to realize hundreds of other test tubes also contained copies of Bakeyong, all at divine rank, one with various attributes. Kangrim clenched his fists, telling himself that whether they were the real Bakeyong or not, this threat still had to be eliminated. He recalled the horrifying sight of a single Bakeyong being enough to wipe out the entire Flying Tiger Gate, and realized the danger if all these clones awakened. Understanding that his side would have no chance to fight back, Kangrim drew his sword, determined to destroy them all. His sword blade burst into flames, and he told himself he had to deal with them immediately. However, a system notification about young Ibek being verified and the lab opening up made him stop. Footsteps approached, and the person hoped that this batch would stabilize until the next incubation. Two men appeared. One with blonde hair asked about the backup containers, and young Ibek confirmed that this batch of samples was ready. Young Ibek suddenly spotted Kangrim and shouted, asking who he was. He questioned what the stranger was doing there, forcing Kangrim to face the unexpected situation. Kangrim quickly fabricated a story that he was returning to look for something he'd lost. Young Ibek recognized him as Researcher Park, the person Kangrim was disguised as. After Kangrim lied that he hadn't found anything, young Ibek suggested he go to the smoking room. Kangrim agreed and began to leave, trying to escape the tense situation. Just as he had taken a few steps, the other two turned their backs to continue their work. However, the blonde-haired man suddenly called Kangrim back with a suspicious expression. He exposed Kangrim's lie, pointing out that the smoking room wasn't in that direction. The blonde-haired man warned young Ibek that this person didn't seem like a real researcher, while a hand of purple energy reached out towards Kangrim. Exposed, So Kangrim broke out in a cold sweat as he faced the sharp gaze of the one who had seen through his disguise. While young Ibek was still hesitating, his blonde-haired colleague firmly asserted that the other person was not a researcher. Seo Kangrim, in his disguise, tried to salvage the situation with a forced smile, explaining that he was just a little disoriented. He hastily said goodbye and turned to leave quickly. However, young Ibek stopped him, saying they would know soon enough once they checked. Immediately, the blonde-haired manager fired a green energy beam towards Seo Kangrim. Narrowly dodging, Seo Kangrim's disguise slightly tore, leaving a scratch on his cheek. Young Ibek pointed in astonishment. Unable to believe what he had just seen, he exclaimed in surprise, wondering how the intruder had managed to dodge the attack. Young Ibek suddenly realized, if that had been the real researcher, his head would now have a hole in it. Exposed, Seo Kangrim no longer fled, but drew his weapon and charged straight forward. He swung a powerful slash, creating a blue energy wave. However, his attack was blocked by an invisible defensive barrier. Seo Kangrim gritted his teeth in frustration, while young Ibek confidently declared with crossed arms that he wouldn't be able to escape. Young Ibek took a step forward, preparing for the confrontation. With a sharp gaze, he declared he would see who this intruder truly was. Seo Kangrim realized the situation, muttering that he had intended to escape without fighting. But looking at the two opponents blocking his way, he knew he couldn't escape this time without a fight. With no other choice, Seo Kangrim reached into his jacket pocket. He put on a high-tech mask, determined to conceal his true identity at all costs. Young Ibek scoffed upon realizing the opponent was using an invisibility ability. Young Ibek remarked that the clown troupe was becoming increasingly brazen. Meanwhile, a masked clown troupe member was fiercely engaging with the Bureau's agents. Captain Gong was alarmed by the opponent's composure. In contrast, young Ibek smiled confidently, reassuring his colleague not to worry. He declared he would unleash a serious attack this time, channeling power into his fist. However, the clown troupe member was suddenly attacked by a green energy surge from another direction. The attack shattered the intruder's ice defense, sending them flying. Both young Ibek and Gong were stunned to see skeletal hands of purple energy emerging from the ground. Gong suggested they apprehend the enemy, even if it meant causing some damage, making young Ibek ask in horror what he intended to destroy. The clown troupe member, undeterred, charged forward to attack amidst the shattered ice. Yang Ibek frantically shouted, urging Captain Gong to act quickly. Gong smirked upon realizing the opponent had only left an afterimage behind. He activated his corpse summon ability, summoning skeletons from a massive magic circle. From a distance, the masked Seo Kangrim observed, realizing it was a summoning spell. Gong thought to himself about cornering the rabbit as the summoned skeletons surrounded the test tubes containing Bakeyong. He pointed his sword at the clown troop member, declaring that their rampage would end here. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. The clown troop member's sword shattered under the opponent's power, making them curse aloud. Realizing they couldn't resist with ordinary weapons, the clown troop member was again mocked by Gong for using invisibility to escape. Seo Kangrim determined that the Bureau wanted to preserve the test tubes containing Bakeyong, and decided to destroy everything in his path to force them onto the defensive. In his disguise, Seo Kangrim told himself this would be his chance to escape. He was surprised that the skeletal hands weren't just ordinary summoned soldiers. Instantly, a giant skeletal hand grabbed his head and slammed him hard onto the floor. He was pinned to the ground, utterly helpless before Gong. Gong approached, declaring that he had captured the intruder, who was impaled by skeletal limbs. He reached out, deciding to remove the mask to reveal the enemy's true identity. The mask was removed, revealing Seo Kangrim, who smirked and greeted team leader Gong. Gong was utterly stunned, unable to believe why Seo Kangrim was here. From behind, Yang Ibek laughed loudly upon hearing the familiar name. Yang Ibek secretly understood the true meaning behind the superior's order to simply ignore it. Suddenly, Yang Ibek activated his swampification ability, submerging the entire room in a green liquid and shattering the test tubes. Amidst the swamp, a fanatical Yang Ibek declared that no one could escape fate. Trapped, Gong screamed in horror, asking Yang Ibek if he had gone mad. From the murky water, a corpse began to float to the surface. Yang Ibek declared that they didn't need fake copies, as the corpses of the Bakeyongs floated around. A vision appeared, showing Yang Ibek preparing to perform a ritual to infuse dark energy into Kang Do-hyun. Seo Kangrim immediately recognized the familiar energy flow, his pupils contracting in horror as he confirmed it was that very god. His eyes blazed with blue light, and rage surged within him. In his mind, illusions of his former comrades appeared, along with the god's prophecy that their positions were all predetermined by him. The mysterious voice continued, asserting that they would be used in a more valuable way when the time came. Seo Kangrim explained that this was why the fake clown troupe couldn't kill them, simultaneously activating his demigod mode ability. Yang Ibek and Gong were stunned, wondering if Kangrim had undergone deification. Hovering in mid-air, Kangrim summoned spinning energy discs that encircled him. He calmly controlled one of the energy discs with his fingertip. The summoned skeletons reached out, trying to block the energy discs. Their power easily shattered a skeleton's hand upon impact. Another disc shot forward, striking Gong and sending blood splattering. As Gong was wounded and fell, Yang Ibek calmly remarked that it was only natural. He secretly thought that the god's vessel couldn't possibly be an ordinary human. From above, Kangrim coldly observed the situation below. He felt divine power continuously flowing through his soul gate. He recalled the new ability he had gained thanks to Father Lee Suho, realizing it perfectly complemented his existing powers. Kangrim gripped his sword, thinking that perhaps he should end everything here. However, he remained suspended in the air, sword in hand, observing. Suddenly, something made him wary. From beneath the swamp, a colossal plant monster emerged, with Yang Ibek and Gong standing atop it, declaring that they weren't ordinary hunters either. Yang Ibek reiterated that the god's vessel couldn't be an ordinary person. Kangrim assessed the situation, knowing that the Destiny Protection Bureau had 4 team leaders, and prolonging the fight would be very dangerous. He decided he had to end the battle quickly to escape. Instantly, Kangrim descended from above, preparing to unleash a decisive attack. Yang Ibek smirked, declaring that they weren't ordinary people either. A colossal blue energy slash shot forth, severing the swamp monster's tentacles. Amidst countless branches trying to ensnare him, Seo Kangrim moved and dodged with ease. He glided along his own slash, tearing through every obstacle in his path. Kangrim suddenly realized that the monster's previous attack wasn't even an ability. Yang Ibek confirmed, scoffing that Kangrim was also a type of demonic beast. Suddenly, a man with giant black wings appeared, remarking that the failed specimens had revealed everything and noting that Yang Ibek seemed serious. The winged man, Gong, gripped his sword hilt, ordering them to quickly capture Seo Kangrim. He commanded them to continue the divine descent ritual, while the swamp monster opened its maw, preparing to attack. Gong lunged to attack, but Kangrim perfectly parried his sword strike. Gong couldn't believe his eyes as his sword was easily blocked. With a confident smile, Kangrim used overwhelming force, shattering Gong's defensive energy. Knocked back with a gash on his chest, Gong wondered in astonishment how Kangrim could have become so powerful. He hovered in the air, recalling that even though Kangrim had talent from his training days, he was still just an ordinary third-rank trainee. Enraged, Gong unleashed an extremely powerful green energy blast towards Kangrim. Kangrim gritted his teeth, realizing it was too late to dodge. Instead, he swung his sword in retaliation, unleashing a blue energy slash to counter. The two powerful energy blasts collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Blasted backward, Gong was bewildered, wondering if his attack had also been ineffective. Seo Kangrim blocked Gong's attack with his sword, declaring that he was no longer a rank 3. Pushed back by the overwhelming power, Gong screamed that it was absurd, as one's destiny rank could not be changed. He roared in despair that humans could not change their fate. Seo Kangrim merely smiled, admitting that he once thought the same. He tightened his grip on his sword, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. A powerful slash carrying a massive surge of ice energy descended, engulfing Gong. Gong was completely frozen within a large block of ice, his face still etched with astonishment. Witnessing the sight, Yang Ibek screamed his comrade's name in horror. Seo Kangrim whispered that it turned out not to be true, as a notification appeared, showing he had reached Divine Rank 2. He asserted with certainty that humans could indeed change their fate. From within the ice block, Yang Ibek muttered, unable to believe what he was seeing. The ice block encasing Yang Ibek shattered as he furiously roared, unable to comprehend how Kangrim could have attained divine power on his own. The swamp monster also roared in anger, enraged that a mere human dared to defy them. Seo Kangrim wondered in surprise why Yang Ibek's abilities were still active even after his death. The icy energy still reflected in the dead eyes of Yang Ibek. The swamp monster's body began to melt, transforming into a green liquid and flowing towards the corpses of Yang Ibek and Gong. Seo Kangrim realized in shock, wondering if the monster was absorbing them. Vines coiled around a new form, and a voice echoed, mocking that even a divine being was ultimately just human. Inside the new entity, a pulsating red heart began to beat strongly. Yang Ibek, now merged with the monster, declared that they had been imbued with divine power and were the guardians of fate. From within the mouth of the new monstrous entity, Yang Ibek let out a long breath. He smirked, admitting that the situation just now had indeed been dangerous. Seo Kangrim froze as he realized the enemy's true body was Yang Ibek, positioned at the rear. He understood that this made the situation incredibly troublesome. Yang Ibek pointed towards Kang Do-hyun, who was tightly bound by the vines. Kangrim told himself that using demigod mode was overloading his already unstable body. Meanwhile, Yang Ibek smugly noticed his divine power slowly leaking out. He mocked Kangrim, saying he looked like he was suffering from a power he couldn't control. Yang Ibek believed Kangrim wouldn't last much longer. He asked if it was worth it for Kangrim to exhaust his body for just a brief moment, as Kang Do-hyun was lifted into the air. Then, he shifted his attention to Kang Do-hyun, saying that with an incomplete body, he should be grateful to at least be able to become a vessel for a god. He roared, demanding Kang Do-hyun accept the divine descent. Bound tightly by the vines, Kang Do-hyun gritted his teeth in endurance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He told himself to resist, but a mysterious voice echoed, asking if he was ready. Kang Do-hyun cursed inwardly, recalling the warning never to use a special power unless there was no other choice. The decision made, Kang Do-hyun's hand erupted with a fierce blue energy. Blue lightning bolts shattered the vines, freeing Kang Do-hyun from their grasp. Amidst the lightning, a woman appeared and said that she had foreseen everything would turn out this way. Yang Ibek was stunned as he realized the newcomer was Seo Hwakyung. Seo Hwakyung looked at her enemy and mocked him as a slave to fate. She began to chant, summoning energy from the scattered names. She continued to call upon the vanished spirits. Amidst a vortex of energy, she called upon unresolved grudges to transform into sharp blades. Countless golden swords materialized from thin air. Seo Hwakyung decided to let the spirits fight, and she began to give commands. She screamed a command for slaughter, activating her soul-summon sword command ability. Yang Ibek screamed in agony as countless golden swords pierced through him. His colossal monster body was torn to shreds under the rain of swords. After the attack, Seo Hwakyung stood alone amidst the wreckage. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her sleeve. It was Seo Kangrim, who had regained consciousness. She supported the staggering Seo Kangrim. He wearily called her master. Seo Hwakyung smiled, reassuring him that things weren't as bad as she feared, and praising Kangrim for doing well. She declared they would finish off Yang Ibek before leaving, filling him with extreme dread. Yang Ibek frantically screamed, begging them to wait. He cried out Seo Kangrim's name, recalling past favors that left Kangrim bewildered. In desperation, Yang Ibek offered to provide information about the bureau and cooperate. He continued to plead for his life. Meanwhile, a TV news report covered another bombing caused by the clown troupe at a university hospital. A news report stated that thanks to the swift response of the Destiny Protection Bureau, no casualties occurred. Hearing this, So Kangrim merely curled his lips into a mocking sneer. Meanwhile, Gongju, trapped within the barrier, was questioned about his usefulness after not being mentioned at all, to which he asserted that he was the Bureau's de facto deputy commander. Kangrim, suspicious, compared Gongju to the mass-produced test subjects he had seen in the laboratory. He coldly stated that if Gongju was merely a replaceable pawn, extracting information didn't necessarily require him to be alive. Gongju's face paled in terror at the threat. He frantically asked if Kangrim intended to kill him, then hastily insisted that he was different from those mass-produced vessels. Gongju argued that among countless individuals, only a select few held the Bureau's secrets, and with Seonmun Yongyo unpersuadable and Yang Ibek dead, he confidently declared himself Kangrim's only remaining opportunity. Seo Kangrim indifferently rested his chin on his hand, asking why he should trust Gongju. Gongju then proposed using an item called the Covenant Document, which would bind both parties to their promises. Seo Kangrim smiled and briefly agreed. Facing each other, Kangrim declared that he would begin setting the terms. They reviewed the document together. So Kangrim would not torture or imprison Gongju, and would provide him with lodging and a vengeance token bearing his own name. In return, Gongju was forbidden from using weapons or abilities within the Flying Tiger sect, and had to answer all questions truthfully, with the penalty for breaking the covenant being death. Gongju held the token, remarking that it had been a long time since he'd seen a vengeance token, and this time it bore Kangrim's name. He smugly explained the terms. If Kangrim killed him, Kangrim would die instantly. If Kangrim's ally killed him, Kangrim would have to personally kill that ally. Before the interrogation began, Gongju even commented on Kangrim's shabby clothes and advised him to invest in himself. Seo Kangrim irritably slammed a device onto the table to cut him off. He clasped his hands together, seriously beginning with his first question, wanting to know who the god of the Destiny Protection Bureau was. Seo Kangrim pondered, admitting that the information Gongju provided was indeed invaluable. Thanks to it, he understood the Bureau's remaining forces and how they created humanoid monsters. He even grasped the Bureau's founding purpose. Ultimately, everything was aimed at summoning their god, immutable eternity. Gongju confirmed this and pointed at Kangrim, stating that he was the vessel that God had chosen. Kangrim mused, realizing that God's purpose for him had not changed since the past. He suddenly paused, a contradiction surfacing in his mind. He recalled the moment Bakeyong tried to kill him, and wondered why a demigod of immutable eternity would act against her master's will. Gongju then explained that immutable eternity had a sworn enemy. That god had continuously eliminated immutable eternity's vessel candidates throughout time. Kangrim was stunned, wondering if Bakeyong in his previous life had been that enemy god's demigod. Gongju casually dismissed it, boasting that he had killed that god's demigod a few months ago. Kangrim ignored him, and pressed for the identity of that enemy god. Gongju looked puzzled, suggesting Kangrim should focus more on immutable eternity. Losing patience, Kangrim stood up threateningly, forcing Gongju to hastily agree to answer. Gongju revealed that God's divine name was the First Master, who possessed a weapon capable of killing immutable eternity, making Kangrim jump up in shock. His eyes widened as a terrifying fragment of memory flooded back. He suddenly realized that was the very god Shin Sua had served in her previous life. Kangrim shivered, thinking of the shackled revelation she had refused, wondering if it had been an order to kill him. Gongju, oblivious, simply advised Kangrim to stop anyone attempting to receive that god's power. Gongju nonchalantly suggested killing those connected to the gods first, as such bonds were not easily broken. Seo Kangrim was stunned by the cruelty in his words. When Gongju grew impatient, Kangrim coldly asserted that this was not his only chance to speak. Feeling the pressure, Kangrim ran a hand through his hair and decided to ask one last question. He asked if it was true that the Bureau had murdered most of the awakened who refused their invitation. Kangrim directly asked if Gongju had been present at the scene of that massacre. Gongju gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down in terror. Losing his composure, he slammed the table and yelled, not understanding why Kangrim was digging into the past. He tried to reassure himself that Kangrim couldn't harm him now, as they were both in the same boat. But Kangrim merely steadfastly repeated his demand. Just answer the question. Gongju burst into maniacal laughter, admitting that he wasn't just present. He proudly declared, in a metaphorical image like the Grim Reaper, that he was the one who had killed them all. After his confession, Gongju requested a break, believing the interrogation was over. Kangrim coldly agreed, allowing him to rest. When Gongju opened the door, he saw a sword-wielding doll waiting and innocently asked if it was his escort. The doll with lifeless eyes replied with a single word, "No." Immediately, the doll swung its sword, delivering a fatal blow to Gongju. He watched in horror as his own blood splattered, unable to believe what was happening. In agony, Gongju screamed, questioning Kangrim for breaking his promise. Kangrim coldly revealed the reason, that the clown troupe included the families of those Gongju had murdered. The puppet swung its sword decisively, shouting that it held a token of vengeance against Gongju. Gongju's hand fell to the ground next to a severed leg. After it was done, the small puppet stood amidst the bloodstains, facing Seo Kangrim. It looked up and thanked Seo Kangrim for giving it a chance for revenge. Kangrim replied that he was merely returning a favor. He picked up the puppet and asked if destroying it would cancel the summoning spell. The soul inside confirmed, saying that burning it was the easiest way. Kangrim understood, beginning to summon flames while the soul made one final request. As it was enveloped in flames, the soul complained that its cotton body was too heavy when wet, and asked him to use an articulated doll next time, to which Kangrim agreed. In the flames, the image of a woman named Cheon-Yol appeared, smiling goodbye. Elsewhere, Seonmoon Yongyo stood looking down at a pool filled with the bodies of failed vessels. She clutched her head in despair, realizing that not a single one had survived. Knowing that both Captain Yang and Gongju had also been defeated, she wondered if she would have to accept the god herself. But she dismissed the thought, deeming the remaining forces too weak and the risk too great. She even considered kidnapping Seo Kangrim and regretted losing the nameless egg. Just then, a gray-haired agent rushed over, exclaiming that they had found the key to Gongju's armory. Seonmoon Yongyo was astonished, and hastily ordered her subordinate to open it. The intricate key transformed in the agent's hand. Seonmoon quickly inserted the key into the lock on a large door. As the door opened, a gigantic, brilliantly glowing blue egg appeared before their eyes. Seonmoon Yongyo laughed triumphantly, exclaiming that a sample of the nameless egg was still here. She believed that the next bureau director, born from this egg, would decide the future of the Destiny Protection Bureau. Meanwhile, in another building, Seo Kangrim was waiting for the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 88th floor. The doors opened, and he saw Shinsua waiting. Shinsua crossed her arms, asking if he had gotten what he wanted. Kangrim smiled back, saying it was all thanks to her. But before he could finish, a notification appeared. A series of system windows popped up, making Shinsua exclaim in annoyance, "Again? Why are they sending so many lately?" Kangrim narrowed his eyes, recognizing the source of these notifications. The windows continuously displayed the same message. The First Master had sent an invitation to the Divine Realm. Shinsua wondered in confusion why the First Master was still trying to recruit her, and why the notifications wouldn't stop appearing. Kangrim recalled the image of Shinsua in chains in his previous life, and decided he couldn't let her face any more danger. He told Sua that he could help resolve this, surprising her. Kangrim activated his Divine Tier silent communication ability, determined to block the First Master from contacting her. Immediately, he received a series of new messages. The First Master suggested he could go instead, if Sua refused, and declared there was a way to kill his enemy, secretly sharing the method to destroy immutable eternity. Afterward, they both sat down to talk over coffee. Shinsua pondered, concluding that the true purpose of the Destiny Protection Bureau was to summon gods. She looked at Kangrim with worried eyes, asking if he intended to leave her alone again. Kangrim explained that Shinsua was the vessel chosen by the First Master, and this time, it was best if he went alone. Shinsua angrily stood up, shouting that the very god had tried to kill him in his previous life, and she couldn't believe he wanted to go alone. Seo Kangrim bowed his head and explained that this time, he and the god shared the goal of defeating immutable eternity, so he might receive help. Even so, Shinsua still hesitated, as memories of him flooded back. She questioned him, asking if his previous promise to fight alongside everyone was a lie. Faced with that accusation, Seo Kangrim could only silently apologize. Shinsua's eyes gleamed with determination. She decisively raised her hand, activating a system screen. Seo Kangrim cried out her name in surprise as he realized her intention. Shinsua's finger pressed firmly on the screen, confirming her choice. A notification appeared stating that she had received an invitation to the Divine Realm from the First Master, and she confidently declared that now they would have to go together. Seo Kangrim was utterly stunned by her bold action. He sighed, accepting defeat, and warned that the journey would be extremely dangerous, asking again if she was sure. Shinsua smiled resolutely, replying that, of course she was. Seo Kangrim became serious again, telling himself that going alone was already risky, but with Shin-Sua accompanying him, he would need to prepare even more thoroughly. He declared that before going to the Divine Realm, they needed to acquire a type of insurance. Shin-Sua asked blankly about the insurance he had just mentioned. They had arrived at Yongchu Falls, in search of that preparation. Here, a shaman, after casting lots, said that no matter how many times he calculated, there was no safe day. The shaman sternly warned that it was an extremely dangerous place, and asked again if they truly wanted to go. So Kangrim resolutely knelt down, asserting that no matter what, he had to go. The shaman explained that gods were inherently the strongest in their own divine realms, and even if Kangrim could use demigod mode, he was still not strong enough to defeat a god. The stern shaman warned that if So Kangrim tried, he would die. Seo Kangrim listened in silence, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. However, he clenched his fists, telling himself there was no other choice. This was the only way to capture the immutable eternity. The shaman continued her divination ritual. She revealed a glimmer of hope. The divine realm they were heading to had been attacked by the Destiny Protection Bureau. Hearing this, So Kangrim smiled, recognizing an opportunity amidst the chaos. The shaman confirmed that the current chaotic situation could make their infiltration easier. Kangrim immediately stood up, eagerly declaring that they should depart at once. As Kangrim turned away, the shaman narrowed her eyes, seemingly recognizing something extraordinary about him. She was astonished to realize that Kangrim had opened the demon gate, accumulated karma, and wielded divine power, while still retaining his sanity, a feat almost impossible. The shaman couldn't comprehend how this was possible. Suddenly, she grasped a crucial factor, and her eyes widened in surprise. She called Kangrim back as he and Shin-Sua were preparing to leave. Then she abruptly asked if he was dating the girl accompanying him, causing both of them to blush in embarrassment. Kangrim frantically denied it, explaining that Shin-Sua was merely a comrade from the Flying Tiger sect. The shaman explained that Sua's presence was mitigating Kangrim's spiritual defilement. In other words, that girl was keeping him alive. Kangrim smiled, admitting he knew, recalling the moment he confirmed their intertwined destinies, and that Sua was his noble benefactor. He said he had always been grateful, leaving Shin-Sua stunned and touched. Finally, the shaman stood up, took Shin-Sua's hand, and called her name. The shaman clasped Shin-Sua's hand tightly, asking her to hold on to Kangrim so he wouldn't cross the line. At the instruction, So Kangrim remained silent. Shin-Sua smiled brightly and resolutely accepted. Afterward, So Kangrim bowed to bid farewell to his master before setting off. He activated a talisman, the system confirmed the coordinates, and teleported them to the divine realm of the first master. Both were horrified to find themselves in a devastated grand hall, littered with corpses. One of the bodies was cruelly impaled by shattered wooden fragments. The scene of destruction indicated a fierce attack had taken place here. Shin-Sua realized with dread that the first master truly knew how to kill the Bureau's god, while Seo Kangrim trembled at the sight. Amidst the rubble, Shin-Sua spotted a traditional mask on the floor. Seo Kangrim immediately picked it up, suggesting they should conceal their identities. Both put on the masks, and Shin-Sua praised his caution. Suddenly, So Kangrim's eyes flashed behind his mask as he sensed danger. He immediately yelled, telling a bewildered Shin-Sua to duck. Instantly, a destructive beam of light shot past her position. From within the rubble, a colossal deer-like creature with a stark white skeleton rose. Shin-Sua was stunned, wondering what it was. The skeletal monster immediately charged towards them. Just then, a voice echoed, making them wonder if it was the clown troupe. Seo Kangrim and Shin-Sua flinched simultaneously, recognizing the familiar voice. The person who appeared was Nabi, deputy leader of Team 2, muttering about how the ones who killed agents and civilians dared to follow them all the way here. She quickly rotated the mechanism on her staff, preparing for battle. Nabi took an offensive stance, ready to charge forward. Facing her, So Kangrim drew his sword and said he truly didn't want to fight Nabi, but there might be no other choice. Shin-Sua called So Kangrim's name, but he explained that Nabi still didn't know the true nature of the Destiny Protection Bureau. Shin-Sua recalled the time they fought against the fake clown troop members, and back then, Nabi seemed unaware that they were actually Bureau personnel. She intended to step forward and persuade her, but Seo Kangrim raised a hand to stop her, firmly saying no. He explained that revealing the truth now would be futile, because Nabi's eyes were the eyes of someone ready to die, and indeed, Nabi's eyes were glowing with determined blue light. The full scene showed Nabi and her two creatures facing So Kangrim and Shin-Sua, with the bodies of two clown troop members between them. Nabi stared at her fallen comrades, A close-up of a clown troupe member's blood-soaked body further fueled her rage. Nabi gripped her staff tightly and growled the name of the clown troupe. Her two-controller ability activated, and the two creatures behind her immediately sprang into action. Seo Kangrim yelled, telling Shinsua to handle those puppets, and she immediately agreed. Shinsua activated her tree leaf method, conjuring colossal thorny branches as Seo Kangrim charged forward. Her branches easily blocked the attacks from the two creatures. At the same time, Seo Kangrim closed in and leaped into the air, swinging his sword directly at Nabi. Nabi's face clearly showed her astonishment at the attack's speed and power. Seo Kangrim's sword clashed violently with Nabi's staff, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered the floor beneath them. Overwhelmed by Seo Kangrim's power, Nabi was thrown backward. With a horrified expression, she coughed up blood from the impact of the attack. Nabi collapsed onto the floor, helplessly watching Seo Kangrim stand tall before her. Despite her injuries, she still looked up and silently acknowledged her opponent's terrifying power. She realized this masked individual might even be stronger than the clown troupe leader she had once faced. Gritting her teeth, Nabi was determined that she could not fall here. Cornered, she pleaded for help from her guardian deity, Hanuman. Shinsua, standing nearby, was astonished as she recognized the name invoked. Seo Kangrim also fell silent, aware of the battle's serious shift. In response to the call, a gigantic golden energy entity of the Tailed Protector appeared. Nabi gripped her staff tightly as her body began to receive the divine power. Her entire body was enveloped in an aura and golden lightning bolts as the Tailed Protector descended with 20% of its power. Seo Kangrim realized that if the battle prolonged, the situation would become extremely dangerous. He observed Nabi, who was now radiating a divine power. Without hesitation, Seo Kangrim charged to attack, and Nabi swung her staff to block. Nabi was astonished to see her opponent evade her enhanced attack. She tightened her grip on her weapon, preparing for a direct confrontation. Both charged at each other with astonishing speed, their weapons clashing fiercely. Having become a demigod, Nabi demanded more power, despite the warning that her body would be destroyed. With resolute eyes, she affirmed that she knew the price. In her mind, Nabi recalled her fallen comrades and resolved to stop the enemy at all costs. The Tailed Protector bestowed an additional 30% of its power upon her body, making Seo Kangrim wary. Seo Kangrim swung his sword to parry her lightning-fast attack. With fierce eyes, Nabi poured all her strength into her staff. She moved at dizzying speed, continuously attacking even faster. Even though her body had reached its limit, Nabi continued to demand more power. A terrifying sweeping blow from the staff destroyed everything in its path. Kangrim watched Nabi, now like a blazing sun, relentlessly demanding more divine power. She roared desperately, begging for more power regardless of the consequences. Suddenly, Seo Kangrim seized her wrist tightly, stopping her attack. He delivered a precise karate chop to her nape, incapacitating Nabi. Shinsua's mask fell to the floor. Nabi collapsed, unconscious in Seo Kangrim's arms. Shinsua anxiously asked if Nabi was dead, but Kangrim reassured her that he had only knocked her out. He explained that he only intervened to prevent her body from further destruction, as he had no intention of killing her from the start. Kangrim said that Nabi had an important mission that she absolutely had to complete. Shinsua wondered about that mission, while vengeful spirits began to rise from beneath the floor. He began to reveal the truth. Most Reapers joined the Bureau to protect humanity, unaware that the true purpose was to summon immutable eternity. Kangrim believed that if the truth were exposed, with Nabi at its center, even the Reapers would side with them to fight. Seo Kangrim concluded that his plan would also help reduce the danger to Shinsua. Suddenly, he realized she had vanished, and began calling her name in confusion. He frantically screamed when he only saw Shinsua's mask lying abandoned on the floor. Meanwhile, Shinsua woke up and found herself tied to a chair in the middle of a gigantic library. She was stunned, wondering where she was. Then she realized her limbs were helplessly bound. A long-haired man stood before her, asking for her understanding for having to tie her up due to the circumstances. Shinsua was stunned as she realized something about the person in front of her. She recalled the spider monster impersonating the clown troupe she had once encountered. She deduced that this person was the one who had destroyed that monster, a Reaper of the Bureau. That person introduced himself as the deity she still referred to as the First Master. The deity turned around, revealing himself to be the Nameless One, and his true name was Mumiyong. Back in reality, Seo Kangrim saw Shinsua lying unconscious on the floor. He frantically ran to her side and screamed her name. He despaired when he realized even the divine connection was severed, worrying that she was unconscious. Seo Kangrim recalled her words that they had no other choice but to go together. The image of Shin-Soa lying helplessly on the floor haunted his mind. He bent down, filled with regret, and promised himself he wouldn't let anything happen to her again. The eyes behind Seo Kangrim's broken mask gleamed with fury and iron resolve. Standing beside the unconscious An Nabi, Seo Kangrim tried to calm himself, telling himself that self-reproach would do no good. He deduced that the first master wanted to turn Shin-Soa into a vessel, so he wouldn't harm her immediately. With determination, Kangrim vowed to save her before the divine descent ritual was complete. However, he suddenly noticed an obstacle as he turned around. Behind him was a long, dark, and ruined corridor. Suddenly, a staff was placed on his shoulder from behind, and a voice rang out. An agent of the Destiny Protection Bureau had awakened, recognized, and questioned Seo Kangrim. The agent confusedly asked why. He yelled, angrily asking why Kangrim was wearing a clown troupe mask. The agent pressed his weapon against Kangrim, suspecting he had deceived them from the start. Kangrim removed his mask, explaining that he only used it to conceal his identity and was not a member of the clown troupe. He got straight to the point, announcing that there was no more time, and Shin-Soa had been taken by someone named Mumyong. The agent was stunned by the unexpected information. Still skeptical, he shouted that it was a lie. He asserted that Mumyong was a destructive evil god, and the clown troupe were his followers. Kangrim picked up the mask, saying that the Bureau's people truly knew nothing. The agent confusedly asked what it was that he didn't know. Realizing there was no other way, Seo Kangrim decided he had to explain. He looked directly at the agent, saying he would briefly summarize what he knew. Seo Kangrim began explaining the truth to the Bureau agent in a ruined hall. The agent was aghast, unable to believe that Captain Gong Ju was a monster. He was also shocked to learn that the clown troupe were actually the Bureau's reapers, while Seo Kangrim stated that, believing it or not, was up to him. Seo Kangrim asked if he had ever felt that the Destiny Protection Bureau was hiding something. The agent bowed his head in thought, beginning to doubt his own organization. He recalled the words of a clown troupe member who had once mocked his ignorance, and now understood their meaning. The agent's thoughts continued. He told himself that if Seo Kangrim were truly an enemy, he wouldn't have merely used a single talisman to gently subdue him. He realized that Seo Kangrim had gone easy on him in the past. Moreover, from what he had witnessed, he saw that Seo Kangrim's and Shin-Soa's actions were not those of villains. The agent looked up and called Seo Kangrim's name. He bowed his head, admitting he wasn't entirely convinced but believed Seo Kangrim had a valid reason for his actions. With a determined expression, the agent declared he would help Seo Kangrim this time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hideous spider monster lay motionless on the floor. Surrounding it were the bodies of many defeated clown troupe members. Shin-Soa stood there. She was the one who had defeated all the enemies. She looked forward with a gaze filled with resentment and resolve. Suddenly, a colossal shadow entity with a terrifying purple aura appeared, making Shin-Soa realize they couldn't win. Facing the overwhelming power of the First Master, Shin-Soa gritted her teeth. Shin-Soa questioned the First Master why he wanted to kill an innocent person like Kangrim, but only received the answer that he was not at fault. She was astonished by the contradictory answer. The First Master coldly declared that even without fault, Seo Kangrim still had to die for the survival of humanity. This entity began to explain that gods derive their power from human faith, and when humans blame fate for their misfortunes, they only make fate itself stronger. The entity known as Fate, or Immutable Eternity, sought to directly rule humanity to increase its power. To prevent that, the First Master had to destroy countless vessels that Immutable Eternity had chosen. Finally, they discovered that the last and most cherished vessel was Seo Kangrim. Shin-Soa asked again in horror, unable to believe that Kangrim had to die for that reason alone. She screamed that Kangrim had spent his entire life trying to avoid divine incarnation. The First Master admitted it, but warned that if Immutable Eternity took over Kangrim's body, everything would be beyond salvation. Therefore, the First Master ordered Shin-Soa to become his demigod and personally kill Seo Kangrim. Shin-Soa scoffed defiantly, refusing to obey such an absurd command. Immediately, she felt a terrifying surge of power descend from the First Master's hand. A system notification appeared as the First Master began to forcibly enact a divine incarnation upon Shin-Soa. The First Master declared that within this divine realm, all their words would become reality. Shin-Soa collapsed, desperately trying to resist, as her consciousness was gradually invaded. Her precious memories of Seo Kangrim began to distort and fade away. She realized with horror that her memories were slowly being erased. In Shin-Soa's mind, Seo Kangrim's image vanished as she silently apologized. She regretted being unable to help him. Her last memory of Kangrim shattered as she called his name in despair. Suddenly, The first master was stunned upon receiving a notification that divine incarnation was impossible, because the target already had a guardian deity. Immediately after, blue energy chains unexpectedly appeared, binding the divine entity tightly. The first master was utterly astonished by this sudden restraint. A flash of brilliant white-blue hair streaked through the air. Seo Kangrim appeared, his sword severing the bonds on the unconscious Shinsuwa. The first master crumpled to the floor after the surprise attack. His body dissolved into a puddle of black liquid. But then, the first master regenerated his form. Realizing the situation had shifted, he rose, facing the intruder, and calling Seo Kangrim's name. They stood opposite each other in the vast library, the air thick with tension. The first master deduced that Kangrim had established a psychic link with Shinsuwa beforehand to channel power, thwarting his divine descent. Seo Kangrim began to interrogate him about the events of his past life. He directly asked if the first master was the one who sent Bakeyong, an image of his severely wounded former comrade, flashing in his mind. The first master silently gazed at Kangrim, offering no denial. As he admitted it, Seo Kangrim finally recognized his true enemy. He understood that this entity was the root of all the tragedies that had transpired. Seo Kangrim tightened his grip on his sword hilt, seething with rage, convinced that without the first master, no one would have died. He recalled the faces of the Flying Tiger sect members, vowing not to sacrifice them for a grudge from his past life. Gritting his teeth, Seo Kangrim struggled to suppress his fury and focus on his objective. He proposed an alliance, reasoning that they both shared a common foe in immutable eternity and should fight together. The first master scoffed at him as a foolish and pathetic child, then offered him one last chance. The entity extended its hand, asking if Seo Kangrim would accept taking his own life. Seo Kangrim froze, utterly stunned by the horrifying proposition. The first master warned that if immutable eternity were to descend into his body, the world would plunge into hell. A metaphorical image appeared, showing that everything Seo Kangrim held dear would suffer. A cascade of his past tragedies, his parents' deaths, his own despair, and Bakeyong's sacrifice flashed before him as the first master laid the blame on immutable eternity. The entity declared that the only way to foil the enemy's plan was for Seo Kangrim to die. Acknowledging Seo Kangrim's hatred, the first master promised to atone with his own death later and urged him to make his choice. The first master's hand remained outstretched, awaiting Seo Kangrim's decision. Seo Kangrim admitted that his former self in his past life would likely have accepted that offer, but he turned away, asserting that everything was different now. His gaze fell upon Shinsuwa, who lay unconscious on the ground. As blue flames erupted from his sword, he declared that he now had people he wished to protect. Unleashing his full power, his hair turned a brilliant white blue as he asserted that he could not die. Faced with Seo Kangrim's blazing sword and unwavering resolve, the first master accepted that conflict was inevitable. The first master gently snapped his fingers. Immediately, the surrounding space began to tremble and collapse. Even the colossal structure within this entity's divine realm began to shatter. Before the newly summoned angelic army, the first master acknowledged Seo Kangrim's will, who declared he would personally slay this deity. A colossal winged guardian swooped down to attack him. Seo Kangrim didn't flinch, swinging his blazing blue sword directly at his opponent. He effortlessly parried the angelic guardian's attack. His eyes gleamed with cold determination. Immediately after, an entire army of guardians surged forward in unison. Seo Kangrim unleashed a powerful horizontal slash. The blue flame blade effortlessly cleaved the enemy in two. He grasped his blazing sword blade with his bare hand, gathering energy. Around him, the defeated angelic guardians dissolved into blue flames. The first master was astonished to realize that a mere third-rank mortal could achieve such power. The deity admitted that Kangrim's power even surpassed Bakeyong's, just as his sword tip pressed against its face. However, the first master was confident that no attack could harm him, and used a paper talisman to halt the sword tip. Seo Kangrim was stunned to see his potent sword blocked by a mere fragile piece of paper. Immediately after, the talisman unleashed a terrifying energy explosion. The force of the explosion sent Seo Kangrim flying backward. Thrown back but not defeated, Seo Kangrim took a stance with a dagger, his hair radiating a blue aura. On the opposite side, the first master hovered in mid-air, radiating streams of golden energy, demonstrating overwhelming power. The deity confidently declared that a human body could never defeat him, and demanded Kangrim cease his futile resistance. In response, Seo Kangrim merely smirked defiantly. Suddenly, a cut appeared on the first master's cheek, blood beginning to trickle out, much to its astonishment. The first master stared in astonishment at the blood on its finger, while in the distance, Seo Kangrim still stood firm. Kangrim looked at the dagger, recalling having seen a reaper transformed into a monster wielding it. He decided that with this weapon, attempting another attack was entirely worthwhile. However, the first master calmly summoned a sword from swirling golden paper fragments. Gripping the magnificent sword firmly, the deity challenged, asking if Kangram truly believed the outcome would change. Immediately, the first master stomped his foot down and charged forward with terrifying speed. So Kangram couldn't help but be stunned by his opponent's power and speed. The two weapons clashed violently, creating a powerful shockwave that reverberated throughout the space. The first master looked down condescendingly and asked if that was all Kangram had prepared. Kangram was horrified to realize his special dagger had shattered into pieces after the clash. Completely overwhelmed, he was sent flying backward, his weapon broken, and blood gushed from his mouth. The first master continued his relentless assault, moving so swiftly that he created numerous afterimages and attacked from all directions. Finally, a devastating punch from the deity landed squarely on Kangram's face. The incredibly powerful impact made Kangram cough up blood, and the blue energy aura around him shattered. The first master looked down at the collapsing Kangram, acknowledging his resilience for challenging a third-tier destiny and coming so far. The deity grabbed Kangram by the nape of his neck, who was still struggling to maintain his power. But the first master asserted that the future where he was destined to die would not change, then mercilessly stabbed him through the back. Kangram's eyes widened, shocked by the fatal blow. The deity released Kangram to the ground, confessing that he had once held a glimmer of hope that Kangram could change destiny. However, the first master concluded in disappointment that ultimately, nothing had changed. With that, the deity turned and walked away, leaving Kangram lying motionless on the cracked ground. However, Kangram's hand twitched slightly, showing that he hadn't completely fallen. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Kangram looked up with defiant eyes. He realized his body no longer obeyed his will. In his mind, the image of his master appeared. He regretted finally meeting her again but not having enough time to talk. He recalled Kang Do-hyun asking if he was taking good care of their master. Memories of Shin Sua and her worries flooded back, making Kangram wonder if the Flying Tiger sect was all right. Sensing a surge of energy, the first master turned back, astonished by Kangram's tenacity. The deity narrowed his eyes, noticing something unusual about his opponent. The first master was stunned by Kangram's face now, as he rose with a fiercely exploding blue aura. Kangram unleashed all his remaining power in a terrifying burst of energy. The deity questioned Kangram, not understanding why he didn't realize all his struggles were futile. The first master reminisced, saying he had once believed someone would challenge destiny, as the image of a shattering, glowing golden object appeared. The first master recalled hundreds of thousands of hopeless repetitions when no anomaly had ever occurred. The deity extended his hand towards Kangram, asking if he truly thought he was different. Immediately, glowing golden energy drills shot forth to attack Kangram. The first master easily neutralized the energy attacks with his hand. Kangram didn't hesitate, charging forward to deliver a direct punch to the first master's chest. The deity blocked the attack with his hand, his gaze still cold. Kangram met his gaze with unwavering resolve, unfazed by his opponent's power. The first master retaliated with a powerful slash from his massive weapon. The deity explained that through countless regressions, he had always chosen the best option. Memories of devastating failures flooded back, with tens of thousands of deaths repeating to the point of meaninglessness, and the image of the first master collapsing in despair. The first master pressed his weapon against Kangram's face, mocking that he couldn't comprehend the catastrophe when immutable eternity descended. Kangram swiftly retreated, narrowly dodging the attack. He stood firm and retorted, arguing that following destiny might be exactly what the enemy wanted, and boldly declared himself different. The first master acknowledged Kangram's uniqueness, stating that in no loop had he ever matured so quickly. But then the deity clenched his fist, bitterly revealing that he no longer had the power to regress. Therefore, the first master came to his final conclusion and began summoning something colossal from the ground. A colossal golden guardian rose, swinging its greatsword towards Kangram. The terrifying power from the sword swing sent Kangram flying into the air. The colossal sword slammed down onto the arena floor, causing a massive explosion that destroyed everything around it. Kangram was flung by the force of the blow, embedding himself deep into the wall of books behind him. He muttered irritably, realizing that the Golden Guardian was not only massive but also astonishingly agile. Furthermore, he knew that the Guardian would continuously regenerate unless the first master's true form was defeated. Looking at his trembling hand, Kangram realized his divine power was almost depleted, and the situation was becoming increasingly perilous. Standing from afar, the first master declared it was time to end this battle. At his command, the Golden Guardian raised its colossal fist, charging to attack Seo Kangrim once more. Seo Kangrim gritted his teeth, wondering what method his opponent intended to use to finish him. Suddenly, colossal green vines erupted from nowhere with astonishing speed. They swiftly coiled around the Golden Guardian, completely neutralizing its movements. The first master was stunned, unable to believe this sudden intervention. Standing atop the vines, Shinsua appeared and loudly called Seo Kangrim's name. She decisively shouted, signaling him to attack immediately. At the same time, other vines tightly bound the first master, rendering the deity immobile. Seizing this golden opportunity, Seo Kangrim shot forward. He used one of the giant vines as a springboard, gliding while dodging a barrage of energy spears. He moved along the vine, rapidly closing the distance to the first master. Both Seo Kangrim and Shinsua smiled confidently, showcasing their perfect coordination. Seo Kangrim landed directly in front of the tightly bound first master. He unleashed a powerful kick, sending the deity flying. The first master coughed up blood after Seo Kangrim's unexpected attack. Bound tightly, the deity asked in astonishment how this was possible, and Kangrim echoed his own words. Kangrim explained that the first master had once said only his own attacks would be effective. But because the wound inflicted by the Reaper's dagger wouldn't heal, Kangrim deduced the dagger was made from the first master's bones. When the Reaper was defeated, a fragment of the dagger fell right at his feet. Kangrim had consumed that bone fragment and used his stealing rat ability to impersonate the first master, nullifying his attacks. He admitted it was a lucky gamble, but impersonating a deity had completely drained his divine power. The first master understood, acknowledging Kangrim as the one immutable eternity would have to watch out for. The deity's gaze grew distant as memories of the past flooded back. A fleeting image of Seo Kangrim and Shinsua from another era appeared. This was followed by a scene of two children happily playing together in an ancient village. The first master closed his eyes, seemingly having made a final decision. He stated that he had no other choice and had to entrust an important task to Kangrim. The deity asked Seo Kangrim to extend his hand. Kangrim and Shinsua watched cautiously as he slowly extended his hand forward. The first master's finger touched Seo Kangrim's palm. The deity drew a symbol on his hand, saying he had forgotten that humans never lose hope. He revealed that during his regressions, he had found a spatial rift, and hidden there, the sword capable of defeating immutable eternity. The first master explained that the symbol on Kangrim's hand was the coordinates to that rift, and urged him to go, but warned that only one person could enter. The first master whispered that he had waited for this day for a very long time. He remarked that everything felt emptier than he had imagined. With his last ounce of strength, he apologized for his karma having bound itself to Seo Kangrim. Seo Kangrim frantically grabbed him, pressing for Bakeyong's true identity. He cried out in despair, unable to understand why a mere mortal like himself had become a vessel. The first master reassured him that he would soon know everything. Then, he asked Kangrim to absorb him and move forward. Shinsua sadly stated that even though they had killed the deity, they still knew nothing. Seo Kangrim clenched his fist in helplessness. But then, he decided that if there was still a task to be done, he would accomplish it. The stealing rat ability activated as he touched the first master's corpse. Immediately, Seo Kangrim was sucked into a vortex of darkness. The scene abruptly shifted to a clear blue sky. He awoke in an unfamiliar forest, completely unaware of his location. From atop a hill, he looked down at an ancient village and wondered about this place. He noticed a crowd of villagers carrying someone on a palanquin. Seo Kangrim was astonished as he recognized the person. It was the first master, the nameless one, when he was still immortal. He realized that he was inside the first master's memories.